unravelling at this stage. That might be the optimum word to use at this stage, because BMW have gambled here from the pole position of the 52nd edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and they may well be on the wrong tyres. So Daniel Harper, is he about to depart right to head into pit road and get the tyres changed as quickly as possible? He's certainly going to lose all these places in the start group, number one, if he does that. But the performance he's going to gain, as he's done exactly that, to the right-hand side, allows the lead car, the pace car, to head into pit road first of all as well. And now at pace, he will disappear into pit road. And on his own on the front row then, this bizarre situation of Kevin Estre leading the 52nd edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring away first. And he's a BMW, though, in second place and might lead the race. The 99 car has been started superbly well. Can it break later than Negrello? Not quite. And remember, it's a lot of give and take into this first corner, because it's the Yokohama S. You have to swing right and you have to swing left. The Porsches in the midfield, including the two Falcon cars, running the risk of some early contact. I think they all avoided it, as it's neck and neck for third position, and slotting ahead is the first of those Rover Racing BMWs. That looks to me to be a Mercedes, though, up to second.
It is
that
Bird.
Is the car, yes, Frankie Bird, who started the car that, remember, Maro Engel was in warm-up earlier on. Two BMWs pitted, in fact, before the start of the race. The other Rover car also came in at the end of the rolling lap, Peter Snowden.
Well, quite extraordinary. A great run by Bird. And Bird takes the lead. He's taken ahead of Kevin Estre all the way through.
It's Engel. It's Maro Engel in the 130 car that started, and Engel is no stopping the German driver from Munich. He's got ahead of Kevin Estre and into the lead of the race. Again, what tyres was Engel on? Did we spot that? Might well be the cut slick rather than the full wet tyre. Mercedes side by side. And that is Frankie Bird, I think, getting involved with Hubert Haupt, who's not that far behind either. So the Mercedes already coming to the fore. We said they might have something up their sleeve this weekend. Have had to wait for a long time since tasting victory at this event, since 2016. But I'm already starting to work out who's going to win this race after the first few corners of a 24-hour.
7 cars, Johnny, pulled into the pit lane. First one, of course, was pole position driver Dan Harper, who was followed in by the Whitman Rover Racing BMW. Lucas Stoltz in the Mercedes AMG Team HRT followed him in also. Dynamics Porsche came in. Marshevitz in the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. The Glickenhaus came in, and came in the Hankook Competition Porsche also in. Stays in, in fact, as the rest of the field continue on their way. They're now out onto the Nordschleife, and here we have a Mercedes leading the field round. As we suspected, they might have been holding their cards and keeping their powder dry literally all week. An incredible Maro Engel off on and into the lead, and already a 2.2 second gap produced.
Tremendous effort, yeah, and that's mainly down to tyres. And now the BMW, driven by Augusto Farfus, who's going to feature in both the 99 and the 98 Rover Racing BMWs. But the Brazilian has been installed into car 99 for the opening stint, and he's just done the best third sector of those cars ahead. Although, one to look out for is David Pittard in the 34 Valkenhorst Aston Martin, running 7th, and he's actually the quickest through that third sector, as the second start group now gets underway. And this is for Cup 2 Porsches, so Carrera Cup machines, essentially all one make at the sharp end. But then look further back and you've got the VW Golf of Max Cruiser Racing. The KTM Crossbow will be involved in this as well, although I can't see that in the first group of cars. 55 definitely should be involved in the second of the starting groups. Almost, there was a sideways moment there from 165, struggling to hang on to the Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol SP10 car, as now it's side by side, and the Clickver Cypheron car slightly better on the higher line. Once more, a tyre choice to be made here, and some drivers will be thinking, yeah, we're absolutely on the right tyre, and then the next few corners round, they will differ that opinion straight away. 4, though, making the break from Cup 2. And it's been a good start, not necessarily from the pole position car. 148, I think, has lost some early ground.
typical Cup racing, though, Porsche Cup racing there. Almost 3 wide going into the Goodyear hairpin for the first time. They've sorted themselves out by the time they get to the Vidal chicane. Just about to turn left and head towards Sabine Curve and out onto the Nordschleife. This, I think, is going to be one of the finest races within the race. We'll keep you updated with the goings-on that is already being developed in the Cup 2 field. And as we suspected, nose-to-tail racing from these Porsche Cup runners.
Lots of cars from that section, group section came in, second starting group came in.
I've realised where the pole car is from Cup 2, and he's not on the racetrack because he came into the pit lane as well. Maurice Schuring realising that wasn't the right tyre to be on. So I didn't think 148 was in that leading quartet. It's not, and instead the 119 Click Versailles that's been started by Roman Cherzanovsky, Michele Di Martino running second for Kate Kramer Racing, but it's Tom Coronel in the 127 from Max Cruiser Racing that leads Cup 2 in the very early stages.
I mean, Kevin Estre must have thought that it was Christmas come early, wouldn't he, when he saw the lead car go into the pits, the pole position car peel off right and go into the pits there, but and then all of a sudden Mauro Engel had a different idea about that and got ahead of him. Absolutely extraordinary. I mean, yin and yang of endurance racing.
But it was going wide from Engel, very deep into the corner. That meant he could apply the throttle much earlier. Estre runs wide, and that great grunt from the 6.2 litre V8 in the Mercedes hauls him out of the corner. However, later on in the lap, Engel then struggling on the very damp stuff down at Arenberg, and a few moments ago, around the outside, went Kevin Estre to retake the race lead. Engel can't get it turned in at Schwedenkreuz. Estre says, "See you later, mate." This is why we chose this particular tyre, and Farfus has gone through into second. Riccardo Feller now up to third position for Scherer Sport, and Marco Mappelli in fourth place. So where on earth is Mauro Engel now? He's 13th. He's 13th after a terrible fifth sector on the racetrack. From the lead out to the side of the top 10 in basically a few corners.
Nothing to do whatsoever with keeping his powder dry all week. Everything to do with being on that dry tyre on the Grand Prix track. You saw how much performance he had. However, it all just begins to crumble as they hit the rain out there on the Nordschleife.
Group 3 getting underway now. This is one of my favourites purely because of the mixture of manufacturers at the front end. We've got the Subaru WRX number 88 starting alongside the Audi TTS. In behind them on the second row was a BMW M3, and that looks to have now got ahead of the other cars in and around it. The VW New Beetle RSR car number 13, which has become a fan's favourite. Albrecht, Knekkas, Ash and Ria are the drivers in number 13, and then the 776 VW Golf that started from 5th position of start group. Dry. It's not dry at Schwedenkreuz at Arenberg, far from it, and to the high side went Kevin Estre, braking deliberately early, but he will have assessed this lap, as will Augusto Farfus, and Mauro Engel absolutely helpless in trying to turn the car in. Meanwhile, Marco Mappelli had a bit of contact there, I think, with Riccardo Feller. Oh, they're all trying to navigate. They're really struggling. Mauro Engel car number 130. Feller in the end ended up ahead of the Lamborghini Huracan. At this moment in time, the Italian car, powered by a similar engine compared to the Audi, was just ahead. But Feller now runs third for Scherer Sport, ahead of Mappelli's Huracan.
And I'll tell you, he was absolutely flying at the moment. You won't be surprised to hear it's the 72 entry with Dan Harper at the wheel, the BMW RMG. It's 10 seconds quicker in Sector 3 and again in Sector 5 already, having switched to those wets. So he's got his dander up, hasn't he, from having to surrender that pole position. And it's like, right, that was mine, I want it back. Early days, I'll take it steady, get the first stint in.
Well, his steady is flat out, isn't it?
Exactly, his steady is different to ours, isn't it? Exactly, yeah.
Meanwhile, Daniel Harper back into the race after that very early tyre change, and the 72 car is 18th, I make it, and he's got an Aston Martin just ahead of him, which is the 17 car, that being driven by Nico Bastian for Pro Sport Racing. So 17 and 72, did they both pit at the end of the first lap? That would make sense if they're now together. Car 17, yeah, that Nico Bastian shares with Marek Bachmann, who was one of the qualifying drivers. Harper trying to get by Bastian and can just about do that coming out of Schwabenschwanz.
Got yellow flags up at Klostertal as well. Again, we're going to see potentially quite tricky track conditions normally breed yellow flags and incidents, and I'm not sure why the yellow flag has come out. It's now cleared, so I suspect we've maybe had a little bit of a harmless spin. No information coming as to who caused that.
The three different eggshell coloured Hyundais that started on, well, the European car, as PMAC calls it, has started on wet weather tyres. These are all Elantras, and therefore the 830 we reckon is on wets. The Canadian car, number 831, is also on wets, and then there's a car with principally a Chinese driver lineup, and that has started with wets and now has moved to dries. The Aston Martin, again, presumably the one that had difficulties on the opening lap, is now really struggling heading up the hill towards the carousel and staying well over to the left. It's already been caught by what looks like start group 3, actually. It is the 34 Aston Martin. So this is the car that was started by 34 David Pittard. So Pittard, it sounds like a puncture, we reckon now. So Pittard has tumbled down the order to 26th, sadly, and many of you alongside me were saying, no, Johnny, that's an Aston. To be honest, I wasn't really looking, but it looked a little bit like the Jutta Racing Audi. Incidentally, that, in the hands of Pierre Caffer, is fine and running 13th, but that car, is that still on the rolling lap, therefore, car 34? On the formation lap? Because it had a difficulty and was starting to be overtaken by a lot of cars, but the 34's completed a lap, hasn't it? And maybe the intermittent difficulties have kicked in again.
I'll tell you in exactly one moment, because he's the next car due through. The car just ahead of him, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, has just clicked by and gone into the pits. Car in now. Another car of interest was the early leader, Maro Engel, bringing the Mercedes-AMG Team Get Speed car in from what was the front of the field. He's now dropped down to 24th. Still waiting for David Pittard to make an appearance here on the start-finish straight. He's already pulled out a slight gap to the cars behind him, which are the first of the SPX runners, which is the Porsche 911 of Hankook Competition. We've then got the first of the Cup 2 runners, which is Tom Coronel in Maxi Cruz's Porsche. And still waiting for Pittard to set the timing beam.
He's going very slowly at Wipperman. Pittard is very slow at Wipperman.
The sector time suggests that Pittard's lap up until this point has been absolutely fine. He did a 47-second sector 2 time. He did a 1:13, which is properly on it through sector 3. And then the delay has struck in sector 5, where he's lost about 30 seconds. I think that's quite a recent problem for car 34. I know we saw a similarly coloured car on the formation lap struggling, but that it's not being the interesting thing for me is that David Pittard's not shown as completing a lap yet. Well, no, because the sector times are fine up until
we've looked at 5.
Sorry, Johnny, he's between Wipperman and Brunchen now, just dropping down the order according to the tracker, which can have glitches, so just in case, but add that caveat in. But if it's accurate, he's just dropping down the order. I mean, it is super slow on our track. In fact, it's just taken by a whole load of the field, and he's not even making it to, in the time of discussing, he should have been way past Brunch, and he hasn't even got to that yet.
No. Now, the Kevin Estre car back into the race lead by 1.2 seconds over Augusto Farfus in the BMW M4. Frank Stippler doing the chasing, but he's 18 seconds adrift of the race leader, 13 behind the Rover Racing BMW, and has got some pressure now from Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini, who is 4th.
Info coming in from the team, Pittard being hit by another car, and he's got a rear-left puncture, sorry.
So that's got to have been on the first racing lap.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
You don't start hitting people on a formation lap, do you? So, what, tend not to.
Well, if you're on slicks and it's really damp, it doesn't matter how slow you're going. I think because you're suspecting he may not have, he still hasn't completed one racing lap, has he?
I'm connecting a slow blackish car on the formation lap with David Pittard's current problem. I think he's been across the line to take the race start, though, so I don't think the 34 car had as big a problem as we were witnessing. So that car is still unidentified, the one that was slow on the formation lap. And car 34 now has this difficulty after a collision somewhere, which has happened on this first racing lap for the SP9s, and we're now on to lap 2, quite a bit around lap 2 for Kevin Estre.
I think you pointed out you can say collision, but that suggests an accident. Contact is probably a far more accurate word, and that's the word we got from Simon Strang down at Valkenhorst for us.
So who hit it?
Well, that's what we don't know yet. We get to find out.
Come on, Strangy.
The car's damaged. So there's the puncture of it crawling around. So of Pittard, this car at the left rear. Right, left, I've done the same as you there, Joe. The left RL, left rear. So I'm guessing it's probably just a side-to-side touch. And that's all it needs. No, it's not a collision, it's just a little rub, as you say. Somebody else on slicks just runs it, just touches it, it does a sidewall, you're done. Or damages the rim.
GD3s have got winglets, haven't they?
Yeah.
Sharp bits of carbon fibre. The sad thing is, he'd gotten up to 7th place, and now he's dropping like a stone, isn't he? Where was he? The last time I saw him, he was 21st. He's dropped lower than that now, hasn't he?
Unfortunately, yes, because there are other cars in the second group that have managed to get ahead of him on the racetrack and complete their first lap. He has yet to complete the first racing lap. Will do so at the end of this lap.
Yeah, 83rd, Johnny.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not 83rd because everyone at Group 3's overtaken him as well now, and they're about to complete the lap. And obviously, the time spent in the pit lane will cost him as well, but only as much as it did for Daniel Harper, who is now right on the tail of the Lion Speed Porsche in its red and white. This is being driven by Vincent Kolb, number 24, or is it no, it's Patrick Kolb in the 24, beg your pardon, sharing with Patrick Niederhauser, Antares O and Indy Doncha. But that Porsche, number 24, has got to be on a similar tyre now compared to Dan Harper, because the straight line speed might be slightly in the favour of the BMW, but there's just no opportunity to slip up a move along Kesselchen and Klostertal. Way too fast there. His next opportunity will probably be the Dottinger Höhe at the end of the lap.
They're into the slower classes already, so at no point now are you going to have a completely free track and clear track ahead of you. We are going to be continuing to lap traffic in those faster GT3 cars all the way to the checkered flag. And this is where a driver, you'll know more than I, Snowy, this is where, as a driver, you are looking ahead as to what the slower classes are and looking for an opportunity where the car in your class that you're chasing down, you're looking like, you know, and waiting like a predator for that car to trip over so you can pounce.
Yeah, and Harper looking very, very stable through the carousel there. In fact, took about another 2 car lengths out of the Lion Speed Porsche in front, which in turn has got the Falcon car right in front of them on the road. And of course, the other Falcon car is right behind them. So we've got a Falcon sandwich here with the Lion Speed and the BMW in the middle.
Yeah, it's Alessio Picariello in the first of the Falcon Porsches, and then in the 44, Nico Menzel has started that. It's his flat 6 you can hear in the background now, and there's a real squirm as he heads through the left-hander at Eschbach and on towards Brunchen, side by side, and that is a good move potentially, but the problem is the track next goes left through Eiskurve, and Dan Harper's going to be on the wrong side of Patrick Kolb, so still can't make it work, but the BMW is definitely faster than the Porsche in this phase. And what Dan's concerned about is he's losing touch with Alessio Picariello, who heads through Flansgarten, that classic moment as the cars leave all 4 wheels off the ground and hopefully land with the car still pointing in the right direction. Nico Menzel, of these 4, is really fighting that number 44 car.
Well, he's taking that advantage, isn't he? Because Lion Speed car is holding up. Nothing in the wrong way. Dan Harper at the moment. That BMW is quicker than the Lion Speed Porsche, but he just can't get past it. He's tried which way, left, right, all the places he can. But that's now brought Nico Menzel into place in the Falcon car. So that in turn has allowed Picariello at the front to pull away. And it's that age-old thing. If you're so busy fighting the car in front, somebody else is suddenly on your tail, and now you've got to look in the mirrors as well for Dan Harper.
This could easily be for the top 4 positions. It's actually for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, but who cares?
And you might think that, all right, the Porsches had the BMW closing him down, and you can clearly see the BMW's got better pace than you. So why don't, you know, discretion being the better part of valor, we've got 23 hours and 41 minutes remaining. However, you're going to fight for every inch of this race, because how many times over the years have we seen this race come down to the final few corners, the final few corners of the Grand Prix, Strecker? It's been phenomenal. So you've got to keep pushing all of the way, all of this way. So the longer you can keep Dan Harper behind you, the more it's going to come back and pay for you later on in the race, potentially.
Well, I think he's got the job done now. He has Desney down there, Dottinger Hoa. He's got ahead of Kolb in the Lion Speed Porsche. Dan Harper finally gets that place back again. He's now going to go and start hunting down the Falcon Porsche immediately ahead of him.
The eagle-eyed amongst you might well have spotted an intervention vehicle on the apex of Galgenkopf, that very fast right-hander which delivers you onto the Dottinger Hoa. Yes, an intervention vehicle with the lighting bar fully illuminated, on the track with racing cars, but the white flag was being displayed as now Dan Harper, having dispatched Patrick Kolb, has got a cracking run on Alessio Picariello and just glides by the 33 car for 9th position. There's also a car rejoining from the pit lane right in the path as Dan Harper goes a little bit wide. Does he know he is going to get through the Yokohama S? I thought Picariello might be able to pick him off again then and repay the favour, but yes, there's the slight confusing moment there as a car rejoined the racetrack from pit road and into the path of Patrick Kolb, but he coped with it well.
Well, I think what happened there was actually that Dan Harper, as you say, absolutely steamed down the pits on the right-hand side and got ahead of the Porsche. Would then had his braking point distracted slightly because of that car coming out of the pits. You say he suddenly ran a bit wide. I thought he'd carried too much speed in, but he hadn't. I think it was you can't take a car out that's correctly over the pit lane exit line, so he's sitting there. He had to go a little bit deeper, but it hasn't made that much difference in the end. But he nearly lost all that work. So that puts our pole position man back up to, where is he overall now?
9th, I reckon.
9th, yeah, 9th.
9th ahead of Picariello. But what about this for another lead change? It's happened again at the hairpin, and Estra got caught on the wrong side of the 633 Porsche, and Augusto Farfus, taking the tighter line through Goodyear Carer, is able to apply the throttle earlier through the more conventional racing line, but Estra was caught in two minds there as to which side of the 633 car, the Flantz-driven Porsche, and that's all that Brazilian touring car ace and now grand touring car ace Augusto Farfus needed to nip into the race lead, and wants to try and clear as much traffic as possible the next time through on Hatzenbach and Hoek-Eichen, so that Kevin Estra cannot stay in touch with the BMW, but it's going to take more than that to shake the rapid Frenchman.
Exactly as I said was going to happen. That's exactly what I was trying to describe so eloquently and failed. The pictures delivered, didn't it, on the live stream? If you were watching that, that was pure driving finesse there from Farfus, who was looking at that car in front of him, but he was also looking at the back marker, and by positioning his car, he saw Estra going to the left of the back marker. He positioned his car to maximise that exit speed, and Estra tripped over the back marker. However, the race is not over, is it? Estra's going to come back at him, isn't he?
Well, he didn't even trip over it. The back marker, which is the 633 Porsche, sat in the middle of the track on the exit, just after the apex of the corner there, in exactly the right position. Estra had a choice, left or right. He chose left, and the 633 stayed exactly where it was, but that was the high side. And as you said, Farfus had reread it and went, thank you very much, I'll just go up the inside. Yeah. And had read that before he even got there. So great drive, absolutely thinking great driving there by Augustus Farfus in a car that's been completely rebuilt.
David Pittard's back in the pit lane. How long did that take him, though, to reach the sanctuary of pit road to get this assessed now? Suspension damage potentially, or is it all contained within the damaged rear left wheel and the tyre that has gone down? Porsches were side by side a minute or two ago. Nico Menzel alongside the Patrick Kolb-driven Lion Speed car, and through nipped a recovering 98 BMW. Now, that also pitted at the end of the first lap, or not the first lap, the start of the first lap, with Dan Harper And Lucas Stoltz is having a good fight with one of the Aston Martins as well. Car number 4 down in 14th position. And he's got Patrick Assenheimer, the number 35 Aston Martin, now behind him, able to pick him off coming out of the Yokohama S.
It was Marco Whitman in the 98, Johnny, again, scything his way like he's literally a hot knife through butter there, making his way through. Absolutely fired up. There'll be nothing worse for him than having to give away that grid position so hardly worked for yesterday evening, and then having to pit to get himself on the tyre that he's needed. And there's the lead about to change again. Is it, Snowy?
Yeah, it's a replay of Kevin Estre doing exactly the same back to Augustus Farfus. And Farfus went to the left and Estre went to the right, and it says, thank you very much. It giveth and it taketh the Nürburgring.
Farfus trying to open up a gap. It's not really working over Kevin Estre. 1.2 seconds is the difference. Frank Stippler is not able to hang on to the coattails, though, of the leading duo. And the Scherer Sport Audi is 22.7 seconds further back. Nice little bit of progress being made by Daniel Kylwitz in the number 1 Ferrari in SP9. Winners last year, remember, although Kylwitz wasn't part of the lineup, as the Aston Martin rejoins and very nearly suffers contact again of David Pittard, I think. So that car back into the race. And also there was a squirm right in front of Dan Harper from the FAT Porsche, which is the Herbert entry. So that's Dennis Olsen, who is in 7th, and Dan Harper 8th place in the BMW RMG M4.
Battle of the Italian supercars going on for 4th and 5th place. We've got Kylwitz in the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari 296. Now we've got a beautifully liveried Red Bull team at Lamborghini. They are not quite nose to tail. They're just making their way very delicately through the traffic. But 4th and 5th places, the number 1 Ferrari, last year's winners, very emotional winners here at the N24 in 2023, and the number 27, the Red Bull Lamborghini, circulating together and making their way in a very Italian-esque kind of chain of supercars.
Dennis Olsen having to breathe in past one of these Siroccos. It's really busy now, and in this, particularly this early on in the race, what tends to happen is that the starters in Group 2 and Group 3 are still very much clumped together. They've done barely a racing lap themselves, so when you start to catch the tail enders in start Group 3, this is where you're really earning your corn, because the conditions no doubt will have changed when you last passed this section of the track 25 kilometres ago, and you actually can't see much of the road in front of you because it is a wall of those, in inverted commas, slower cars. They're not going that slow at all. Into the carousel, and Dan Harper eager to try and recover some of these places then. This is the battle for 7th place, but the problem for him is he's got Dennis Olsen just ahead in the second best of the Porsches. Remember, it's the Grello Porsche that leads, now only by 0.6 of a second though, so Estre getting back ahead of Augusto Farfus. Those two are going to have a race-long scrap, it feels like. What a shame Frank Stippler can't get involved this early on, but once more I would say, Snowy, that Dan Harper's quicker than Dennis Olsen, but he just needs to find a way by.
Well, the car certainly seems quicker, but as you say, it's these tricky conditions, and this is where, yeah, all the experience of the young man will come into play. If for that car, these conditions, and it's just got to wait your time. It's not easy. It's a long race, though.
Yeah, and to me, the BMW seems a little bit more manoeuvrable. It's a bigger car, but it seems to be responding more to the steering application from Dan Harper as he negotiates Brunschens. Little sideways from the Frankie Bird-driven Mercedes from Bill Stein, running in 6th place. And again, it looks like it's raining a little more than it was a lap ago, Joe, so that you've got to continually adapt to these changing conditions.
Well, it's a voyage of discovery every time you head toward, because it's such a long track, so 25.3 kilometres, by the time you get back round to that corner that you were the previous lap, it can be completely different. It can be a little bit drier or less wet, or it can be a lot wetter, and that's the tricky thing. And it's kind of a voyage of discovery as you go on to the brakes at that point where you need to, and to optimise everything. Is it an optimised run at this point, though, Snowy, in this kind of race? Are we flat out? Are we absolutely on the nosy going into the braking areas?
Well, I'll put something to you there. Dan Harper started on pole position and dived into the pits as we suspected he might do, having gone for what appeared to be the wrong choice of slicks. Yeah, he dived in, lost the entire group, and how far behind is the leader now? 44 seconds. In a 24-hour race.
He's on it, isn't he?
He's on it, isn't he?
Yeah, and you can see the body language of that car as he's coming up to overtake. He is looking, as we have seen him, he's looking at the cars ahead of him. He's looking at the slower class cars ahead of him. And by the way, in a couple of minutes, we'll have a rundown of our class leaders and see who's where in the classes, which we'll do on the half hour throughout the 24 hours.
And just on that note of people coming up through the field, you've got to feel for Davy Pittard, who was one of the drivers of the winning team last year in that Fricadelli Ferrari. He's in the Valkenhaus number 34 Aston this year. He'd started 21st and fought his way up to P7 on that first lap before that puncture, however it was induced, came about. That's how far he'd got up the field already. So he might do the same again.
Dan Harper got in front of Dennis Olsen on the Dottinger Hoor, and they've arrived at Tiergarten still with the Norwegian ahead of the Ulsterman. So despite there being a better tow, I would have said, from the BMW and able to draft alongside, once the BMW pulled out from that tow from the Porsche, couldn't maintain the speed and therefore has not been able to get ahead of the number 5 car, I should say. But now on the braking into Yokohama S, the BMW looks slightly more stable. Dennis Olsen's taking a different approach to the Yokohama S though, and can get on the loud pedal a little earlier than that red, amber and white car, and they're going to be neck and neck again as they head down the hill and towards the left-hander at Goodyear Spanger. But the BMW is finally now in front. He had several stabs at that, including all the way down the Dottinger Hoor. Couldn't get it done as they crossed the line, but Dan Harper now up to 7th, Snowy.
Yeah, it's kind of been released, hasn't he, metaphorically? It's like you've got past that car, get on with it now. You've got a great opportunity, as we said during warm-up and a few other sessions of the Grand Prix circuit. You can take not more risk, but you've got more runoff, bit of wider track. You can do it. You can get a little bit done in that time before we get onto the Nordschleife. Let's see what he does on this next lap. Dan Harper, 72 in the BMW.
Very easy to be totally drawn in by the SP9 battle, but there are many different classes in this race, another 22 of them to be precise. And on the half hour of every race hour, we're going to give you an update. So Joe's going to do that this time around.
I'll do the first one. I'll kick things off. So the Cup 2 class, this is the race within this race. It's going to be so competitive. That's currently being led by Tom Coronel in the Max Cruz Racing Porsche. That's car 127. Another fan favourite class, the TCR battle. That's the number 830, the Hyundai Elantra. Lauk at the wheel of that one. The AT3 class, that's another of the Max Cruz stable. The number 50, Loiter at the wheel of that one. SP10 is being led by the 170 numbered Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Team. SRS Team Sorg Rensport, car 969. They're at the front of the Cup 3 class. Cerny Motorsport, car 145. They're leading the SP8T class. Door Motorsport, car 55. They're leading SP11. SP3T is being led by the number 776, the MSC Cinzig car, and then the SP6 Hofer Racing, the number 207 BMW being the leader there. The BMW M24i Adrenaline Motorsport are leading that. It's their 650 numbered version of their team cars. The VT2 Hecker class, car 510, no team information on that one. Beyond that one, SP7 is the number 80 Pulseline Racing Team. VT2 front is the number 486. V6 is the number 416. If I only say the number, it means I haven't got any team information in front of me. VT3 is the number 599 Kievan Sports and Racing entry. The V5 category is the number 446. The V4 category is the number 711. SP4T being led by the Subaru Technica International. That's the WRX four-wheel drive Subaru car 88. And then SP3 car 275. AT2 car 320 is the Four Motors entry, and then SP4 is car 152. We've got 23 classes here overall.
Now, I did say that Dan Harper wanted just past Dennis Olsen in the Herberth number 5 Porsche at the end of that lap, starting this lap, as it were. He's now also got past Frankie Bird in the number 3 Mercedes AMG, so he's up to 2 and other places now. But I tell you who else is on a bit of a charge moment, setting some very quick sector times. We're waiting for sector 7 to come in for my timing screen. But that's Lucas Stoltz in 14th position, the number 4 Mercedes Team HRT. That car is setting in some stonking times. When we look at the sector times of sector 5, we're looking at 10s, 11s, 12s. He's done a 2:04.9.
Yeah, Nico Menzel ahead of him at 2:10, so that's best part of 5 seconds more like, 5.2 I reckon, that Stoltz has gained on Menzel. That's got to be tyres as well, you would have to think, because the track's not staying as it was for the opening lap and indeed the second lap either. It's constantly evolving and all of these drivers are having to adapt accordingly. I noticed Hubert Haupt on a charge as well in the Team Advan by HRT Mercedes, having just got ahead of Dennis Olsen as well. So Dan Harper's now in front of the Norwegian and Hubert Haupt has followed suit. So that'll make Haupt now 8th and Olsen slipping back to 9th place in car number 5. Kevin Estre continuing to lead. They just completed another lap, so 3 in the book, and it's the Porsche in the Grello livery from Manthey EMA that leads by less than a second over Augusto Farfus in his BMW number 99 from Rover Racing. It's going to be a longer wait though before we see Frank Stippler, and unusual in that respect. Now I know that one of the Audis, the 15 car, has had a drama, and thank you to Peter Mackay for this. It was a screw in the tyre for car 15, which has meant that that car has had to pit for another set of Michelin tyres. The 16 car though, the sister at Scherer Sport, still going pretty well in 3rd place. Just one replacement tyre, in fact, for the 15 Audi, so not a full set. The affected tyre, the other 2 had plenty of meat on them, as the leaders are right together, boys, coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, this is... Do these boys know it's a 24-hour race out there?
Oh, yes.
At the moment. I mean, you know what? It's nothing more than what we would expect from the likes of Kevin Estre and Augusto Farfus. And that literally is a high-speed game of chess as they pick their way. They pick their next move. Is it going to be a pawn or a rook or a knight that they'll move when they come upon the next back marker? And from what we can see as well, conditions out there on the circuit, it doesn't look like it's getting any better, is it? The track, if anything, looks very, very slippery as Dan Harper clears another one, Snowy, and this one's the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini out there. So he's up into 5th spot already, and it's not going to be long, I think. I mean, what's the projection then? How long before we see Harper joining in with the Farfus and Estre party there at the front of the field?
I think he's a little way off yet, despite his progress. You get so far. I think once he gets to P3, he's still got to go past Kuvitz and the Fricadelli Ferrari, and of course Frank Stippler, who knows the place like the back of his hand in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. So I think his progress will slow a little bit there naturally, just because of the immense quality and experience of those in front. But a stunning drive by Dan Harper already.
You mentioned Lucas Stoltz a moment or 2 ago, Snowy. Well, yeah, he's just driven right past Marco Wittmann's BMW, I reckon. And how about the overtake from Dan Harper around the outside of Marco Mappelli into the steel strecker? Normally, well, many years ago, the track used to go just dead straight and up a steep incline of concrete. Instead, these days, it turns right and delivers you into the apex at the carousel. Mappelli just cannot do anything with his Lamborghini, and to the high side, Dan Harper waves him goodbye.
It was that opportunity knocks again that we saw from Farfus and then reversed back again, didn't we, later in the lap again from Estre. There was a back marker in the way. Mappelli just hesitated a little bit, sat behind it. That just gave enough time for Harper to see the gap on the left-hand side. And you say, let's go high side. It doesn't matter which side we go. A pass is a pass, and it was clean. Great job from Dan Harper.
There was an element of the Lamborghini looking like it was really struggling for grip, and I know this is something we're probably going to speculate on for the whole of this race if we're going to continue with this damp and wet and dry kind of race that we have. We're going to speculate as to what tyres that car was on. I'd like to think the Lamborghini was on maybe an intermediate, because the Harper car that we know for a fact is on the full wet just went past that car as if it was in a different category. He made easy work of that move.
Now, what's happened to the 98 Wittmann-driven Rover Racing BMW? Because Nico Menzel in the number 44 Falcon car is now right on the boot of Kolb's Lion Speed, similar Porsche, number 24. He's all over the back of that at Kleinen's carousel, is it not? Getting towards down to Schwalbenschwanz. So another battle between two Porsches here. The Lion Speed car not appearing to be as fast as its other Stuttgart counterparts in this race. Dan Harper, in the meantime, is right on the back of Kielwitz in the Ferrari, coming down the Dottinger. He's going to the right-hand side. Another place picked up for Dan Harper in the M4 BMW.
And he's just passed what is potentially the quickest car in a straight line, that Ferrari. And he's made that car. I mean, he was probably helped by the slipstream there, wasn't he? He got sucked along a little bit, but that Ferrari, we know, is the quickest car in a straight line.
Yeah, and I was impressed that actually Dan Harper could pull that off in one manoeuvre, because he tried that on Dennis Olsen in the Porsche a lap ago and couldn't make it stick into Antonius Bucher and Hohenrein. This time, much more convincing as he threads the eye of the needle back onto the main Grand Prix track with the Beetle to his right and a Porsche to his left, and almost on a tow rope, the Ferrari trying to hang on for as long as possible, Daniel Kielwitz. The other interesting thing, you've mentioned about two Porsches right together, Patrick Kolb and Nico Menzel, but Mike David Ortmann in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin is together with them as well, car number 35. I reckon 35's already been in, not only to change tyres, but they also took Patrick Assenheimer out of car 35, who started the race, and put Ortmann in. Is that because he's more used to these halfway house conditions? As Lukas Stolz got a good run coming out of the Kleiner carousel and was able to overtake the Herbert Porsche, still being driven by Dennis Olsen. So Stolz now up a place ahead of Olsen. He brought Marco Wittmann with him, and Stolz now runs 9th in the blue Bilstein Mercedes.
So just having a little glitch on my timing stream there, hadn't quite updated, so I wanted to get that just refreshed. But Dan Harper, a 9:23.1 was his best lap, the last lap of the race. And I think, if I'm correct, that's the fastest lap of the race so far. No, it is actually, it's Mauro Engel down in 20th at a 9:22.279. A little bit on his last lap.
A dry line's appearing, gentlemen. And if that dry line continues to appear and get ever lighter, the shade of grey coming from it, then whoever's on the full wet is going to start struggling. They may be wanting to think about moving offline, just getting onto the damp parts of the track, just taking a bit of heat out of the block tread on the car, as Farfus and Estra finding themselves in that situation. Obviously, the optimum line around this course is going to be on that drier line, and it's only going to give them an opportunity. The Nordschleifer is very, very hard to move offline, actually, if you're being chased down by the likes of Augusta Farfus. But they are going to find that that wet tyre is perhaps going to start giving up on them.
And also keep an eye a little bit further down the field. 17th overall at the moment, but of course leading the SPX category is Thomas Much in the Glickenhaus. That's just set its fastest lap of the race, but it's nicely progressing its way through. And I would say at 17th overall, that's a good position to be in at the start of this race, with having done that engine swap before the start and losing out and not taking part in Q3 therefore.
Hubert Hout really struggling now. He must be on wet tyres that are starting to burn up, because 3 cars got past him on the Hatzenbach. They were Frankie Bird, Lukas Stolz and Wittmann, and Dennis Olsen tried it too. In fact, is the Porsche, the FAT-sponsored car, past the all-black Advan machine? Yes, it is. So Olsen back up a position to 10th, I'd make it. Hubert Hout's dropped from 7th like a stone to 11th position. Race is fluctuating so much depending on what tyres you chose to start on and on which bit of the track you are. I've got to the bottom of the Patrick Assenheimer / Mike David Ortmann problem. That's got to be a driver ID glitch, because the car's not actually pitted yet, and yet without being in pit lane they've done 2 driver changes. No, they haven't really. Patrick Assenheimer is again named as the current pilot of car 35, and he's round the outside, in fact, of the second of the Vulcan cars. The first of them is off the road at Arenberg, and the 44 car then through the gravel trap. That's Nico Menzel. The other one that was side by side with Patrick Assenheimer has to therefore be Alessio Picariello, and they are far from on the ideal tyres either. So heading towards through Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, and the car that was ahead with the red door mirrors, 44 Nico Menzel, running out of road and into the gravel trap. He actually did really well to maintain the momentum. Alessio Picariello was ahead of him. They were trying to switch positions because Menzel was much faster on the approach to Schwedenkreuz, but then couldn't get it stopped, Snowy.
Yeah, exactly that. He'd got the run, hadn't he? And then just outbraked himself and understeered off into the gravel and allowed his teammate back through again. Trying to do the best thing by your teammate and getting it wrong.
All that action. I've been keeping up with the action in the Cup 2 class. They're currently running in 26th and 27th overall. However, they're running absolutely glued to one another. I'm talking about the number 121. It's the Michele Di Martino, the Kramer Racing UG & Co KG Porsche, who is being followed literally bumper to bumper by the Maxi Cruise Racing Porsche of Tom Coronel, car 127. There is, last time they went through a sector, it was 0.098. 98 thousandths of a second was the gap between them. So that's pretty much a wheel-to-wheel battle going on for Cup 2 lead.
Marcel Markovits and the Schnitzelalm Racing Mercedes could be about to make a bit of progress. His car earlier on in the race at 9:38 as a best, but struggling in the SP9 category, down in 19th position. Here's the Dacia Logan making its way down the Dottinger Hoor then and towards the tricky completion of the lap. Dacia Logan, which runs with a turbocharged engine. I'm really looking forward to Davey Uvema joining us in the commentary box during the next stint from Sportscar 365, because I know that he's got a little bit more information on this Dacia, which is hugely souped up. It's had to have basically a full suspension change because of the amount of power that this turbocharged power plant did now deliver. Something like 280 brake horsepower from that Logan. So it's an up rating on their equivalent chariot from last year that was sadly destroyed in the nighttime hours. Dan Harper's now on the back of Frank Stippler, and this is for third position. You were saying, Peter Snowden, not too long ago, he can't possibly catch the leaders. Well, he's now in the podium spots.
I was going to say, he just got past Frank Stippler. So, yeah, I mean, of all the people, I didn't think that he'd be able to defend that better, more robustly, it would be Frank Stippler. So Dan Harper, he's I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I want some.
I tell you what he had for breakfast, wrong tyre cereal. That's what he had for breakfast, because when he was put out there on those slicks and he went out, he thought, I've got to come into the pits now. I know I've just given away the pole position. I mean, that must be absolutely just daunting for him. And he just thought, that's the red mist that we're seeing there, isn't it?
What do you do as that situation? Nothing you can do about it. You've got to do it. You've got to suck it up, reset, and get on with it. And that's exactly what he's just done. And again, that favourite manoeuvre, he did it on Mapelli on the last lap, didn't he? On the right-hand, on the way up to Carousel. It's obviously one of his favourite little spots. That's 2 consecutive laps he's gained a place there.
Joe's always told me that's the karting line through the right-hander into the Carousel. Go pop up on the higher part of the track where there's less moisture.
Well, in the wet, Johnny.
That's what I'm saying.
The outside of the corner, not so much the Carousel, but I think the reason why they take that one on the Carousel is the concrete is so slippery when it's damp, and if you go in it, you can slip out. So I think there's a difference of opinion. The
high line at Stylestrecker, which is where he overtook Mapelli a lap ago, and he's now done Frank Stippler. That's not the racing line, but you can carry more speed around it because it's a shallower turning. And
especially if you're on the right tyre and it's the wet line, the proper textbook line can be a lot more slippy because it's got a layer of rubber on it and it's where everybody has been going round. So by staying on the outside, it is affectionately known as the karting line.
We've got sunshine now at Ice Curva, where fun and games are being had between Fred Vervisch in the 15 Audi. That's the one with the red door mirrors. He's sitting in behind Patrick Assenheimer's pink and blue Aston Martin, but also involved with this, a very gravelly looking Nico Menzel in the number 44 car, because remember, he left the road earlier on in this lap at Arenberg. So it's looking somewhat dusty now, the 44 car. Leading this quartet is Alessio Picariello, and actually Dennis Olsen's not that far in front either in the number 5 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport. As across the line, how close do you want it between the leaders? Porsche versus BMW, the Grello car up against it because Augusto Farfus got a killer exit out of Hohenrhein, hits the brake slightly later than the Frenchman alongside and will be able to take the race lead at the Yokohama S. However, the better exit from the Porsche, and now that Porsche's back in front. This is epic stuff.
Well, this is exactly what Joe said. They were going to have a race-long battle, certainly a session-long battle stint, and exactly the same thing there. Augustus Farfus on those 2 laps ago when he got ahead of Estra, read the situation ahead, looked at the back mark of the 633 Porsche as it was, read the situation, got down the inside. Kevin Estra saw him coming there, let him go for it to wait to do that. Stayed to the right-hand side. You could see the Porsche snaking under braking there, letting the BMW come through, the big front-engined M4, and he just went wide all the way through, literally opened the door for him to get back on the inside and retake the lead. So 2 lead changes between the start-finish line and the first corner. This is proper racing.
It's intelligence though, isn't it? These guys are so experienced. There's no need to wheel bang. It's pure racing, this. This is why we love it. It might be a 24-hour race, but these guys are racing wheel to wheel, and that's just intelligence.
What BMW will like is the amount of power you can get coming out of Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, you know, because we had a race, an NLS race earlier on in the year, decided on that run out of the final corner to the finish line, and that's when the lead change happened. Now the Ferrari and the Mercedes are side by side, so Luca Stolz in the blue Merc and the red and white livery of Fricadelli, last year's winners, being driven by Daniel Kylwitz, as Dan Harper's just crossed the line and does set the fastest lap of the race so far. It's a 9:13.4, and this is the first of the meaningful pit stops now as Frank Bird peeled off after lap 5, although he's only showing 4. But this is a fuel stop, so it has to be 5 laps completed for Frank Bird. That will be down to where the timing loop is in pit lane, I'm sure, and in a moment it will trigger as at the end of his 5th lap. And also in pit lane, there was a Porsche as well, which has just departed right, and trying to work out which of the Porsches that is. As one of the Cup 2 cars has also come in, Gabriele Piana. So early stops, but Dan Harper has stayed out. The difficulty for him now is that although he's going at a similar speed to the race leaders, there's 40 seconds to try and find on those dueling Porsche versus BMW. So Estra and Farfus in a league of their own, and principally that's down to the choice of tyre.
Dan Harper's starting tyre, the slicks, would have been perfect now. However, it was information coming from the team that they made that change onto wets for safety reasons, and also I think there was an element of we are going to lose too many places in this wet period. They knew the drier period of weather was coming, however they would have lost too much, and I know we've seen him gain ground, but I tell you what, I bet he can't wait to get those jelly-like wet tyres off that BMW now.
I totally agree, Joe, that it was a fortune favours the brave, but Slicks was not the right choice at the start of this race, and ends up in the barriers, no fault of his own. He would not be in P3 now, having done that start on those Slicks and tried to run it through. They might be right now, but we're, what, 30, 40 minutes into the race now, so no, absolutely not.
Yeah, only thing I'd sell me soul for is hindsight. It's worth it.
100%. Dennis Olsen was the other car that I thought was in pit road, but needed confirmation of it on the timing screen. That was a little delayed, but is now confirmed. So Herbert Motorsport pitting after lap 5. Frank Bird in the number 3. Bilstein Mercedes came in after 5 tours. And Hubert Haupt quite clearly on the wrong tyre in the all-black number 6 Mercedes of Team Advan by HRT. That car has also pitted at the earliest opportunity for fuel. Nico Bastian in the Pro Sport Aston Martin will join them. The advantage, I suppose, of pitting after only 5 laps is that this stop can be very, very quick. As now, are the Falcon cars going to switch positions once more? Alessio Picariello. Well, this was on the cards at Arenberg about a lap or so ago. They're heading for Schwedenkreuz once more. I'm closing my eyes here now, because will Nico Menzel be able to stop heading into Arenberg? It is drier on this occasion, and yes, Menzel's brake lights come on, and he avoids the gravel on the left.
Well, they don't want to trip over one another again at that point. Fastest, not fastest. Race leader, Kevin Estre, 9:19.999. Augustus Farfus in second, 9:19.8. Dan Harper in third, 9:13.4. However, fastest lap of the race, Mauro Engel might be in 14th in the 1:30 Get Speed Mercedes, 9:11.5. It's definitely drying. And there's that Frank Stippler running a bit wide. Is that what's Frank Stippler running a bit wide there?
He was pushed off the track.
No, pushed off the track. He was. So it's Fred Reviche, isn't it? In the other one, in the other Shearer car.
Yes, not Stippler, but you're right, in the red door mirrored car. And Lucas Stoltz has been off the road and had an outforce. That was a couple of moments ago, but Lucas Stoltz was battling with Frank Stippler, who escapes into the distance. So I don't know whether that was contact side to side with the Audi, or whether he just misjudged the grip level approaching the clearing. But yeah, Verviche was involved in another incident, and that's the one that has Menzel, Picariello and Assenheimer. They're all circulating together in this pack of four, and there was a half spin from Assenheimer. Then the next moment I looked, Verviche was all over the grass coming out of the hairpin and giving him a bit of a helping hand. Out further into the scenery was Nico Menzel, who now should be in front and into 10th place.
I'm just slightly concerned about Lucas Stoltz there having clattered the barriers with the front right of that AMG Mercedes. Has it done any suspension or steering damage? And we'll see how well the car comes through the remaining sectors, whether it comes back to the pit or not.
You know what? We've got another 23 hours of this. I'll tell you how great this is. My mate Darren Wood, who's a massive N24 fan, he's been here many times. Disappointing to not see him here this year. He's got his wife Tony involved in this. She's loving it. So this must be a great race if Tony's sitting there and watching it.
It is, for me, there is way more jeopardy involved in this race than any other, because you could literally end your race at the next corner of every single lap, folks, of a 24-hour race. And yes, we've got two leaders who've scampered away to a 40-second lead over, well, it's now being shown as 32 seconds, so maybe Dan Harper's cutting that gap. I think he might be here and there. However, it's not like a race that lasts 90 minutes, let's say, and you think, oh, well, the leader's away by 30-odd seconds. That can honestly change in a lap, because if there is an incident somewhere out on the racetrack, then there are yellow flags and often a code 60, and that is the chance to catch sometimes 10 or 15 seconds in the close down into an incident. So you cannot take your eyes away from this and start to think, well, it's all done and dusted, because things will change on the final tour tomorrow at about 10 to 4 in the afternoon.
Bit more of a gap for Dan Harper to catch now on Augustus Farfus in front of him. 40 seconds he's got to bring down. So he's got his head down and just get on with it now. As it hasn't got somebody to physically race, and that's always an impetus for a driver when you've got somebody to physically race. But what will happen is, assuredly, if he does catch up with Farfus, he'll lock him in his sights, and all of a sudden that will come into play even more so.
Weather forecast report, guys. Rain I can see coming between 6 and 6:30 local time, considering it's 5 to 4 now. We're going to have about 2 to 2.5 hours of dry running, I think, without any rain, and then we've got a little pocket of rain that's going to pop up and give us a bit of light rain. I'm not sure how heavy that's going to be, but that's the projection from the satellite now.
Harper gained 4 seconds in Sector 3 alone on the two leaders. He then chiselled away another 3 and a bit seconds on both Estre and Farfus. Is this the time for the two runaway leaders to say, this is as far as we can go on this tyre? It's now getting too dry, and are we going to see both of them into the pit lane at the end of lap 6? They cannot afford to continue to do 9:19s when the chasing Dan Harper is getting down to 9:13 last time around. It might even be a 9:10 at the end of this lap, as we're getting word about car 506 getting a flag for the non-respect of track limits. Well, it's almost self-policing around this place, isn't it? That's the GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing BMW 330i, as Nico Menzel is now behind Fred Verviche. Well, these two were duelling for position on the Grand Prix track not too long ago. Menzel looking for a good run into the Stefan Beloff S, and we're heading for Schwabenschwanz around the next corner. He slips by, and Verviche couldn't hold him back. Yes, has got by as Nico Menzel.
The thing you've got to ask about Dan Harper car is how much has he taken out of those tyres, or how much is he continuing to take out of those tyres degradation-wise to achieve those 6 seconds a lap quicker?
Leaders are in. I thought they had to be in. They were going to lose too much time next time around. Now, did the 911 come in as well? I'm seeing the 99 of Augusto Farfus, and none of the final sectors have been triggered by Kevin Estre. Well, he was certainly on the Dottinger Hohe, so almost certainly that car has come down pit lane as well. I'm just peering forward in our commentary position to see if I can see the Grello car. It's a difficult car to miss, but it must have come into pit lane, and that should mean that Dan Harper will take the race lead, even though he's 40 seconds, but it's actually 32 seconds further back. He'll go across the line and should take the race lead.
He stayed out.
Yeah.
Estre hasn't pitted.
He didn't pit, right? No. Okay.
Yeah, he hasn't showed that he came into the pit.
Well, why have we not got a lap time? Or is that because my screen is a touch behind? Let's have a look.
It might be.
Yeah, OK. I'm looking at another slightly more reliable screen, and I've got him now, so he's on the Grand Prix track.
Harper's into the pits, though. Harper in the 72. Those wet tyres have finally given up the ghost for him, I think. He's been really taking the using the energy out of them, and in the pits now, he'll be going on to a slick tyre, no doubt.
So Estre stayed out. I don't know whether that's the right decision or not. 45.8. He's just done, well, the car's best Sector 2 time. Lucas Stoltz in the number 4 car did not pit. So Harper in. They've all come in, apart from Estre and Stoltz. The other thing is it's very, very busy in pit lane now. And we already talked about the Grello car actually spending most of its weekend in an awning a couple of rows further back in the paddock, but they have to obviously do the pit stops in the conventional mouth of the garage on the working apron. The very second-hand looking 15 car, because that's been off the road at least once. It was also getting pummeled by Nico Menzel during its arm wrestle in the opening stint. All of these cars look like they've been in a race for about 12 hours, and they've only done 40-odd minutes.
It's the wet track, isn't it? It brings that. And remember that those grassy off-track sections, they might look nice and green, but it doesn't take much to churn up the mud there. They're all absolutely saturated. We've had a lot of rain in this Eifel region of Germany in the last few weeks, not just this week. And the moment you put a wheel off there, you're going to bite through the grass and create mud. And of course, when the cars come back onto the track, they're bringing that mud back onto the track, and that ends up on the cars. So already we've got cars that after just over an hour, we're already looking like we've been out there for many more than that, 23 hours, 24 hours. Seeing cleaner cars finish 24-hour races than what we're seeing now.
Yeah, I said 40 minutes. That shows you how much time is flying whilst we're having fun here, because you rightly say it's 60 minutes already done. And if the next 23 hours can be as fun as the opening, then we're in for a classic. So Estre leading, and by a very decent chunk of time, 47 seconds over Luca Stoltz. And everybody else will steadily be rejoining the racetrack, including the 99 of Augusto Farfus, back into 4th place. The number 3 car that was started by Frank Bird. Well, that pitted out of sequence, as in it fitted after 5 laps. As now on the racetrack, Dan Harper delivered back into a battle that involves still Dennis Olsen, I reckon, who's at the wheel of number 5. Yes, Olsen stayed in that car.
Well, Lucas Stoltz had done a 9:08 compared to the race leader Kevin Estre's Manthey Porsche on a 9:15. But Adam Christodoulou in the Get Speed Mercedes now just an 8:48.7. So Estre must come in for tyres this lap.
Do you think Christodoulou started on the slick then? Because that I mean, an 8:48, that's a magnificent attempt. Is he on a cut slick maybe?
It was cut slick, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
Cut slick, that's coming to the fore. And by staying out, the leader, the 911 Manthey car, the Mercedes AMG HRT of Stoltz and Christodoulou now up into 3rd, just behind them. And what cars are in 2nd and 3rd, gentlemen? Mercedes. We thought that they would come to the fore come Saturday and Sunday, and there they are.
23 hours to go, though.
I know. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil me energy.
How much of this 47-second lead is Kevin Estre going to have over Lucas Stoltz towards the end? Because Stoltz's lap, who also has not pitted, he did a 9:08 at the end of lap 6, where it's a 9:15 for Kevin Estre. So that's 7 seconds burned straight away. And the sector times, again, are favouring well, are still favouring the Mercedes.
Yeah, Frankie Bird. Sector 5 and Sector 7. He's 5, 6, 7 seconds quicker in each of those than anything else at the moment in a Mercedes.
Yeah. So, and that's not just down to the manufacturer, it's also down to being on the correct tyres now and the track significantly drying. That's why I have concern for Kevin Estre, who has just done a 2:03.6, but 6 more seconds burned out of that lead by Lucas Stoltz. And a 47-second advantage at the start of the lap could easily be down to about 30 seconds, maybe smaller than that, because Stoltz has just done the best sector to date through Sector 5, as he goes into the shortish Sector 6, and then the very much unknown Sector 7, which is the longest on the racetrack. 2:35 is the best time we've seen to this point in the race, but it could very easily get lower. As now Kevin Estre's looking for a way by one of the slower BMWs that began in start group 3. Fully dry line though now as it turns right.
Not just fully dry, Johnny, the sun's shining. That means that dry line is going to expand across the width of the track because the sun is hot here, and it's going to start dissipating and drying that up. It's going to cause the campsites to be very, very muggy, isn't it? The humidity level's going to go through the roof. So all the German fans here will probably have to drink more beer, which is never a bad thing, I suppose. But yeah, a completely different track condition now. And my forecast is for the next couple of hours at least.
Frank Stippler taking advantage of that in the Audi. Might be 9th, but he's setting again purple sector times all the way through. So watch out for Frank Stippler working back up the order, and it can't be that long before we see Kevin Estre coming towards the end of this lap, and surely he's going to bring the Manthey Grello Porsche into the pits for fresh tyres at the end of this lap.
Has to, because he won't have fuel either. Remember, you can do an 8-lap stint during the race, but they've all done a formation lap as well, so the opening stint can never go beyond 7 laps, and he will be completing that in the next few minutes, the next probably 4 minutes or so. And the times that are, well, have been consistently above the 9-minute marker will surely be dropping below that and into the 8 minutes, as Estre has to adjust his line coming into the Schwab-Schwanz. Some slower cars that are very sensibly going off the concrete to allow the quicker car through. This is why you're very pleased that you've wrapped your car in a bright yellow and highlighted green colour, because it should stand out in the door mirrors for those up ahead. And now through Gaugenkopf and through quite a lot of smoke. Now, is that down to the barbecues, or is that down to a car in strife on the Dottinger Hohe? I think it's more likely to be to do with lunch.
We've still got that 8 minutes 48.7 from Christodoulou, and from what I can see, Snowy, there's no other cars gotten underneath the 8-minute mark. Still over 9 minutes. I know we've got a couple of laps due very, very quickly, in a very short space of time, so we'll see just if those times are beginning to come down.
Yeah, that 8:48.7 from Adam Christodoulou in the Get Speed car, the Team Haupt car ahead of Lucas Stoltz. That's one that's on a 9:08, as you say, and it's not even under 9 minutes, so a 9:08 and an 8:48. Kevin Estre brings the race-leading Manthey 911 Porsche car, number 911, that is, into the pits. As expected, not just for tyres. He desperately needs tyres, but no matter how much he needs tyres, he needs fuel even more. Yeah,
you're not going to be able to complete an 8th lap in this phase of the race, and they knew that, and ideally they wanted to get to 7 laps, I'm sure, at Manthey, to not get out of sequence too early in the race. You're then potentially chasing your tail throughout the rest of it if you do 6 + 8 + 8 and then continue that all the way through to the finish. So often the lesson to be learned in this race is to go as long as possible into the stint. Lucas Stoltz likewise has not yet pitted for the first time, so he was always going to come in. Car number 8 though, oh yes, that will also come in as well in the hands of Adam Christodoulou, so it'll leave Augusto Farfus, assuming he can get to the line before others rejoin the race, and he should be able to do that. Augusto Farfus and the BMW will lead but it's a question as to whether the Porsche on the fresher tyres and then the full fuel tank will be able to keep pace with the BMW. This is the beauty of equalising the delivery of the fuel, is that if you pit after only 6 laps, you get a slightly shorter pit stop to serve than a 7-lap stint. So the BMW will eke out a bit of a gap as a result of this.
Yeah, another thing I love about the complexities of the regulations for the N24. It just there are so many layers to not just the regulations of how you behave on the track, but the pit stop regulations, as you've just mentioned there, Johnny, not as straightforward as just coming into the pits and taking on the maximum amount of fuel. There's a lot of consideration, and if you're a strategist for these teams, add in that strategy, and the complexity of that strategy is then exacerbated more, and even more so with a 25.3 kilometre track. Working out where you are in relation to the cars that you are racing with, and all right, perhaps not so much in the SP9 top class, the GT3 spec class, but certainly in the classes below, where cars are not necessarily running nose to tail, and strategizing and working out when you're going to pit is kind of taken away from you with regards to your fuel window. But whether that's be 7 laps or 8 laps in respect of the SP9s, yeah, that's always going to be an anomaly. But then you can't save fuel here, can you? You can, I mean, you can save fuel over the course of a few hours.
Adam Christodoulou thinks he can save fuel because he's just gone onto an 8th lap, and that car has not pitted yet. Now, I don't know this has ever been done before. However, does he think the amount of rainfall earlier on has saved him enough fuel, because they weren't going around at top speed, to eke out? It may only be half a lap that he needed, but we're going to find out in a minute whether you can do 8 laps as an opener.
The problem is with saving fuel, if you've got 0.8 of a lap, it's not enough.
Useless.
It's massive. It's a massive amount of fuel that you're carrying. 0.8 of a lap round here. I don't know how many kilograms that would be. 0.9 of a lap's no good. You need a full lap.
Especially because the lap ends with your throttle wide open. It's not as if you can save fuel down the Dottinger Hoare, unless you just want to feather the throttle a little bit. But, well, Adam Christodoulou, we learnt late on this past week that he was going to be on double duty in 2 different cars. He's not the only driver to be doing that in this year's race. Was this his call in the number 8 Get Speed Mercedes that he shares with Luki Auer and Philippe Ellis and Michael Grenier? Let's see whether it works.
Well, he set an 8:30 doing that, but then I'll tell you what's going to play into his hands now with that 8th lap on that fuel is we've got our first code 60 of the race, taking just over an hour. This is for the 680 BMW M240i that is currently stranded. I was just looking where it was. It's at Flugplatz. Just after Flugplatz, heading into Schwedenkreuz, and appears to be stopped. According to my tracker, or our tracker, it is parked on the left-hand side of the track. So our first code 60 in 2024.
Superb overtake a couple of moments ago from Dan Harper on Dennis Olsen again, getting a super slipstream coming out of Galgenkopf. And the reason for the code 60 that you were just mentioning could very easily be for BMW 240i number 680. This is part of the 240i Racing Cup class.
Can I just mention, if our listeners and viewers may be familiar with the term code 60 in the 24h series, we don't mean a full course code 60. Segments of the track where issues are being rectified is the part of the track. So you've got a section of track under code 60 regulations, in the same way as you would have a yellow flag section of the track. Moving on from the yellow flag, it's a code 60. So it's not a full course code 60 like we may have seen in the 24h series.
Well, that's for Flugplatz, or at the part of the track. And what's happened there is that this 330i BMW appears to have gone off, maybe not have hit the barriers, but it's gone off on the right-hand side. I haven't seen enough information yet to know, but it's definitely gone off on the right, or gone to the grass on the right-hand side of the track, pulled debris back on, which is now an intervention vehicle. The car's much further on, the competition car, but there's now a intervention vehicle further back, which is now, with a massive leaf blower, blowing all the detritus and debris back onto the grass, as it were, to get the track clear. So that's why we have the code 60, so all the drivers can peel over to the left-hand side, but 60k, let the marshals do their work and get on. I think also the 330i has already got a tow and is heading back out of its way. And of course, they'll always encourage cars to come back into the race as well. It'll be pulled back into a safe place, but out of harm's way.
We understand Adam Christodoulou started on a cut slick for Frank Bird, number 3 as well. Now, I don't know whether that was leading into the pit stop or coming back out again. Maybe the cut slick will continue to work, but you'll need a little bit of moisture here and there. The lead, therefore, for Christodoulou is 26, nearly 27 seconds over the chasing Augusto Farfus, who pitted after 7 laps. But remember, Christodoulou will have to pit this time around as everybody's slowing on the approach to this incident scene. Remind me, Snowy, where you said this was again?
Flugplatz.
OK, so there's the right-hander of Flugplatz itself, and then that run towards Schwedenkreuz. But
yeah, sorry, just after, quite right. Sorry, John.
Is it after Flugplatz?
Just after Flugplatz, my apologies, yes.
OK, so the affected area, it looked like it was just the up-to race BMW from the 240i Racing Cup class.
Looks like he's gone off on his own. It was parked on the left-hand side. Couldn't see if there's any damage on the car, but it had definitely gone onto the right-hand side of the track. That's where the intervention vehicle is, getting all that debris off the track. So I'm thinking he's maybe run wide, then just kissed the barrier and put a toe link out or something, and therefore needed a straight toe to get it off the track.
Adam Christodoulou, driving on fumes, has just done the fastest Sector 5 time of anybody, although Augusto Farfus goes even quicker than that and goes purple, and he's got a full tank on board the BMW.
There's no lifting and coasting going on there, JP. He's absolutely on it, isn't he? And I'll tell you who else is on it. This is from Jochen Frozen Speed out there on the track. Gabriele Piana, remind me whose car he's in, just jumped higher at Flansgarten than any of the GT3 cars during qualifying. So Piana,
he's not in a GT3 car, he's in the third-placed Cup 2 car of Black Falcon, number 103.
So he's getting some air underneath that car.
How does he measure it?
Oh, it's just purely, it's like
by eye.
Subjective. Yeah, it's Jochen's judgment.
Well, the 2 leading Cup 2 cars came in at the end of that lap. That was 7 laps for the Porsche 1 makers. And the 131 led at the time of those pit stops. Driving 131, the entry from Teichmann Racing, is Luca Rettenbacher. And he was followed in number 125 by the Uber Motorsport Porsche from Cup 2, which for the opening stint has Thomas Kiefer at the wheel. So Gabriele Piana will need to complete this latest lap to ensure that he's still in front. But there's no doubt about him taking every single risk possible. This might even be an in-lap for Piana, so that's why he's pushing so hard. Waiting for Christodoulou to appear at the end of Sector 7. He's desperate to get back to the pits because that's when he can get some more fuel, you see. But nobody's told him that the quicker you go, the more you're going to burn it. They must have done their calculations correctly, though, at get speed. They are no fools there and have run Pro and Pro-Am cars together in the same race for a number of years.
And as Adam Christodoulou in that car, I mean, winner here in 2016 with the Black Falcon Mercedes. He's been a Mercedes Works driver for I don't know how long. And, seeing that driver behind the wheel is just phenomenal. There's nothing he doesn't know about how to drive that Mercedes AMG GT.
True. This has become his new backyard. The driver originally from the West Midlands in the UK, but spent certainly the last few years far more months here of his life getting his name out there, really, and became a Mercedes specialist, well, about 10 years ago, and as you say, was in that lineup that included Mauro Engel and Schneider and Metzger, and took victory the last time. Now, a few moments ago, an Aston Martin pirouetting, and the 176 amazingly was not hit by Alessio Picariello, but that was the run down towards Brightside, and the Dorint sponsored car thankfully got away with that, assuming that it kept it out of the barriers as well. Frank Stippler's right on the tail of the FAT Herbert car and almost overlapping. They were kissing wheel arches. Stippler to the inside, attempting an overtake into Klostertal. He's absolutely off his head, Frank Stippler.
I think they're all off their head racing around here in these cars. Always have said that from the very first time I came here in 2014.
Well, he got it done.
How on earth do these boys and girls race these GT3 cars around here? Incredible. Talking of racing any car around here, update on the Dacia Logan. Lackmeyer is the driver. He's 5th in the SB3T class, running 122nd. He is not last. We've got 127 cars in this field, and the Dacia currently running ahead of 3 BMW, two 325i BMWs, a BMW 325Ci and a BMW 330. So the Dacia running ahead of those cars at the moment.
Christodoulou's made it back. In all fairness and all credit, they have done their calculations perfectly. Now, they will have to sit in the pit lane for the longest time now, officially the longest time, because everybody else behind either pitted after 7 laps or 6 laps, or in the case of Frank Bird, 5 laps. But Christodoulou's made it to 8 in the green and black number 8 Mercedes. Tremendous effort from Get Speed, Snowy.
Yeah, I just wonder how much that Code 60 helped. It wasn't going to run out of fuel. They're not a team that's going to let it run out of fuel, but that must have been a bit of a relief. Some of that, there's a bit of a Code 60. There's a little bit less fuel to use on this lap, but I'm sure their calculations were spot on.
Did they also think, though, in those early laps where it was very changeable conditions, almost on the radio to Adam saying, you don't need to push here because some cars can't even start on the tyres they'd chosen. Some cars needed to come in after laps 1 and 2 to change. Don't push like crazy, and we might even be able to make it to 8 laps here.
And sometimes you've got to let the race come to you, and it's the first hour, and I think that's absolutely spot on, Johnny. Just don't worry about it. Let it come to you. Nice and bright and almost evening sunshine here now.
Yeah, beautiful.
Commentary box door open. The smell of barbecues coming in.
Yeah,
it's wonderful, isn't it?
I'm going to sit hours away in our break, Snowy. I've got the barbecue here. Yeah.
Remember,
the bratwurst.
Remember, I don't like sausages.
Do you want bratwurst, Johnny? Yeah. Do you want the chili one?
Oh, now then.
Yeah.
Got any frites and mayo?
Of course we have.
Excellent. Alongside,
I'll get the deep fat fryer on.
Code 60 has now ended, so we're back to a full course green, finally.
Now, staying out and into the race lead will be Augusto Farfus, and he is partway round the Grand Prix track on lap number 9. Remember, he pitted after 7 laps. Frank Bird was an early-ish stopper. I'm just going to remind myself of precisely which lap he came in. Not sure whether my timing screen will actually offer me that information. I'll recall that, but he was definitely after lap 6 or 5. He was one of the early group, Frank Bird. So slightly lighter on fuel in car number 3. And we know all about Dan Harper, who pitted after the formation lap and before the first racing lap. But Harper definitely on the right tyres now. He's just done the quickest of the 2 segments on the Grand Prix lap. That's effectively split into 2 40-minute divisions. And he goes purple through sector 2, does Dan Harper. So it's a gap of 36 seconds now to the race leader. Farfus to Bird is 15 seconds. And the other one to keep our eye on is the improvements from Frank Stippler, because Stippler felt he was being held up by Dennis Olsen, did that amazing overtake up the hill through Kesselchen, and then as the car slowed down to head through the much more meaningful left-hander at Klostertal, charged his way up the inside of the number 5 FAT Porsche, had sliced his way into 4th position, and he should now be right with Daniel Harper in the 72 car. I'll wait till I get a glimpse of those cars very, very shortly. Stippler might have been a tad frustrated with the start of this race. He was about 30-odd seconds down, but now he is right with Harper. They've just gone through the split at the end of Sector 3, which is the right-hand kink at Flutplatz after Kittelpacker, and they flashed through almost as one. So Harper now under stern pressure from the Scherer Sport Audi for 3rd and 4th places.
Well, it's kind of like a role reversed, isn't it? I said when Dan Harper was coming up through the field that once he got to Frank Stippler, he might find that a bit of a hard stop. Well, he didn't. He breezed past it, and Frank Stippler's like, well, let you have that one, and now it's my turn. Let's see how good you are, son.
We're heading into Adenauer Forst now, and Harper's BMW right ahead of those headlights that are burning a hole into the back of the RMG BMW. They snake their way towards Metzgersfeld, and this is a battle for 3rd position, which is about 20-odd seconds adrift of where Augusto Farfus finds himself placed. So it's 18 seconds farthest to Bird, but much tighter. 0.2 through the last sector between Harper and Frank Stippler, and then Dennis Olsen, who is struggling to hang on to these two cars, now third and fourth. That's 5.5 seconds, which is only going to grow, I reckon, on this particular lap. The other one to be mindful of is Lukas Stoltz. He's put some purple much further down the order. I mean, Stoltz is 13th, but again, he pushed further into the opening stint. So strong cars in this phase of the race aren't necessarily in those top 5 positions. That's why you need eyes absolutely everywhere.
We've got some hot off the press news from Aston Martin. Thank you, Mr. Strang, again. They were actually up to P3 when it was a Mercedes that spun and tagged David Pittard. That information obviously been after able to have a chat to David, and he explained exactly what happened.
So he's up to third, and the Mercedes spun, so must have been ahead of him on the road. Was that Engel? Because Engel dropped positions really early on, didn't he?
That's exactly what happened, Johnny. Yeah.
So Engel's dropped down to 17th and cleaned Pittard out at the same time because it was on the opening lap. OK, well, that answers 2 big stories that have emerged from this opening hour and a bit.
Have we mentioned where Adam Christodoulou has dropped to? Did you mention that, guys?
Not after the latest pit stop. Oh, sorry, you did say.
Oh, you did, yeah.
So where was it? Because I don't know.
He's dropped to 19th. Where's he gone? Yeah, 22nd. Just come through there. 22nd is where he's dropped to. So that's going to be interesting, because as we, as I say, flip-flop through the pit stop phases, Adam's going to come rising through as the cars ahead of him pit, and if he can stretch that fuel the way he's proved that he can at the very outset. Remember, he's got a longer stint of fuel, hasn't he, now that he's refreshed?
Well, they're only going to do 8 laps now from this point all the way to the finish. The point is that cars around him will be pitting at best a lap before he does, because he's the only one who's done an 8-lap stint to open things up. I've never known that before as an opener, but it's because he was able to fuel save, surely, in the first half of the stint, and Get Speed have got him onto an 8th lap and the formation lap, and he managed to make it on fuel. So he's going to be pitting on 16 laps and 24 laps, whereas Farfus, for example, will next be in at the end of lap 15. 7 plus 8, and then 888 all the way to the finish, and then let's see where we are in relation to the checkered flag. So it could have put him in a very strong position. He's dropped way down now, but he'll bubble back to the surface at the end of the next stint.
There's going to be lots of complexity coming yet. I mean, we look out the window, the sun's shining, it's bright, it's dry, it's quite hot out there, actually. I can feel the heat coming into the box. However, I'm sorry, everybody, the forecast is for more rain to come, and more importantly, the rain is going to stay a little bit longer than it has been today.
Which means we've got all these phases of, a little bit of wet there and dry there, and it's judgment calls all the time. It's not about pure pace. It's not about how good your driver has plugged into the car is at the moment. How good are they feeding back and judging the current conditions?
Well, talking about judgment calls and pace, it's happening now between... Seems really odd to be talking about podium positions just only an hour into a 24-hour race. But Dan Harper, that shot back up through the field, having to surrender pole position and go onto those wet tyres, got it back up to 3rd position now. It's Frank Stippler all over him like a cheap suit in that Audi, and he's trying everything in the book to do that. So Dan Harper really got his work cut out, keeping Frank Stippler behind him. Somebody that knows the ring absolutely like the back of his hand. But Dan Harper, he's not going to give up here, and they're going to come down onto the Dottingham fairly shortly. Can the Audi get a drag on the BMW as he did in reverse to get that position back earlier on?
We get to find out whether the Audi is particularly strong towards the end of the lap as well. We've really only got these 2 Scherer Sport cars to base that on, the 16 that Stippler drives and the 15 with Fred Vervies. There is a Jutta Racing Audi R8 that's been entered as well, but it's on different tyres, good years for the Lithuanian squad, and I think they would admit that they're not quite on the same level as Scherer Sport PHX. Picking up a toe from one of the Hyundais as well. There are 3 Elantras in this race. It doesn't matter what class they're in, they're still punching a hole in the air, and that certainly helped Frank Stippler along the way. And now Dan Harper's going to be compromised by the Schnitzelarm Mercedes. I think that's the Treble 1 heading into Hohenrhein. It's certainly not one of the SP9 cars. Treble 1 runs in SP10, and Harper now with huge pressure on the rear wing of the BMW as they come right in front of us. Headlights ablaze for Frank Stippler, looking to the inside. Is he going to brake a little bit later? Of course he is. It's Frank Stippler, and he will take the position temporarily, It depends, though, how good the BMW is coming out of the Yokohama race. Slightly wider line for the Ulsterman on the way in, but he can't get the power down quite as early as the slightly shorter R8.
Yeah, Dan Harper took the right-hand line there like Kevin Escher did earlier, but unfortunately had a little snap understeer in the middle there for the BMW. It just cost him that time when he wanted to get on the power. I'd have thought it would have been traction issue, but it wasn't. It was a little bit of understeer just at the apex there, just what he didn't really need. So he couldn't then take the fight back to Frank Stippler. However, it's not done yet. Neither of these are going to give up. Stippler's got the job done. He's run a little bit deep now, and it looks like Harper's going to get the exit there. Can he do it? Not quite yet. All over the back of the Audi now. The roles have been totally reversed.
All of a sudden, the chased car becomes the chaser. Slightly higher line then through the Goodyear Carer from Frank Stippler. I was trying to work out whether that was deliberate or he just caught the brakes a tad too late. Still got good drive off that corner. And now through the left-hander at Ravenol Curva, Bilstein Curva, the Vidal chicane to come next. Lights flashing once more. That's because there's a bit of traffic out of the vision of Frank Stippler, and the BMW's picking up some side draft just over the right shoulder of Frank Stippler. Meanwhile, let's not lose our attention on the Maro Engel-driven Mercedes number 130 that is running in 14th position. Lucas Stoltz up ahead and Fred Vervisch involved with this as well. Vervisch in the Audi with the red rear wing end plates, and they are arriving into the Goodyear Carer absolutely together. Stoltz behind the Engel car, which we think had that spin which accounted for the puncture on David Pittard's Aston Martin, and a terrific drive from 20-odd position up to third, sadly, was ended even before Pittard could cross the line for the first time. So 12th, 13th, 14th together. Alessio Picariello is also involved with this in the number 33 car. And Picariello slightly wider through that corner, but does not gain a place. Or did he pick off Engel in that manoeuvre? They all arrived into the first corner. There was a touch between Stoltz and Vervisch as he was trying to find an inside line into the first corner on the racetrack, and Vervisch had to jump out of the way of Stoltz. That looked fairly innocuous, wheel arch to wheel arch, but sometimes that's the sort of incident, Joe, that can bite back hours further into the race.
You've got to drive like this at this race. It's incredible to think that, you know, with so many, we've only had less, what, 2 hours? I haven't said, I've got
an hour and
23 yet. Yeah. I mean, it's incredible, but you've got to drive like this because every metre counts, and it's going to pay back when we get to the end of this race and we see these cars race to the flag. We're on the half hour, everybody, so it's about that time for our update with regards to our classes and our class runners. So I'm just going to find that for us, and as I say that, I've lost it, so I'll just make my way down. So Cup 2 is being led, so this is outside of SB9 and SB6, which is pretty much what we're talking about constantly, because that's where the battle is at the front. It's Piana in the leaping Black Falcon Porsche that is leading the Cup 2 class, and he's got pulled a little bit on the rest of the Cup 2 runners. AT3 has got the Max Cruz Golf, the GTI Golf from Max Cruz Racing, car number 50 with the loiter at the wheel. SP10 is being led by the Toyota, that's car 170. And then the TCR class is being led by Manuel Loic, who's in the second part of an early double stint. The other TCR Hyundais, that's Manuel Loic and the number 830 Hyundai. The other team, Europe Hyundai, and the 831 Team America's Hyundai, now pitted and on slick tyres. So moving down the order, AT3 being led, we've mentioned AT3, that's being led by Max Cruz. The SP11 class is being led by the brother of Sebastian Vettel. That's in the Dole Motorsport KTM. SP nothing, it's Cup 3 next. SRS team Sorg Rennsport, their Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, that's leading the Cup 3 class. And then down the order further for the remaining of our class rundown. SP7, that's the Plus Line Racing Team Porsche 718. And then the SP3T, that's the Volkswagen Beetle. That's the number 13, the VW Beetle RSR. Great fan favourite, that one. SP4T is the Subaru WRX of Subaru Technica International. They're leading that one. 74th overall, by the way, is where they are. The BMW M240i, class 78th overall, is being led by the 650 numbered Adrenaline Motorsport BMW. The AT2 class is being led by the Ford Motors Porsche. The V6 class is being led by the Porsche 911 Carrera, car 416, no team information there. And the V2T, VT2 front, Hyundai Motor 130, the i30N. Car 486 leading that one. SP6 is the BMW M3 of Hofer Racing. That's in 85th overall. And then the VT2 Hecker class, that's been led by the BMW 330 of Adrenaline Motorsport. And I think that's it. No, V4, still got V4. And that's being led by the BMW 325i, car number 711. 2 more classes to go, 3 more classes to go, I think. From what I can see, VT3, that's the BMW 335i of Kevin Sports. They're in 106th overall. V5 is Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman CM12, car 444, 107th overall. And then the SP3 class, rounding off our class rundown, it's the number 275, and that's a BMW 318 Ti.
Joe Bradley, along with Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer, taking us through the first stanza of this race. It's John Hindhaugh and Bruce Jones in the Global Broadcast Centre. Now, my goodness me, we've had everything already, and we've barely scratched the surface here. Strategy, good strategy, bad strategy, incident, accidents, 2 big runners at the start, pit lane. Strategies changing very rapidly indeed, and now I'm hearing that there's a 30-second penalty for speeding in pit lane for the 33 Fulton Porsche. Undoubtedly one of the cars we expect to see at the sharp end of the field in 22 and a bit hours time. Welcome to the Nürburgring 2024, Bruce Jones.
It is just extraordinary how much action. Of course, when it started spitting when the cars were on the grid, which way to jump, and Peter Mackay was ferreting around down there looking for information, and as he was putting it up, who was on wets, who was on slicks, I thought, is anyone going to go on cut slicks? That has to be sort of the middle ground. And of course Dan Harper came in, but we're talking just about the, a fraction here, a fraction there, and for Alessio Picariello, that is a massive setback for the 33 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. A 30-second penalty, that's going to hit hard. But it is...
He's taking that as his next pit stop, by the way.
Yes.
Doesn't have to do it now.
No, doesn't have to do it now, but things can change very, very fast indeed, and we will see how it goes. The fans are still having a fabulous time. It's actually suddenly brightened up. It looks like as though it's going to be a really fabulous evening here at the Nürburgring, but...
I've just been washing out my thermos to refill it with Sacred Coffee, and for my stint, so that I get fueled up as well. And the top layers come on. I'm down to t-shirt and shorts now. Across the line goes Dennis Olsen then, 5th position for the Herberth red and white, the fat turbo coloured car. And right in behind is Kevin Estra, installed in the driver's seat of the similar car, but in bright grello. It's not green, it's not yellow, although it does have a bit of green on it. That's tomorrow's wristband. We're fully old Manti green today, and tomorrow we are grelloed up for our wristband. Is that an omen, we ask ourselves? At the front of the field, it is still the BMW of Augusto Farfus, who rocketed through the field on that early lap. Managed to avoid the carnage going on around him. Was on the right tyres at the right time. Then it's Frank Bird for Mercedes, number 3 in 2nd. Stippy in 3rd in the 16 car. And then Dan Harper where would Dan Harper have been if he'd been on the right tyres at the start, Bruce? That BMW, all the BMWs are fast. Dan, look at the trap times. It's absolutely a flyer, that car.
Oh, it's extraordinary. I mean, Dan Harper has a considerable experience here because he's an NLS, a Nürburgring Langstrecken Series expert, but his daring do getting up through the field, absolutely fantastic. Got stuck for a little while behind the Lion Speed car of Patrick Colburn. He had a really good tussle with the Porsche of Dennis Olsen, but yeah, I mean, the fact he's torn his way through a quality field, but there he is. Imagine that moment. You're on the grid, you're thinking, oh, we're on wet, dry weather tyres, on slicks, that should be fine. Everyone else is on wet weather tyres, and then you have to peel off at the end of the formation lap and never get to start the race from pole position straight into the pits. But he kept his head down the way he fought up through the field. Don't forget, we had, what did we have, 127 starters, so plenty of traffic to get through on a track that only had the narrowest of dry lines when he came back out on wet weather tyres. But a great run so far, but the BMWs are looking very, very swift indeed, not just withstanding the pace of Dan Harper. And don't forget, it was his teammate Matt Tesser, the baby-faced assassin, who went and stuck that car on pole position, so it's looking very strong indeed. Mercedes seem to be sort of nowhere particularly shiny ahead of qualifying, and got 2 cars in the top 10, but they're looking pretty mighty at the moment in this race. But certainly the advantage at the moment, as the track looks to the eye almost completely dry. Yeah, I'd sense it is. In fact, what's the pace at the moment? The best lap of the race, about 8 minutes 15. That's just 3 seconds off pole time, so right on it.
Yeah, and for a moment, an unusual moment in a race like this, the 2 Porsches that are battling for a 5th and 6th position as they head down the foxhole are in elegant isolation. We've had an incident out on the circuit, double yellows being waved in front of Augusto Farfus. That looks like it's heading down towards Verstappen, and there's a code 60 there, so indeed he's stuck in behind the is that the new Golf GTI, the Club Sport car? No, actually that's one of the TCR cars. So through Verstappen and down towards the bridge, Breitscheid, Adenauer area, and still code 60 for, this is the 3rd Marshall's post, and car, right, okay, we've got a car under tow, that's what it is, being backed up by one of the Cupras, and that's a BMW, but I think it was a GT4 BMW. We'll see if we get a note about that. X-Müller, Verstappen X-Müller approach. Back on the throttle for Augusto Farfus as he heads up towards the climbing part. He's just dropped down one side of the hill, over the bridge, effectively in the bottom of the valley, which is actually over the main street of Adenauer, and now starts to climb again as he's gone through Bergwerk and Kesselchen, last of those left-handers. And here's the chasing pack. Now, this is an opportunity. Oh, huge incident. 1-2 cars just after fluke backed. It is one of the BMW M4 GT4s, I believe, and they've gone in exactly where we had the incident in the Classic race this morning, but there's 2 cars involved. Now, this will not neutralise the race. We will not see safety cars if you're new to this, and hello particularly to all of our viewers in the US. If you've found your way to us with our new partner there, good to have your company. And although this looks a big incident, because it is a big incident, it will be covered with double yellows. So 1 car in the first instance, and then the Porsche coming along and not slowing down. That secondary impact is absolutely horrible into a car that had already lost its driver's door. That's why you have door bars, and it was one of the Caymans that came in, and I'm going to say this now, I think the driver of that Cayman may well be facing some kind of sanction. There were yellow flags and double yellows waving there, and he came in at far too great a speed, and he actually, the back end, the left rear of that car was off the track to hit the banded tyres that had been moved. And so Fluke Platz, a major incident at the moment. The driver of the Cayman is out and goes over to I think that's a BMW there.
It's John, it's certainly a BMW, but that stack of tyres that have been knocked to the edge of the track, hit, as you said, by that Porsche Cayman. The Cayman stopped nose in, it hit the bonnet, the front end, the front left corner of the BMW, and the BMW driver is now out of the car, sitting on the barriers.
And there's a round of applause from the knowledgeable fans there. Right, so the cars involved, it is the 949, and that's the Porsche. That's the dark red Porsche. The BMW, and I'm so pleased to see the driver out. The BMW, which already had its accident and it had ripped off the left front wheel, and the driver's door is lying on the ground. And the Porsche comes in at almost unabated speed there. And
Harley Horton, I was just having a look.
That's Harley.
To see who sorted it, and Harley was quicker out of the Porsche Cayman, and the BMW driver is still trying to identify the car. It's got blocks of blue.
It's Mike Skeen from the US in the black Fulton car in the number 77. Stars and Stripes helmet. Well, Harley Horton, young driver with big hopes for his sports car career. That was a mistake by him. He has got experience here around the circuits. Had him on Midweek Motorsport a few weeks ago. And Mike Skeen, also a very experienced driver. Now, he'd had his accident, but the Porsche of Harley Horton coming on the scene at I'm afraid, rather too quick speed. And I think that will be looked at a bit dimly. There was another car around Harley as he was heading in there, and I wonder if that's what put him wide. And the race control have more views of this than we do. It
did, and bear in mind the camera line that we saw, that it was a whip, because the camera operator was looking as the cars approached Flugplatz and then had to whip round. He did that thing where he heard tyre noise of the way that wouldn't happen if a car was going forwards. It was going sideways. It's the BMW, clipped the tyre wall, pulled out a whole section of the tyres, and then came to a halt just after the run of tyres in front of the barriers at the left-hand side of the circuit at Flugplatz, and then, unfortunately, in came Harley Horton.
Right at that 4-kilometre mark that we saw this morning in the 24h Classic. If you didn't see that, we did that for you first time. We've done that on the English language international feed. A massive kudos to the marshals, because there was a waved yellow flag before we'd even realised that Mike Skeen had gone off. And that was quite a heavy impact for Mike Skeen. It looks like he's got onto the grass coming over the top of the rise just before the right-hand kink at Flugplatz. And that's what's done the damage to his car. And then he's stranded, he can't move. The tyre barriers here are, the tyre bundles are stacked together with the usual conveyor belt in front, and then they have fillers in the outside parts of the tyres so that they deform partially and that they pass on, they effectively disperse the energy. So this is going to be quite a long cleanup. The other thing they'll do there that we saw this morning is they'll check the barriers. Now, whilst that was happening, meantime, Dan Harper in the number 72 BMW was right on the tail of the Phoenix number 16 PHX area, the sharer car, and using the traffic very nicely, Dan Harper made up the position on Frank Stippler. That was going across the start-finish line while we got all excited and tried to describe what was going on. Mike Skeen, by the way, is fine. I know there's a lot of you in the States watching and listening before the Detroit race. If you're in the paddock at Detroit at the moment, a very good afternoon to you there. John Hindorf and Bruce Jones here. If you aren't aware of what went on in qualifying yesterday evening European time, it was 2 front row lockouts in the 2 WeatherTech Sports Car Championship categories, with Porsche Penske Motorsport and Nick Tandy getting the pole position, his teammate alongside, and Antonio Garcia taking a first lockout for the new GT3 Corvette in the shadow of the Renaissance Centre, where they have their global headquarters. Now this battle at the front of the field continues. Kevin Estre this time does get the run on Dennis Olsen in the battle for position. Now, Olsen up then into 5th position as they were coming to the end of the Dottinger Hurt. Still some chatting going on down at Flugplatz, or should I say over at Flugplatz. We would have seen that from our digs last year. We could see up the hill there from where we were staying.
I would have heard the tyres going screeching as Mike Skeen just got it wrong, possibly on coming back to terra firma, but good to see both drivers out of the car. The medical crews were there so fast. It doesn't matter what sort of racing is on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the medical crews and the safety facilities are off the clock good. Both drivers keeping their helmets on, perhaps to keep their inner feelings to themselves, but separate instance there. The front end of the Black Falcon, number 77, BMW, absolutely reduced to component form, but all the safety structures, including the door bars, as John pointed out, doing their job, and particularly important because that was the side of the car that Mike Skeen was sitting inside when Harley Hortons came in, bounced off the tyres, slid along the other tyres, and then went into the nose of the car, fortunately not into the side.
I hear a lot of people complaining about door bars making it difficult to get in and out of contemporary GT3 and GT4 cars. You're not wrong, it is. A lot of them are shaped so that if you're quite as flexible as you used to be, yes, Hindhoff, we're looking at you, then you can still get there without having to fold yourself into some cunning origami shape. However, be absolutely assured they are there for a reason. That's a big gap between the A-pillar part, the front part, that slants back towards the roof on the roll cage structure, the safety cage structure, and then the B pillar, which is normally the straight up and down one behind where the door closes. That's a big gap otherwise, and that did its job there for Mike Skeen. Excellent stuff. Fred Verveech then in the number 15 share of sports PHX Audi, going down through the newly resurfaced foxhole, and that is very much smoother, but a couple of drivers telling us that whilst you make up time on the way down and part the way up, you can't now use the left-hand curb, the penultimate left-hand curb, as you're climbing, because they've slightly changed the chamfer on there, and whilst they're still very flat on the top, it is too steep to climb up and over, so you have to stay all 4 wheels on the normal quote-unquote part of the track. You can't touring car that penultimate left-hand apex.
No, but I mean, that's absolutely the point. The curbs around the Nordschleife, in no way are they uniform. There are certain points where they feel as though they're mounted at 45 degrees and they just bounce you straight across the track. And as we all know, on the Nordschleife, it's very, very narrow, so a problem on the right could lead to you going off to the left. Drivers need to learn, but that's what they do this reconnaissance laps for. And of course, you can imagine the good and the bold actually get out and go around the circuit on foot or on bikes even before the circuit is open. Ironically, there isn't actually that much time when the circuit's free, because leading up to the event they're still doing tourist laps.
Yeah, absolutely right. And there was a regularity trial on I think it was the early part of Friday, which was a 3-hour regularity trial as part of the series that they have here. It's not just all about full speed here. A couple of people I want to say hello to, just keep dropping us a line, hashtag RSL_N24 on X, at RSL_studios. The cleanup continues. Underline the fact that at Flugplatz, both of the drivers, Harley Houghton and Mike Skeen, are fine. Their respective cars are not. The founder and original editor of dailysportscar.com, Malcolm Cracknell, is tuned in from the UK. Hello, Crackers. Yeah, mate, you'd have loved it. The problem is you'd have worn out 14 pens by now, writing stuff down. There is already half an endurance season of stories just in the first couple of hours. Malcolm, delighted to know that you are listening in. And I am afraid that Harley did arrive at that double yellow a little bit too quickly. And also to Tamara in Atlanta, Georgia. I presume that's where you are. Tomorrow, I suppose you might be in Detroit actually. So it could be either or. Settling into the new role, I hope, and we'll see you soon. And your homeland has been treating us exceptionally well, Tamara. The Eiffel playing fast and loose with the weather, but still achingly beautiful on the drive down.
The weather is part of the show.
Of course
it always
it is.
has been,
Totally.
always will be in the Eifel. Right now we're going to have a delay in terms of, especially at Kittelbacher, where they're clearing up. It's a slow zone there. In fact, we've got yellow flags only now there, because the one there was another one just a few moments ago. That has been cleared at Hocheichen. But we've still got those two crash cars, Mike Skeen's Black Falcon BMW and Harley Horton's Porsche Cayman, to be cleared from the track. Battered and tattered they are. A flatbed will be coming their way soon. In fact, two flatbeds, not quite small enough to fit on one. Up front, though, is still Augusto Farfus. The BMWs, particularly the Rover Racing ones, looking absolutely mighty in the changeable conditions in these very, very early stages. Just about to put 12 laps on the board. Farfus, the Brazilian BMW veteran, flashes by to start another lap.
Getting on for 20 years with that brand for Augusto. Alfa Romeo touring car driver. That saved his career after, bizarrely, a successful season in just his second season from memory in International F3000. Won the title and then thought he was on his way to Formula One, was ready to go for a seat fitting with a particular team, we won't say who, and it sort of all fell apart. And in December of that particular year, ended up going to a shootout with, to start with, 50 other people, and ended up getting the Alfa Romeo front-wheel drive touring car drive.
And one of the most extraordinary things, you have drivers like that with a career that seems to go on for decades, and there's often a pivotal moment where they could have turned left or right.
Correct. Absolutely right. Jimmy Bruni was the same. We nearly lost Jimmy Bruni to motorsport altogether. Believe it or not, I guess that would have been his early 20s, he was working in a gym doing spinning classes, fit as a butcher's dog's personal trainer, obviously, and again, a phone call out of the blue brought him back into a race seat. And you know, it's not straight lines. There's more than one road that can get you to your target destination, into the pits for the car that was in third position, and that is the number 3 BMW, the blue and yellow Bilstein car. And we welcome into the Global Broadcast Centre none other than the man with all the answers. The man, I mentioned Malcolm Cracknell, who we all love earlier on, and how many stories he's been filing. Well, Davy O'Waymer is with us from Sportscar 365. What an opening to the race, Davy. How many words are you going to be able to write on the first 2 hours of the race, and how long have you got?
Yeah, it was an intense one. Hello, John. Hello, Bruce. Rain. I was sitting in, I was looking at the BMW for Dan Harper, and there was a shot, I think, of Charles Weitz at one point, pensive, as if he realised, like, uh-oh, we might have gone the wrong way. Yeah. And ultimately, but I think, you know, considering he's now in second place overall as we speak, didn't work out that badly in the end.
No, they've saved it.
Yes,
they've saved it.
Have.
Yeah, it could have been horrible. They clearly made that decision early, and Dan was absolutely on it when he came into the pit lane behind as the safety car. This is before the green flag, by the way. This is essentially the formation lap that was heading onto the start-finish line. What we've seen is the BMWs having more speed than potentially we've seen them show all week. The trap speeds are incredible for the BMWs.
Which is quite remarkable, considering it was for the 72 car. It was essentially a sweep, wasn't it? It led all 3 qualifying practice sessions, and then of course Max Esser, who refers to him as the baby-faced assassin. Was that you?
No, that's me.
That was you. Yeah. Wonderful phrase. Very quick in top qualifying last night. Yeah, it seems like they've got even more than that. And yeah, it's all going very well for BMW. I love the battle between Augusto Farfus and Kevin Estre in hour 1 there. Just two of the absolute best in the world going at it. Superb stuff.
But having those moments, it always makes me think of when Ricardo Zonta was passed in the Belgian Grand Prix, on one side by Michael Schumacher, on the other by Mika Häkkinen, 2 wheels on the grass. Mika Häkkinen's heart rate didn't even go up by 1 beat, of course, being
I was actually commentating on that in Bakersville for the digital, they were trying something out with a director's feed, and that I was doing that as a double-hander with a German commentator, and I was commentating. That was my one and only on-site Formula One commentary. And that was the one I got. It was so hot that weekend, Bruce, if you remember, that the Porsche Super Cup couldn't run because Michelin said, no, this is way out of the operating window that we're comfortable with the tyres. In Spa, on Grand Prix weekend, it was cracking the flags. So remember, there was a good 3,000 race as well with Mark Webber in that weekend.
I now remember it. In fact, for some reason, it's the Formula 3000 races at Spa that tend to stand out in my mind. And I do remember one, there was a guy only in his second season of racing. He did one season in sort of middle-ranking single-seater, stepped up to Formula 3000 and take a bow. Not only did Fernando Alonso win there, he blitzed the opposition by about 30 seconds. So already his card was marked, but in a very, very good way.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him after that.
I don't know. Short career. Yeah. Again, you have these moments where you can go left or right.
Bought a pub, apparently.
Big in darts now, is he?
Yeah. He bought a pub, and I don't know. I'm just hearing from Harley Houghton's team that he hit a patch of oil and lost control, so he was out of control as he arrived on the scene. And added to that issue, I'm sure race control would be looking at that. I'm not suggesting for a moment, by the way, this might happen. What sanction might they take? The ultimate sanction is asking a driver to go home. They can take you out of the race or out of the meeting. It happened earlier on this week to one of Jimmy Broadbent's.
As a matter of fact, yesterday it was Steve Brown, also known as Super GT, was disqualified from the meeting because he was caught speeding into a code 60. And I think the stewards document referred to it as excessive overspeed. So not a small offence, and they take that sort of stuff very, very seriously around here.
125 kph going in, so he just simply didn't react as he was supposed to be dropping from, already dropped to 120, well, not quite, clearly, and then didn't get it down. So he was removed from the meeting and his ring permit taken away. So if he wants to race here again, he's got to go through the whole procedure.
Exactly. And he put his hands up. He said, I absolutely understand it. It's my mistake, and you can't afford, and he even said you can't afford to take chances here. So good attitude from Steve. Left that car short-handed, although it was leading its class earlier in the piece. We'll do another update in about half an hour of the class standings. The clean-up continues at Flugplatz. Both drivers got themselves out of the cars. There's a couple of ambulances there, but don't be too worried about that. Standard operating procedure, that was a big impact, both big impacts. So they'll be having a look at both of the drivers down there. Dave, your impressions of the meeting so far? We're early doors in the race, so I'm not going to ask you to make any predictions. Just a quick thought before we look back on the first couple of hours of the race.
Well, first of all, how busy it is out here at the Nürburgring. But just actually, we could practically wave at each other, can't we? Because the media centre is literally, I can see it across the window here. And to get there, I have to walk across the BMW M-Power Bridge. I encountered something that granted, I've only been here 3 times, but I haven't seen ever before. The stairs here, there's a queue for the stairs.
Yes.
It's just quite narrow stairs, and people have to queue up to get down there, which is something I've never seen before at this race. And other than that, except the first hour with the rain coming in and people having to make that extremely difficult decision of which tyres do you take. I wouldn't want to be a strategist in a situation like that, to be honest, John.
It's classic Nürburgring.
Yes.
Slow car heading down back towards Schwalbenschwanz, I think. Yes, it is.
Joe Motorsport Aston Martin.
And he's pulled off to the right-hand side. One of the GT4 cars.
It was already crabbing. He cannot drive in a straight line.
Yeah.
The front left seems to want to lead the car. The front right not doing such a good job.
Well, while that car tries to make its way back to the pit box, he's got about 3 or 4 kilometres to make it back. With 22 hours still to go. We've had 2 hours. It's flown by, and it's been tremendously exciting. So the big decision at the start of the race was what tyres to wear. The pole sitter decided to gamble and roll the dice, and the BMW that had fought so hard for pole, that 8 minutes 10 in the pole shootout yesterday, had to blast down the pit lane. Dan Harper reporting back to his team that it was too wet. The team saying, we think it's going to rain longer than we expected. We are going to have to get off those slick tyres. He wasn't even on cut slicks. So all of a sudden, Grello inherits the lead without having to fight for it. And the number 911 Porsche took the lead. In second place, it was the number 130 that came through. A stunning start by Maro Engel, made the best of it, as 7 cars came into the pit lane to change tyres before they'd even started the race effectively. And the early moments were all about the Porsche versus Mercedes-Benz battle, with Maro Engel pulling off a stunning outside manoeuvre, set it up nicely. There was drizzle in the air on the Grand Prix circuit, and round the Goodyear hairpin took the longer line but got on the power earlier. Now, why did everybody choose then, if it was nice and dry on the Grand Prix circuit, why did everybody choose wet? Because it was flinging it down out in the forest. And at Adenauer Forest and beyond, anybody who didn't have the wet weather tyres on was under a real disadvantage. Augusto Farfus was another one that made the best of the positions. He stormed up to third on the opening laps, and then to second, having passed Kevin Estre. That time, the Porsche 911 GT3R of Manthey EMA, the number 911, looked like it was struggling for a bit of pace. Then we were treated to one of the drives back that we've ever seen here, and we're only in the first 2 hours of the race. Having stopped for full wet tyres, Dan Harper dropped all the way back to the end of the leading group and started to run back to the front of the field. Don't forget, we also had a coming together as well with the Aston Martin, which got a puncture, and David Pittard in the Valkenhorst car coming back to it. Nico Menzel having a race with his teammates, the 2 Falcon cars, the 33 and the 44, and Nico just couldn't get it stopped on the entrance to the top of the Foxhole at Arenberg. But we were not without entertainment, I think it is fair to say, as the first position changed and changed again. The 911 Porsche and the Rover Racing BMW. At one stage, I think in the first 3 corners of the Grand Prix circuit, it changed 3 times, the lead we're talking about. The 911 opening up a little bit of a lead, Kevin Estre, before we hit the first pit stops. Remember, nobody could put fuel in before the end of the 5th lap. And now we are in a big clear-up with Harley Houghton and Mike Skeen involved in an incident. Mike had his own accident first. Harley arriving and hitting some oil is what the team's telling us. The joy of that is that only that part of the track was neutralised, and Kevin Estre dragged past Dennis Olsen to take that position in the battle of the 2 Porsches as they were coming to the end of the Dottinger Hohe. Augusto Farfus came in from the lead of the race. He'd done his job and gave up the position. We saw something that we don't normally see, which is an 8-lap stint at the start. So 1 lap of the Grand Prix circuit, 1 full lap of the whole circuit on the formation, and 8 racing laps. And as it stands right now, with just under 22 hours to go, it is still the number 99 of Brazilian Augusto Farfus who is leading the motor race from in second place. Dan Harper from first to last, back to second. And it's the best of the Porsches in third. So that's how it stands in the overall position. We were musing on this. We've got Davey Oema with us from Sportscar 365. Dan Harper goes out on the right tyres. He's somewhere near Spa now, ahead of the rest of the field, isn't he?
Yeah, more or less.
At that pace.
Yeah, exactly. One of the better drives I think I've seen in a very, very long time. He seemed to pass some cars like they weren't there, John. And I think, it's not a surprise, because this man has been almost purpose-built for the Nürburgring in a way. Of course, it was selected as part of that junior team for a program from BMW, which of course no longer exists now, but yeah, still bred for this place.
They've got bred for this place. Not test tube babies, but green hell babies. I quite like that.
Not far from it, to be honest.
2/3 of that team is still together.
Yes.
With Max Hesse still in that team. Neil Verhagen being asked by BMW to concentrate on his duties in the States. And so Charles Vetz being brought into the team and
that's
just break off from that.
Dynamic Porsche, isn't it?
That is the dynamic Porsche, running on Pirelli tyres, and the 54 car's gone around. That car had the big incident last year with the Dacia, both cars back, although the Dacia a completely rebuilt one. Max Hesse then staying with Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen in the States. Charles Vetz brought in, which on the outside sort of like, listen, to the BMW driver, he knows what he's doing. It's such a delicate thing though, Davey, to bring somebody in to a team, an endurance team particularly, that is so well established. Those guys literally used to live together.
That's correct. Not far from here, I think.
Yeah,
the whole idea from BMW that was placed them here at the Nürburgring. And it's also another factor in this is that, of course, Weird, excuse me, hasn't done this race before. You know, the other two have done it a fair few times now in I think first an M4 GT4, then an M6 GT3 together with Favre, which was kind of a mentor in that point. Then they went with the three of them, but Charles Weird has never done the Nürburgring 24 together, so it's quite a thing for him to step up into that role and into that situation.
And it's also quite weird for him not to be racing with Dries van Tor.
Yes.
He grew up at the back of the Team WRT garage. Dries is here, neither of them in the cars at the moment. I noticed they were just having a chat in the pit lane. How's your car going? How's yours? You don't know yet, but they have done quite a lot of endurance racing. And don't forget, of course, Charles and Dries have raced in the Spa 24 hours many times. They moved across, of course, from all the years Audi with Team WRT, establishing themselves at BMW. So not a stranger to endurance racing, but this one is a very different race to the Spa 24 hours because, of course, it's multi-class, and that is a huge difference, as John will rightly acknowledge.
Yes.
The only way I apologise, people. This is not a catchphrase by any stretch of the imagination. It's just something a hill that I am prepared to defend to my last drop of blood. Is that you can only learn multi-class racing by doing multi-class racing, and actually, it doesn't matter whether it's hypercars and P2 and LMGT3s at Le Mans, or GT3s, GT4s, Cup cars, or whatever here, or even in national events where you have super quick things at the front, like fast caterhams and things like that, and you're in a more traditional lightly modified saloon car. It basically teaches you the skills that you need, Davey, to have that all-round awareness, that 360 view that you get now on cars when you're parking, and it looks like you've got a drone up above you. Is it actually still there? you have to be able to do that and understand closing speed, and the skill of being passed is just as important as the skill of doing the passing. Yeah,
I have to say, the first sort of tour of the SP9 cars coming off the lap, the solo classes, I'm always flinching a little bit because absolutely in no right mind would want to be a person in one of those slower cars, because we all know that these fine gentlemen are fighting for tenths of seconds here, and even though it's only hour 1 or hour 2 or 24-hour race, we know that the pace in these modern endurance races is so high, as that is Farfus pitting from the lead. The pace in these races is so high that you can't afford to lose a second, so they will take every inch, and it's up to you in the slower cars to sort of make sure you don't ruin one of their races.
Or your own.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it was Ron Fellows said to me many years ago, endurance racing legend, the wizard as I always used to call him, he would always say, I could lose talk particularly about Le Mans, lose 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds through the Porsche curves in letting somebody else by. Dan Binks and the team were very good, but he said there's not one thing that I could break there that they could fix in 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 or 30 seconds. So far better me staying on the track and carrying on around than calling in and saying, Dan, sorry mate, I got punted by a prototype.
I saw Harper in the pits as well, by the way. He's also in. There he is. Wonder if he's going to get out, because we saw Sheldon van der Linde, I think, getting into the 99 car.
So Farfus has got out after what is effectively a double stint in the opening stanza of this race. He is listed in 2 cars, but he has a mandatory rest period now before he can get into the other car. They worked that nicely in the Super Bowl. Top qualifying, should I say it, because he got out of one car and then into the other to do the second part. But he can't do, he couldn't jump into the 98 car right now. He has to have his mandatory rest period, which I think is half the time that you've been in the car, if I remember rightly.
I think I just saw when Favre's came to the stop, something flew off the front of the car.
Yes, or he ran over something.
Yeah.
Not sure.
We'll wait for a replay of the replay. Can I just move back to what we were talking about there, about the difficulty in multi-class racing? I think the hardest type of car to be driving in this is one of the middle speed cars. Let's say, because you're looking forward and back. I mean, you're having to look back if you're on one of the lowest class cars, one of the production cars. But if you're driving something like what we call SP10, which is effectively FIA GT4 cars, you've got your own battle, so you're looking forward and looking back. But it is about adaptability, and it's not just the difficulty of trying to keep your car on the straight and narrow around 72 twists and turns, the rises, the falls, it's the lack of long vision. But do remember that a lot of these drivers, this isn't just an annual race. For a lot of these drivers, they do the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. This is drivers from the very top class, SP9, right down to the tail end. So a lot of them have a lot of experience this circuit, correct. But it changes so much according to the weather. The 99 BMW still in the pit lane. Sheldon van der Linde, well identified there, Davey, has taken over from Augusto Farfus. The car at 45 or about 35 degrees from the norm now gets going down the pit lane. But as you pointed out, the RMG entered BMW. Dan Harper has brought in. We haven't actually caught sight of whether he has got out. I'd actually keep him in because he's going so incredibly well.
Yes, absolutely. And that's also with these pit stops. For somebody that watches other forms of endurance motorsport or sports car racing, might think, why are they taking it so casually? They seem to be having a very relaxed pit stop. That's, of course, these are timed. So you don't necessarily need to rush.
You don't need all the time they allocate. No. And we'll come to the role of the different length pit stops you're allowed later in the race. Let's enjoy the racing as it is, but a lot of tactics are required.
Generally speaking, once you've gone over 5 laps, about every lap that you add on is another 21 seconds in the pits. That's a very... I'm rounding things up because it's not quite as if then as that. That changes at the end of the race, whereby once you get inside the last 70 minutes of the race, the pit stop times and the sliding scale is not how many laps you've done, it is the time to the end of the race that determines.
They don't call me Analog Bruce for nothing. Right. They don't call me Analog Bruce, but I pluck out a sheet of A4 paper.
And it literally has the tables on it.
Okay, and it does. So, say, for example, it's the last 70 minutes of the race. You come in with 69 minutes remaining, which in an NLS race, which is normally 4 hours, is quite a factor. Here, it's your final pit stop. You have to be at a standstill. Sorry, from pit in to pit out, just under 6 minutes, 357 seconds. Right. If you come in 10 minutes later, it's 331, so you can save yourself with one further lap. 26 seconds. It's I have to pull this out because you couldn't put a gun to my head and say, what happens if you come in with 42 minutes to go? Actually, I can tell you that because I've got my sheet. It's 286 seconds. But this is what the team managers have to be on top of. And you pointed out, Davey, when you came in here, everybody is trying to save a fraction of a second. A fraction of a second. But you get this right.
Yes.
The later you come in, the closer to the end of the race, the less time you have to spend at a standstill.
It would appear, by the way, John, that BMW and Team RMG have not heeded our advice. Dan Harper's got out of the car. It's I'm going to refer back to Bruce's baby-faced assassin nickname here. It's Max.
You haven't that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's wonderful. 72 now in the hands of Max Hess and Maxi Marta, I think.
Maxime was getting ready. I thought, do they need some really serious overtaking? They're getting the Maxime out. But
bit of a slow outbound pit stop from the Ferrari, and Nico Menzel knows that he's off the speed limiter, and the apt Lamborghini also whizzing out there. The pit lane speed limiter is at the end of the pit lane, and at that point the pit lane is the racetrack. You can't break the line on the left-hand side, but if you can go to the right-hand side, which is what the apt Lambo did there, gets a couple of positions on the track and is moving out. Kenneth Hyatt has brought in his AMG, and
I've been impressed with that car so far this weekend.
It's just done its thing, hasn't it?
Very good. Marcel Markowitz and Jemo Hatling. In the qualifying sessions, that car almost always somewhere in the top 10. Of course, not a car that necessarily would think would be an instant contender for the overall win, but it's gone about its business quite quietly, and it's looking quite impressive as the cars are getting towed back on a flatbed there.
Yeah, as other cars, other Mercedes picked up their pace or lost their pace, it was just constant.
Yes.
And quite frequently the very top one. And it's interesting seeing some young guns, because alongside the aforementioned drivers, we've got young star Jamo Hartling, who's really starting to show some very good form. You know, almost no years on the clock. Born in 2003, so he's 20, turning 21. He can't be a policeman yet, far too young. But he was there was a winter GT series which he won, sharing with a very good mentor, Kenneth Heyer, and of course they're sharing the car here. And Hans Heyer, father of Kenneth, is a man who just made people laugh almost all his life. Very quick, huge amounts of success. And Automobile Sport magazine, I noticed in the latest issue, which is dedicated to Zach Speed, some of the stories he put in there, but he put in his own letter suggesting to someone if they didn't do what he wanted, he owned quite a lot of earth-moving machinery and he'd come round and reshape their garden for them.
Oh, nice.
That's quite a serious threat, isn't it?
I like that. Yeah. No, well done.
Actually, I've got some work done I need doing at home if he'd like to come over to the UK.
So, as we saw at the end of the first set of runs, the 911 has stayed out. So Kevin Estre is out there again. Now, he wasn't on... It's Ron Dennis's birthday. His tyre choice had been suboptimal for that length of stint, but he held on and did a full lap more than anybody else, and he's obviously going to go long again. He did that full 8-lap stint, which, as I'm going to remind everybody again, that's pretty much unheard of at the start of the race, because you've got the out of the pits, round the Grand Prix circuit, onto the grid, and then from the grid all the way back round. Now, it's not a full lap at racing speed, but portions of a lap, Bruce, are no good to you here. They're not very good to you anywhere in a racetrack, but particularly here, 3/4 of a lap you're not going to save. You normally wouldn't save an extra quarter of a lap here in 7 or 8 laps.
Do we think he would have gotten on the phone to Richard Westbrook to borrow his
pink fluffy slippers?
Yeah.
When Estre gets out, if he's got his pink fluffy slippers on. So here he comes down the Dorica Ahoa now with something over 2 minutes of a lead back to second place. But remember, owing us a pit stop here.
Yeah, and ahead of it is what's been lovingly referred to as the influencer car. That is number 150, Team Bilsham by Black Falcon BMW. That is the car that Jimmy Broadbent was supposed to share with Steve Brown, still shares it with Misha Sheridan and Manuel Metzger.
Yeah, Manuel Metzger has been a really good mentor to those guys. And I thought those guys have put in a really, really good run. We've had, as Estre peels off into the pit lane entrance from Hohenrhein onto the pit lane, we've got split loyalties here in the RSL booth. We're not allowed to have favourites, but obviously Jimmy Broadbent we know very well, and Peter Cates in that class as well. And Peter's been a long-time contributor to our broadcasts here, and they've both been going very well. So all I'm saying is we've got twice the opportunity to get a good result, and I'll say that there'll be no favourites. In comes Estre then. He comes in at a jaunty angle. Oh my goodness, the dolly jacks are out. He's being wheeled into the... No, he's not. No. Just calm down. I remember I said this earlier in the week, if you weren't with us. He's pulled in there to save time. They start fueling from the standard petrol pump pistol grip, and then they reverse the angle of the car so that the outgoing driver can get away straight away.
Thomas Preining is the driver who's taking over from Kevin Estre, but actually it was quite tricky because the car was still being pivoted through 45 degrees as one. You'd imagine you got one leg in through the framework.
That's the Glickenhaus.
That is the Glickenhaus. Now, I don't see the Glickenhaus in there. Engine change, engine out, engine back in again overnight, and a refreshed engine is what we have been told. Is the car in there? Yes, it is. They're working on the rear end of that car, having replaced that engine overnight.
Because I heard somewhere someone put a message up that the car was taken to an airfield for a bit of a shakedown session.
It had a shakedown early this morning.
And this was the car that was second fastest ahead of qualifying. It put in that time. It vaulted from about 21st position to be second fastest, We'd all been told it was going to miss top qualifying because it was going to have the engine change. How cruel. But I tell you what, at the end of the race, Jim Glickenhaus will still be wearing the same clothes, still with the hat, still not wanting to move an inch from that garage.
He is not moving, I guarantee that. If you weren't with us early on, an extraordinary story, they knew the engine had to be changed before the race. And so basically the decision was made to, as soon as we finished the third and final standard form of qualifying, to get the engine that they'd been using out and put another one in. Well, sort of. So the engine was taken out. It was then shipped back to the engine builder overnight in Turin. They rebuilt the engine and sent it back again to be refitted this morning after the mechanics had all had a nice sleep, because they'd all knocked off at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon or wherever it was before top qualifying had started, or during top qualifying.
Yes.
Extraordinary story, Davey. I've heard of overnight engine changes, and I absolutely understand the thinking behind it, and I applaud Jim Glickenhaus for giving these guys a night off. But to get actually, in essence, the same engine back to put back in.
I mean, how far is it to here from Turin?
Yeah.
A fairly long drive, I'd like to think.
You know, these are the hidden stories of motor racing. You go, if I can make it on a far smaller scale. I remember meeting a British driver who lived in Hong Kong. He was doing the touring car support race in Macau, the gear race. He did about 1 lap. The gearbox on his Toyota Corolla blew up, so he got on the hydrofoil, went back to Hong Kong, picked up physically on his own a gearbox, took it back as his hand luggage, arrived on the so it's about I can't remember how many hours the hydrofoil trip is, and had it installed in his car and went out. He wasn't going to be a front runner, but he was absolutely sure he wasn't going to miss the race, the Macau race.
Imagine the people on the ferry going, "Sir, why is your bag so heavy?"
Yes.
Why are you boxing it, sir?
Why are you looking so tired?
Yeah, I'd just like to, about good stories, I mean, I'd like to circle back to Jimmy Broadbent, if I may.
Of course you can.
Because I spoke to him earlier in the week. And now, considering Jimmy the other day did, I think, a 36-minute YouTube video chronicling his entire life story, I feel quite comfortable repeating it on air here, so that this man comes from quite a long way, because obviously he doesn't come from a traditional racing background, as we all know, but his tale is quite remarkable, because he grew more famous back in the day, and this is when I personally first started watching him, when he was streaming mostly games like iRacing from a shed in his parents' garden, and that doubled up as his living space at the time, because he'd had some personal issues, to put it mildly, that had basically, his life was almost rock bottom at that point. And he said, playing games like this probably saved me from doing some things that I would have regretted. And he's sort of organically built this following over the years, doing the virtual version of races like this. And then...
and he's rather good.
Yes, he's a very accomplished racer. I think I watched him do the virtual 24 Hours Le Mans, and with, I think, Robert Wickens might have been his teammate at some point. And so organically good, his following, moved into real-life racing at Prague as his first, and then he got this opportunity. And it's for me, it's quite a feel-good story for a guy who's come from so far, and now racing in this life and realize I was on the grid. This is grid walk I've ever seen, by the way. The BMW came rolling through, and I could recognise Jimmy's helmet, and in my mind, I just went, give him hell, Jimmy. Go for it. This is what
a moment for him. He's done some of the NLS races. He did his permit last year, and he's done some of the NLS races this year. They've had a victory, and so that's pretty cool. So like already, I'm already going, right, that's it. I've achieved everything I'm going to achieve. There's my trophy. I'm hanging that out on the wall, and then you get to come to the Nürburgring, the N24, and drive the car out onto that grid. I mean, it's Hans Christian Andersen stuff. It really is fairy tale, and good for him. And it's not always the case that people who are good in the virtual world can translate that into the real world. Yes, the virtual world is very, very realistic, but some people just don't get it. No. But I think Jimmy's gone about it, and is he in the car at the moment? Probably still is.
He was, I think. I seem to recall when the Porsche overtook him, I seem to have got BRO on the Lumarang, so that must have been him.
Well, he's probably not listening then, but I think he's gone about this in exactly the right way. He's built up to this. He's done all the things that he should do. He's listened to advice. It would have been easy to play the I'm the big influencer card and, you know, not listen to any advice. So, however, he hasn't done that, and I think he's done absolutely the right thing. And I applaud what he's done. We're going to have a guest in a wee moment's time.
Quite a special one.
But it's quite a special one. He's just getting himself... He has literally just jumped out of the car and he sticks the headset on the far side of the Global Broadcast Centre as we're watching the number 55 leader in class, the crossbow, the Durr Motorsport white, blue and black. Dan Harper has joined us. Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello. Yes, I'm good. I'm still a bit sweaty and a bit warm, but all good. Got a protein bar, drink of water, and ready to go again.
Right, come on. We've got to ask you what happened at the start. What was the radio button like while you were sitting there in the grid, pole position for the race? You're sitting on slicks.
Yes.
You went to the grid on slicks.
I think we went to the grid on a cut slick actually, and I mean, whether it would have been a benefit or not, I don't know. But in the end, we made the right decision to come in for the drying wet because it was just too much rain.
And there is the 50. See, I've cursed that car just by talking about this. First curse of the commentator, hashtag blame Hindhoff, on the Grand Prix circuit. That is the leader in its class, the crossbow back. This is a GT2 crossbow, so the full fat car. Back onto the circuit, just a little bit too much curb on the inside there, Dan. Easy to do?
Yeah, easy to do. I guess the weight in the car is all over the rear, so whenever it does go, then it's hard to catch it. I know that from the Porsche days. So I've been there, done that. So yeah, thankfully no contact, and he's good to keep going. So
let's go back to this decision making, because unlike a lot of tracks, you did have a bit of time on the formation lap to make the decision.
Yeah.
So give us the anatomy of how that works. You pull off. Grand Prix circuit's dry as a bone, so you going, yeah, I'm on me slicks, I'm happy, I'm the only one in the top 5 on me slicks. Where did it start to dawn on you, or was it the team saying we're looking at the forecast? How did that work?
Yeah, so obviously the teams in BMW, they have different, like 2 or 3 different forecasts coming in and feedback, and it was so hit or miss if it was going to really come or not. And any rain that was, at least in our radars, was going to be a 1, let's say a 1 out of 5, so very low. So we took the chance that it would be dry. We thought it would be, to be honest. And then yeah, whenever I started the lap, GP was dry, like you said, and they said that any rain was going to be sort of Flansgarten area. And whenever I came through Hatzenbach and going through the crowd and it was already raining there, I was like, oh no, this isn't maybe the right decision.
Oh no, this wasn't the right decision. Is that what you honestly said, young Mr. Harper?
I mean, maybe in less polite words, but yeah, unfortunately, it just didn't make the right one that time. But like I said, we were lucky. We were able to box straight away. And
give the safety car driver a run for his money in the pit lane, mate. I tell you.
I was trying to beep the horn at him to try but yeah, no, the team then, actually, because we've no pit timing then, in that case, we could just change tyres and go. I think having an ex-DTM team in RMG was a big help, because they did a fantastic job. I was barely ready myself before the car dropped and ready to go again, so we lost as little time as possible.
You dropped to the back of that group because everybody had stormed across the start-finish line, all kinds of stuff going on up the front end. But you've got a brand new set of wets on, but they've just come out the blankets. So so now what do? Do I have to baby them? Do you have to baby them around the dry bits, and you wait, come on, get to the wet bit, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, the drying wet actually from Michelin is very good in that scenario, where if the track is dry in areas, it can last quite well. Of course, you need to be careful, and the more damage you do, the more you push in the dry, you're just affecting the wet. So it's just balancing it as best as you can. But in that situation, I was just going for it, because obviously we had lost the time, and I was like, okay, the first lap, that's when everyone's in a group, and that's when they're going to lose some time, and I had clear track. So I was just pushing, and that's actually, we gained a good bit of time already on that first lap, I think.
At one stage, the first time I looked, even after the pit stop, you were already back into the teens, and you were only 42 seconds behind the leader, and I thought, oh hello, I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. And I was sitting next door at the time in our prep room and watching. Your top speeds were great, your splits were great. You were having no fun at all out there, were you?
I was loving life. the first stint, I mean, obviously whenever you're passing people and you're one of the quicker cars on track, coming through the field, it's always great fun. But however, we haven't driven the wet all week, and then to do your first lap straight away, let's say your first push lap in the 24-hour, it was that aspect of it I didn't like so much.
In some ways, this might sound like an odd question. We've got Dan Harper, by the way, with us, Paul Sitter and Paul Setter as well in the top qualifying. Congrats for that.
Thank you.
By the way, and get your name on the trophy.
Yeah, well, it was Max that did the Q2.
Because it was. Yes, it was.
The Q1.
In the Q.
So,
yeah.
I'll not take Max's.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
He did a fantastic job.
In some ways, as Sven Muller's just had a very close call with the barriers in the number 33, and Vincent Kolb as well in the Porsche. Oh, and he's had a spin, and I was about to say he hasn't hit anything, but he has. That's Antonius Bucher. That is top speed coming down there. So you're talking about 150, 160 miles an hour, and that has done a considerable amount of damage to that Porsche. And we've also, the car that I think he hit is the 130, which is the AMG celebrating 130 years of the competition. That is not
Fabian Schiller.
Fab Schiller in that car, yeah. That is not the place to have that. I was about to say, oh, he's got a wet thud. Dan Harper in the booth. Let's see. Well, Fabian Schiller has got that car back in, if it was indeed that one that was the clip, and I think it was. So, Dan, in some ways, did it take a bit of pressure off you that you weren't then starting at the front and hitting that weather first? You're coming back then, you know you're on the right tyres, you know you're on tyres that are in great condition. So at that point, you're going, well, if I've got to lose, let's just give it some.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, then I was comfortable. We had made the right choice in tyre. Obviously, we had got the setback in time. But in general, the car felt good. I felt comfortable in the car straight away. And yeah, I mean, obviously this early on in a 24-hour race, you just also need to be on the safe side. So it's balancing that risk of getting past the slower cars, but also not losing too much time to the front guys.
You'd normally have Neil Verhagen with you. He's been tasked with racing in the States and concentrating on that. Incredibly, that Herbeth Motorsport Fat Turbo car with Vincent Kolb behind the wheel is under its own steam, and a gesture of I have no clue what happened. Oh, hello. He's tried to... it's the Mercedes going through a gap that was narrowing. Fabian Schiller, and then clips the Porsche as he went by. Clipped two cars, actually. That's going into a gap that is closing, and that might be looked at as well. They'll be lucky if they've got away with just the punctured right front tyre and no issues on the steering. Dan Harper, you've had to welcome in a new member of the team, of the family almost, because we were saying you three lived together just down the road. This was your upbringing. How's it been having somebody, I mean, I know he's a BMW driver, but somebody alien, somebody different? Does it slightly upset how you guys prepare and what you do?
I mean, obviously it's been great to have Charles. He's been quick in GT World Challenge. It's not like he's not any experience in racing or in BMWs, in fact. Brand new to the Nordschleife this year, so he, let's say, threw in the deep end. But yeah, he's done a fantastic job. We haven't had as much prep races as we normally would have, but he's fitted in brilliantly, and obviously it's a shame that Neil couldn't be here with us due to commitments in America. But yeah, it's great for him that he's also doing racing over there, and he's doing very well. So yeah, Charles has fitted in very nicely.
Another car off the circuit, and this is the 147 GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing in 71st position, the number 147. and I didn't see which of the drivers was in that car. Andreas Simon is, I'm being told by Bruce. Thank you very much indeed. So that car's got damage to the right front as well. I don't want to keep you too long, Dan. So what's next? So you've done effectively 2 runs in the car, pretty much exactly 2 hours. How long do you get off, and what do you do when you're not in the car?
Well, we're scheduling. Well, I don't know if we can trust our radars now in the weather, but we're thinking there's going to be.
You've got a bit of seaweed out the back now, have you? Yeah. Very technical.
Now we're expecting some more rain around 8:30. So we might have to adjust our stint planning around that a little bit. But if not, and if it stays away, then it would be Max now for a double, Charles for a double, just to get in the rhythm, and then I would be back in. So.
Is that a lead? Well, a
potential lead change. Correct.
Thomas Preining, it appears that the BMW slightly held up on traffic there, and through he goes. That's Thomas Preining past.
I think it's on the 98.
That was the 98. That was for 6th and 5th.
Yeah,
I think. That was the second of the Rover Racing cars.
If the pit stop sailed through, that will
be
back
for the lead. That is the effective lead change. How long are you allowed to be away for, and how far are you allowed to go, Dan?
Honestly, I have no idea how long I'm going to be out for, but at least I'm going to stay around. It's early. I have no chance of sleeping yet, so I'm going to, let's say, sit down in the truck, relax, and get ready to go again shortly.
Mate, that was a super drive.
Thank you.
I said that, we might be looking at the drive of the race in the first stint of the race. It was absolutely brilliant, entertaining for us. I'm sure you had a ball doing it.
I did.
Dan Harper, I'll shake your hand, mate.
Thank you very much for having me, guys.
Drive well, be safe.
Thank you.
And Dan Harper back in the car in maybe 3.5, 4 hours time, joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre. And
the car is still quick, by the way, because I'm seeing on the time machine that Max Hessler took it over.
Well, it's Max in the car. It's
purple in Sector 2, so fast as a Red Bull. Right. But the Lambo, by the way, purple in Sector 1. Jordan Pepper at the wheel of the Red Bull team at Lamborghini. So both of those cars on it at the moment.
It absolutely never ceases to amaze me, Bruce, that a young driver gets out the car. Now he knows his onions, but he's been out the car time enough to basically take his helmet off, have a quick debrief. He's walked over here to completely the other side of the track. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for BMW doing that. And he gives an interview like that where he's just absolutely. If you'd said, so you've just ridden your bike down to the post office and posted a couple of letters, then Dan, have you? Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Mate, just nothing phases him.
Well, look, I mean, when Davey Uema came to join us, he complained about how long it took him to get over the bridge, so that had to be factored in.
Yes, that's a good point.
Fittingly, he might have had a pass because it is the BMW M-Power.
Do you think he had blue flags?
Or he might have come through the tunnel we haven't told Davey about.
Yeah. Can we know that for my journey back?
Yeah. No, but he is super impressive, and again, it's not coincidental why manufacturers choose certain drivers, and if they don't come up to scratch, not just in the car, not just in terms of feedback, but what they can do out of the car, they're out of there. He's 3 seasons in now and just getting better and better, but he was so cool and calm the way he described it all.
What I'm just hoping is that they're able to actually convert this into a result, because and I really hope I'm not going to commentate the cursor now, but
hang on a second, Davey, where are you? What are you in at the moment?
You're
a commentary box. You have a commentary headset on.
Do you want me to finish my thought?
No, you can't. But you've got to take. You have got to take the responsibility of what you're about to say.
What have I done? Well,
welcome to broadcasting.
They haven't finished the race since they moved into GT3. So,
wow.
Yeah,
that is a stat.
Quite a stat.
Now, but can you, in that case, can you reverse curse them by saying that? Does that mean?
I hope so. Wow. I'm going to have some angry people in Munich probably coming after me at some point.
I like that. Yeah. Other classes as well, of course. So we've gone through the time when we would normally do the classes, so let me quickly run down them for you. In Cup 2, the massively contested Porsche Carrera Cup 992 class. 21st is the 103 Black Falcon Porsche. leading its class in SPX, the Hankook Competition GT3 Cup car. Now that's in SPX because it's not running the control tyre, and with the Glickenhaus getting some quite significant work, that's taken the lead there. By the way, Martin Brundle's birthday today. Alex Brundle about to give his dad a fabulous birthday present if they continue. He's in second position in Club 2 for Milner Motorsport at the moment. Door Motorsport leading the SP11 class with their crossbow still, even after the spin. It's the Hyundai Elantra number 830 leading TCR. SP10 is the FK Performance BMW M4. That is the 187 in 36th and 37th. It's the Czerny Motorsport car, the number 145. Timo Scheider behind the wheel of that. That's Peter Cates' car, leading SP8T, the turbo-charged car, ahead of the Schnitzelheim car that's been rebuilt, the 111 car. Thilnius driving that at the moment, and FK Performance Motors in third position. SP8T, second place is Jimmy Broadbent, and it is Jimmy in the car at the moment, as we thought it might be. So Peter Cates' team and Jimmy Broadbent's team battling it out there. Cup 3, which is the Cayman Club Sport, is SRS team Zorg Rennsport. I will be seeing that name a lot in the classes. It's the 959 out there at the moment, a proper Porsche number. AT3 alternatively fueled, 888 Hoffa Racing by Bonk BMW M4, and they are in 47th position. That's a good run for them. SP7, the Plus Line Racing Porsche Cayman, is the number 80 car, and they are in 63rd position. SP4T, excuse me, the Subaru, winning its class, the most successful class winning car in this year's race. It's been pretty brilliant in SP14. Not always had a lot of competition, in fairness. AT2, second of the alternative class cars, the Porsche Motors GT3 Cup car, with Schmudo behind the wheel of that 320 in 65th position. It is the MSC Zinzige VM ADAC TTS Audi. We're leading SP3T, that's the 311 car in 66th position. In V6, the Porsche Carrera 911, the 416 car, as we've now got the intervention vehicles out of that GT Tyres Motorsport number 147 machine. In the VT2 rear drive, Adrenaline Motorsport, another multiple team, and that car is leading there. That's the Porsche Cayman S. Sorry, that is the 320i. SP6 is Hoffa Racing's CSL. In V4, it's the BMW number 711 and the Porsche Kim CM12's the 446 car. And there's a couple more classes I know. VT3, the Kievan Sports 325i, the 599 in 105th position. SP3 has the 275 BMW 318 Ti E36 leading. SP4 is the 325 Ci BMW, the 152 in 115th position. Those are your class leaders.
We're having quite a battle here in the lower reaches of the top 10. I was saying earlier that the 27 Lamborghini seems to have some pace, while Jordan Pepper is proving me right. So he's managed to get his way by the Team Bilstein Mercedes with Maximilian Goetz, who's at the moment also under pressure from Nico Verone in the number 1 Fricadelli Ferrari. Now, there was a moment there, it was on the replay, where I'm going to interrupt myself because there appears to be a car upside down.
Oh.
Adenauer forced.
Right. It will surprise nobody to know that the Mercedes 130 and the Herberth Porsche incident is under investigation. And right at the end of the Adenauer force, we do have a car well off onto the grass. One of the few areas that's got a large grass runoff. It's very wet there at the moment. And it does look as though we can see parts of the car that we really ought not to.
No.
From there. And what I'm looking at, there's an intervention vehicle there. I'm looking around to see if I can see a driver out of that car. Haven't had...
There's some figures standing by the barrier.
There are some figures by the barrier, but we're too high up. Well, we're not. The helicopter is filming all of this.
You can probably hear that we're hovering at about 300 feet at the moment. At least our camera is. Sven Muller coming to that area at the moment in the Falcon Motorsports number 33 car. The respect that is paid here by all the drivers, rightfully so, to the marshal signals. Hundreds of marshals here this weekend. Thank you to every one of them. They give us their most precious gift, the gift of their time. Now let's have a look at the barriers as well and see if we can glean what has gone on. Is that BMW?
Couldn't tell.
Hard to say.
Looks like it's been righted, but we only had a very quick sight of it. I doubt it has been. Yes, it has been righted.
That's
a VW Golf. That could be the new Club Sport.
I think that is the new Club Sport.
The Max Cruise racing car, because that was running in the
yes, it is.
safari-style camo livery.
Yeah, spot on, Bruce. So that's the 10 car, isn't it?
Yes.
And so that car has, I would say, been over... no, it's only a 7 DSG. It's one of the alternative cars.
Yeah.
Right, my apologies.
Also run by Max Cruiser Racing. To
same
keep us on our toes.
Yes, absolutely.
And that was Asari at the wheel of that at the time. That was Emir Astari, the Turkish racer. So that's not the conclusion to the race he was coming here for.
I tell you what, though, damaged car, sad end early in the race. But all the safety features there, Davey, have done their jobs perfectly.
For something that was upside down, doesn't look all that bad.
If you bolted the wheels on and bolted the doors back on and put a new bonnet on, you'd almost say that would drive away. I'm not suggesting that that's the case, but I mean, that's incredible.
The doors come off. That's quite clear, I think, by the side there.
Sorry, what were you going to say before we were trying to do that?
I was
now, you're younger
that.
than us, so you'll probably remember where you were going, because if I'd stopped talking that amount of time ago, there's no chance of me remembering what I was going to say.
I did also realise I think I just paid accidental tribute to the late, great Murray Walker by saying I'm going to interrupt myself.
You did, and I appreciated that. Beautifully done.
No, what was going on about is that there was a moment on the replay where, like I said, the battle between Maximilian Goetz and Jordan Pepper, where we had, I think it was code 60 for the GT4 BMW that had gone into the wall, and they seemed to come in rather quickly, and it also looked like Max Goetz passed Pepper while coming into that area, but the position now been reversed. So I don't know if that's an older footage or Goetz perhaps quite wisely realising, if I keep this position, I might be in a world of trouble.
Yes, time to redress.
Yes, because he is now back behind Pepper, and like I said, Nico Verone half a second back. So that's a real heating up battle. I've been very impressed with Nico Verone.
I was just about the same thing. The same thing.
Really well for his first visit to this place.
I talked to him in Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. We were doing our usual grid walk as part of the show, pit lane walk as part of the show, and he was just standing there, and I said, first time here, you know, he said, well, we've had a bit of a test, but that's about all. So, you know, how do you... I know I've done loads of laps on the sim, and I was like, yeah, okay, let's see how he goes.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's gone out there and absolutely nailed it.
Very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. Le Mans, he'll be at Le Mans next week, part of the...
Oh, I think we might get back... No, that's the Hyundai, and not the same corner.
No.
I spoke too soon.
You're learning quick, though, mate, in this game. Verone, of course, the Argentinian Italian, and he...
Well, that's the... what I'm going to dub the Pilot Challenge car.
Yeah, that's the Canadian car, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, part Canadian, part American, I suppose.
Yeah. The car that's mostly red. Pilot Challenge racing at Mid-Ohio for 4 hours next weekend on Le Mans Test Weekend. Nico Verone will be there. All three drivers that won GTE AM, Ben Keating, he and Nicky Katzberg, are all there. They're all in LMP2, and they're all racing for different teams.
Yes, and coincidentally, they're all in LMP Pro-Am, so they're
correct
directly against each other.
Absolutely right. George Kurtz has nicked Nicky, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
And Ben's in the United USA car, and Nico Verone,
AF course.
he's in the AF course of 183.
Yes,
with Francois Perotto.
And I'm going to say Ben Barnacote.
You're spot on. Where were you this morning when I needed you to do, when I was recording the preview?
Still asleep.
Yeah.
Here's that battle, by the way, between Gertz and Verona, and now they're having to sort of fight their way through traffic, which is always, we've seen it before, if you can catch somebody in a wrong spot with traffic, you can make the pass.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's what Nico's kind of looking at the moment.
Yeah, and that's also why they go very, very hard when they get up to the Vidal chicane, because if you could put 1 or 2 cars between you and a rival who's chasing you just before you turn double left through the Sabine-Schmitz curves, and then have your rival held up in the first part of the Nordschleife, then it's advantage. But right now, it's the blue Mercedes in 4th place overall, really being pushed incredibly hard indeed by Nico Varone, talking about his red-nosed Fricadelli Ferrari.
He's sticking that nose in there, had a look up the inside, but Gertz covered it off.
Are you surprised there aren't more Ferraris here? We were talking about this earlier in the week. We had 3 last year, and obviously Fricadelli won. We know it's not. All of the GT3 cars now are relatively the same price. You might say the Ferrari's a bit more expensive than the others, but you know, it depends what you're getting for your money. I'd have thought, after last year's result, there'd have been pretty much an orderly queue round the factory at Maranello.
I seem to recall it was a double win, because didn't they also get SP9 Pro-Am?
They did indeed.
With
Racing 1?
No, I think it was WTM by Rinaldi.
Yeah,
yes, you're right.
Yeah,
yes,
it was the
Because the reason I remember that is Indy Doncher, one of my compatriots, was in that car, and it set a lap record with Daniel Coes at the wheel.
That's right.
So it was a double win. So yeah, I am, because it was Racing 1 and WTM by Rinaldi that had these cars in Pro-Am last year, and they've both not returned, which perhaps is a little bit.
Calvitz is here, of course, in that car, number one car.
And Doncher's moved over to Lion Speed, GP, in the 24.
Yeah, it's a surprise to me that having broken their duck and you know, proved that car in. Now, Klaus Abelin's team, the Fricadelli team, is not just any private team, particularly when it comes to the Nürburgring. In some ways, they're like a Manti. They know this place very, very well. Moved over from Porsche to the Ferrari, but there, as far as I'm aware, there was no Ferrari input to that car last year. They fought really hard in the last 6 hours to keep the dampers under that car.
Yes, they did.
I'm very surprised that there's not more teams have taken that up for us.
I seem to recall there were 1 or 2 Competizione GT shirts walking around, and I also seem to remember that as soon as they started realising, like, oh, hang on, we might win this, I believe they flew in Antonello Cletta to celebrate as soon as they started realising, we might actually win this race.
Yeah. Yes, don't head straight for Le Mans. That can become shortly.
Slight detour.
Yeah, take a detour. But I had a theory, Davey, that John and I and others discussed the other day, that I think it's a car in the early stages of its development, the 296 GT3s, that the pros can get a handle on very well indeed, but it's a little bit harder for the AM drivers, the drivers not, from a different level. And if you've got an all-pro driver lineup, as Fricadelli Racing has this time around, then they can really get on top of it. I've seen some of them racing in Asia, and certainly in GT World Challenge Asia, it's still a learning process. So a lot of them, it's a brand new car, but so many of these cars, when you get the next generation, it might be a little softer, a little more favourable to the people that want to race a Ferrari rather than anything else, but also want to be competitive. We saw this with the AMG Mercedes. The previous generation was, a real tool for the pros. The current one, which is getting quite long in the tooth now, was very much made with the gentleman driver in mind as well, and that's why they sold so many.
Well, perhaps that could be a reason, thinking maybe we sit out this development cycle a little bit and to the point where the car will get more friendly for us amps. Sit out maybe this year, maybe next year, and then once the car is to a point where it's a bit more amp friendly, then you return.
Yeah,
that could be a theory.
It's Davey Owema who's with us from Sports Car 365, by the way, with Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh. Davey taking a little bit of a time away from his frantic pressing of computer keys and running up and down behind the pits as well, because this is old school here. You've got to go and find out yourself what's going on, and I like that about this race.
It is, and also you can't just nip into a pit garage. You have to climb past other cars that are being worked on, because you have, is it maximum 5 you can have in a garage? 5 cars or 6?
Now.
Something,
there's 2 adrenaline car garages, got 5 in each, and maybe there is a 6. Used to be 8, but the cars are too big for that now. Cars are too big for that. So I take it John de Geese is covering this at the moment. So do I say hello to John?
Yeah, you can do.
Over at S365 Global Headquarters.
Yeah, you can do. He's
hello, John.
Keep an eye on tabs on things while I come over here, and then.
Is he in Detroit this weekend, or is he covering that from home?
He's from home.
Right.
Yeah.
John, wish you all the best, mate. See you in a week or so's time at the Circuit de la Sarthe. IMSA racing tonight, just a 100-minute race. Shea, Adam, Jeremy Shaw and myself on a break. When I'm on break from this, I hop into our alternative global broadcaster.
It would appear that the whack that Vincent Kolb had with the barriers after the contact with Fabian Schiller wasn't too bad, because he's back out on track. He's going down to Dottinger Hill right now.
21st position, though, as you know, he's dropped down. Now, the question for me will be, has he dropped off the lead lap? And I think he has.
Probably has.
Well, hold on. No, he won't. Not quite. He's just about to complete his 18th lap.
Yes.
The race leaders are on their 19th lap. That should be absolutely fine. But for me, it's ironic. The TV director picked him up exactly at the point where he ended up facing backwards at the traffic as he came through the king.
Do you think that was a coincidence?
No, we're dealing with pros. No, fantastic.
Exactly.
I tell you what, of almost all the corners on the circuit where I would not want to be facing backwards is one like that. Almost the highest point. The cars have just lifted a little bit to go to that left-hand kink. And bear in mind, they were 4 abreast when the incident happened. And I think it was Ricardo Fellow gave a bit of a squeeze to Mauro Engel. And unfortunately, they just kept coming across. And the person who lost out was Vincent Kolb.
Fabio Schiller in the car at that point. You were
Sorry, Fabio.
No, we're correct in saying that he's still on the lead, but not by an awful lot.
No.
Because we are just now seeing Sheldon van der Linden coming through in the lead of the race, and he is... Well, he's got some company. Arjun Maini is getting closer.
There's another driver who's impressed me this week, Arjun Maini, in the number 3 Mercedes Team Bilstein car. He was scored at under 4 seconds behind the Rover Racing leading 99 car. Now remember, there's a slight offset on some of these pit stops, and we should see, as the pit stops, the third pit stop start, we'll see the Manthey car go longer than everybody else, and every time they do that, they're getting that lap further in. And whilst that means absolutely nothing now on the pit stop cycle, when we get to 70 minutes to go in the race tomorrow afternoon, so sometime a little before 3 o'clock Central European summertime, we'll be trying to remember that. If all things stay as they are, which is Paul Trustwell said, which they probably won't, but if it plays out like that.
And that's one of the reasons I think I've said to about 45 different people so far this weekend that this is my favourite race of the year. And one of the reasons that is the case is because we are not dealing with safety cars in this race. So there's no reset button, essentially. So the decisions that you make now, or you have made for pit stop number 1, will either play out in your favour or come back to bite you tomorrow afternoon. And I think one of the best examples of that was the first time I came here was in 2022 with Phoenix versus GetSpeed, where GetSpeed opted to go long, or excuse me, I think opted to go early, and that cycled all the way through, and then at the end of the race started getting some rain, and they had to make the decision, and Phoenix, who had gone a lap longer, could basically sit back, look what they were doing and go, okay, we're going the other way, and that ultimately delivered them Audi's most recent N24 win. So it's that rolling through strategies, that decision that you make early that could either benefit you or cost you all the way down the line. You might not even know it yet at this point.
No, absolutely entirely. So it's a race of consequence right at the start, and then the consequence is paid out right at the end.
Glickenhaus back on track.
Good spot.
So that's, and I also saw I might have been a little bit premature with regards to the 5 car, because I just saw it going a shot off the back and a diffuser looking a bit like a pre-loved diffuser on the back of the number 5 Porsche. So still probably some aerodynamic drawbacks on that car as a result of what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, but the fact it is circulating, that could so easily have been a retirement. And obviously we saw the Fabian Schiller driven number 130 Mercedes coming in with a great chunk out of its wheel rim. Obviously that was the point of contact. I quite like to see a replay of that, because the cars were 4, nearly 5 abreast. This wasn't just the back markers, this was the SP9 gaggle of cars.
It was a battle.
It was a 4-car battle for position as they went down along the Dottinghurst. Those in front giving a tow to those behind, and the consequence always pays out just before you get to the bridge that goes over Antonius Bucher corner, and it's a very, very high-speed kink, and really the innocent party there was Vincent Colby. He could go no further to the left, already been on the grass.
Yeah. Here he is, we're on board with him now.
Let's have a listen. So he's heading down the hill. Let's get to
He's just lost the lead lap.
that is the lead lap
He's
going
just lost the
through.
lead lap, yeah.
So there was the 99 as they're coming down to Callanhart, and that was Van der Linde going through. So now the question will be, is when do the pit stops work in his favour? Because obviously I'm going to say obviously he came into the pits. It's not obviously at all. Did he come into the pits after that incident? Because he did clout the barriers. So yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
So he has made his 3rd pit stop. They will have topped it up with fuel whilst he was there. So he's going to go slightly further into the race. So right now, the stagger in, 4x400 metre relay terms, the stagger hasn't unwound for him yet. We're not quite on a proper idea of where he is, Bruce.
No, entirely. And of course, here in the Eiffel Forest, we have had talk of fog settling on the track overnight. There is still likelihood of rain. The pendulum could yet help him. It might have accidentally, this incident, given him an option. But as we have the lead cars on their 19th laps, expect them to come in probably 2 laps' time to make their 3rd regular pit stop. And if you weren't with us at the start of the race, which is, good grief, almost precisely 3 hours ago, we had the pole-sitting car on slick tyres, and the bunch of cars behind starting on wet weather tyres. The track was dry at the start-finish line, certainly was chucking down at the back, and so we had a real juggle straight from the start.
61-second penalty for the number 227. That's a pit stop, minimum pit stop time penalty. They'll serve that next time around. What did I say? 227 on that. That's the E-Fuel Team Griesmann car. The Griesmann family were out this morning in the Classic, and also the 112
seems to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they want some video evidence from the car number 112, which is the K. Kramer Racing Cup 2 AM Porsche. So they've either they're in trouble or they were a witness to something.
Yes.
Now, were they around? Were they one of the 4 cars? 5 cars.
There were 5 cars, and one that was a Cup 2 class car. So I think we can do the maths on that and say that Fidel Leib was possibly almost involved in that incident. He was on the right-hand side of the drive of the circuit, and the 4 SP9 cars would have taken a bit of a tow. But don't forget, Cup 2 cars are very quick along the Dottinghurst.
Yes.
But really, 3 into 1 is tricky as you get to Antonius Bucher. But it was 4 into 1, maybe 5, and I think he may have caught what happened.
So if that's the case, what that essentially is the message is please come to the clerk of the course with video described in email, which at that point to me suggests that onboard will be key in determining who gets a penalty between that incident. That's obviously, stewards doing their due diligence and looking at every single piece of evidence available before they make a judgment.
Yeah, I completely agree with David Uema, who's alongside us here. It's just gone 7 o'clock local time. We've clicked off another racing hour, so just under 21 hours still to go. Here's the top positions.
Oh, fun little bit about, you saw a static shot and there was a marshal with the Dutch flags there. That's a group of marshals from Zandvoort.
Oh, really?
They make the yearly sort of pilgrimage down to this race to do their marshalling work here at the Nordschleife. I've come across them quite often on my travels to Zandvoort. So brilliant. Dutch flags proudly displayed on Marshall Post, I think 169, I believe it was.
So the 99, Sheldon van der Linde then, going through the Kleine Carousel up towards the Gallows Hill corner. That's wickedly double apex. How many different ways are there to take that? Now, Maxi Goetz has just had a little bit of an incident with the...
That's Verona again.
Nico Varone carving his way past.
He's got through.
It wasn't an incident. It was just Varone picking the right line and carving his way past as if he was in a... I mean, that looked like a race car movie where you would say, oh, has he just changed up to 21st gear and double declutched up the box as well. OK, so that was a position made up by Varone. Let's quickly run through the top 10. Sheldon von der Linde then leading for Rover Racing by around about 5 seconds, the 99 ahead of the Mercedes of Ajahn Maini. So it is just on 7 o'clock. I'll complete that in just a moment. Remind you, we're live from the Nürburgring. It is the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring for 2024. So as we have clicked off that hour, just a little bit more than that, let's give you that rundown. 99 from 3, as we said, 5 seconds between Sheldon von der Linde and Ajahn Maini in the Rover Racing BMW and the Mercedes team Bilstein. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, they're going to have to make that car wider if they put all of that on the back. Share of Sport PHX for now Chris Mees. It was that Stippy started that one, I think it was, in 3rd position for the 16. He's another 13 seconds further back. About 29 seconds further back from that, just outside the top 3, is Max Hesse, who took over from Dan Harper. What a stint from Dan Harper. Started on the wrong tyres. Had him in here recently. He's thoroughly enjoyed his drive back, as Ajahn Maini, by the way, has just come into the pit lane. Then it's Thomas Preining for Manthey as we're starting the 3rd set of pit stops. Then Rover Racing's BMW, Max Martin in 6th position. 7th is Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini Huracan, the number 27. 8th, Nico Varone, ahead now of Maxi Coates. That pass made just a little while ago. And the Mercedes team, HRT then, the number 4 car in 9th position. Top 10 made up by Falcon Motorsports. And just to mention, the Cup 2 Black Falcon 103 car is in 21st position overall at the moment. Those 992 Cup cars very quickly indeed. That's how it stands then, with 20 hours and 55 minutes remaining. The leader, Sheldon von der Linde, has completed 19 laps.
I think we're going to...
And in the booth with us here is Davey Uwema from Sports Car 365. Welcome. Is this your broadcast debut?
Yes, it is.
He's done well, hasn't he?
Oh, I'll pack my bags.
And he can write as well. That's...
I used to do that.
In a second language. And probably a third.
Well, it's become a bit of a running joke in my various interactions with the German manufacturers that they believe I am more fluent in German than I say I am.
That's a handy skill to have.
I've been trying to get better, yes. We're having another go at the battle between 911 and 98 here, I believe, as it's Preining in front of...
And this will end up being the lead because the number 911 at the moment is with Thomas Preining at the wheel, very highly regarded by Porsche, former Porsche young driver, winner, and has done Carrera Cup all over the world, as well as the GT3s. Of course, that car went longer, and we'll keep saying this. If you've heard it before, I'm sorry, but there's people joining the audio and the video, the World Feed TV. Hello, wherever you are. Let us know where you're watching. Blur Fiend is in the workshop. He's a Porsche technician, and he says he's watching and listening at the moment. Not sure what the work is going on at the moment there, Blur. That was a little while ago. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSL N24, and into the pits.
That's exiting the pits.
Exiting the pits. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's the Bill Stein car, isn't it? That we saw that starting off.
Yusuf Oweiga's taken it over from Ajahn Maini.
Right. Yeah. He's been good as well. I've been very impressed, Davey, if I may say so, with some of the lesser-known names here,
yes,
and some of the younger drivers who you often say that this place is no place for a young driver. Well, these young drivers with, relatively speaking, little experience of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, certainly in the full metal world, they've been pretty solid.
Yeah, again, going back to the Schnitzel number 11 with Gemma Hartling and Marcel Markowitz, that's been, in at least 2 qualifying practice has been one that stood out to me. It's not featured that much yet, although it's running steadily in 15th place at the moment, with Hartling at the wheel. Yeah, like I said, this is a place where you would normally only really send the guys that have been there, done that, wouldn't you? That know what they're doing. But in that regard, I can't like the fact that Manthey have decided to give Ayrton Guven the shot for this in the.
I think he's earned that though, don't you?
100%. That's just one of the drivers. I think we mentioned Preining coming up to the Porsche Junior ranks, but Guven is another one who just climbed that ladder so impressively.
Another very accomplished sim sport.
Exactly.
Guy as well.
And then, of course, was the third driver at Bathurst alongside Matt Campbell and Lawrence Anthony.
And by the way, what a stint he put in. A couple of stints at Bathurst.
I feel like that might have been his big break. He's been in DTM, so I'm not sure if it's fair to call it his big break.
No.
But in terms of this type
was it his
stuff,
coming of age type of thing?
Well, perhaps that's a more fair way of putting it. Yes, I agree.
Actually, quite a long time before that, when I really hardly knew his name, he turned up. There was it the FIA? It was an FIA. It was a GT World Challenge event. It was at Bahrain, and it was racing for your nation.
Oh yeah, the Nations Cup.
Nations Cup. I couldn't quite get there. And for someone who I'd only been vaguely aware of, he didn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, what? Turkey won that event.
Yeah.
So
who was he driving with? Who was the?
He was driving with Sally Yoluk.
Of course he was. Sally
got in,
yeah,
but you know, Sally had more experience, but the pace was definitely from Hanshan.
Yeah.
And it was really, really, really strong. But great event actually. End of season.
The thing that I think has really stood in good stead. We expect all these drivers, and we were sort of touching on this when we were talking about Jeremy Shaw's Team USA drivers down through the years, and what a. Vincent Kolb having a big moment in the Herbert car, which he get a bit of a ding earlier on as he was heading down the hill, down to the bridge over the main street at Adenau there. You expect the drivers, Davey, to be fast. You expect them to be able to set a car up and do what they need to do. In some ways, what they do outside of the car and how they interact with personnel and the other drivers is as query, possibly more important, because the driving is almost a given. And everybody I know who's worked with Chan Govan has said he's absolutely brilliant. And there's some pretty tough cookies that he's been alongside and he's raced with, and been a part of the teams with, both in real world and in you know, he was a big help with some of the full metal Porsche drivers during lockdown, getting them up to speed, doing some of the sim racing, and he got a lot of respect for that.
Since Corey did Le Mans Virtual as well with the work scene, and it is that attitude, isn't it? It's because, you know, driving is one thing, but there's so much, like I said, there's so much that goes on outside of that, and I think, you know, you are in the car right now, but there is a garage full of people busting their asses to make your stuff possible. And, you know, I've heard stories of drivers that, for example, had not necessarily through their own fault a shunt, and the mechanics put in a real hard job to fix it, and the driver just gets in, doesn't say a word, and goes back out. And at that point, that's not the way you do it.
No. And then you compare and contrast that
not in this race.
Compare and contrast with the absolutely horrible race that WRT had with their two BMWs at Spa in the World Endurance Championship. Both cars getting knocked out in someone else's accident. Valentino Rossi, who'd not even been in the car, as soon as he saw the car, he knew it was out, immediately gets up and starts patting all the team on the back, shaking their hands and saying, it's not our day today, guys, but don't worry, we'll be back, we'll get them. You know, brilliant.
It's also, I think, if you create that environment, and this might sound slightly cynical, but, you know, they will be enticed and to go the extra mile for you if you show them the respect that they deserve.
And Valentino does that the whole time. And at the end of last season, he took all the mechanics, all the team up to his place where they had motorbike friends. He had them out on dirt bikes, and those things are the things they'll remember. And you're spot on, but he is a peculiar people person. Right, Christian Mies coming in from second place to make his pit stop, the number 16 Shearer Sport PHX Audi. This is the one that didn't pick up a screw in its tyre on the opening lap of the race. Therefore, that's why it's a bit further forward.
What I'd like to know is where that screw come from, because it's not something you usually find on the racetrack.
And they said it was a screw, not a bolt or anything like that. So, you know, Has it dropped off the underneath or something? Was it a self-tapper that was stuck into...
Have any builders' vans been getting corners backed around the circuit? Because it's so annoying, isn't it, on the public road where you get a puncture and you go, why was a screw 3 kilometres from the closest house? What was it doing and why did I happen to hit it end on?
Ah, there's a Dacia. Is that my cue to talk Dacia thing?
You can talk Dacia, however, because they pronounce it in different places. We just had a new fastest lap of the race. We'll talk about that first of all.
From Preining.
And we've talked up Thomas Preining, and he's down to an 8:17.459. There's a few cars getting quicker. Max Hesse as well has just put that car's fastest lap, that car being the pole sitting number 72, as we're cycling through this pit stop. This Dacia, not last year's Dacia, because there was nothing salvageable from... I'm not even sure the steering wheel was salvageable from last year's.
It's still coming down, actually.
Oh, that was one of the worst crashes I've seen in a very long time. Actually, now, before I start all of this story, I would like to attribute it to the proper person who's sitting in the media centre right now, which is good friend and former colleague Daniel Lloyd. He did digging on this, and he's very graciously allowed me to steal his spotlight with this, because it's very easy to see that as a I'm going to say Dacia just to bring
all right, that's fine.
As we see a pit stop for the 98, Maxime getting out, and I couldn't quite spot whose helmet it was getting in, but it's very easy to think that as just a Dacia you see on the road, just doing its thing out on the Nordschleife, but that car is a Frankenstein's monster to an extent you would not believe.
Right. It's a Series 1 car. It's not the most up-to-date shape.
Correct. It's an
so first
car.
of all, finding the body shell must have been difficult.
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to start with, say there was nothing salvaged from the other car. This is wonderful. The old car, from what was salvaged, the body was donated to a local fire service to be used for road traffic accident response practice.
Oh, very good.
So they got some use out of it, because you remember it was mostly the rear end that was done. Now, like I said, they found the chassis. The engine, as you guys mentioned before, it's in a different class compared to last year. It was SP3T, I believe, is now in.
Yeah, that's right. And it was SP3 last year.
Yeah,
so
the
there's
reason
a turbo.
for that is there's a turbo. It's not just like they've strapped a turbo onto it. It's a completely different engine.
Yeah.
Now, that's a very interesting story, because as Dan explained to me, and he's written as well, they had to find proof that a turbocharged Logan or Dacia had existed before, as we have another fastest lap, by the way, Nick Averone doing an 8:12.460.
Well, the only turbocharged Dacia or Logan that I found was the dual fuel car, which was only a 1 litre.
They supposedly found something somewhere else. I initially heard it was Brazil, but it might not be strictly true.
No,
that was more of a Renault versus a Dacia. That was a turbo, and they had to basically prove that, okay, a turbocharged Dacia at some point or another did exist, to be able for them to allow or be allowed to put a turbocharged engine in the car. The engine is from a Renault Megane RS, if I'm not mistaken.
That makes sense. We speculated on this earlier. Renault Megane RS are... Oh, hello, somebody off at the side of the road with smoke coming out. And where's Max Hesse going through? That's just at the end of the foxhole. And to driver's left, that's not going to be in a small accident. Did we spot what type of car that was?
Well, on the current form, you could suggest it was probably an SP10 BMW. They seem to have had all the trouble in that class, but I'm not guessing at all.
No, Sheldon's in the pits. That's all right. Don't panic, John.
Had a moment there.
Yeah, had a moment. Meanwhile, back to the Dacia. RS Meganes are 10 a penny around here.
I'm not sure that's true.
I know it was the 98 car that came in the pits.
That is Sheldon.
It's Sheldon van der Linde has gone off at the foxhole. This was the car that was in the lead of the race.
Out of the lead of the race.
And his head is in his hands. His helmet is down and he's holding...
It was the team car that came into the pits. So what has happened here? He was behind traffic, including one of the GT cars. He's been clipped by one of the Caymans, and that Cayman's gone off as well. Now... That is one of the fancied cars, and one of the very quick BMWs. They've really come to the fore. He's been on the phone to back at base, and he's not making any Yeah, 2 cars involved, 3 cars involved. So all 3 of those cars, there was something VAG involved in that as well, I think. Well, obviously the Cayman, but there was a hatchback involved there as well. I reckon that's 3 cars going into one where they couldn't go. Van der Linde picking his way through, got a clip and hit another car. Right, let's see if we can pick some numbers out for you here.
It's Schwalbenschwanz, right, the car or the Cayman on the... Oh, it's not a Cayman on the left.
It's the Audi TT.
No, that's a 420 Porsche.
Yeah.
Is it? Right, OK. And there's another car to the left, which we didn't see. And that's a very badly damaged. So the Cayman is the further one. It's one of the GT Tyres cars. It's one of the GT Tyres cars.
Yes.
And there's not a straight panel on that car, and there's some barrier damage to the right.
That's a big one.
And where do we think that is then?
Schwalbenschwanz. Oh, Fuchsruhe.
No, I
thought it was a bit earlier in the lap than Schwalbenschwanz. There are yellow flags there for
just at the end of the foxhole, as you start to go up the hill.
The barrier on the right-hand side of the track where the BMW went in is folded back about half a metre at the top.
Yeah, and I believe that Porsche is, like I said, 420 to 4 motors, alternative fuel.
Which has been doing very well in its class, actually. Right, let's see if we can pick them out again. Big damage to the front end of the 420 Porsche. Now I can see why I thought it was a Audi TT, but I can see the distinctive radiators. I can't see which of the GT tyres.
Well, the 1 Series looked like a hatchback to me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Well, there is debris absolutely everywhere. The 99 previous race-leading BMW is diagonally across the track, facing in the opposite direction. And still, as we try and close in on the 3rd car in...
That was the car that I saw the smoke from the engine. No, it's a GT Tyres car.
That looks like a hatchback to me, so that would make it a 1 Series, wouldn't it?
It is 507. 507.
1 moment.
So the VT2 rear tyre GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing, its driver is out.
It is indeed. It was in class VT2 and is a 1 Series.
Yeah, good spot, mate.
By WS Racing.
He might have a future in this, do he?
And it was the driver who started the race in that class.
So Sheldon gets round the outside of the Porsche, and then does he get clipped by the Porsche, or does he move over?
It does look like
on the 1 Series. That's a very odd accident.
The car seemed to judder a little bit, which seems to suggest there was contact with the Porsche, and because the direction change was extremely sudden.
If there had been a sudden movement in the early laps of the race, that would have been a case of going off the dry line and just getting onto the damp patch and then going. But at this point, it was bone dry. Teammate Dries van Torp beside himself in the pits, looking at the screen.
That absolutely was a contending car.
Yes.
All the drivers, by the way, are out of all the cars, and looking somewhat ruefully. Don't look any at them, and we defer, of course, to the medical checks, but the damage is to their race chances and the cars themselves, rather than to the drivers. Thank goodness. That I have to say, that 1 Series has taken a heck of a battering.
It has.
That's rattled up. I mean, there's no runoff there. There's a car's width on the left and a quarter of the car's width on the right. So we know one of the drivers. What was the other car that we said? It was
507.
It was listed as Fabian. Sorry, 507.
Did they have a driver change in that car?
Yeah, well, I was thinking that
the other one was
driver of 507 should have changed, because he's certainly the starting driver. It's Fabian Pinone.
Right, the 420 is one of the Kreuzpointner sisters.
Yes, you can see it's one.
Yeah, and that is Fritz Kreuzpointner's daughters, and she's had a walk up to the other car, and she's saying that was absolutely your fault. What were you thinking? And so that's interesting. Now I can't tell from the timing screen which of the Kreuzpointners is in that car.
The BMW driver seems mildly displeased at this turn of events.
Right, so the blue flags were out. Right, so there was a green flag there, definitely. I cannot discern what has happened, having watched that now 3 or 4 times. But what it did seem to happen is the BMW then accelerated and went back past the spinning Sheldon van der Linde.
Yeah. What I think actually happened there was they saw the green flag, they got going, and the Porsche came and tried to pull out around the back of the GT tyres car, and unfortunately going around the outside of that and getting clipped was Sheldon van der Linde. But concern all around. Good to see the drivers out. We'll let you know which of the Kreuzpointner sisters, the twins it was, Alessia or Jacqueline, but disappointment all round. Long faces in the Rover Racing BMW garage, because that was the race leader, their race leader, out of the event.
Yeah, due for a pit stop shortly, I would say. Looking at the data that we have, the van der Linde car is by far the least damaged of all 3 of them, but it's facing the wrong direction at 45-degree angle to the road, and it is damaged, and it's already lost enough laps that it is no longer a contender. The issue is here with the, generally speaking, the reliability of these GT3 cars now, and the pace, and no intervention and wave-bys and pass-arounds, etc., then you lose time. It is so difficult to get it back.
Yes, almost impossible, really.
It's impossible to get laps back, and I know if that's a lap, that makes sense. It's an 8-minute lap. You can make some time back up if you get a little bit. It was Alessia Kreuzpointner, we're being told now, in the 4 Motors GmbH. She's fine, walked away from the Porsche. You can, if you get a little bit of good luck, or more pointedly, if your competitors catch slow zones that you don't catch, you can make up a bit of time with that. But you're not making up numbers of laps here, Davey, are you?
100% not. The lap's just too long.
Yeah.
That's going to be, I think, fairly lengthy, because if you're looking at the state of that guardrail on the right-hand side there.
Well, and I haven't moved any of the cars yet, because it's so tight. If this is your first experience and you're thinking, that's a red flag, why haven't a red flag? I haven't even got a safety car out there at the moment. That's not the way it's done here. No. That barrier will be repaired with a track services vehicle. They might even put cones out and cone off half of the track and have people going through at much reduced 60 kilometres an hour speed through there. And all the drivers now know where that is. They've all been past it at least once.
Exactly so. And again, the experience that teams and drivers gain from competing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is so vital.
Because they will be able to interpret the light. Can't hear you, Bruce.
Sorry, I'd knocked myself off. Maybe that's a signal. But it was, you know, they learn the likely way these things are going to be treated, and they can get the messages to the driver, and maybe they can choose to bring them on in. But again, we'll just go back to that fact, Davey. Without a safety car, there are no winners and losers in that. No. So it's all stable. There are enough variables in this race, on this magnificent circuit, without something like that undoing all the work you might have put 17 hours into doing.
Something I'd like to add, if we just saw the onboard, I think one of the Toyotas coming through do that bit, and I think this is a very good example of. We spoke earlier on how Steve Brown was removed from the meeting because he sped into a code 60, and I think that shot you saw there is an absolutely perfect example of why that happened. Because there are intervention vehicles, there are people walking on the track, there's cars scattered across. You cannot afford to come into what sometimes is a blind area speeding, and I feel like I'm about to be heartbroken because we are seeing the Dace being pushed into its garage.
Quelle horreur!
Oh no.
Well, we're coming up to 1:30, so we'll have another rundown in a moment or two. Davey, first of all, thank you very much indeed for being with us in what has been actually quite an eventful couple of hours. Your first experience of the broadcast booth, have you enjoyed it first
Absolutely, 100%, and I hope to be back as soon as I possibly can.
Well, keep in touch. You're welcome back in this race. I know you've got work to do, but maybe we'll wait till daylight and see how you feel.
Let's see.
If you want to come, please do. What, if anything, have we learned? We've seen, I mean, we've lost contenders here.
We have.
Undoubtedly.
Yes. 100%. This is a big contender that we've lost here, and it's Sheldon van der Linde doesn't seem to have the best of luck with this particular race, because I seem to remember in 22 he was also in a leading position when a suspension failure pitched him into the barriers in the night. And it's happened again. Well, not necessarily suspension failure, but he's gone out again. Tough luck.
And what was that stat you said about BMW since they went to GT3?
Oh, well, that was... No. I haven't cursed anyone, because that was specifically referring to the 72.
OK.
So I'm still clear on that one.
OK. You're claiming that one. Davey, thank you very much indeed for spending some time with us. Follow all of Davey's musings with Sportscar 365. There are stories aplenty. He's filed... I don't know how many scores, I would say, this week. And there's some really good stuff there about the event, about the teams, about the background and what's going on. It is the Sportscar News Authority, Sportscar 365. Davey, thanks for being with us, mate.
Thank you very much for having me, Joe.
Joe Bradley has rubbed himself down with warm halibut oil and is ready. He has a very, very strange preparation routine. He's now ready to give us the rundown of the class leaders as we stand now at spot on at 7:30 in the evening. How was dinner, Joseph?
It was very nice. You've given away the magic now, though. People will be...
what about the halibut oil?
Know exactly how we get through this. What we are trying to do, John, is actually get those class leaders up.
Well, I'll tell you who's leading the race, because on the pit stop cycle, it is now 22 laps into the race for Thomas Pridey, who is continuing to lead away. His gap now, and he'll stay out 1 lap longer than the cars around, has grown just a little bit. It's been a good stint. Nico Veron and he have been battling over the fastest lap of the race. Nico Veron took it a little while ago with an 8:12.460. 20 and a half hours to go. That's what's happening at the front of the field. Here are the class leaders with Joe Bradley.
So outside of SP9 and SPX, we start with Cup 2. 21st overall for the 103 Black Falcon. SP8T, 34th overall is the 145 Cherney Motorsport. Entry SP11 finds himself in 35th place overall. And that is the number 55 Door Motorsport. The Cup 3 class leader, 38th overall. That's the number 959 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. The TCR leader is still Hyundai Elantra. That's car 830, 39th overall. Just behind them in 40th, though, is the SP10 class leader, and that's the 187 FK Performance Motorsport entry. 50th overall is the AT3 leader. That's the Max Cruise Racing number 50. 56th overall. SP4T's class leader is the Subaru, the four-wheel drive Subaru Technica International entry car 88. 58th overall is the AT2 entry, AT2 class leader, I should say. It's the Ford Motors entry car 320. 60th overall, SP7 is the number 80 Plus Line Racing Team. 68th overall is the BMW M240i, and that's the number 650 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Maiden Wheels. 69th overall, SP3T, that's the number 311 MSC Sinzig entry. 70th overall is the V6 leader, that's car number 416. VT2 Hecker is 74th overall, and that's the number 500 Adrenaline Motorsport. VT2 Front is the number 486, and they're 83rd overall. Just behind them, in 84th place, is the number 207 Hofer Racing. SP6 leader, the V5 leader, is just behind them in 85th. That's car 446, and then 2 places behind them in 87th is the V4 leader. That's car 711. In 103rd place overall is the SPX leader. That's the number 60 Hankook competition car. And then the Kevin Sports and Racing car 599. That's the VT3 leader in 104th. 105th, just behind them, is the SP3 leader. That's car 275. And then the final classification is the SP4 class, car 152 in 112th.
So
So 20 hours and 27 minutes to go here in the 2024 Ravenol ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. You've now got Peter Mackay here alongside Joe Bradley, but forget about us. We have got early race leader Adam Christodoulou of the number 8 Get Speed Mercedes. And Adam, thanks so much for coming to join us. Well, I'm going to start with the tyres because it's been all about tyres in that early stint. I was down there on the grid. It was pandemonium. Some guys going for wet, some for dries. You guys went on the cut slick. Just tell us about how that decision-making process worked for you guys today.
Well, we've got 3 different light weather radars and we've got people dotted around the track, and it just changes so fast here. And yeah, obviously we decided to go with the cut slick. We believed that that was the correct tyre to go with, and it's a shame. We knew basically the first 5 laps of this race in the GT3 category, we weren't allowed to pit and refuel. And so we believed that it was going to be a little bit drier, a little bit sooner, and it's a shame. I think if it had been 1 lap more, I think we would have been motoring along and coming through the field a little bit. But anyway, either way, it was a extremely fun first lap on the Grand Prix, and then I felt like I selected reverse on the Nordschleife. Literally, I had all of the cars breathing down my neck as I was just sliding across the track, and I think everyone was afraid to try and get past because I was just aquaplaning everywhere. And so eventually a few of them got past through Vauxhall and Adenauer Forest, and actually there was contact there with one of the cars, and both of us had a bit of a half spin. I don't know whether it was being shown or not by the helicopter camera or not, but yeah, it was a terrifying first few laps.
Tell us about the information that you have at your fingertips. Weather aside, do you know what other cars around you, what tyres they're on? Are you getting that information, or do you guess is if they either go past you or if they're dropping away from you?
So the only time you can really tell, I guess, is once you're up to speed on track, and depending on whether it's dry or not. And yeah, it was a big surprise. By the time I came onto the back straight of the Grand Prix circuit, I realised, I was like, hold on a second, there's only 3 cars in front of me, and I don't know how I'd managed to cut through all the other cars, but I guess it was just having that intermediate tyre versus their wet tyre that I literally, going into turn 1, I just went down the centre of everyone. Everyone seemed to split and go to left and right, and there was a massive gap for me just to fill. So off I went down there, and of course I got the traction, and there was me just thinking, God, I'm doing a brilliant job. But I guess I had a slight tyre advantage at that point until we got to the wet part of the Nordschleife.
The forecast is for more rain, Adam. We've been speculating all week that the Mercedes have kind of not been here, kind of thing. They've certainly not been in the top 5. Have you guys been doing the rain dance? Because it seems that's when it's wet, that's when you guys come out of the stock, so to speak.
Well, it's been difficult. So, like, obviously there's this big like matrix of trying to make sure that all the cars do exactly the same lap time, and at the start of this year, there was a big change in tyres. I don't know how much you've covered that, but it seemed that the rear-engine cars the last year or two have been suffering with punctures, and so there was a new tyre brought out for this year, and what they ended up doing, I guess, the last few years was reducing the camber, which obviously they lose a little bit of performance with that. And so because they lost a bit of performance, they'd get a little bit less weight and maybe a little bit more power to compensate. And then this year, with the new tyre, they've been able to go maximum attack again, I think, with the setup. And it's definitely shown that the rear-engine cars really seem to be motoring. And so to be honest, a little bit of rain right now, I think, would be good for us, because it kind of neutralises whatever the BOP is. And I think right now, I don't think we're exactly the quickest, and so a little bit of rain would be good.
Yeah. The other complexity that this track and this event's going to throw at us is darkness. And I remember a conversation I had with you way back in the halcyon days of the COVID lockdown, when we did far too much iRacing. I've still got an injured shoulder, we did so much. And we were doing an iRacing Nürburgring race, and I said to you, reality can't be as bad as this on iRacing in the dark. And you turned, well, metaphorically turned on Discord and said, oh, it's much worse than this. I mean, how difficult are the challenges of darkness here? Because when you get out there, you haven't just got the darkness, though, you've got distractions as well, because I suppose the off-track becomes alive with campfires and stuff.
Yeah, so actually, during COVID, it was a lot harder. So because there was no fans around the circuit, there was no like light pollution or anything. So like when they've got the bonfires going, the barbecues, and they've got the Christmas tree lights, and they're having parties and everything, they actually light up the edges of the circuit, and so you can actually see quite a lot more. Generally, the darkest part of the track is the Grand Prix circuit because no one's there. Everyone's in the forest, like partying and enjoying it. And so, so actually during COVID was a lot harder because it was a lot darker. So. Apart from having the atmosphere from the fans and watching them enjoying themselves, they also make it a little bit easier for us as well. And yeah, it's one of those, I guess, thankfully lights are getting better and better, and so it's getting a little bit easier. But it's funny because like sometimes in a road car, like in my head I'm like, this is the kind of lights that we need in the race car, but I guess the difference is you're doing 50, 60 mile an hour on the road versus 160, and of course you're having to process all the information, your braking points and everything a lot faster. So of course suddenly, even if the lights are a lot better and more powerful, it seems that it's almost not enough. But yeah, like in the dark the other day, we had the lights set up perfect and it seemed really good.
Right, so what about the undulations? We talk about that. Sometimes your lights are pointing into the sky and then sometimes they're pointing into the ground. I would imagine such are the undulations here.
Yes, exactly. And so you're never going to get it perfect around here. And so actually, when there's a car in front, it helps and you can attack with a lot more confidence because they're lighting up the next section of the track. But of course, ideally you want another GT3 in front of you leading the way, but at the same time, of course, you want to be in front of them. So it's one of those. It's a lot harder actually when someone's behind you and chasing. Of course, we've all got the full beams on, and if you look at a lot of the rear windows, it's either got lots of little dots and it's got like a film with little dots all over it, or it's a tinted window the same as the mirrors, because the problem is when their full beams are right behind you, your eyes can't focus enough in the dark areas because it just startles your eyes, and so it's a lot easier to have someone in front of you. And actually to the point that sometimes if I am behind someone that's quick and I'm thinking, oh, they're pulling me along a little bit, I might actually turn the beams off just so that if they carry on motoring and pulling us along, then I'm happy with that, because in the end it's a long race and anything can happen, as it did not so long ago with the BMW.
That was a big surprise, wasn't it? But as you say, it can happen anytime. Maybe they think, oh, there's Adam Christodoulou behind me. He's a nice chap. He's turned his beams down. Tell me about AMG, Adam, because you've driven them with them for a long time. It's been a long time since AMG won this race, and back in 2016 you were in the car. How much hunger is there within AMG? Because you guys have come out with 3 or 4 really, really strong cars. Tell us about what your experience as a driver, what you're hearing from the management side, because I can imagine the motivation must be massive to try and get that monkey off the back of.
Yeah, we are doing absolutely everything we can to optimize this race, and so just with the preparation races leading up to this, the private testing that we've been doing here, and then also looking back on footage from the previous years just to see if there's little bits of information we can extract just to improve that. And so yeah, like I can't believe that actually this is my 9th year with Mercedes AMG, and I can't believe how fast it's gone. And so yeah, and it was 2016 that we won it, and we've come so close since. In 18 we ended up second, in 19, 20 and 21 we were leading all 3 times, and sadly it went horribly wrong with different stages of the race, and that meant that our race was over. And it's just one of those that yeah, we've got the speed there, we just need to put it all together. But with this race you also need a bit of luck on your side, like with the BMW. Like he was basically yeah, just an innocent party there, went to overtake, and I guess the car behind just slightly misjudged it. It looked like he got tagged, and that was it, and it caused obviously chaos. And so, and actually up to one of my during the qualifying race, I had a very close call as well, when the Lambo tagged the BMW and it broke the suspension, and of course that car came veering across the track as I was approaching it over 100 kilometers quicker, and narrowly missed that.
There's nothing you can do about that. When that element of luck comes into it, you as a driver, yes, you can kind of preempt what you're seeing. You've got the experience of getting through traffic. You know the track extremely well. But sometimes there is no avoidance, and this is a race that you've got to let come to you, I think.
Yeah, and it happens every year. Like, I think it was 2 years ago that when the brothers ended up obviously fighting all the way to the last corner, I had the best view of that. I was right behind both of them, and it's just things like that happen, and you just gotta, you can't give up here. You've always just got to push and push and push, because you just never know what's going to happen. Like a few years ago, it rained on the last lap, and someone that was 2 minutes behind came in, put wets on, and the Audi won that year. And it's just being in the right place at the right time, and that can happen at any point. So that's why.
So you're saying push.
Oh yeah.
Are we 10/10ths out there?
So this race now is just a qualifying race. Like, their cars are so reliable that you're just pushing to the absolute limit, and because there's no safety cars here, there's no reset. The only time there's a slight reset is if there's a red flag. But what they've started to do in the last few years is, rather than it being a full reset, they look at the time differences between all of the cars, and they try and figure out, right, who's on what lap, and how big of a pit stop they're going to have to do to, I guess, go back into the correct position after the restart. And so that's something that I think was new from a few years ago. And so yeah, this race now, you just push flat out. Oh, look at that car.
Pretty car, the green and black Get Speed Mercedes number 8 with A. Christodoulou written on the side of it.
You're not due in there, are you?
Yeah,
no. Are you okay?
Of course. Adam, you've got 2 jobs this weekend. You're in both the number 8 Get Speed car, which you drove at the beginning, and the 130 car. Is that still the plan, given the issues the 130 Get Speed car has had, or what can you tell us?
Well, basically, it was on Monday. It was decided that I was going to be driving both, and I think it's because they were looking at the weather forecast, and from the past experience being here and my pace in the wet conditions, the decision was made. And so actually the number 8 engineer told me to be ready for the next stint, just in case, because you've got to have a 2-hour break at least once you get out of the car. And so it is one of those that if it starts to rain, then potentially they'll be throwing me back in, and so I've got to be ready to do that. And then with the 130, I guess they'll cycle through the drivers a few times, and then maybe I'll jump in later on in the race with that, I guess, conditions depending.
And what does an AMG factory driver eat on a break? Is it Swabian noodles, meatballs?
Just lots of chocolate, as much chocolate.
No, love it. Love it.
No, so generally, like, you get out of the car, and the first thing you do is you try and rehydrate, because we can lose 3-4 kilos just from sweating in the car. It's not so hot today, so we're not getting that hot in the car today, and so yeah, basically rehydrate, end up eating lots of chicken, lots of pasta, and then try and rest. I suffer a little bit with dry eyes, so of course straight in with the eye drops just to try and prep myself, and then try and get a little bit of rest in between. Generally during a 24, if you can get around 4 hours sleep, then you've done a good job with that. And so
do you find it hard to switch off and actually fall asleep?
What I've realised, and I guess this was a mistake from my first ever 24 that I did in Daytona in 2011, I think it was. I ended up, I took a radio with me whilst I was going to sleep, just to keep an eye, and every time someone spoke, of course, my brain just like switched on. So basically the best thing to do is to yeah, go and find wherever you're sleeping, put on your headphones, a little bit of music as like on a low volume, and just try and check out. And then basically we wait for someone to come and wake us up, because if you set a time to be ready before, with the plans and the schedule changing depending on who's going in and stuff, depending on conditions, you want to get as much sleep as you can. So it's better that someone just comes and wakes you up from the team. So you've got to obviously let them know where you are sleeping. So we've got a few beds in the hospitality truck, so we'll be spending a bit of time there.
I've talked to a lot of racing drivers, as you know, and done a lot of 24-hour races. And back in Daytona, when Fernando Alonso did his first ever 24-hour race, I kind of won the internet by asking him in a press conference, are you looking forward to being woken up in the middle of the night and asked to perform? And he completely got the innuendo. But in all seriousness, what astounds me is that you guys can be, someone's got to wake you up, I would have thought. You've got to task someone to come and wake me up. How long do you give yourself? You've got dry eyes, you said. When I first wake up, or if I have to get up in the middle of the night, the first thing that I notice is I can't see. If you have to drive anywhere, you know, to the shops, you can't see. So how long do you give yourself upon waking up to bring yourself alive and alive enough to drive a GT3 car around the Nordschleife?
So generally, you've got to be ready about an hour before you get in the car. Right. So then you'll put your headset on and you'll be listening to the radio between the engineer and the driver, and they'll be giving bits of feedback on if it's wet or dry or how the track is or where to be aware. And so you're watching about an hour's part of the race, but the thing is, things change.
Things do change.
They do, and they're changing for the 505 car. No team name on this one. This is one of the group of friends cars, if you like. No official team name. Fritz Hebig's BMW 328i is ground to a halt on the Grand Prix circuit somewhere. We also had an issue for the 486 Hyundai running in the VT2 front-wheel drive class. Had a puncture. Jens Dralle at the wheel. Now that's it. Just at the
NGK chicane.
Yeah. The last fast chicane before going up towards the turn off for the Nordschleife there. So plenty of opportunity there for marshals. They're all around as Dennis Marshall has to get in and out of the throttle. And Kesselchen, that's one question I'd love to ask you, Adam, is with the intervention vehicles out there, how long did that take you to get used to when you first started racing here?
So around this circuit, like once the race starts, it is very rare that you ever get a clear lap. So it's a real privilege to be able to do like the top qualifying, because generally once you're out during a race weekend, they're the only 2 clear laps that you're ever going to get around this place. And so I'm just holding my breath as I'm watching the onboard as they go past some of the safety vehicles. Yeah, it's the speed that we come up across some of these is incredible, and so your eyes are on stalks generally. And okay, they've got the flashing lights, and of course that helps grab your attention. But I feel like he would have been screaming in that car then, because he was behind a Cup Porsche that was trying to overtake a smaller car, and the Cup Porsches, we don't have that much of a speed advantage on the straight. In fact, some of them are slightly quicker than us at very top speed. We really beat them on the downforce, so the braking and the initial acceleration. And so when there's 2 slower cars like indecisive in front of you trying to figure out where they're going to overtake each other, that's when you can lose like serious amounts of time, especially if it's a smaller car that's involved.
When you see one of your main competitors, like in that situation there with the number 99 BMW, how do you feel about seeing that? Do you think, great, that's another one that I don't have to worry about, you know, it's another car we don't have to beat?
I guess it's always a shock, and like I'm quite animated, so of course, like first it's a big shock, and you're trying to figure out what's happening and where are they, and I guess whether you are going to get an advantage from that, but also you're looking to figure out where on track they are and whether that's actually going to hinder you for when you arrive there as well. And so there's a few times where there was a code 60 and everything had been cleared. And of course I was screaming in the car because I was like, why are we going so slow when there's literally nothing on the track? But of course, it's like anything, I guess there's a margin for making sure that it is safe and going back to green. And so it is a shame, but I guess like at the same time, it's one of those that this is how this race rolls, because it's happened to us. And of course we're all pushing like absolute lunatics, and it is one of these races now that it's almost a bit of a win it or bin it mentality, because to beat the others you've got to risk more than the others. And that was said to me in I think it was in 2019 when we were leading, and I got taken out of the race at turn 1. And obviously I was gutted for my teammates in the team, because there's such a build-up leading to this event that I was heartbroken for them. And basically team boss came up to me, he goes, look, he goes, don't worry, he goes, we know how much you've got to risk to win this thing, and it's part of the game. And
that's incredible. That's incredible. That's walking into a casino and putting your house on it every time. That's the kind of risk that you're looking at, isn't it? It's because it's all or nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've just got to let that risk taking mount up to, and hopefully you survive it.
Exactly, exactly.
Adam, it's always an absolute joy to have you here in the box with us. I, myself, and I'm sure Joe does too, love your insights. I know our viewers and listeners will. We'll let you go and get some rest. Enjoy
or if you want to relax and watch some of the race with us.
I'm chilled. It's nice and warm in here. I'm happy to talk to you guys all day.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome in here with us.
I just want to give you some insight about everybody out there about this fella next to me, Adam Christodoulou. Like I mentioned, we all came together in the COVID lockdown, and it was iRacing that got us through it. We literally raced every day, and we had a Tuesday night league and a Thursday night league. And I remember doing the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. And I'm not a professional racing driver. I've done a little bit of racing, a little bit of karting, but whenever I drive around the Nordschleife, I drive it like a rally stage, and like 7/8 tenths. And it's not like a conventional track where you have to optimize every braking point, every turning point. The Nordschleife for me has always been a track of compromise. However, this guy next to me absolutely 10/10th every braking area, and Adam, I've got to say, when I was sat there, you know, on Discord talking to you while you're in the car, I just thought, yeah, that's why he gets paid to be a Mercedes Works driver. There's another one. Problem
for a 981.
At the Belloff SS.
Belloff SS. Your recall is fantastic, Adam. It's a good job you know
the Flans Garden too.
Yeah, 446 Marshall Post.
Oh, maybe around 200.
446 Marcel Haas in the Porsche 981 came and is off the road in the barrier. The front left-hand side of the car significantly damaged. Smoke pouring out there. The man from Hadamar in Germany in the V5 class. So there's been quite...
So the first thing I looked at is, where is that and where are we on the track? And we're in the sector before, which means that we're going to get a slow zone for that one, which is a shame because the few that are maybe a minute or so ahead have gone flying through there. So that means that this next lap for us, we're going to lose anything between, I don't know, 10 and 20 seconds, which is unfortunate.
And is that impossible to kind of put that to the side, knowing that it kind of comes and goes throughout the race? Are you always feeling like, oh, we're more hard done by than the others?
It feels like that sometimes, especially when you're in the car. But the reality is, I guess everyone is going to catch that at some point. And yeah, same with the traffic. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose with it, and so.
Such a shame for that car. They were leading their class by 14 seconds from the 444 Porsche Cayman, driven by Klaus Fassbender, who had that car had the chasing car had a gearbox issue earlier on, so they're about to take the lead of V5. Which cars or which classes did you run in here, Adam, when you very first started to come into race at the Nürburgring? Because not everybody gets to jump into the SP9 spaceship straight away.
No, so actually you're not allowed to. So it doesn't matter who you are and what you've raced before. So like some of the XF1 boys basically have to start in a small car in a category below GT4 to do your laps around here. And so and it's the same for everyone. You got to get your B permit, and then generally it used to be you had to complete 2 races. You got to do your 16 test laps with an instructor, and you get quicker and quicker, and then you got to complete 2 races, and I think finish in the top 75% of your category and the top 50% in your category over the 2 races, and then you get your A permit. Once you've got your A permit, then you're allowed to do the Nürburgring 24 hours. And so this got put in a few years ago, and it's a great thing that they have done that, and there's no exceptions to it. It doesn't matter what you've done, and so and they've done that because I remember when I first started, I'd be in a GT4 car, which is about a minute slower than a GT3 around here, but I'd be fighting with GT3 cars out there because there were people that were just paid to go straight into a GT3, but they didn't know the circuit that well, and you'd be battling with them even though you're in a car that in theory is a minute a lap slower. And so it's all for the safety of it, and we go through the drivers' briefings, and every time they go through the Code 60 procedures, because obviously as in the top category, especially in the factory lineups, you don't want to be losing time in Code 60s because someone in front doesn't quite know the rules, and so it's very important that they repeat this every single time with the Code 120s and the Code 60s, and it's also got to be safe for everyone. But when I first started here, I was in a BMW M3 GT4 in the SP10 category, so I did that for the first year. The second year I was in a GT4 Porsche, and then the year after I was back in a BMW. So the first 3 years I was in GT4s, and then I got given the opportunity with Black Falcon to do the Nürburgring 24 hours with them in their, I guess, in their second car, and I ended up putting it on P4 overall in the top qualifying, and then the next year they put me in the #1 car.
They bopped you, did they?
Yeah, so it's.
They bopped you, did they? Put one arm behind your back or something?
It was one of those, I guess, the thing is, like, there's some incredibly quick people here, but also they need to understand on, can they be reliable, and are they safe, and like, are they going to put the car in danger? And so it's getting a little dark over there right now.
Well, it is. For what is your app say? My very cheap Met Office app is telling me that it was going to rain at about 7:30. And as if by magic, we've got an app appear on the live screen. So
where are we?
The rain is coming, but it should be raining now, according to my app and according to the organisers' app as well. What are you guys being told?
I don't know right now, so I leave that down. I leave that down to the engineers. That's their.
The problem with this place is you kind of have little pockets of rain that just appear out of anything, because we're on really high ground. There's a lot of forestation around here, and it can easily form pockets of rain cloud. And just how difficult was it earlier on when we had a completely dry track on the Grand Prix Strecker, and it was wet out there at Horacht when we first started this? How tricky is it on the wrong tyres at the right place kind of thing?
Well, during the warm-up lap, we were talking, we were like, right, are we going to pit or not? And we were trying to figure out, like, do we think it's going to get worse or improve? And so, of course, you can kind of get a bit of an idea of where the clouds are coming from, and it's one of those that's like, okay, well, it's going to go across from Arenberg, and then eventually it might get to the Grand Prix and onto like the Dottinger Höhe, and so it's just trying to figure out. And yeah, I think.
How tricky is it though on slicks when it's wet? We've seen you guys out on slicks in the wet. How difficult is it from a driver's perspective?
So the wider the tyre, the worse it is, the more rain there is. So of course, the wider the tyre, the easier it is to aquaplane, and so and that's why a wet tyre has grooves in it, because that I guess channels the water out from in between the tyre. And so when you're on a full slick, there is no basically you can't do anything about that.
So as we approach the top of the, well, coming up to 4 hours completed in this Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, the race continues on at furious pace with the number 16 of Dennis Marshall leading the way from the number 3 Haupt Racing team Mercedes of Samanuega right in there behind. It's been one of the most eventful starts to this race in many years. Let's have a look through the highlights so far. So the ADAC Ravenol 24 hours on Nürburgring for 2024 kicked off with drama with their pole-sitting car, the number 72 of Dan Harper, diving into the pit lane after trying to start the race on slicks. Well, it was too wet for that. The number 4 Team Bilstein Mercedes also had to quickly run and fit some wet weather Michelins. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the number 99 Rover BMW of Augusto Farfus, former winner, battling with another former winner, Kevin Estre, in the Porsche 911 for Team Manthey. A scary incident at Flugplatz was thankfully avoided with no driver injuries, but a very heavy impact for two GT4 machines. Mike Skeen, very experienced American competitor, thankfully walking away from a heavy impact. The Nürburgring can bite. After a great start from Kevin Estre, he handed over to his DTM champion teammate Thomas Preining, who got to work, but he had to chase down the number 99 of Sheldon van der Linde in the Rover BMW. The Rover team, the BMW brand, an amazing combination and always a force to be reckoned with here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, whether it be in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series or in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. But Manthey, no one has won this race more than them. 7 wins on the board, and they're trying to make it 8 this year. As always here on the Nordschleife, there's always the hair-raising moments in traffic. Sven Müller putting 2 Falcon tyres onto the grass going up Kesselchen, and then a 3-way incident between the 15 Scherer Audi, the 130 Get Speed Mercedes, and the number 5 Herbeth Porsche. The Herbeth Porsche coming out worst. Effectively 3 cars into 2 doesn't go. Connected and a full 360 spin, make it a nearly 720 spin off the barrier. That car kept going, but unfortunately running a little bit further down the order. Vincent Kolb had only just got into the car, and a rude awakening to the start of his Porsche GT3 career, having raced for many years with Audi. That incident didn't go away scot-free for the 130 Get Speed car. A puncture for both that car and the number 15 at Scherer Sport Audi. The stewards having a look at that, and understandably Vincent Kolb a little bit dejected after that one. But back at the front, it was Manthey Racing. Thomas Preining battling away with Sheldon van der Linde, 2 proper tin-top superstars working their way through traffic, and Thomas Preining looking for his opportunity going down towards Breitscheid, and took it past all the fans over the Adenauer Bridge. But it was disaster for the number 99 Rover BMW. Nothing that Sheldon van der Linde could do, moving by, and 2 slower cars battling with one another managed to take the number 99 Rover BMW with it. Poor old Dries Vanthoor, it doesn't look like it's going to be a third N24 win for him. Utter dejection, utter dismay for Sheldon van der Linde. The preparation that goes into this race, the time, the effort, the resource, and all done in just over 3 hours. Luckily, the driver's getting out of that one unscathed. Always good to see here at the Nürburgring, but it doesn't bring back an opportunity to fight for the win. The number 99 Rover car, the BMW, have been one of the fastest cars in the field, but it will take no firmer part, at least in the fight at the front of the field. But there is a long way to go. Just under 20 hours to go here at the Nürburgring.
The number 8 Mercedes, the Get Speed Mercedes, has dropped to 11th after that pit stop. And it's something that I mentioned very early on, didn't I, with the very first pit stop with Adam. And I did say, Adam, that you guys are now out of sequence, and you will flip-flop the lead and back down the order, and then you'll flip-flop back to the front. Are your engineers on the pit wall already projecting towards the end of the race to get you back? I mean, are they already projecting to see where that will be, whether you'll be at the front towards the end, or whether you'll have flip-flopped down to 11th by the end? Are they already doing that?
So right now, to the leaders, I think we're about 3 minutes behind. But we've got a minute pit stop advantage, basically. If it went green all the way to the end, and everyone just basically did 8 laps every single stint, our last pit stop's going to be 1 minute shorter, because for each lap you do, you have to spend an extra 20 seconds in the pits refueling. And so, and it's the same for everyone. That's part of the regulations. And so, right now, I guess that extra minute might put us around 5th. But yeah, we're 2 laps later, and so we just got to hope that basically with the offset strategy right now, that at some point we end up going past like maybe a code 60 or something, and or going past an area and then there's a code 60 behind us. But there's only like a 2-3 lap window where that can happen and potentially fall into our advantage. So obviously it's pretty slim chances that that's going to happen, but you've just got to push and just got to do qualifying laps every single lap and optimize every corner and every straight.
Big battle going on at the front. The number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Audi of Dennis Marshall heading down to Kallenhardt now, with Yusuf Owega right in behind in the number 3 Bilstein Haupt Racing Team Mercedes. Of all the, you're obviously driven with AMG, the brand, for so many years, Adam. Tell us about some of the teams that you've driven for. You've driving for Get Speed this year, but you've driven for almost all the big names in the AMG family.
Yeah, and so I guess it's one of the advantages of being part of the AMG family. So yeah, I started with Black Falcon here in the Mercedes in 2015, and then obviously that changed to HRT, and then the last few years I've been with Get Speed, and then when I'm not with these guys, I do quite a bit in China with the Toro Racing guys. This year I'm doing selected races in GT World Challenge with Boots and VDS, and we Get Speed as well, and so it's just yeah, I get many opportunities because of it, and it's one of those, just try and optimize every time you jump in the car, and I guess that's why I've had a contract with them since 2016.
You always know, as commentators, we work as freelancers. Drivers can be the same in many cases. If you keep getting asked back, it's never a bad thing. Yes,
exactly. Like in the end, the reality is we all want to race because nothing beats it. Nothing gives you the same adrenaline as being behind the wheel and pushing man and machine to the absolute limit. And so. Yeah, and like the reality is, it's not a real job, but somehow it pays the bills, and I am not complaining one bit. I wouldn't change it for the world.
You're living the dream, my friend. You're living the dream.
Yeah, for sure.
Where we're going to see you later on in the year? Are we going to see you in any 24H series races potentially?
So that is the plan. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to hopefully be joining the Chinese guys from Toro Racing and doing a few one-off races in the 24-hour series as well. So that's planned for the end of the year. They've got a few of their own races which sadly clash with the majority of the championship, but we'll try and do as many as we can. And I'd love to go back to Macau again and do that, and so stuck it on pole position last year in the GT4 and finished second, and just trying to work on something for the Spa 24 at the moment. And so yeah, it's always just chipping away. I've got I guess a bit of an unusual contract with Mercedes, that if they don't put me in the car, then I've got the flexibility to jump in other things. So I jumped in a Cup car a few times last year, and then I was in a Lotus for Macau, and so it's one of those that...
I had the pleasure of being Adam's team manager at Spa in a Fun Cup car once, didn't I?
Ah, that was brilliant. In fact, like, I'm gutted. It clashes with the British Grand Prix, and I'm there working with Mercedes AMG, but it's one of the races that I absolutely love doing. Like, as a starting category, and to be able to jump straight into a 25-hour race is completely bonkers, and honestly it's one of the races that I enjoy the most. And you're on a road tyre, so the thing's moving around, and it's got a top speed of like 188 kilometres. Everyone's like, do you own shares in like the championship also? Because I'm always trying to sell it to everyone that if you get the opportunity, you got to have a go in one of those things.
I do remember you went your first time out in the car, you came back and you says the balance is all wrong. So we were with a Belgian team, so I said to the Belgian mechanic, we need it on the flatbed. The mechanic was, no, it's all right, it's all right. And I grabbed hold of Adam's shoulders, and he was in his underwear like this, and I turned you round where it's got AMG at the back, you know, and I said, see what that says? When he says it's out of balance, it's out of balance. Get the flatbed out.
For me, it's like one of the most enjoyable races, and it's like a game of chess on the track, because the first year that I did it, I didn't realise that basically I went out in quality, and everyone went out together, and I was like, why are they doing that? Like you want your own clear space. Anyway, I quickly realised that if you're on your own, you're about 2.5 seconds slower, because that's how much the toe and the draft plays a part around there. And so lesson learned for the second time that I did it.
15 cars on the Camel towing.
Exactly. So yeah,
at the moment, we've got the world's slowest drafting here with Dennis Marshall and our race leader, and finally they get back on the gas and opens up that Audi V10 being chased by the big V8 Mercedes AMG. It's in a code 60 means you can only go 60 kilometres an hour. Yep. But we've seen a few drivers getting caught speeding for either a little bit over or a lot over. During the preparation, what do you do to prepare to make sure that you're absolutely optimising that, making sure you're absolutely pop on 60 kilometres an hour without going too close to get caught?
And so, well, the teams get all the information from the officials to see what their GPS is reading versus what we've got set. So obviously we set it to 60, and so or 120, and then of course we try and push our luck as much as we can to break as last minute as possible, and to drop the limiter as soon as we can once it goes green. And so it's one of those, like, it was nice and close, obviously, in the Kleiner Carousel, going around the final corner onto the Dottinger, and it's one of those, like, ideally, well, in the Merc, if you're behind, you can't quite do it flat, and so of course this is the easiest place to overtake if you're able to get into the draft and to get pulled along down the straight and then overtake, because of course around the rest of the Nordschleife it's pretty difficult.
I've got a couple of people I just want to say hello to. Hello to Andrew Russell,
New Racing
who's big fan of this of our coverage. He's on holiday in Alicante. Darren Wood says hi, another one of our buds. But Peter Fig asks an interesting question, as we've got a car off in the gravel. His question is, the reliability of the current GT3 cars, does that lend itself to drivers like yourself having to make the desperate moves because of that lack of attrition, let's say? Everything's down to the 10th.
So, like, you are risking everything, and like the Porsche Cup cars and the GT4 cars and that, they're so quick on the straight that we had this problem a few years ago that they were saying the GT3s were a bit too quick, and so they reduced our power a little bit, and just to try and slow us down. But then the problem was other cars were quicker than us on the straight, so it meant that suddenly we'd have to attack them, we'd have to dive bomb them, and of course on the Grand Prix circuit that's okay because it's wide enough, but certain parts of the Nordschleife basically there's only one line to go through the corner and there's no option. So to overtake some of the what I'd say is the other categories is almost harder at times than battling with the GT3s, because we're all pretty similar with our braking points, our accelerations and everything. Each car's got its own little negatives and positives, and so like obviously the Porsche rear engine generally should have good traction but might wear out the rear tyres a little more during the stint. The BMW seems pretty torquey with the turbos. The Merc's really good on tyre deck and consistency, and so each brand's got its own little bit that it's got its advantage somewhere. Obviously, the easiest place to have the advantage is on the straight, because if you can do your overtaking there, you can make it a little bit wider around the rest of the track.
Well, this is such a high-speed circuit all the way around. We're keeping a close eye. We've got a great timing screen here in the Global Broadcast Centre. We're always looking at the speed trap times through every sector. What are you seeing out there on track so far? You know, I'm sure it's evolved over the week, but in that opening stint, Adam, what have you seen out there? Who's got what, do you think?
Well, to be honest, for myself, it was a little bit of a lonely race, because I guess because we were on the cut slicks at that point, obviously as it was wet, I lost the time, and then obviously started coming back, and then everyone dived into the pit lane, and so I was on my own pretty much for the majority of the stint, so I didn't really know where we're strong or not versus the others, and so I guess as the race comes on, we should hopefully get a little closer to some of the cars in front, and we'll be able to figure it out. But generally you get an idea from past races where the strengths and weaknesses are of your car, and so compared to the Audi generally we've got a little bit more torque, but its shape's a little bit more slippery, so it might have a little bit more top speed in sixth gear. But up the hill, like through Kesselken and all of that, we're quicker than it. So it just really depends on which part of the track you are to where we're stronger.
How far away is the new Merc? It's a bit old, that car now, isn't it, your car?
Yeah, she's done a few years, and so obviously we had the Evo in 2020, and I guess AMG are working in the background to get one in the next few years, but I think there's going to be regulation changes and stuff, so I think they're going to be waiting for that maybe, but there's always things going on in the background, and of course they brought out a few other cars in between, like the GT4 and the Evo for that, and the GT2 and the GT2 Pro, which every now and again we get the pleasure of having a little play in with 780 horsepower in one of those, which is pretty cool. I'd love to do a lap in one of those around here, because there was a GT2 last year and they had to restrict it in top gear because otherwise it would have been doing over 300 kilometers an hour on the straight, which is like a good 30 kilometers quicker than what we can do.
Into the Tiergarten?
Yeah, into Tiergarten. So wow. The GT2 has been maxed out at about 325 kilometers an hour at Paul Ricard, and so which is pretty wild, and so it's kind of based in between the GT3 and the GT4.
Forget Donninger Hall. That's almost the same speed down the Foxhole.
Well, yeah. Like the reality is, it would be interesting to speak to like Mick and figure out what speed they were doing down there. But they basically had a limit on torque last year, and so I think it was max. I think it was allowed to go up to 285, and then basically it stayed there.
Right.
Otherwise, again, it would have been a nightmare for the GT3s to try and overtake because it had more power than us, but it was a bit heavier and it's not as wide, so it doesn't have the air or the grip. But it's a car that they've produced, and there's now a category for it. And then they've also got the GT2 Pro, which is a real track toy weapon.
Jim Lippman says hi, and he reminds you that he was faster than you in a GT4. Did he dream that? I think he dreamt that.
It might have been once, but I've obviously chose to forget that. But he reminds me every time he gets the opportunity to.
We've offered him another opportunity, haven't we?
I can see a shootout happening where maybe the score is settled for good. Was it in a Creventic race where he was doing the first part of qualifying on the fresh tyres? You got the tyres that were all done.
I'm just trying to think where it was. I think it was at Donington actually, when I was there with Mercedes AMG, and we had a bunch of customers going through the car to test it to see what they think, and I think I ended up with the tyres basically on the cords at the end of the day. But I'm sure JM's deleted that little part out of his memory as well. So
he's not telling his grandkids that.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. That's what we say. I mean, the engine of the Mercedes it's like an iconic motor, 6.2 litre V8. I bet you're all going to miss that.
Oh, it's starting to rain.
Oh, yes, very well spotted, Adam Christodoulou. As they're coming up the Kesselchen, Charles Verts for number 72 BMW. The rain is starting to come down. As Adam Christodoulou looking at his phone. Perhaps this has been a good time to let you go, Adam, because
I've got to go. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming to join us.
He dashes out.
He really does need to go.
The rain comes, and Christodoulou, like Batman, he saw the light shining into the sky. Christodoulou, calling Christodoulou, your time has come.
He's left his bottle of water.
He has.
Adam Christodoulou driving in the number 8 Get Speed Mercedes and the number 130 Get Speed Mercedes. It's always a joy, Joe, to have Adam with us, even when, whether the race is going good, bad or indifferent. But right now, in the race that we've found ourselves in today, some of the insight that Adam shares, it's just a joy, isn't it?
You know what? Having had the pleasure, like I say, of being his teammate on iRacing. I know iRacing is not real racing, but what a massive insight as to just how good these guys are. And there's a bunch of them out there, There's there's a grid full of the superstar drivers. And the thing about Adam is, whenever we get him in that situation and we can ask him the right questions. I mean, we've had a massive reaction on the X deck. I think what we call it these days, the X deck.
You're more down with the kids than I am, Joe.
Well, it was the tweet deck, but I just want to say, it was Dave Alcock who said the great thing about these interviews is that we're like privy to listening to some friends chatting over a coffee. Well, we're chatting over a bottle of water, actually. The insight and thought process he's discussing are fascinating to a normal person like me. Shows the difference in mental capacity between these top drivers and us at home, and us in the commentary box, Dave. Absolutely. And there's a lot more. Thanks for having Adam Christodoulou on the broadcast. Always good value in such an eloquent interview. That's Chris Suku.
Issue for the chasing number 3 car of Yusuf Owega, getting just caught up in traffic as our race leader Dennis Marshall and the number 16 Scherersport Audi got through as they headed down towards Brunchen and Esbach, and unfortunately the Owega driven number 3 Team Bilstein Mercedes got put up onto the grass. Luckily kept it out the wall, because the grass, it's been raining all week, the grass must be so slippy out there. So we saw the rain on the run up Kesselchen. That's sector 6, and the sector times doesn't seem to be favouring one car or the other. Looking at sector 6, the optimum time for that is 35 seconds. We're actually looking at 10 to 12 seconds slower just in that sector alone. Well, from one superstar driver.
Yeah, another superstar driver.
Peter Snowden's come into
Two superstar drivers.
3 superstar drivers. We've just had Adam Christodoulou, who saw the spots of rain on the windscreen of the BMW number 72 and ran out the commentary box because he's going to jump back in the car. And we've got a very special guest coming to join us now, winner of the 2023 Nürburgring 24-hour king of the ring, I believe. So I should refer to you, David.
And for 19 hours and 37 minutes, I can claim I'm still king of the ring, but unfortunately not. After that point,
I thought you preferred the pitbull of the ring moniker.
Do you know what? I've never heard the term pitbull of the ring, but I am very much claiming that pitbull term. I think me and Snowy are going to have to go halves on the copyright to that nickname, I think.
Just claim it, David. Nobody remembers Snowy.
I've heard he's not got very good legal counsel, so you'll be fine, David.
Okay, right,
fine. David Pittard, you had the race of dreams last year with Fricadelli.
Yes.
Tell us what the last 12 months has been like. How did that change your life?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big 24 races as a career aspiration of what I've been trying to achieve my whole life. So to tick one of them off kind of just it confirms to yourself that it's possible, because I'd done 12 24-hour races up till that race, and I had the third at Le Mans, but apart from that, something always happened that it never all came together. And you do start to think, like, I mean, I'm 32 now, which is like kind of getting on for a racing driver. Maybe I've got like 10 years left, and you just think, is it ever going to happen, sort of thing. So it's certainly a weight lifted off my shoulder in that respect. Gives me a lot of self-confidence as well, because yeah, you know you've achieved it, you've done it, and yeah, you just obviously want to go out and replicate it every single time. But it's there's so much out of your control in all 24-hour races that it's hard to prepare for everything. You try your best, and you obviously want to just replicate those dream weekends every weekend, but it doesn't come about very easy, especially at probably arguably the toughest 24-hour race in the world. So yeah, hugely thankful for the opportunity from Klaus Abland and Fricadelli Racing Team and my teammates and everything. Even though I've swapped brands now, driving for Aston Martin, still close friends. We were down in the saloon on Wednesday evening for a barbecue and some soft drinks with mechanics and the team, etc., which was really cool. So yeah, it's I did dot around a lot last year. So I was driving for Falcon as well, for Porsche. Again, still good friends as well. So it's nice to have so much interaction and friends around the paddock, because yeah, it's a big motorsport community. We're a big travelling circus with fierce rivals on track, but it's pretty. There's a lot of good camaraderie off the track, I would say.
David, mid-engined win in the Ferrari last year. You mentioned there the Porsche, front-engined Aston Martin.
Yeah.
I think you've got the set there. I can't think of anything else. Maybe
tyres.
Wheel drive.
Yokohama, Michelin, right. Vulcan.
What I want to ask you, like any fan out there is probably thinking the same. All right, what are the vagaries of those engineering configurations then? You know, from the driver's perspective, obviously.
I think so. Starting from one extreme, the front engine working backwards, generally the car becomes, I would say, more alive, more twitchy, more on edge. The front engine cars, they're quite benign in terms of all the weights at the front, so realistically you're going to overwork the front axle sooner, which means that the car is more likely to understeer than oversteer. And then the further back you put that weight, which becomes almost like a pendulum, the more lively the car becomes. And yeah, that's certainly what I've felt experiencing all three types of car in quite short succession last year into this year as well. So the Porsche was really on edge and really feisty. It was fun to drive, but your heart rate is significantly up versus maybe the more mid-engine Ferrari and certainly the front-engined Aston Martin, or even going back to the M6 BMW days as well.
Now just consider what cap you're wearing, right? Literally, he is wearing a cap. What's your preference?
Obviously the Vantage GT3 Evo. I mean, the car itself is suited really well around here because a lot of the corners are medium to high-speed corners. I remember jumping back in the car at the beginning of the year, and it just immediately felt like home. So that is what I'm most experienced with. Like, again, going back to my M6 days as well, and yeah, we were just bang on the pace straight away. It felt like I felt comfortable with it. Whereas I really did take a weekend or two to get into the stride with the Ferrari and the Porsche, and yeah, I'd like to say I got on top of them on that second weekend, but certainly with the front engine stuff, I'm into it straight away.
You did all right with him, didn't you?
Yes.
We'd be remiss of me, David, not to ask you while you're here. You mentioned to me a good couple of months back about a little project you've got this year. It's called Back to Back.
Yeah.
You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so, I was backing, I suppose, myself, and to go back to back in terms of results for winning last year and winning this year. So I firmly believed in the package that we had. I saw what Aston Martin was doing at the end of last year at the ring, and that gave me confidence that the package was going to be competitive coming into the qualifying race and also the big race here this weekend as well. So that was always the aim, always the goal, and yeah, just tried to make a bit of hype about it.
But on a slightly more serious note, and that's probably a little unfair question of mine there for you, but you did mention to me also sort of for this event, and something I alluded to, but you're the man in the car, about this new Aston Evo of a bigger window of performance.
Absolutely.
Particularly aimed at amateur drivers. How does that affect you as a professional, and how do you pass that on to the amateurs that you want to sell these cars to?
It makes it easier for us as well, actually, to be fair, because yeah, the old Aston, sorry, it was fast, but there was a very small window to make it fast, and even for us guys, it was a balance to get the car right, and again get it right over a stint as well. So priority one on the Evo was to make it the operating window larger for everyone to drive, and there's been a huge overhaul in the suspension geometry, which has just made the car so much more again, I suppose, more static and more benign and more stable. The car was it was quite pitch sensitive forward and backwards, and as a result there was just so much window for the car to not be exactly right from a driving point of view, and again even from a pro point of view. So the amateurs did struggle with it, and as a result we want to open up that window as much as possible so that we can get as many people in the Aston as possible and get as many people in the Aston winning and getting good results, and doing the best they can as well.
Well, that must be, I'm going to use an old-fashioned term here in terms of the drawing board. We know it isn't these days, but you know, the principle of going back to the drawing board. How do engineers, how do a brand like Aston Martin in this case, how do you go about that and making the car that bigger window without losing the performance that you guys, the pros, get out of it, and not spoiling it for you guys?
Yeah, I mean,
not go too far the other way.
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. Luckily, Aston Martin has probably one of the best in the business in terms of engineering departments behind them, which is ProDrive, and they need no introduction to any motorsport enthusiast. Their engineering capability stretches back 40 years, rallying from obviously Dave Richards' specialty, the founder of the company, as a co-driver and winning world championships as a co-driver, and what they've done for the legendary sort of Colin McRae WRC program, the Aston Martin program through the sort of 2000s, the legendary GT1 cars, etc., and things like that. They've always succeeded and always come to the forefront of whatever category they're in from their engineering talent, and that talent not only stems to ultimate performance, but that can be adapted into making a drivable fast car for everyone as well. So it's just taking feedback and data from all of the Astons that are running around the world, from again involving people like long-time customers of Aston Martin and ProDrive, people like Andrew Howard, getting their feedback on what the car does currently, what they want it to do, how does that correlate with the data, and then going to the drawing board, simulating as much as possible beforehand, and then taking the car testing and trying those ideas in real life to see how they benefit, and no surprises that they've succeeded in making certainly the car better.
Well, you mentioned Andrew Howard there of Beach Team. He started in a GT4 Aston how many years ago? Mm-hmm. Quite extraordinary.
Absolutely.
But with David Pittard, who's joined us in the booth, he's out of the number 30. We're with David Pittard, who's out of the number 34 Volkenhurst Aston Martin, joined us in the booth. So another great piece of insight. We've had a couple of pit stop callers. The number 11 Mercedes, the Schnitzel Mercedes in and onto the wet tyre, and also the number 11. That's the car that's gone on to number 4, I should say. Also, that's the Mercedes, the Bilstein Mercedes. That's gone on to the wet tyre also. We're at the bottom of the hour. David, are you okay for time?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've got all the time in the world now, so stick around forever.
Right, brilliant, mate. You're more than welcome. We're at the bottom of another hour. Would you believe? Time is absolutely flying there with all the action we've got. So that's time for our class rundown. We are going to talk about the classes outside of the SP9. Our overall leader, which at the moment is the Shearer Sport number 16. Cup 2, our leader is the number 103 Black Falcon. TCR is up to 29th overall. That's the Hyundai Elantra, car 830. In 30th place, just behind them, is the SP11 leader. That's the number 55 Door Motorsport entry. And then 31st, just behind them, the SP10 class leader. That's the number 188 FK Performance Motorsport entry. 35th overall, we've got the SP8T class leader. That's the number 150, the Team Bilstein by Black Falcon. And then in 39th place overall, Cup 3 leader, the 959 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport entry. It's the SP4 class leader in 49th place overall, and that's the Subaru WRX, the number 88 from Subaru Technica International. 51st place sees the AT3 leader, that's the number 50 Max Cruz racing car. And then in 55th, the AT2 leader, the 320, the Ford Motors entry. 59th, we've got SP7's class leader, that's the number 80 Plus Line Racing Team. And then in 62nd place, the first of the BMW M240s, that's the number 650, the Adrenaline Motorsport Team entry. 64th is the V6 entry. I'm gonna butt in and come back to this class rundown, as I think we've got a bit of a rain shower, Peter, affecting track conditions, it looks like.
The number 44 Falcon Porsche going off the road at turn 1. Tim Heinemann on board, still running on slick tyres. The Fricadelli Ferrari number 1 with now Nico Veroni manages to pull it up just in time to turn around on the hard standing and get back going again. Tim Heinemann is coming down into the braking zone for turn 1, and there's just no grip there. Car goes straight on, almost like if you hit ice on the road, into the gravel trap. Managed to keep it going and not get stuck there, did Tim Heinemann in that number 44 Porsche. There's another Porsche Cayman GT4 in there as well. The Manthey car, the Grello car, driven by Lawrence Vantoy, just gone past Charles Verts on the Dottinger hole for third, then nearly put it in the gravel, as did Charles Verts. It's all happening now. David, you know this circuit well, you know this area well, you live in Germany now. What would you do in this situation? Do you put wets on or do you stay on the slick?
It's quite interesting, actually, just watching the timing screens now whilst we were chatting away. It's all kicking off. Yeah, the rain shower's come down. Phoenix Audi has pitted by the looks of things, and they're the only guys to have pitted, I think, from the front. We saw that the 11 pitted as well, I believe, the Schnitzelbaum car, and put wets on. So they've clearly seen that, or think that the rain is coming, and it clearly is on the Grand Prix circuit here, but being 25 kilometres long, we're now riding on board with Charles Verts, and it's dry at this part of the circuit. And I was initially quite surprised that both Manthey and the RMG car stayed out, but you can see on this part of the circuit, wet wouldn't be the right call, whereas Phoenix have taken their information and put wets on. So they've come in the middle of the stint as well, so they clearly have reacted to the weather as opposed to a planned pit stop, as it were, as well. So we'll have to see how this plays out. I couldn't tell you if it's the right or wrong thing to do, sat in the box at the moment here, but out on circuit, it's the drivers that are going to make the calls. Those are the guys that have all the information.
So the driver makes the call to the engineer, and then because of the prevailing conditions, and then it's down to the engineer to work out those projections and get you back on that sort of fuel window stint to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a cooperation, but ultimately the driver on the track has the best view of the conditions and can make the best judgment on that respect. But if there is information that the engineer has that the driver won't, like an incoming shower or whatever, or it's spitting but it's only going to get worse, then they will make that call and advise the driver to say it's going to get worse, we need to box you now and get you in effectively. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who's made the right call here.
Charles Verts has managed to get right back on the case of Lawrence Vantor in the Grello Porsche 911 as they come out towards Metzgesfeld, super quick down there. Of course, David, we've got a few tyre options you can use here. There's not just slick or wet. You can kind of a halfway house. The cut slick is still allowed here, and intermediate if you prefer. Do you use that? Do you like that, or do you prefer to go one or the other?
No, we used it earlier on, and this is my first year running the Michelin wets actually, and we ran Michelin last year, but it was dry, so we didn't use the wets. But Michelin have this black magic tyre called the drying wet, and oh my god, that thing can sort of range from just a small amount of standing water to a full dry line around the whole circuit. And that's what I was running on earlier on, and I couldn't believe when they pulled the tyres off the car, stacked them up in front of the garage whilst we were having the pit stop, and I thought they would have been melted because it was there was a dry line the whole way around. But I think they're quite a hard compound, and they stood up and they did, I think, 5 or 6 laps or so, something like that, in very dry conditions. That is brilliant, that thing, and it is quite impressive what Michelin are capable of doing. Having driven and worked with Falcon and Yokohama, I think those manufacturers can rival Michelin in the full dry and the full wet, but in those intermediate conditions, it's something else.
And you were in that first lap flying. I was just on the outside of the commentary box. I wasn't in the booth at that point, and I could see you making moves already. Tell us about that opening lap, what happened on that lap, because that's really been the story of the race so far for you. Yeah, pretty much. Our 24-hour race lasted about 2 minutes, which ended competitively at Adenauer Forst. I was quite surprised actually. I know I'm experienced around here, but everyone on the Grand Prix circuit it felt like they were chilling really. So I was just going for gaps. I wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. It's a 24-hour race, so I was just seeing where the gaps were and placing my car there, knowing that the corner or the track or the track positioning, the way the traffic was always going to come to me.
You think that was down to the track surface, because we were kind of semi-dampish?
Absolutely. Yeah. It really was 50-50.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think those, but on the Grand Prix circuit, for me, I felt it was actually the driest. So it was actually the sort of part of the track where you could push the drying wet hard, but be in a safe window. It started to get wetter out towards the foxhole, etc., which I would expect people to start to back off a little bit more and be a bit safer with it. So yeah, I managed. I think we started P19, and I was up to, I was overtaking 5th place for 4th, effectively, and then just got absolutely driven into. So the number 8 Mercedes, I'm calling them out now, because they were racing like it was the last lap of the 24 hours on lap 1, and you prepare for everything in the 24 hours, for the weather, for the slower traffic, for amateur drivers, and I'm honestly very disappointed in the respect that particular professional driver had, because we both race in the NLS. It's the saying of the NLS is race with respect, and for me, I know he was on slick tyres, but trying to outbrake someone on wet tyres on a wet track on slick tyres, there's only going to be one end result, and unfortunately our race is ruined as a result of it. They're still going, and it's just despicable really. I'm very upset. Last year, when we're going to come to a happy memory now, David, winning last year, and I know, Klaus Abelin, your team boss of Fricadelli, he could write a whole book of those nearly stories, or those stories where you come with a car that's going to win and then it all goes wrong, but it went right and you guys won it last year. Tell us just what that aftermath was like for the team. Yeah, it was brilliant. Remember, this is a family show. Yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, the best thing about last year was the fact I think that particular win meant so much. And it meant so many different things to so many different people involved in that project. For myself, it was my first 24-hour win, starting selfishly. For Klaus, it was something that he's been chasing probably longer than maybe I've been racing, or maybe I've even been alive, for example. Ferrari, it was the first time they'd ever won the race. It was the first time in 21 years that a German manufacturer hadn't won the race. It was 2 years since the passing of Sabine Schmidt, who obviously Queen of the Ring, Fricadelli Racing Team, hugely, very, very close with Klaus Abelin. We did it for her. The Bienchen cap came out, and I saw it this morning as well. Klaus has got it back out of the museum again. It's back on his head, and it looks like it's bringing them pretty good luck as well, again, which is great to see. Earl Bamber, that was number 3 of the 4 big 24 hours that he's now won overall. Nicky Katzberg won this particular race for a second time. Felipe's first major 24-hour win. There were so many boxes to tick, and I think with Fricadelli Racing Team being a local team, a lot of people loved that result as well. So it was, yeah, like I said, it meant so many different things to so many different people.
There was a lot of emotion in this very commentary box.
I heard Bruce.
For what you achieved, for all the reasons she was given, all of the above. I know for Felipe particularly having his driver grading moved, and it was a great thing for him. Now number 72, the pole sitting car into the pits. Then BMW M RMG. They've been fast all week. They've come in on dry tyres, Michelin tyres. They've got a big decision to make here. There is rain in the area. There's rain at certain parts of the circuit. But what do Team BMW RMG do here? We will watch with bated breath to see, are they going to put on the wet tyre, or are they going to go for the, as David Piddard tells us, the Black Magic cut slicks? Could that be the right compromise here, David, do you think?
So looking at it, it's slightly, yes, they've gone for the cut slick. So the drying wet is slightly different to the cut slick. So that'll be a soft compound slick tyre that is manually cut grooves in the tyre itself. On a clear lap, 9 minutes is roughly around the cut-off time from slicks to wets, but there is a code 60 which is compromising the lap times at the moment. So Vantor's last lap was a 9:50. So with that code 60, it's borderline. It really is borderline whether it's wet or dry. No disrespect to Charles Wirtz, who's an extremely fast, accomplished young driver. This is his first time in the 24-hour race racing for a major team. So this is potentially the safer option for him. I'm actually surprised they didn't maybe swap to Dan Harper or Max Hesse, because these guys are so experienced around here, and it is so tricky going into the night in mixed conditions that it's going to be a big test for Charles. So yeah, best of luck to him.
The Fricadelli Racing Team doing a pit stop as well. The number 1 car, that's Nico Verone get it out. That looked like Felipe Lazar's helmet getting in. That wasn't the original schedule. The original schedule was for Luca Ludwig to get in, but Felipe Lazar has been installed in the I believe this car is also called Bella
2.0.
Bella 2.0. The Falcon number 44 Porsche also in. Couldn't quite tell what they were going for in terms of tyres. Horrible decision to have to make. Fricadelli haven't made their decision yet. They've got options there. In the garage, it's a slick Michelin that's going on to the 296 Ferrari of Fricadelli Racing, so they're going for it. Klaus Abelin is a legendary team owner, but also a very experienced aviator, and he knows this area like no one else, David. How important is that for predicting weather like this?
It was actually impressive how well Klaus calls the weather. Like, his house is less than 10 kilometers down the road, so there's literally no one better, as you say, as an aviator and a local. And there's not many people I would kind of trust to look into the sky and make a call, but
does he do that?
Yeah,
literally look up to the sky?
Yeah. I am not joking. He looks at the wind, the cloud conditions, the cloud height, and things like that. And just from his experience, he says this is going to happen. And yeah, last year I would say 90% of the time he was right on that respect. So that was very impressive.
Well,
but then again, Manthey live down the road and they've stayed out on full slicks. These guys have slightly got their hands tied because it's the end. They're out of fuel, so they have to box anyways, and they have to make a decision. Manthey Racing have got one more lap of fuel, so this will be their in lap. So they have maybe another opportunity to look at the sector times of these guys going on cut slicks, the drying wet, and then make a decision. So I'd say the advantage is in their hands by braving it out and staying it out. And obviously, Laurens Vanthoor needs no introduction of being super experienced around here as well.
That's so the 72 Team RMG BMW have gone out on cut slicks. Charles Wirtz has stayed in the car, so at least he'll know where the wet and dry areas are, or where they were last time he went around. So we've got a reference to look at there. Good reference is the number 7 Conrad Lamborghini completes their pit stop. They're racing in the Pro-Am class, so they've got to keep an eye out for their competitors there. But Manthey, car 911, they are risking it. They are staying on the dry tyres. They are not expecting, or they are hoping, I think expecting is not the right word, they're hoping that we don't have any more rain. So Manthey lead for now, but they are on the 7th lap of their stint. So as you rightly said there, David, with the RMG crew, Manthey are going to have to make a call as well at the end of the next lap.
Stippler's on wet, or certainly the drying wet, so you can see this would be a good lap to compare to the sector times. Stippler was 4 tenths quicker in sector 1, 2 tenths slower in sector 2, and we're just waiting for him to come through sectors 3, 4 and 5. So those will be the best ones to look at, and that's what Manthey will be looking at as well.
So the code 60.
This is the side-by-side as well, so you can see that this is actually the driest part of the circuit, and we're on board with the Porsche in terms of listening. Careful. And Vantor's he's lifting through what should be a flat kink. So this is where the Porsche will be losing time, and even if the Audi is losing time by not being on a slick on the dry conditions, he's going to make a huge amount of time up here, and Vantor really is cruising it back. So and he's just sliding around on half throttle. So watch the Audi come. He's 2.5 seconds quicker in sector 3. He's half a second quicker in sectors 4, and I think this is the wet part of the track which Vantor's on, going into Stelstrecke, and Stippler's going to be tens of seconds faster. So at the moment, I think it's got to be wets or the drying wet.
The Michelin, which of course Lawrence Vantor has access to as a Michelin shod car. Michelin have won 9 out of the last 10 races here at the Nürburgring 24, so it's they've definitely proven their mettle. So can Lawrence Vantor get this car back as there's a spin for the number 119 Porsche Cup machine racing in the Cup 2 category? That's last year's winner, the Klick. I can't even pronounce that. Klick Verechungs team. You speak German, David. How do I pronounce that?
Oh God, here we go. You put me on the Klick Versicherung team.
There you go. There we go. We got
Versicherung is insurance, so it's Klick Insurance.
Your good ladies applauding your German there. Fantastic. Fantastic.
She's the expert, yeah.
Of course. Lawrence Vantor now coming through. In fact, I'm sure Lawrence will be delighted to actually see a little bit of code 60 or code 120 here, because he can't go any faster. I think as soon as we see Lawrence Vantor into the pits, it will be a change of tyre, get those dries off, and go to, at the very least, the cut sleek like the RMG car, or the drying wet of the Michelin tyre.
When we see a car on full wets and then the track starts to transition into dry, how bad is it for the full wet tyre? I mean, I've seen pictures down history of tyres chunking, but they don't appear to chunk as badly as they did, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah,
again, I think that's just the improvement in technology that allows this huge. It's one tyre is designed for one condition and one is for the other, and when it's completely out of its window, it does almost self-destruct. Whereas, just the improvement in technologies that the manufacturers are doing allow the tyre to take so much more abuse in these drier conditions, huge temperatures probably being generated, but still able to,
But you go slower.
That was there we go. So
did he contact?
No, he almost did, but there was a yellow flag zone of which I think he must have braked at the last minute, gone past the Audi TT, but then let him back past again. So I think that won't be too much of an issue with the stewards in terms of overtaking under yellow.
So that was Vantor in the number 911, and he went by. I'm not quite sure of the car. It looks like that looks a Cup
Audi TT.
Is it an Audi? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Can't see. But he did pass him under yellow, so he's braked hard, didn't he, and then let him back through.
It's a little bit of a blind crest there, so I think he's probably caught him out, and in the wet conditions he's just ABS'd right past the car, and then he's given the place back, which I think shows that he's recognised the issue and the error. So here we'll see it.
He might call you for his defence here.
Yeah.
That's a good explanation. He ABS'd through.
Yeah, there you go. So I think there was maybe the code 60 cleared before the there
was a green flag there.
There was a green flag, so there's a waved yellow on the left, so caution. Then there's a double waved yellow, which is 120. So Vantor slows, 120. But then there might have been a code 60 on the left, but it may have cleared. But this car's going so slow. And, there was there's enough visibility, I would say, there. I'm not sure why he didn't react. Maybe we thought he was can time it to pass the TT without having to brake, but yeah, clearly he passed before, but then did give the position back. So I think they'll keep an eye on that, but it's not something I think they'll call him up on.
So Lawrence Vanthoor now coming to the top of Tiergarten, nearly at the end of the lap, and he'll be delighted to chuck the keys of the Grello Porsche, if it had one, to his teammate. We've seen Kevin Escher out in the car, we've seen Thomas Preining out in the car, so by rules of
process of elimination.
Process of elimination, thank you, David. Right. It's my job to talk after all, isn't it? And it will be Aichan Guven who comes, who I'm sure will be waiting there, primed, ready for action, although I don't see a driver with helmet in hands as they come down into the pits. And Vanthoor makes it back on those slicks. Very well done. You don't want to chuck the race away at this relatively early stage. We're coming up to the end of the 5th hour of running. The car filled up with 98 super unleaded.
Just want to let everyone know, it's like the fueler. The fuel filler is exactly the sort of fuel filler that you get at your service station when you're fueling your car. There's no like quick fill kind of fuel apparatus here for the N24, and also the car comes in and noses in towards the garage door. They then jack it up, put it on the dollies and swivel it round so it's pointing at 45 degrees back out, and that's the process, and that goes on while the fuel filler's pouring the fuel in. That must be really frustrating, although they are timed, aren't they? So
well, that helped you guys last year, didn't it, David, when had the puncture early on, Nicky's going up the Dottinger hole, losing time, and the team managed to get everything fixed within that time.
Yeah, I mean, the super long pit windows here are mainly because we're all using pump fuel here, and pumps that are provided by the Nürburgring. Without spending a lot of money, they can't make all the pumps the same. And obviously, in the fairest way possible is that to make the stop as long as the slowest pump time, effectively. Slicks going back on the Vanthoor car. I'm actually very impressed that the sector times are as close as they are between Stippler and Vanthoor. Stippler did take 16 seconds out of Vanthoor in sector 7, so I think that code 60 probably did help Vanthoor, and then 2 seconds out in sector 8. So, and it's raining more. So yeah, I wonder what Manthey know that Phoenix don't.
You're talking about the two most successful teams in history at this race. True. Manthey 7 wins, 6 wins for Phoenix. They can't both be right, by the looks of things. Frank Stippler, of course, ultra experienced here, trying to make his way past a slower class car, and goes through past the start-finish line, past our commentary box, goes past one of the other Pro-Am class Audis, goes into the lead then. So Frank Stippler leads for Scherer Sport PHX. I wonder if Manthey Racing might change their mind here. I wonder if this will be very bold for them to go out on slick tyres, having struggled so much to get the car back. I'm sure they'll be staring at the split times. One final question for you, David, before we let you go. What can we expect going through the rest of the night? What's your prediction?
Well, actually, this is a forecast. It's actually reasonably accurate. From what we've been looking at the past week or so, I mean, it's changing every time you look at it, but the most recent prediction is that the heaviest rain is going to come between 9 and midnight. So we will... Close racing between Heinemann and, we know, Felipe Fernandez-Laza. And they're both on slicks, weren't they?
Yep.
Been told by Jochen out at the Sabine curve, proper rain is how he's describing it.
He's a photographer and he's outside a lot, so if he says it's proper rain, it's got to be proper rain.
Jochen from Frozen Speed?
Yes, Jochen.
Ah, what a legend.
He's one of our spotters out.
And he lives literally in the middle of the track, so again,
that's right.
If there's anyone that's going to call it, he's the man as well. Shout out Jochen and Frozen Speed Images.
He's falling on his head. The rain, so that's what there's no prediction there. It's actual.
It's happening. He's been a wonderful member of the team, keeping us up to date with all of the weather changes, which have just happened back and forth all week. David, thank you so much for coming to join us. Come in any time. We're sorry that this year hasn't gone as well as last year, but that's the Nürburgring 24, isn't it? And it's just brilliant to see what you've achieved in the last couple of years, and I'm sure there's much more on the way.
No, thank you very much for your support and everything. It's I don't know how many times Natalie and I have rewatched the end of the race last year, and yeah, you guys are the voice of sports car racing, so thank you. Oh well, yeah, it's chucking it down now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jochen was right, because Sabine Schmidt's curve is the next left, and it looks like it's chucked it down, so we'll be interesting to see if Lawrence is liking that slick call or regretting it, because there's no turning back now. He's committed to the Nordschleife.
He had one last chance there to take a tactical and go into the pits, but no, that Manthey clearly knows something that we're not seeing, but there's a big wind, a really big wind. It's howling into the face of the driver coming down the start-finish straight on the Grand Prix circuit. So we'll let this develop. We'll let you go and enjoy it in the Aston Martin lounge, David. I've heard it's legendary.
I'm going to go have a beer.
Yeah, go and enjoy it. Go and enjoy it.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much. David Pittard of the number 34 Volkenhorst Aston Martin, and of course winner of last year's race with Fricadelli Ferrari. Who could forget that? Great to hear his insight. Change for the number 8 Get Speed Mercedes then. The slick tyre coming off, full wet going on there, or at least the drying wet for the number 8 Get Speed Mercedes. So there's a split here, Joe.
Massive, and I really don't know what's going on. I mean, every forecast that I've seen coming towards the day, and even more so, confirming what the forecasts have been predicting, has been that it was going to rain in the early evening and go through until the small hours. In fact, into tomorrow's past breakfast time. And you know what? This is what we're seeing. And when I saw those slicks coming out on the Manthey car, the number 911 just making its way around now. It's on the drier part of the Nordschleife now, so he'd be reaping the benefits of those dry tyres. But the problem is, when you get round to the very wet part of the track, it's then tippy-toe. And I'm not sure whether the jeopardy and the gamble on that jeopardy is worth it at all.
Not when
you've got jeopardy.
Not when you've got one of the fastest cars in the field. Second qualifier was the Manthey Porsche. A few of the other drivers in the paddock have told me Manthey have got serious speed. They've shown that in the first 5 hours of this race. Why take the risk? Unless they are absolutely certain the rain is just going to clear very soon. Looking out of our commentary box window, it's getting really gloomy and windy and really nasty.
As you well know, Peter, you're charging into a braking area, and if you're charging into a wet braking area, you can sometimes just become a passenger. And there are no runoffs, there are no gravel traps out on the Nordschleife. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see that for yourself. You can see the proximity of those barriers, and they do not take any prisoners. We've already seen cars that their race is already finished here, and we've still got 19 hours remaining. And the jeopardy for me is, I mean, all right, Laurens Vanthoor, you wouldn't want anybody, better than him. There aren't very many people who are better than him. If there's anyone who's better than him, I don't think there are. There are a lot of drivers here who are of equal ability, all superstars, and he is certainly one of them. And we've heard both Adam Christodoulou and David Pittard explain to us that it's the driver who makes the call. If the driver's saying, I want wet tyres, then because of this 25.3 kilometre track, that's pretty much down to the driver's responsibility of calling the right tyre. It's not like the rain is going to come like we saw at Le Mans in 2008, where you had Howden Haynes on the pit wall telling Tom Christensen, what tyres were going on the car, because he could see the prediction in the weather forecast. This track is too long, because you've got pouring down rain at the Sabine Schmidt curve. You've got pouring down rain on the Grand Prix track, but out there at some of the parts of the Nordschleife, perfectly dry. But it's these slippery bits where you're going to fall foul, and that's what we're seeing.
Sector 6, which is basically the Kesselchen, or the drag all the way up the hill towards the Caraccioli Carousel. Julian Andler has a spin on the Grand Prix track.
And he's a superstar.
Julian Andler is the superstar of superstars. very difficult for us to tell from this vantage point what tyres they're on. I suspect slicks, because Julian Andler doesn't spin very often. Vantor was right on the case. He's in 4th position right now for 911 Manthey Porsche. He was right on the case of Michele Beretta in car number 3 in the Bilstein Mercedes, right on his tail, and then all of a sudden Beretta just disappeared into the distance. 6 seconds just on the Kesselchen, because that's the part of the circuit where it's wet. It appeared that Vantor had more pace earlier in the Nordschleife where it's drier and could get right on the case of that Beretta-driven Mercedes, but actually couldn't get past. So you can have the tyre, but there's certain places of the circuit where it's so narrow where you might not be able to get past. Anyway, now Lawrence Vantor is a sitting duck. He's got a the Volkenhorst number 35 Aston Martin right on his tail, which is running a lap behind, at least 1 lap behind, and he's holding him up. It's remarkable. Clearly, Vantor believes that, and Manthey believe that this is the right call, that this rain is going to go off, and it's worth it to just suffer on these dry tyres for now. He lost to the Beretta car, he lost 6 seconds alone in, well, it's just over 40 seconds sector in Sector 6. Sector 7 is the long one. That's the critical one. The best time of the race so far, 2 minutes 25 through that section. So this could be where Vantor loses a lot more to that 3rd place car.
Well, he's going to be thankful of that slow zone through Flansgarten towards, all the way towards and up the hill at Schwalbenschwanz. That's where he can reduce that speed and not risk so much on the wet track. But it's these high-speed parts of this track where you really are rolling the dice with slick tyres on a wet track. I think he's on a dry line through this part here. Is this the Flansgarten?
Correct. Yeah, heading through Flansgarten. So, but yeah. At the moment, that drying area is covered by a code 60, so not really much use. There's a little spots of rain on the windscreen. For me, I think that the cut slick would be the right choice. Maybe not the full wet, but the cut slick is a great halfway house. It could just be that Lawrence Vantor doesn't like that. Big discussion going on in the Manthey garage. Thomas Preining chatting away with Kevin Estre, and I think they're still trying to figure out what's the best option.
I think they're just saying, hey Kev, aren't you glad you're not in that car right now? And Kev saying, yeah, Thomas, I am. I can't wait to get back to Centre Parks with the kids on those trampolines.
Let's go and have an ice cream. So just a little bit of a roundup then. The number 16 Scherersport PHX Audi leads then with Frank Stippler at the wheel on wet tyres, or the drying wet tyre. The number 72 pole sitting RMG BMW is on a cut slick with Charles Verts at the wheel. Then it's Michele Beretta. We don't know what that number 3 Bilstein Mercedes has on at the moment. We know for sure the 4th placed Manthey Porsche is on slicks, and currently right now Lawrence Vantor going through a part of the circuit where he's actually bringing up spray. Whenever I used to do motorbike track days, they told me if there's spray coming up off the back tyres, put your wets on.
That is because that's surface water, and that's where the aquaplaning comes in. It's when the water is covering the contours of the tarmac, and there's no kind of and the connection between your tyre rubber and the tarmac rubber, and the tarmac is on a molecular level. The molecules are mixing together as you grip but if those molecules can't be reached, you're on water, and that's what aquaplaning is on a very scientific level. That wasn't it? Surprised myself.
Well done. From Exmüller, which is about halfway around the Nordschleife, going over Adenauer Bridge, all the way around to Galgenkopf. So pretty much the entire towards the second half of the Nordschleife, about 4.5 minutes.
So that's Sector 6 to Sector 8, yeah?
Correct. Vantor lost to the car in front. He lost 17 seconds.
And it's that waiting game on those slick tyres, waiting for the track to come back to you. The other gamble, as well as putting it off, is of course how much time you're going to lose without any grip, and whether you can then start regaining it and clawing it back. But that Peter, is completely and utterly dependent on when the weather changes. And at the moment, it's not looking too likely, is it?
I think the cut slick was the call. It's a great halfway house. So last lap by, Charles Verts on that, just as I say that, Charles Verts on the cut slick, 10:21, 10:08 for Stippler. So is the actual full wet the tyre to be on? According to that lap time, it would be. Michele Beretta, 10:18, so a bit quicker than Verts in second. And then Vantor, we don't have an accurate lap time for Vantor because he came out the pits. We'll get a better look this time around. Kevin Estre listening in on the radio, chatting with the engineers in the pits, and that wasn't a very happy Kevin Estre, was it?
There are parts of this track that suit every single type of tyre we brought here. There are parts when you would love a slick, there are parts when you'd love a cut slick, and there are parts when you need a full wet. And that is the challenge. That is the very challenge, certainly, of the 2024 N24. Last year, you were telling me, it was a straightforward, dry, hot and dry race. I'm not sure what I prefer, because for me, this is racing. This is all part of racing. It becomes even more of a team sport where you've got decisions being made on the pit wall. You've then got the crew making those pit stops work and choreographed to perfection. I know they are under-timed or untimed, but you've still got to get things right. You've still got to put the wheels on right. And it's all those elements and all those factors that make this pure sport.
Get in touch with us here in the booth. Hashtag RSL_N24 on Twitter, or X as it's now known as, and you can get in touch with us here as Tim Heinemann, 44 Falcon Porsche, off onto the grass halfway around the Grand Prix Strecke. That was just coming through Goodyear Spanger.
I just want to say that the camera does not do that part of the track any justice whatsoever. That's a plunge downhill. You turn left and then you basically drop the elevation of a 3-story house. It is absolutely steep, and the camera just does. I was shocked when I went out there one year and onto the Grand Prix track and saw just how steep that through that left-hander was.
Lawrence Vantor really just leaking time sector by sector to the 3 cars ahead of him, and it's just really survival now for the Manthey Porsche. They're giving themselves more and more work to do, but we're going to have so many strategical waypoints throughout this race. Looking at the weather forecast, it's going to be wet, then it's dry, then it's wet again, back forth all the time, all through the night. And there's going to be other opportunities where Manthey might get it right and their rivals get it wrong. This is what this 2024 Ravenol ADAC 24-hour of the Nürburgring is going to be all about. It's going to be a classic. Do not go anywhere, folks. Wipe off your weekend plans. This is going to go back and forth all the way. Thank you very much to all of you. There's too many to mention. Hashtag RSL_N24. Thank you very much to all of you who have written in to say how much you enjoyed our 2 guests, Adam Christodoulou and David Pittard.
Good job they didn't come in together, eh?
That crossed my mind, yes. When David was giving. David was very honest. Yeah, we give the drivers their audience and they tell us what they want to tell us. So
the transition,
we thank them for their honesty.
The transition was very close.
It was a bit.
We're out of control of that, of course.
Well, we appreciate them sharing their time. And if only like we have at Le Mans, where we have the booth cam, that would have been a great booth cam moment of Adam Christodoulou seeing the rain spots spattering onto the windscreen of the RMG BMW, and he would look so relaxed before that, and all of a sudden looks at his phone, takes the headset off and said, "I've got to go, guys, sorry," and off he goes back to the pits because he knows.
And left us this half-trunk bottle of water.
Still water, not sparkling.
Still water, not sparkling. If he does go on to win this race, this will be on eBay next week with his DNA around the top of the bottle. I'll get a signed authentic certificate of authenticity. Mackay's just put it in his bag.
We're keeping it. Just so no one else drinks it.
Yeah. What, in case he wins?
Turns into superpowers.
If he doesn't win, I'll drink it.
Yeah. Thanks for the water for half bottle, Adam. 18 hours and 50 seconds to go.
Just got a report in from the Sabines curve. It's Jochen again. and he's just told us that two cars that were battling through the Flansgarten just a few hours ago, the Porsche number 5, that's the Herbert car, which is down in 18th.
That's not for position.
That's not for position, but he has just overtaken Van Toor in the Manthey car, the car 911. So the number 5 clawing some ground back by overtaking. But that, again, that's down to tyres, isn't it? Because out at the Sabine Schmidt curve, we've got heavy rain, or proper rain, I should say.
It comes back and forth. Big battle going on between the number 44 of Tim Heinemann and the number 44 Falcon Porsche, chasing the number 1 Fricadelli Ferrari, the defending champion car, with one of those defending champion drivers, Felipe Fernandez Lazar, as they rush down the hill towards Adenauer Bridge. Fans everywhere packing the hillsides here in the Eifel region. Not a spare space of camping area around. Even the Aldi car park gets used here in the Nürburgring region. The rush now down the hill again, really building the speed on as they head towards the Lauda Links, tiptoeing on those slick tyres. So both definitely the number 1 Fricadelli and the number 44 Falcon Porsche, both on slicks. Felipe Fernandez Lazar doing everything he can to keep that number 1 Ferrari on the blacktop as they get on the power, that turbocharged power delivery, the rear wiggling all around. Lazar dabbing the brakes slightly, Heinemann out the gas as they're coming up the Kesselchen now. Normally you'd be fully flat up here, not in this condition, not on slicks. I'm
glad I'm sat here and not in one of those cars through that section, because, you know, just how fast can you go? You're not going to know until you do it. And there with the number 44, Tim Heinemann, just drawing onto the back of the Ferrari as they get towards that stretch. They're heading towards the carousel, just through the right-handed now at Klostertal, and then we'll be braking heavy soon, won't we? Here we are on the brakes through. No, actually, I'm behind the game here. Klostertal now, and there's the heavy braking for the right-hander, and then up towards the carousel. That road that just snakes left and right, but you can pick your way through it all the way down the middle and then into the bowl. Some drivers prefer in very wet conditions to stay out of that concrete bowl. Very little grip from the concrete of the carousel that spits you out at the end, and then on towards some very challenging, perhaps arguably, Peter, the most challenging piece of racetrack coming up now. That's Esbach, Wipperman, Esbach and Brunchen, isn't it? It's really, really tricky through here.
In the dry it's tricky, let alone on slicks and on a damp track. Early on we saw the number 99 Rover BMW being one of the, well, it was the leading car when disaster struck at the Foxhole, getting through slower traffic, caught up in another incident, and it was game over. Sheldon van der Linde has kindly shared his thoughts with our team down in the pits. He says, I'm fine for now, but my head hurts today. We had a really good car and we're leading the whole time. I was extremely cautious in traffic the whole time, precisely so that something like this didn't happen. I looked at it again, it really wasn't my fault. I would do everything the same again. I think the driver somehow didn't see me at that moment. She told me that too, but of course it's extremely disappointing for us. When you're leading the race and things are going so well, it's extremely annoying. On Thursday, we had exactly the same thing with Raffaele Marciello, and now again. When you've been on the podium and very close in recent years, we've had a good year, then that's extremely annoying for me personally. But I understand that mistakes like that can happen to anyone. There's no bad blood, but I'm extremely disappointed. She also apologised 10 times. That's nice, of course, but it doesn't save our race. I'm now supporting my brother, Kelvin, at Abt and our 98 as well, and the 72 BMW.
I think
your heart goes out to poor Kelvin van der Linde.
What part of a 24-hour race do you want to go out? Do you want to go out with over 19 hours to go, or with over, you know, just under an hour to go? I'm not sure. I don't think there's any part of a 24-hour race, because you've got the energy, the effort, the work that goes into putting these race cars onto this track, the amount of teamwork, the amount of personnel that goes into this one race, just to put that car on the track. And then, you know, it's the nature of the sport, though, isn't it? It can give you so much. I suppose, Peter, it's moments like that you experience that make the glory moments all the better.
David Piddart, who joined us a moment ago, he said in a press conference earlier in the week, he said, you know, we had such a great week last year, everything was great, but he says, you cannot copy and paste at this race. You can't copy and paste at any 24-hour race, but
you
particularly
can't copy and paste the last hour.
No. It wouldn't work. It's been like this. It's been the work of fiction so far. This 5 hours and 15 minutes of racing so far. We've been talking about all this all week, Joe. Looking at the forecast back forth, and we thought we're going to be on for a cracker here. We kind of knew it, didn't we? That with this weather, it was going to throw up so many permutations.
I've been looking at my weather app all week, Peter, and you know what? It's been saying the same thing about Saturday night into Sunday, into a good chunk of Sunday. What it's saying at the moment, though, is we're going to have a very long, dry run to the flag. There was look, we're in the Eifel region of Germany at the Nürburgring, so you know, by tomorrow morning that projection might have changed, so we'll keep a look at that. But yeah, I mean, we knew that perhaps this year, perhaps more than any year, the Nürburgring is who chooses the winner here at the 24 hours, and perhaps none more so than this 2024 race, because throw in the weather, throw in the complexity of what we're seeing, throw in the decision-making processes, and I don't just mean the decision-making processes from the drivers from corner to corner. I mean the decisions that are going on in the garages. You saw there two drivers having a conversation. What were they talking about? What are they telling their engineers? What are the conversations between the engineers and the driver as they're going around? I would imagine it's being updated as to how much grip have you got, and of course the clue is the sector times, isn't it?
And the overall lap time too. Daniel Juncadella on the wet weather tyre for the Bilstein Mercedes number 4 blows past Lawrence Vantor easily. Vantor can only go as quick as that dry weather tyre is allowing him to go in these greasy, slippy conditions, and Juncadella just cruises on by and into 5th position. So Manthey now back to 6th. So they are the 2 cars behind them for the Felipe Fernandez Lazar-driven Ferrari for Fricadelli and the 44 Falcon Porsche, both on dry tyres as well. Let's look at the lap times last time by. This is where we're going to get a bit of context on what the right tyre to have is. On wet, Frank Stippler leads 10 minute 12 last time by. Michele Beretta on wet, 10 minutes 15. Charles Verts on cut slicks, 10:23. Kelvin van der Linde in the number 27 Lamborghini for Abt, we don't know, but judging by the lap time at 10:06, I suspect that's a wet tyre, given what else we've seen. Daniel Juncadella, 9 minutes 59 last time by on the wets. He's just gone half a minute quicker than Vantor on the last lap.
Incredible.
Half a minute.
I mean, I'm saying incredible. It's not something that we're used to. However, having recalibrated our brains on Wednesday for this 25.3 kilometre track, 30 seconds in these circumstances, let's call it, is what you would expect. I mean, Vantor is losing a chunk of time in those very heavily rained places on this track, and it just shows, doesn't it? I wish we could. I wish we could get Laurent Vantor in here after this stint and see just, you know, what sort of what did he think as he pulled out into that rainstorm that was going on at the Sabine Schmidt curve, because it was pretty much out of the pits around the Grand Prix track and into the rain on slick tyres.
Lawrence is a very honest guy. He usually just says it pretty straight.
I know that.
So we will, when he gets out of the car, we'll try everything we can to try and get some information from Manthey. I can imagine the atmosphere in that garage right now is tense, because they know they've got a car that has the potential to win this race. So do RMG BMW, so do Scherer Sport Audi, so does the Abt Lamborghini, and there are so many other contenders for this race who have all made a case to pick up the trophy at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But Manthey, they know they're definitely in the hunt, and as every lap passes by in these conditions on those dry weather tyres, they are just losing huge amounts of time. And this is a race where when you lose time, you do not get it back. There are no safety cars. There is no reset. This isn't like other 24-hour races around the world. If you lose time, it's gone. And even last year, where Frickadelli were quite dominant throughout the race, they only won by between half a minute and a minute, no more than that. So if you're giving away half a minute on one lap, that's how damaging it is.
And this race is all about circumstances and being in the right set of circumstances. It's not about ultimate pace. Last year may have been about ultimate pace because the conditions track-wise were pretty consistent from lights to flag. However, this weekend, this next, what have we got? 18 hours, 40 minutes is going to be being in the right set of circumstances at the right time. And the only way you're going to claw that time back on a particular competitor is if those circumstances prevail in the same way as they did to lose you the time. So you're in the lap of the gods here, and that's what I think that's what I mean, Peter, when I say it's the Nürburgring who picks who wins this. It's the track, it's the weather, it's the region. There's a lot to be done, and you know what? 18 hours 40 minutes. We ain't seen nothing yet, mate. The heavy rain hasn't come.
No, and this isn't a cruise. This isn't a dither around and see what happens. This is a hard sprint to the flag. What did Adam Christodoulou say?
He said
24 hours of qualifying laps. He said we're all pushing like lunatics, and I'm not even paraphrasing. Direct quote from former leader of the race, Adam Christodoulou. So this is, it's not a surprise to see Frank Stippler out there at the front, really building his advantage, really taking advantage of that situation. They've made the right call, and he's thinking, right, let's turn the screw. Frank Stippler, two-time winner of this race, an utter superstar for so many years on this very circuit. When you think Frank Stippler, you don't think anywhere else, you think Nordschleife.
Yeah, you do. And I know we're kind of categorising it pretty much all of these drivers, certainly in the GT3 cars. We've got a lot of AM drivers and Pro-Am drivers in the other classes. We've got one or two very good Pro-Am drivers in some of the SP9 cars. But, you know, when we're talking about the likes of Stippler, Van Tor, Christodoulou, David Pittard, these guys are superstars, and it didn't really come as any surprise when Adam told us, yeah, you're pushing, you're 10/10ths, you're pushing every single metre of this track for 24 hours. And the thing is, Peter, if you don't, the other competitor is gonna, and that's what it comes down to. It's a bit like being a gunslinger, isn't it? You've got to be faster than the next guy, and if you're not, you're gonna get taken off.
Could we be starting to see a pivot point? Because going through Sector 5, Frank Stippler, our race leader, and there are no code 60s, no slow zones, no nothing on the track at the moment. Sector 5, which is a really telling sector, that's coming out of Schwedenkreuz all the way around to Adenauer. 1 minute 54 for Stippler on the wets, 1 minute 54 for Van Tor on the dry. So Van Tor is not losing anywhere near as much time on the dry weather tyres as he was, and Stippler, he's only completed 4 laps so far. He's about to complete the 5th lap of his stint, so we could see him doing 2 more laps, so another 18 minutes or so out on track before he comes back into the pits, and at that point another decision has to be made. It's not just throw another set of dries on, or just throw another set of wets on. There's a really big decision to be made at every strategical waypoint. Stippler goes through, so he's happy with what he's got for now. He's going to try and go to the end of the stint as he roars past our vantage point here on the start-finish line and goes to start another lap. 9 minute 30 last time by for Frank Stippler, and he's our race leader.
And he's now on lap 6, isn't he? He's now on lap 6 of what will be an 8-lap stint, isn't he?
No, he's just completed. He's now on lap 6. Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, just completed 5.
Charles Verts struggling. Charles Verts struggling on the cut slick. So Michele Beretta moves by. So Michele Beretta and Charles Verts have actually swapped places back and forth a few times. So Verts having to pull gears and go up a couple of gears to try and calm the powerful, torquey delivery of that BMW, calm it all down to try and get the power down, and the rear is wiggling all over the place as Verts goes over the start-finish line, trying to chase down the perhaps maybe more smooth power delivery of the big, torquey, naturally aspirated Mercedes AMG. They all have their character of what they give and don't. And Wertz trying to make full use of his cut slick, but real oversteer moments all the time.
Well, it's just the delicacy of that throttle control and then getting the next gear a little bit earlier to cut down the amount of torque going to that rear axle. Do you want to talk to us, Jochen? So we've been joined by Jochen from Frozen Speed, who's one of our photographer friends out on the track. Jochen has been keeping us very much up to date with the weather out there. I mean, it's very hard to detect. We're taking your word for it. When you say proper rain, and you live here, so you meant proper rain.
Oh yeah, it was coming down. Thank you so much for having me, Joe.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
You've been a massive asset, and I'm not going to keep you here very long because I need you back out there, Jochen. You've been very useful. The other thing that we needed to question you on was, what are you gauging the jumps? I think, where were you gauging it? Was that the Flanskarten?
Flanskarten, yeah.
Right, so that's just subjective, that you're judging that purely, a bit like ice skating, where you're looking at the technicalities of the jump?
Yes, it's experience standing there so many years, you know. The cars all jump in a different way, they all do, and then even with different drivers, you spot the differences, and then when someone like Gabriele Piana is properly on it, and he's in the Cup car with less downforce than a GT3 car, the jump is just, it's higher, but most of all the difference is it glides further.
It's not got the aero to push it back.
It glides, and sometimes you see that in the GT3s as well. Like I mentioned it briefly in the top qualifying. David Pittard did a huge jump in the first session of top qualifying, and again the car jumps high and then glides, and then the rear of the car kind of comes down first. It's almost like a long ski jump, you know.
Yes,
and once you can actually make a difference capturing that. If you expect it, you dial the shot later in the jump. Whereas in 95% of the jumps, you want to get it fairly early. But if you know the jump is longer and you can extend the shot a bit, then you actually can see that tilt of the nose sometimes.
I mean, there's all those iconic shots that we see of various cars in the N24. How long is it discernible how long they're actually all four wheels? I mean, we see the photographs, all four wheels off the ground by quite considerable margin.
Yes.
Is it discernible how long they're in the air?
If it's a big jump, for sure. Yes. Sometimes, sometimes it's like a wiggle where the back just comes up and quickly down, and it depends very much as well on what they've done braking before the jump. Sometimes they just dab the brakes, and if they do it like just at the wrong time, the back end comes really high. You know, and so, but you see them lifting off, and I can definitely be accused of going there a lot, but I think for two reasons that I go there almost every race. The first reason is it's so unique, there's no other racetrack where you can catch the cars on a regular basis with four wheels in the air. It's just like Eau Rouge, Radillon. It's an all or nothing, once a lap moment that, that's unique. And the second of all is the track keeps evolving, the track keeps changing. We know what they changed at Quidlbacher Hohe Flugplatz, there's nothing to say, I'm crossing my fingers, but there's nothing to say that one day or another they might not decide to flatten the crest just a little bit, or you never know.
Yes.
And then you will regret all the days you weren't there,
Yes.
So
yeah. All that catalogue of airborne shots are going to go up in value. That's for sure.
Oh, okay. I'm liking the sound of this.
You're a local here, Jochen. You moved here. You were telling us the other day you moved here from Belgium, wasn't it?
I did.
So, if you've lived here a while, what on earth is this weather doing? It's raining, it's not raining, it's raining, it's not raining.
It's normal, it's every weekend.
It's normal, is it really?
It hasn't started yet.
What do you put on when you go out for dinner?
I've got my weatherproofs. So it's normal. I think, to be honest, the one thing I was surprised about is that it didn't start splashing down 5 minutes after the start, because that would have been typical. There's really been a proper downpour. And I think we've had proper rain today, but I don't think we've had like flash flood type of rain rains, and I think that could cause big problems because, what I judge the track by for wetness is at some points you get standing water like we did at Ketselgen a few weeks ago, and at one point Brunchen starts to fill up, and at one point Brunchen, the track starts to be crossed by these mud streams, and that's for me always the critical point. When you see the brown slurry start to cross the track, then I think it's all saturated, and then it becomes properly dangerous.
Yeah, right. And of course the race officials here, who have local knowledge like that, will be monitoring that.
Oh yeah.
The thing I've seen, because I've been monitoring the weather here all week, is just how weather seems to, you check the forecast and you've got weather that just appears, rain appears from nothing, but then you check it an hour later, and that rain that was going to come is now not going to come, and there's something, and it's Absolutely. Changing all the time.
When people ask me, is it going to rain, I usually answer, which corner you mean?
Well, it's like that as well. I mean, it's an absolute nightmare for the teams to put their car. And we saw Laurent Vantour out there on slicks fighting, and now that gamble that was costing him so much time, that's beginning to pay off, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have hit the bottom of the hour again, so stay with us, Jock, and we're just doing a handover to Johnny Palmer and Bruce. I'll quickly do the class winner, the class leaders. We are way off announcing our class winners, so I'll quickly do a class leading rundown, starting with Cup 2. That is still the number 103 Black Falcon car. That's leading Cup 2 in 21st place overall. 29th place overall is the SP8T class leader. That's the Cheney Motorsport, the number 145. Cup 3 leader is in 30th place overall. That's the number 959, the SRS Team Solg Rennsport entry. 31st, just behind it, SP10's leader is the 188 FK Performance Motorsport entry. And then in 34th place, we've got our SP11 class leader. That's the number 55. It's still the Door Motorsport leading SP11. 40th is SP4T. That's the four-wheel drive Subaru WRX car 88. 45th place is our TCR leader, and this time it's the 831 numbered Hyundai Elantra. That's the TCR leader there. Just behind them is the AT3 leader in 46th. That's the number 50 Max Cruise Racing. And then the A2T leader is a little bit further back, 53rd overall, and that's the number 320, the Ford Motors team. SP7's leader is 57th, that's the number 80 Plus Line Racing team. Adrenaline Motorsports car 650 is leading the BMW M24i category, and that's in 59th place. 61st is the V6 leader, that's car 416. 64th is the SP3T class leader, that's the number 311 MSC Sinzig car. VT2 Hecker, that's in 67th, that's car 510. Class SP6 is the number 207 Hofer Racing Engines, Hofer Racing entry in 75th place. 76th is the VT2 Front, and that's the number 495 Otto Thomas by Young Motorsport. Car 711, that's leading V4 in 80th. Just behind them in 81st, the V5 leader is the 444 numbered Adrenaline Motorsport entry. The SPX Glickenhaus leading that. Car 706 in 92nd. 98th is the VT3 class leader, I should say. That's car 599, the Kievan Sports and Racing car. It's car 275 leading SP3 in 101st, and then the last of our 23 classes, that's SP4, and that's got number 152. The numbers that I read out without any team name is because there are no team name, and that's probably a group of mates who have got together and put the entry together. That's our class rundown. I'll hand you over to Johnny Palmer. Johnny, welcome back, mate.
Thank you.
I bet you haven't really been away very far from a screen.
That is true. I did go into the Nürburgring Boulevard for a bit of a walk around. You can barely get in a lot of the shops. It's one in and one out. I'm in search of the annual from last year with the Ferrari on the front, and nobody could sell me a copy. They've all sold out everywhere, even the Tankstelle down the road. Frightening moment a couple of seconds ago for one of the Falcon Porsches, because that was Julian Andlauer having to squeeze at a little bit on the run down towards the left-hander at Versailles and Breitscheid, because there was a car off the road and in want of recovery. And Daniel Juncadella in the number 4 car, which is running in second position, 45 seconds down from Frank Stippler. So, Jochen, I'm halfway through this conversation with you. Joe started it off. How far back does your history with the Nürburgring 24 hours go?
The first time I covered this race was in 2005.
Okay.
And that's an easy day to remember, because that's also the first year that Manthey ran in the famous green-yellow colors. Then suddenly Olaf Manthey rolled out the green-yellow Porsche, and he had a matching pair of green-yellow leather shoes, very flashy. And he said, I want my car to be seen clearly in the mirrors of the other cars. And definitely you can say that he's achieved that, and now I think they'll never want to change this color combination again. You know?
Well, I mean, it works perfectly in the miserable daytime conditions. It's even better at night, because I'm convinced it gets brighter, particularly under the floodlights of the start-finish straight. We have in previous years had 2 Grello cars, the 911 and the 912. It's one again this year. Was 2005 just the one car?
Yes, yes. It
was. Do you know the reason why they hop between 2 and then 1? Is that commitments elsewhere?
I think it's my own guess, but I think a lot of it has to do with the level of support they get from the factory, from Porsche.
Yes.
So there was a time when they ran 2 cars. They even ran one year, I think it was 2015. They ran the cars more or less in the WEC livery, in white with black stripes, and one had a bit of green and one had a bit of yellow. And then they came back with the Grello design, and one was yellow and green like this one, and the other one was green and yellow. But I think it's very much down to Porsche support. And also, Manthey used to be, as far as I remember, the only team that really got serious Porsche backing. And then that Porsche support kind of spread out more evenly over several factory-supported teams. So, yeah, that would be my guess.
So that was 2005, Jochen. Then obviously a fabulous run for Manthey. Victory in 2006, 2007, and the pattern is formed 2008 and 2009. Yes. Then they got it all wrong in 2010, but won again in 2011. What a run for them.
That was amazing, and I feel very privileged to have been there and part of the team at that time. And, you know, it was amazing to see them win the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time they were leading when they were taken out by a slower car that crashed at Foxhole, and it was a Golf, and it crashed off the track, and it came back on the track and speared the Manthey on the rear axle, and that's how they got taken out at night. And I was just there by coincidence, and I saw the car coming by with smoke pouring off the rear axle, and he was just limping. But that was amazing to see, and people were getting quite critical of Olaf Manthey, his team always winning, and there were these famous words from Olaf saying, well, the others just keep failing, what do you want me to do, sabotage my own car?
It's just so true, but that just emphasised that moment in 2010 where the race was taken out, how at any point in the Nürburgring 24 hours, more than any other 24-hour race in the world, something can happen, you won't have seen it, a car can come from the darkness and take you out, even in daytime.
Yeah, I don't think there's another race around the world that carries this much jeopardy from basically lap 1 as well. I mean, maybe you could argue laps 1, 2, 3, until you catch the tail enders of Group 3, slightly easier, as a Renault Megane has briefly left the road, but can rejoin on the Grand Prix Strecker. That's the 488 blue, white and red car. But as soon as you get stuck into that traffic, and they're also battling their fellow class members.
Absolutely.
You're hoping they've seen you, and it's even better if your car's in a bright colour. But it could be. I mean, David Pittard this year. You know, the problem hit on the opening lap. And you can't even be prepared for that sort of jeopardy, as I say.
Absolutely. When I see the stream and I see these front runners, memories flash up from several years of several of them just ending their race in a flash with an unforeseen incident. And also today I've seen a few moments like the dynamic Porsche overtook a Mercedes going over the Flansgarten jump, and he pulled out not quite late, but he was definitely there. And I saw from the height of the jump that the Mercedes still got that he was kind of still on it. And so he properly turned in, and there was no space. And as the dynamic Porsche left my view around the corner, he was properly spinning. And I thought that would be game over, but there was a brief yellow flag around the corner, and then they just showed the oil flag, so it seemed like everyone continued and just left a bit of dirt on the track. But moments like that, just in a flash, like you say, everything changes.
Another thing that can transform anybody's race is getting a puncture, particularly early in the lap. Just notice the number 80 Plus Line Racing Team Porsche in the SP7 class is limping back around. And last year, the Porsches in particular were getting punctures after punctures in towards the end of the race. And so you have to drive it home really slowly back to the pits, and all the work you've done we've got nearly 6 hours completed in this. All the Plus Line entry number 80, all their work is actually being just scrumpled up and thrown away. They will keep going, but their race is ruined.
Yes, Bruce. And already it's early in the race, but when the cars wander offline, the pieces of rubber that start flying around are already quite remarkable. So the track offline already is very dirty. So that's definitely.
So that Laurens Vanthoor car having to, well, it was a good little while ago now about the yellow flag, passing a yellow flag, a double waved yellow, and it seemed to be, it was approaching a slippery surface flag ultimately. I didn't see a car off. The Audi had massively slowed down. This is the TTS. Quite why it was going so slowly, I don't really know, but Vanthoor was in two minds as to whether that was, because the thing is, if you're catching a ailing car, sometimes double waved yellows are shown. You are allowed to pass the car that's broken. So maybe he thought, oh, I'm allowed to go past this car because it's recovering from a spin or it's had a slight clang into the barrier. And then he thought, hang on a minute, I don't know whether that's right. So deliberately got on the brakes.
Well, he's under investigation at the moment. The car has just pitted.
Surprised.
Laurens has completed that stint where if it was an 8-lap run, it might have been 7 laps. He was losing time. He was on the wrong tyre. But when you're halfway through a stint and you're now not gaining, you know it's really wrong. So Ayhan Şengüven, the very promising Turkish driver, well, it's not promising, he's proved his skill, has now taken over. Not fully dark here around the Nordschleife, but it's getting there. But you always have that amazing sight at the top of the hill, the pits, the paddock, and then the cars dive through the Sabine Schmitz curve, and there's lights to start with through the Hatzenbach, but after that, where there are no spectators alongside the track, I think it's pretty nearly properly dark out there. It's drying though. It's not. We had that flurry of rain not so long ago, but it is generally drying out.
And Bruce, I think Laurens Vanthoor probably had a proper flashback there, because a few years ago he missed a double yellow somewhere around the Wipperman area and got a very painful time penalty at the time. So I'm crossing my fingers that's going to slip through, and it was all right, because we did not see yellow flags and only the oil flag on the camera.
That's exactly so. And we debated, could he not see the red? He could see the red part, the yellow or the red, because the red's darker, but you know, he hit the brakes as hard as he could. And I'd say that's a give back.
Yeah,
I agreed with you when I first saw that on-board incident of the red and yellow striped flag, but you go back a few posts and unfortunately there was a single waved yellow, there was a double waved yellow, then there's a slow Audi. Now, is that a car? The whole reason the flags are out is because the Audi is stuck there. It might well have been recovering from a spin, in which case you are allowed to overtake that car.
And he definitely did give it back.
And he gave it back. Now we've got massive drama for Christophe Dupre in the Audi S2, which is part of the VT2 rear-wheel drive part of the race. This is at Brunchen on the exit, where there's a massive crowd traditionally watching this, and barbecues the other side of the fence, the right type of barbecue, but we never like seeing this. Thankfully, it is not on the driver's side, but the whole of the right-hand side of this Audi is alight. And Christophe does not want to go anywhere close to that.
He certainly doesn't. That car is gone far bigger than the barbecues the other side. There was a fuel leak. You could see that burning away. So a fuel line, I would suggest, has fractured. The car is ignited, and that Audi, unless they can get the marshals anywhere near, he's got the bonnet up to try and well, that might only fan the flames, unfortunately. That may bring it. So for Christophe Dupre, absolute despair. No marshals can get to his side of the track. I don't suggest it's a good idea to run across the track just there. As I said, it's properly dark out around the circuit. He's desperate to get some marshals there, but that Audi, with every second, unfortunately, car number 510 getting cooked more and more. That's in the V2 VT2 class, but he is desperate to get someone there. It's burning mainly at the rear at the moment, so it's still the leaked fuel that's burning rather than up the front end under the bonnet.
Not that it probably matters now, but he was also leading VT2 for the rear-wheel drive cars. He's trying to fan the flames. I'm not sure that's going to work somehow.
Sorry, yeah, the closest marshals to that point are the one on the outside of ice curve. The problem is, running back from ice curve to that spot, there's a really, really steep drop behind the Armco, so you can't run behind the Armco.
Okay, a rescue vehicle, a course vehicle has come along. There will be fire extinguishers taken out of the boot of that, but in fact, in some ways, the worst of the flame has dropped away, so all that spilt fuel that we saw burning in a line across the grass as he pulled to the right-hand side of the circuit, it's under control. In fact, it's a sort of fixed extinguisher there, and the marshal just getting it straight, and now we'll get onto the fire, but I'm afraid it's over and out for the 510 Audi.
A horrible situation, and that's automatically going to mean that we have a new VT2 Heckentrieb race leader in the form of the 504 BMW 330i now, which may well have been able to go past. But last year, I think about the VW Golf that caught fire on the Grand Prix track. Then earlier on this weekend, we had the 775 Audi with a significant engine fire in the engine bay, and now that fire on the Audi is getting significantly worse. Is this just the mere relentless challenge that this race represents? Because otherwise I can't really explain all of these fires out of nowhere. It's bizarre, and I think you're right. Did you suggest that was an oil fire rather than, or a fuel fire?
Fuel fire, and there was a line of fuel behind the car. You can actually see the burn mark in the grass. It's just one single line, and initially that was just burning across the grass. But obviously, far more attention was being given to the Audi that had fully caught fire in its right rear quarter, which is presumably the point at which the refueling is going on. But it was leaking there. It was almost as though the fuel flap had opened as well.
Yeah.
In some point, and for Christophe Dupre, probably a couple of corners earlier, all was fine, and then suddenly in full darkness, boom.
Well, it's just gone right along the fuel rail, hasn't it? From the tank in the rear to the engine, and you could almost trace precisely where that has been laid out in preparation for this race, because that's exactly where the fire was going, and such little warning from it. So it starts, yes, from literally one of the exhausts or just above it, unburnt fuel, then it completely cuts out, but underneath is possibly already on fire. There is a faint glow, and then boom, the whole thing sets fire, including a segment of the boot. Flames licking across the top of the four rings of the Audi badge as well. You get absolutely no warning of that at all.
You just smell it.
Well, you smell it
for 2 seconds. Yeah.
I mean, thank goodness, because as you quite rightly say, Jochen, there's no route over the Armco barrier at Brunchen to the right-hand side. You're going to end up down the bank and into the trees.
You'll be safe, but you'll be sliding. Yeah.
You're potentially on fire as well. But he was able to get out on the left-hand side.
What was remarkable, Tim Schrick was just driving past, and his onboard camera was showing nothing. It just showed the Audi pulled to the side, and only as it pulled on the grass, suddenly there was a little bit of something burning, and then the conflagration started within 2, maybe 3 seconds.
Well, Christophe Dupre would have been praying for a bit more rain, I'm sure, to try and extinguish that fire, but it did look dry at Brunchen, and Dupre out of the race and out of the, well, he was one of the key runners, as I said, in the Audi S2 Lim on lap 20, or working lap 30, and we will now have a new race leader in the form of Piet-Jan Ooms in the BMW 330i for the rear-wheel drive VT2 cars. It goes back to my point, Jochen. You can be minding your own business, you can be thinking all this is going to plan, and then bang, out of absolutely nowhere.
I would get worried if I start feeling everything is going to plan, because that, yeah.
Dangerous place to be sitting. Yeah, true. You cannot afford to relax at all in this race and need to be on tenterhooks for the next drama. Have we dealt with the history of frozen speed? Does that go back to 2005 as well?
It started in 2004.
Okay.
Yeah, when I crashed my track day car on the track and on the Nordschleife, and then I decided to keep coming to oversee the repair and hang out with my friends here, and I decided I better do something whilst I'm here, and I thought, why don't I bring a camera and photograph my friends who drive the track, and I got going with that, and that I enjoyed it, and it went quite well. And then I thought, once the Golf's fixed and I'll start driving again, I'm just going to put the camera to the side. But then I thought, you know what, I'm enjoying this photography. I'll continue shooting and I'll continue driving, but truth be told, once my car was fixed, I kept photographing, and I never drove as much anymore as I used to drive before.
And were you a professional photographer in other areas, or just a man with a good camera?
No. No, I was just an amateur driver, and I think to be a good photographer, you have to have passion for your subject, and the fact that I had some amateur level driving around here, and the fact that I've been watching so many races, and that I understand what's going on, that's what makes you capture. I know what the critical moments are, I know what different behaviors are between cars, and that allows me to try and capture those differences. And I have no greater satisfaction than when drivers and team owners say, we like your photos because they capture exactly that, and that's what my photography is meant as a motorsport documentary, and I want to share that.
Well, Jochen, and with your Frozen Speed business, you absolutely encapsulate everything about this race, and I really do understand it far more now that I understood that you've driven and crashed around the circuit. So you've experienced it from both sides. But no, there are many photographers who can capture a good picture in a certain circumstance, but you have the diversity to shoot the corner shots, the paddock shots, the everything. So it clearly shows that passion is there for you.
Thank you, Bruce. And yes, when you stand trackside so much, you notice certain drivers take a particularly different line, and when those drivers are then one of the top drivers, that piques my interest. You know, you're like, something's going on here, and then you focus on those things, and that's what I enjoy. And I also want to give out a massive thanks to the other members in my team who are holding down the fort now, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to come here. I have Florian standing at the end of the Grand Prix straight. He's shooting the Ferris wheel now, and I have Raquel in the office sorting and distributing all the photos. So without them, I wouldn't be able to be here or do the event.
So you go off now and have 6 hours sleep, leaving your cameramen out around the circuit, or?
I hadn't thought of it like that, Bruce, but no. I'll also go and shoot the Ferris wheel at the Grand Prix track, I think. And then I go back to the office, drop off some memory cards, and then I'm going to go to Weerseifen, do some long exposure photos. And then I'll go to Carousel and do some long exposure photos. And then I'm heading back to pit lane, and I love shooting pit stops in the dark, and I'll be doing that.
The pit lane after dark, it's the same at Spa, same at Le Mans. It just becomes a magical place. 2 or 3 in the morning, even the really hardcore spectators have started to go and sit somewhere quiet for a bit. But it is a magical time.
Yes.
And, you know, your passion really, really shows.
Thank you for coming to see us, Jochen.
Thank you for having me.
Not at all. Thank you, and we will catch up with you, I'm sure, either later on in this race or in future years as well. Jochen from Frozen Speed, we're really appreciating your contributions as well on our little WhatsApp chat, updating us with parts of the circuit we can't see. I'm sure it's going to be a very busy but entertaining night for Frozen Speed. You're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is the 52nd edition of the Ravenol Nürburgring 24 hours. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer for the next 2.5 hours. And I just noticed that not only was that Audi stopped at Brunchen, but also the 275 Christopher Groth BMW. That's number 275, which is the SP3 leader currently. And that was completely lodged at Brunchen. Thankfully not on fire on this occasion, but it had stopped and didn't seem to be firing back into life very quickly, Bruce.
You know what's quite extraordinary is you suddenly get these flurries of retirements altogether. Sometimes you go, that's fair enough, it suddenly became wet, people are out on the wrong tyres, but at the moment the track is dry, uniformly so. We haven't had rain for about 45 minutes, and that really blew through very, very quickly, and yet here we have these moments, and they all seem to be different as well.
Yeah, well, that's an indication of quite how hard we've been running for as well. Almost 6 hours now, and you think, well, all these cars have been set up and designed to do 4 lots of that, but nevertheless, the conditions have been changing, and they've been thrashed from the off. Every single car in this race so far has been a relentless speed, with the Hyundai 832 just heading out of the right-hander at Goodyear Carer and back up the hill. Headlights ablaze. It's going to be tricky during this segment of our stint to be able to tell one car from the other, particularly from Hatzenbach all the way around to Dottinger-Hur. If they're on the Grand Prix straight with a bit more artificial light, we stand a better chance, Bruce.
Or if they're going past a particularly fully stoked barbecue, and certainly there'll be plenty of those going, and they'll have been going for quite some while. As it went to evening, went to night, we could see the people in the campsites getting huge supplies of wood going, or were they just burning their mega game of Jenga? I couldn't be entirely sure, but certainly they'll be getting the heat up round there. But again, I always tip my hat to all the people operating the cameras around the circuit in the dark, with the director in their ear saying, pick up the blue Mercedes, number 4. You know, I've got some headlights coming my way, several sets, so it's going very fast. Right, it's Danny Juncker. Well, I tell you what, he came into the pits, he'd got up to, I think it was 3rd position. He's fallen back to 7th, but as you say, Johnny, we're getting this round of pit stops right now. So at the moment, it's the number 27, a Lamborghini that's in the lead of the race, but that will be one of a trio of cars in the front 4 positions that owes us a pit stop.
Yes, currently 5 laps into its stint. So should be able to do this lap and 2 more for Kelvin van der Linde. He in turn is ahead of Charles Weerts in the number 72 BMW, the RMG entry, and in 3rd position Felipe Fernandez Larza in the number 1 Ferrari. Heinchen Guven with the headlights just about picking out enough of the road ahead of the 911 Porsche. And Augusto Farfus is the next car ahead of Grello, and it's about a 7.5 second gap for Guven to try and find, as the Ferrari now pits from 3rd position, so sorry, 4th position. So the Ferrari in, and that means that Augusto Farfus will gain a place, as Frank Stippler is in 3rd position behind Weerts and the van der Linde Lamborghini. Rain starting to come down, or perhaps continuing in pit lane, as now the former SP3 leader is on the end of a tow rope. This is the 275 BMW 318 Ti of Christopher Groth, which ground to a halt, as I say, just before the rather toasty Audi, which is still being recovered. So you've got to stay right for the first bit of Brunchen and then go left past another very intense light bar on the top of an intervention vehicle. Brunchen is normally a very high-speed right-hander, but not right now.
No, and I mean, it really is a case of when you see a yellow flagged or a waved yellow, you've got to just trust they've got the right flag. But when you come around the corner, you can't be sure if it's going to be just the car you remembered that's still being recovered, and then to find one on the other side of the circuit, that's where the shock comes. So that is why you absolutely have to take the heed the marshals are suggesting. And that BMW that's coming back in, 275, wasn't it? That was
yes,
in the SP3 class, which is a purpose-built racing car. That's the SP category, and SP3 is 1750 to 2000 cc. It's all incredibly measured. The first class SP2 is up to 1700 cc, and then SP4 2001 to 2.5 litres, etc., etc., up to SP8, which is over 4 litres. Yeah, we like those ones, don't we?
Indeed.
And then of course if they've got a T, that means they're turbocharged, so SP8T is turbocharged up to 4 litres. Then of course the big shots, the SP9s, those are the FIA homologated GT3s, SP10 the FIA homologated GT4s, and we don't have anything particularly running in the GP2 class, but sorry, the SP11 class, which is for GT2s, but hearing on the grid from Stefan Rattel, from the Stefan Rattel organisation, from SRO, he was suggesting, well, I'm a GT2 racer, maybe we should get some of those here. And certainly they're great looking cars, so I feel they're more than likely to start trickling onto the grid.
Yeah, we'll attempt to do the class leaders on the half hour of each race. We're only 3 minutes away from completing the 6 hours of 24, and actually Christopher Groth is the only SP3 runner in the order, so we can probably put a black marker pen through the whole of SP3 now, because it's highly unlikely that that Audi will be moving again. As Klaus Bachler is into the Brunchen area, it's speed limited at this time. Only now is that fire, I think, fully extinguished, and we get to witness precisely how badly charred that, well, the rear right of the Audi is. Unfortunately, the fire extended much further up the car, so all of that right side that probably was wrapped has been burnt to a cinder now, sadly, and that car's just going to have to be stretchered away, with, thankfully, the driver able to get out very, very rapidly indeed.
It still looks incredibly dramatic, the night shots, because there's a course vehicle in front of it, a fire tender, orange lights on its roof bar, glowing away, but all it's doing is lighting the steam that's issuing from under that raised bonnet. And Christophe Dupre, apart from when he legged it along the side of the verge to try and encourage a marshal to come across, he's hanging around with the car, but it's just a case of despair. So really, really bad luck, because that came pretty much from nowhere. So for the crew that was last footing, Tobias Young, Tim Roberts. No, that's the wrong car. Let's turn another page. I thought there were a couple of nets in there. Jürgen, who started the race. Jürgen Net, Joachim Net, Timo Boyth, and the unfortunate Christophe Dupre over and out. Other cars now starting to carry that sort of smear of dirt that you get when you have rain and rubber combined around a racing circuit. And one of the SP9 runners is in the pit lane at the moment, and that should be car number 5. I think it was the Lion Speed Porsche. The 269 Aston Martin in as well. They're going very well, actually, the Aston Martins in GT4, and certainly Aston Martin's running in quite a few classes around here. When I say GT4, of course, in the nomenclature of this series, that is SP8.
Mercedes is in. That's the number 6 car, the Advan by HRT car, but the race leader remains the number 27 Lamborghini for Kelvin van der Linde over Charles Weerts in the number 72, with the 16 Frank Stippler Audi in 3rd position. Darkness has fully formed now around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and certainly the paddock around the Grand Prix track takes on its own new scenario, new complexion, with the big wheel glinting in the distance. It's the 52nd edition of the Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, live here on the radio show Limited Network of Channels. After we got underway at 4 o'clock in trying conditions, although it wasn't exactly raining right at that point. There was a little bit of dampness further around and spots on the windscreens on the main start-finish straight. And it was Dan Harper who realised straight away, along with his team at RMG, that he was on the wrong tyre and he would have to give up pole position to dart to the pit lane and change to a cut slick instead, and that would leave Porsche versus Mercedes versus Lamborghini out front, and the Audi wasn't too far away either of Stippler in the number 16 car. But pit stops out of sequence, where those brave enough to be on a slick tyre needed to change it as quickly as possible. A superb battle, though, in the opening stages between Augusto Farfus and Kevin Estre. They kept changing positions even through the first 2 corners. Then a nasty moment for Vincent Kolb in one of the Porsches. He was on the wrong end of a squeeze approaching Antonius Bucher. There's one last place you want to be rotating the car through, well, round and round and round like a top, and he had been squeezed by Fabian Schiller, who in turn, though, had got a nerve from Ricardo Feller. Then Sheldon van der Linde with a big crash on the approach to Adenauer Forst, and cars off left, right and centre as a result of that. The 99 BMW with significant damage to the front and to the rear, and Rover Racing, who had spent a lot of one of the evenings this week rebuilding the 98 car, were then helpless with the sister machine out of the race. Still, the dice at the sharp end between Porsche and a different BMW continued. Charles Weerts being caught and drafted by the Grello car, catching and using a bit of side draft, and Lawrence Vantor with some bad recent memories of running into Antonius Bucher and Tiergarten, but he was able to get ahead in that situation. Frank Stippler, having taken the opening stint in the number 16 car, would eventually give that ride up in one of only, well, 2 supersonic Audis. There are actually 3 in the race if you count the Jutta Racing car as well, but that is yet to make its presence really felt in the top 16, shall we say, as the epic fight out front continued. And it's not just a case of being involved in an arm wrestle side by side, door handle to door handle on the racetrack, but the engineers are having to earn their money this year as well as to which tyre is selected for the next stint. Slick tyres for the KUS sponsored Grello car, and that was often, we thought, a brave decision to make, because you can never count, when we have this rainfall, how much of the racetrack is going to be affected at any one time. 3 cars absolutely together, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes, into the Schwabenschwanz. Adam Christodoulou actually led at the end of the first stint because he was the only car that could stay out for the full 8 laps for Get Speed, but since then the number 8 car has dropped to 7th position. Dicing earlier on as well between Porsche and Mercedes into the Yokohama S. But then we've hit various issues and big ones, because the then VT2 rear-wheel drive class leader Christophe Dupre, there was a spit of fire and then all of a sudden a huge explosion from the little Audi, from the boot and the fuel tank. We reckon it's actually left a fire trail behind it, Back to the Future style. But thankfully Christophe Dupre was able to escape on the driver's side, and just that sorry look as the car continues to be burnt to a crisp. He gives up the class lead, he gives up the race for 2024, and that's a horror show to go out at Brunchen. And also within the next few minutes the SP3 race leader would disappear as well. Poor old Christophe, he even tried fanning those flames but was eventually coaxed away by the wise marshals, because that was always going to end in a bad situation until the fire extinguishers arrived on the scene. He did have chance to pop the hood, but I'm not entirely convinced that helped a great deal, with the nearest major marshal point actually at Ice Curver further around the bend. This has only happened in the last few moments. He's trying to put that fire out and make sure that it doesn't spread to even more important parts of the car, and it was only when the intervention fire truck arrived on the scene that they were able to fully attack the flames. So that doesn't get any better the more we describe it to you. SP3 leader is out, but the SP9 leader is still the Lamborghini from Red Bull Abt.
Properly dark now in the pit lane. The Lamborghini Johnny just mentioned leading the race is in the pit lane, the number 27, so that's given up the lead. And Frank Stippler, the number 16 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX, resumes that top position. Danny Juncadere, though, has been one of the stars at this point in the race. He got up to 3rd, 4th position, had his pit stopped, he worked his way back round, and a couple of cars colliding, sitting in the middle of the track, and Danny Juncadere had to take to the grass in avoidance. They were side by side, he went around. So the drivers at this point, with full darkness, Johnny, having to be really on their tiptoes. Incidents seem to be coming thick and fast. One of the cars that Martin Ragginger just flashed past ended up, didn't have all its lights on at the rear, just to make things a little harder. But right now it's all about who's on the right tyres at the right time. Want to know what position Ihan Chan Guven is in the 911 from Manthey? Back up to 2nd place. So the run for Lawrence Van Tor, he lost hand over fist because the team, or more to the point, combination of him, the driver's point of view, and the team's meteorologist decided slick tyres were right for the last stint. Absolutely they were not. He plummeted down the order, back up into 2nd place, but I think we've still got some other crews that just double checking how many pit stops. No, all the top runners have done a similar number of pit stops, so again it's just showing that car has had good pace, but I think over the course of this next stint he may be hauled in a little bit. And while still now just going back out on the track, the number 27 Lamborghini, it looks though Kelvin van der Linde has stayed on board to do a double stint. That's come back out into potential 5th place. We'll see how that fares around the next stint. But it's chopping and changing. So many different manufacturers at the top of the field. But the thing I'm noticing, Johnny, is the fact that Mercedes were never really anywhere through any time going up to top qualifying. They got 2 cars into the top 10, but not at the sharp bit. But they've got 2 of their AMG cars up in 3rd and 4th positions. The number 4 is in 3rd place. That's the team Hout Racing team entry with Danny Juncadere. In fact, that's just become 3rd position. And Adam Christodoulou, not so long ago, sitting in our commentary position here, explaining what went on early in the race, is in 4th place. But between 1st and 2nd, it's just 3 seconds.
You dare to kind of spot a pattern in these types of races, and then all of a sudden it's hugely disrupted. That's what I love about this particular race, but other GT3 races around the world as well, which try and get away from that formulaic way where it just bounces from pit stop to pit stop. Quite a few people have got off sequence early on, and that was driven by the weather essentially. So we had you weren't allowed to fuel a car before the end of the 5th lap, but we did have stoppers then. We then also had a big clutch of cars in at the end of lap 6 and lap 7, and one really rolled the dice and didn't pit until 8 laps of an opening stint. And bear in mind, there's a formation lap to be incorporated into that as well. That was the Get Speed car, but from the off, you've got cars trying to slice the cake in all sorts of different ways, and it's our job to make sense of it.
Oh, entirely. But just to have your pole runner not even taking the start of the race on the track, having to peel off, it must be purgatory for Dan Harper, realising those slick tyres that he'd fitted or had fitted on his car partway, literally as soon as he got a third of the way around the Nordschleife, realising, no, this isn't going to work, is it? So he had to cut his losses, and in fact, at the moment, that car is down in 7th place, but Charles Weerts, I think, is about just to complete the first part of a double stint. He should go back out. That's one of the cars that only has a 3-driver lineup. We're talking of car number 72. But Dan Harper, we had him up here in the commentary box. He really put on a phenomenal recovery drive after falling down the order. Max Hesse, the young driver who took pole position, he shone as well. And now Charles Weerts will be doing a double stint. And then I would suggest it's going back to Mr. Harper.
Yes, and if anything, actually running as 3 drivers, yes, it's tougher for each individual, but it makes it simpler. You have to do fewer driver changes, and you can also assign certain drivers, if necessary, to certain segments of the race if they prefer to be driving at night or during the transition stages. Actually, in the case of those 3, I think they'll just be lapping up whatever responsibility they are given throughout the 24 hours. Dan Harper, Max Hesse, Charles Weerts. I was eyeing up a former model of the 72 car in the precinct, the boulevard that's is behind our Global Broadcast Centre position this year. It's been the 72 car for quite some time, stretching back to the junior team days, but that was when Neil Verhagen was at the wheel, so this could be quite some introduction to the 72 crew if they get a very good result. They're in 7th right now, but, you know, you come back to the race in 30 minutes' time and the order will be completely different depending on who's later on in their stint.
To be honest, about the only difficulty in that lineup is the fact that Charles Weerts is about half a metre taller than some of his teammates, with Max Hesse being the smallest, Dan Harper in the middle, and the tall figure of Charles Weerts. Traditionally, you'll see Charles racing with Dries van Toor. Dries van Toor is no longer racing at this meeting because his Rover racing BMW car number 99 out from the lead of the race. Sheldon van der Linde caught up in someone else's moment at a point where there was nowhere else to go. The damage didn't look too heavy, but that's because we had the car against the barriers, and it was quite hard to pick up. But over and out, and Sheldon, you know, helmet in hands, but immediately on the radio to tell the crew what had happened. And as he said, Alessia Kreutzpointner came up to apologise, not once, not twice, but 10 times in all, to just, you know, really make it absolutely plain that she's mortified about what happened.
Ayhan Şengüven, the Turkish driver, down the inside of a couple of lower category cars. That's at the right-hander at Style Strecker, and now through the gears. I really enjoyed in this car Laurens Vanthoor scrabbling for grip about an hour and a half or so ago. He got the back end fully out, rally style, heading up the hill out of Style Strecker, and just seemed perfectly comfortable with it. He's Belgian, for goodness sake. You know, he's very used to driving in rain on not necessarily the right tyre.
No, exactly. He'll be demanding to get that on the highlights reel, because also he has his own podcast with brother Dries, and they'll have to have a bragging battle about who got the tail out more. But the fact that Laurens is still going and Dries is not means he's got more time to do that. But it's fabulous sibling rivalry, and what a family to produce 2 drivers of that merit. Quite astonishing, and of course both of them for so long associated with Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. First Laurens and then younger brother Dries. The brother who'd be just hanging around in the garage at the back and just absorbing everything. And as soon as he got into a car, oh my word, straight on the money.
Yeah, and it's a real shame to have him out of this event so early on, sadly. Meanwhile, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche has come into pit road. I wouldn't necessarily say this car is flattering to deceive, but it's struggling to consistently be in the top 10. Bastian Boos has just brought this car in. Now, he was a star in Porsche Super Cup last year, being the championship winner, and another guy to come out of the Porsche Junior programme. I just like him to be featuring more heavily at the sharp end of the screen, but that was another impressive stint from the Dane, and that car is now currently in 14th place.
Yeah, it just hasn't seemed quite on the money for Dynamic. Don't forget that Dynamic intended to run Ford Mustangs this year.
Yes.
And then very late on reverted to running the 911 GT3 Porsche. Sebastian Buus, he's again on the books of Porsche, and that means he doesn't just race in Europe. He's racing all around the world. He's racing in GT World Challenge Asia. He's doing the GTWC Endurance Series, and he kicked off the year with 4th place in the Bathurst 12, racing for one of the up-and-coming Chinese teams. That's Phantom Global Racing. Keep an eye on the racing in China. They raced in isolation since COVID, but the teams are now spilling out. They're coming into GTWC Asia, and also over there they build about 1 or 2 new circuits a year, and the teams people just love GT3, so the numbers are really swelling. They'll have some Chinese teams in this race next year, mark my word, if it remains as and I'm sure it will, a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Yeah, so that will help the rest of the world to not necessarily rediscover this race, because it's always been on the radar. I think Gran Turismo went a long way to help that feat, to be able to suddenly realise, hang on a minute, they haven't just dreamt up this track to be a virtual challenge. It really does exist, you know, in the Eiffel. And then we have the Japanese influx a few years ago. Why not from further afield as well?
No, they will definitely be coming. And talking of Gran Turismo, rather sad last week. I wasn't sad going to Prague. It was fantastic. But I was there with my son. I said, should we walk around the circuit as we know it from Gran Turismo? Because as we were going into the city from the airport, I went, I know precisely where I am, as we went downhill through a long, long left-hander. Brilliant. It's both sad and happy at the same time.
No, I mean, computer games and sim racing has the ability to put you in places you've never visited before. But then when you finally do see the thing for real life, you realise how good the sim is, and it's great to sort of know your way around.
In fact, I tell you what, in conversation with John Hindhoff, he said he was driving along a piece of road somewhere in France, and he suddenly thought, this is just like, oh, it's a real piece of road. He thought it was just a random pretend bit of road in the south of France in the Riviera going towards Monaco, but it's out there too.
Excellent stuff. Frank Stippler has just crossed the line, in fact, to complete another lap. So that is 6 in the book, or is it 3 in the... I'm struggling to work out the numbers next to stint and laps. So there's 6...
They've had 6 pit stops, and he's 3 laps into the stint by my reckoning at this. What is happening, however, he's being caught by Hanchen Guven. It's down to just 1.7 seconds. It was about yes, he gained 2 seconds on the last lap. Let's do the maths on that one. Yeah, he's closed in 1.7, 1.8 seconds. So Hanchen Guven now in the Grello Porsche, 4th driver in that rotation, closing in, and the target in front is the one that he can see. The one he can see is the race leader, Frank Stippler, in the number 16 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX. The sister car from Shearer Sport is down in 12th position. That was the one that came in with a tyre with a screw through it at the end of lap 1. So that incident alone, the limp back to the pits, really cost them. But for Shearer Sport, team from just across the road, all still going very well indeed.
Just looking at the number 8 car of Adam Christodoulou, which has just headed into pit road, and that car then ticking off its 5th pit stop and is now expected to do an 8-lap stint. Right, so that's a countdown, and it tells us how many more laps that each car will have to do. So I reckon the Lamborghini... No, the Lamborghini's already been in, so that wouldn't fit either.
Just been in.
OK, so that now shows 1 lap. Yeah, so that's a number that's going up, basically. So 1 lap in for the Lamborghini, 3 laps completed for Frank Stippler, and has done 6 stops. 4 laps in for the Porsche that runs in 2nd place. Sorry,
it's under a second now as rain starts to suddenly fall a bit more heavily between the race-leading Audi of Frank Stippler and the chasing Hanchen Guven, a driver whose Porsche all the way through. Half a second, quarter of a second, right on the tail, coming back towards the bright lights as they bring it home. But the rain, it's there at 1 corner and then it eases by literally 3 corners later, then comes back a little bit more, but they're picking their way through the field. And now Frank Stippler's got the message. He started to stretch away a little bit. They go past one of the backmarking BMWs. Boy, the acceleration of Frank Stippler, he really nailed that. But that is down not to extra grunt, it's just confidence and his experience. You know, Hanchen Guven, a fantastic driver, but no one around here has more experience than Frank Stippler. He's gauging how wet it is, but then, as I say that, suddenly Hanchen Guven comes up to the tail, moves alongside, and looks as though he's got the move done. Frank Stippler looks across from his cockpit. Has he let him through? Windscreen wipers are sweeping away. The Porsche surely has just got its nose in front, but maybe Frank's just too wide. No, underbraking. The Audi comes back through. So it was just gauging. Frank Stippler looking to his right, looking to his right. How much grip have we got on this circuit? Not a great deal. These cars are tiptoeing around.
Guven didn't want to turn in, obviously, to the natural racing line of Schwedenkreuz. You imagine being side by side with Frank Stippler at that rapid left-hander, and then you're both slowing for Arenberg, and Frank thought, well, I've got the better line here to attack the right-hander, which is the really slow speed one underneath the bridge. They're now at Adenauer Forst, but, I mean, unbelievable and gentlemanly driving, I would argue, because Guven wasn't going to turn in on Stippler. Likewise, Stippler wasn't going to take the Porsche out either. And terrific stuff. We end up with the top two in the same order, but it could very easily change by the end of the lap.
Yeah, one other little factor in that is there are still 4 yellow flag zones, and one of them is the Kittelbacher-Höhe, so there couldn't have been any overtaking in that manoeuvre as they worked their way up towards Schwedenkreuz. But great driving all the same, but the lap pace has tumbled by about a minute, 9 minutes 26 for the last lap, and a really good lap. The fastest lap in this race, I think, is still 8 minutes 10 seconds. That's still the Ferrari. That was set about 45 minutes an hour ago for the #1 car. That's down in 7th place overall at the moment. In fact, slightly lowered out. It's now down, 7th place, Fernandez Laza, Felipe. But that still has the fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes 10 seconds.
So through the last split, these duo were separated by 28 thousandths of a second. That was the end of Sector 4, which will have been when they were absolutely side by side. It has extended a touch now as they head out of Verseifen and Exmüller, the lowest point of the circuit, and begin the climb on towards Bergwerk, which again is a very slow speed right-hander. And then you can really start to open the cars up through Kesselchen and Klostertal. So this is Guven going down the gears into the right-hander at Bergwerk with a lowest speed of 77 miles per hour. And now we get to see how good the Porsche is up against the Audi. It did seem to be able to draw in the R8 on the higher speed section. However, Stippler does appear to be scampering away. It's just a pair of red lights getting not necessarily further away, but staying the same distance ahead of the Turkish driver.
Now, just a few moments ago, I was mentioning the Chinese teams would be coming. Well, I tell you what, we're going to see a couple of them at the Spa 24-hour in just a few weeks' time, because Phantom Global Racing, who I mentioned, and Uno are both coming to that. And Phantom brings support from pretty good background for a Porsche Team 75 Bernhardt. So they're doing it properly, but the tidal wave is on its way, and it's just going to boost the numbers yet more. In fact, of course, they're going to have to start selecting who comes to play in these great races. Not so much here, because we have, what do we have, 127 starters. There is space, but you don't want all the junior classes to be squeezed out, but it's a good problem to have.
Too right, and long may that continue. This is a pit stop for the 978 Porsche, which obviously has to also find some space in pit road, as it is tended to. And it's a fine balance depending on who you're sharing your garage with, but generally speaking, there will be at least one SP9 in your box. And this is the Baunach SP7 car, which is a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport Type 981, and Baunach second in SP7. They are ultimately chasing, well, a car much further up the order, actually, so some lost ground. It's the number 80 Cayman, another GT4 Club Sport with driver Sacchi at the wheel. So that's Fabio Sacchi sharing with Rainer Neufer and Christoph Ruhrmann and Christian Notchka. So 4 Germans in the Plus Line racing team Porsche Cayman that leads SP7.
One thing that catches me out, well, it could be either. In the night, is that mist descending, or are they just going past the campsites with all these barbecues with their, and often big lights up above the tents? And at certain points in the circuit, it's the latter rather than the former. But we have been told it may become misty tonight, so I'm definitely keeping a weather eye out for that while we enjoy this fantastic lead battle. It is nip and tuck, and it did get to side by side, but Frank Stippler still prevailing in the number 16 Shearer Sport Audi by, well, what are we looking about 1.5 seconds at this point. He's had a good sort of 3/4 point around the lap, but Ayhancan Guven is not giving up. But let's see if their lap times can come down. They really dropped away. There were slow zones. We're now down to just the 1 yellow flag, still at Kittelbacher-Höhe. They're still fixing the barriers there after, very big impact early on.
So Schwabenschwanz for the race leaders, and although Frank Stippler was able to edge the gap away through Klostertal and Kesselchen before it, the chasing 911 Grello car back with it now, as in pit road the number 50 AT3 Golf has stopped for a scheduled pit stop. This is another class leader, and the 50 car, which is run by Max Cruiser Racing. I'm a big fan of Ben Leuchter, who races this car along with Nico Otto and Heiko Hammel. But it's Johan Kristoffersen who has just brought that car in, and they may well be doing a driver change too.
Well, for Johan, with his rallycross background, the mixed conditions would have been just no issue whatsoever. In fact, he just really rather enjoyed them. Right now, the Manthey EMA Porsche, the Grello car, getting closer and closer all over again, right on the tail of Frank Stippler. Still the sort of moisture hanging in the air. Nothing between them, getting towards the end of the lap. Might as well push him through the final couple of corners, but really job very, very well done by the Turkish driver Ayhan Şengüven, and they're about to put lap 39 to bed.
And Stippler pits. Stippler is into the pit lane. Now, I didn't expect him to be stopping that early on, because he hasn't done 8 laps. He's only done 4 laps on the stint. So this is a very strange moment. Was he struggling on that set of tyres so much that he says, I've got to switch them? Or has there been a slow puncture? Let's have a look. The pit stop isn't really being carried out in a hurry, but all I can see is the car in front. Stippler is going to be taken out of this car. I'm not misreading that, am I? Four laps on the stint?
Four laps on the stint, as far as we can see. He would have crossed the start-finish line, so he hasn't just gone on to a 5th, but Frank Stippler getting out. He was being caught, but then he was putting away again, so I don't really feel there's a performance deficit, but the fact that the replacement driver who's climbing on board was there, ready, waiting with their seat insert, so that's probably... it could be Dennis Marshall. I'm not sure I've seen Dennis in the car as yet, but that means into the lead with a lap pace that really improved. They did a 9 minutes 28, now a 9 minutes 6, so it's still off the pace, but we've still got the yellow flag, slow zone, Kittelbacher, but in fact 3 code 60 zones. That's Kittelbacher and Flugplatz on my listing at the moment, but it means the Manthey EMA number 911, the Porsche of Ayhan Şengüven, leading the race, and the margin over Danny Juncadella in the number 4 Hout Racing Team Mercedes is 34 seconds.
So the conversation being had as they change drivers.
Was that Christopher Mies who just climbed on board? I couldn't quite tell. I had a quick shot of...
It was a Montoplast helmet, green and white, but I honestly don't know.
Well, it could be. I mean, he'd have raced for Team Land at some point, and they had the Montoplast sponsorship for a long time. Well, we'll find out very shortly. He'll be leaving the pit lane, and the name will change on the board.
So on it goes. It's a relatively short stop, which rather backs up the fact that they have only done 4 laps. Felt like a shorter stop than it would have been had it been a full stint of 8. Do they know something about the weather that is to come, perhaps, and are setting the car up for the next stint?
Well, that's a thought that certainly crossed my mind. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the car. Its lap pace was as good as everything else running in these mixed conditions with these slow zones, and certainly when being chased by the Manthey EMA Grello Porsche, all seemed fine.
Yeah. So the Audi... its numbers of laps completed will be reset. That was its 7th stop, in actual fact. And it will now head around on the Grand Prix track. It's dropped to 5th position as a result of that. Guven, on the other hand, has just completed his 5th lap on the stint. They've done 6 stops, and it's Daniel Juncadella now who pursues in the number 4 Mercedes. That's the blue Bilstein car, 33.5 seconds further back. I think we have to include the Lamborghini in the potential to win this race, at the moment at least. The 27 Red Bull Apt car with Kelvin van der Linde back up to 3rd position. It's just gone across the line and is about to head off the Grand Prix track through Sabine Schmidt's curve and return to Hatzenbach. What I love about this so far is that no manufacturer has a stranglehold on this race, and perhaps the fact that it's going to be changeable conditions all the way through till 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, that will provide a much more level playing field than any years in recent memory.
Well, I think it's, yeah, reset, because as we've seen with the Manthey Porsche, the Grello car, number 911, they guessed wrongly. They lost a lot of time, but they're back into the lead of the race. Ayhan Şengüven on the correct tyres on this stint. He hunted, caught, and took the lead from Frank Stipler as Frank peeled into the pits, just waiting to see. Yeah, it was Christopher Mies, and in fact I was having a look at Christopher's record. I said, you said Monteplast on his helmet. He was racing for Land Motorsport, who carried that sponsorship all the way back in 2016 when he won the ADAC GT title. He's won so much in Audis and continues to just show that form, but as we know, the Audi support has been rather moved elsewhere as they look towards Formula 1 in 2026, and in fact Shira Sport PHX may well be running cars for another manufacturer next year. Time does move on, but it takes us commentators longer to catch up.
Yeah, the further into our careers we go, certainly that is the case. As Guven into the second longest sector of the lap now, so we'll have to wait a bit longer to fully discover how this segment is going. There is mist definitely descending on certain parts of the racetrack, so that is becoming more difficult to judge, particularly if you're arriving at speed. Jules Gounon in the 130 car has just come in. This car, sadly, still running in the SP9 class, of course, but it's just come into pit lane from 103rd position, having been in the wars a great deal. Mauro Engel actually led the race in this car early on, and then I wondered whether he'd had an incident, but no, I think it was just the wrong tyre at entirely the wrong time, and it dropped him back to outside of the top 15. And then there was the moment that involved Vincent Kolb on the straight towards Antonius Bucher, and they haven't really recovered from that.
No, they haven't. It was quite extraordinary when Mauro was leading the race in the very, very early stages. He dropped from the lead to about 10th place in the course of one of the 9 timing sectors. Admittedly, it was the second longest one, which they normally take 2.5 minutes, but clearly he'd have been, one presumes, on the wrong tyres at the wrong place as the rain became much, much heavier. But these things can happen, but the fact he was then in that, he wasn't, it was Fabian Schiller who was the meat in the sandwich that ended up with Vincent Kolb in that scary position, facing the traffic when his car had spun and clipped the barriers several times on the right of the track and then moved over to the left. How he had the guts to go, can I restart and go across the circuit? Marshall's waved to do so, because he couldn't have seen the cars coming along the Dottinger. I think he probably doesn't want to see the replay of that, but all was fine and the Marshals were correct in their signalling.
The one saving grace was that he was tucked in far left and the natural racing line would fire you out to the right, but nevertheless, when you don't know what's coming and you're facing oncoming traffic, that was certainly something to spike the heart rate, but he was able to eventually steer out of that and get back. The Glickenhaus has now just come in for another pit stop. This a car that actually the name Glickenhaus is carried on the pole position trophy, and they did a very late engine change in the week preceding the race itself, sat out from top qualifying as a result, and they've been fighting back slowly but surely. That 706 car is where in the order now? 75th. Scombe Ledergar brought the SPX car in for its latest pit stop number 6, I make it, and it now returns heading through the right and the left of the Yokohama S. Very, very dark down there in front of the Mercedes grandstand.
Shall I do a little run down the classes? We've hit the bottom of the hour. So, right, Cup 2 is the class that is the next best place behind all the SP9 cars. 21st position overall. It's car 121 that's featured very well in class since the start. KKM racing with Moritz Oberheim. He's leading from Gabriele Piana. That looks like it's going to be quite a battle, just 18 seconds between them. They're 21st and 22nd. SP11, a class that has just the one runner in it. So Max Hofer, the very talented Austrian driver, 29th overall. The Dürr Motorsport, the GT2 KTM Crossbow. I was saying earlier, I expect we'll have more GT2 runners in the years ahead. SP10, that's the FIA homologated GT4 cars, and it's FK Performance with their entry there. That's the BMW M4 GT4, and at the moment at the wheel of 188 is Stegman. That's yeah, comfortable there for Lawrence Stegman, leader of that class. SP8T, it's Cerny Motorsport. It's Peter Kate in that glorious, very similar car. It's also an M4 GT4 BMW, and Peter sharing with a real cast of stars with none other than Timo Glock kicking off their race early on. Cup 3 83, and it's SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. It's a name we say quite a lot. It's a Porsche 718 Cayman. That's in 33rd position, and that is car number 959, almost the highest numbered car in the race, only 5 above that, and that's Heiko Eichenberg at the wheel of that. Go down quite a few more places. Have to go to Harry Gottsacker in 41st position. He's leading the TCR class in his Hyundai Elantra N TCR. SP4T is car number 88, which is a Subaru WRX, going very, very well indeed. It's looked really tidy, and it's got Tim Schrick doing the driving duties at the moment. AT3, so the best place of the alternative fuel cars is Treble 8, Hofer Racing by Bonk BMW M4 GT4. So the M4 GT4 is leading 3 classes out of the 23, so all good for them. And that Treble 8 is being driven by Max Partel at the moment. Work on a little further down. Thomas von Lewis of Mena. He's in the second of the 8 alternative fuel cars. That's class 82, the 4 Motors GmbH Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. So very similar to the cars that run in Cup 2, but with the alternative fuels. A few more classes to come. Adrenaline Motorsport, car number 650, leads the BMW M 240i class. That's for Adrenaline Motorsport. So much success for them across the years, both in the NLS and of course in the Nürburgring 24 hours. 1 position further back, 56th overall, is the leader of the production class, V6, and that's car number 416, a Porsche 911 Carrera. And we're getting towards the tail of all the classes, but if I go to SP7 Plus Line Racing Team, car number 80, we saw them having a little bit of trouble, but that's still going well, albeit in a class that's not as well supported as some of the others. That's a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 and Bulldog Racing. We haven't talked too much about the minis, but that's one of the 2 John Cooper Works cars, and that's car 317, leading that class in 69th overall. 71st position is the VT2, that's the turbocharged rear drive class, SRS Teams, your Team Sorg Rennsport. Ooms at the wheel of that, and 1 position behind that is the VT2 front-engined class leader, also Thomas by Jung. That's the Cupra Leon KL. Only a few more classes to go. V5 in 74th position overall is Adrenaline Motorsport. Yes, that team again with the Porsche Cayman CM12, and the Treble 4 is being driven at this point in the race as we go past the 6 hours by one of the Korns. I don't know if it's Ulrich or Tobias, but anyhow, there are 2 of those in the car. SPX, the Glickenhaus, down in 77th. This is this car that had so much pace, but of course it's had such a time, and we saw the engine looking to have another change, and I think that pretty much concludes. Apart from V4, we'll have to go all the way down to car number 711 in 83rd position overall as we go through the myriad classes that compete in this 52nd Nürburgring 24 hours. And 750 is Kevin Sports and Racing, a BMW 325i. You see them being overtaken. They look as though they're just almost road cars out on the circuit, but they are if you're in a V class. And leading that class at the moment is Tim Muller. Or could it be Desiree? 2 Mullers in the same car. And I think that is pretty much it for all the classes, Johnny.
Tremendous work, as always, Bruce. And Joe Bradley has been on the case on the half hour of each of the racing hours to make sure that we try and cover the other classes as much as possible. We're always drawn to divisions like Cup 2, Cup 3, the TCR class, and also, I mean, I'm a big fan of the BMW 240i's as well. You've mentioned the class leader within that. It's not quite as close as we have had it in the past, but again, could be a growth area in future years. 911 from formerly the race lead, but Taehanchin Guvin brought it in from 5th position. And again, are they starting to wonder whether that car was quite on the right tyres, because they didn't do the full 8 stints. Sorry, 8 stints, 8 laps on the stint for that occasion. And Guvin will stay at the wheel of the 911 car. Visibility really at a premium now, though, down at the Yokohama S. One car slightly overcooking it, which will be a distraction for Guvin. He's going to have to go side by side through the exit of the Yokohama S and now thunder his way towards Goodyear Spanger.
And certainly for the camera person standing at the top of the grandstand down overlooking the Mercedes arena, he's going to be having a worse and worse task, trying to pick out the cars as they come down into the first corner, and then trying to pick them up as they snake to the right, then to the left, and then put the power down and go away, because the mist is really descending very fast. We had suggestions before the start of the race. In fact, I think it was Klaus Abelin, who is a pilot, and among the other things he does, and he's always got an eye on the weather, and he said fog will be coming, and maybe it was the visibility, maybe not, but the number 148 Porsche is doing the reversing test. I would suggest that's the gravel at the opening corner. He is very deep indeed, but his foot is planted and his rear wheels are back on terra firma. So that was a very good job. And you could hear the applause from the fans in the grandstand. That was mighty.
Too right. Steve Jantz, who was the star in qualifying on Friday, to finish off the sort of standard sessions. We had 3 of them, and the third qualifying session was the shortest, but that's where often we saw a lot of the pole position times come from ultimately in the lower classes, because it was the most consistently dry of the 3 qualifying sessions. And Steve Jantz, the Luxembourgish entry, has tumbled down a few places. You mentioned that Moritz Oberheim leads Cup 2 in his number 121 Porsche from Gabriele Piana and Larry Temvorder. Well, Steve Jantz was 4th in that class and has perhaps held on to 4th position. We will have to wait and see. 125 might have been close enough to actually jump ahead Mark Wallenwein in the car that he shares with Hans Wehrmann, Thomas Kiefer and David Alexander Beckman. Dan Harper in a slow area on the racetrack. He's got one of the Supras up ahead of him and can now officially overtake once again the 227 Supra in the AT3 class, and 227 currently has at the wheel Volta. Just looking for a first name. It's Yves Volta, sharing with Georg and Bjorn Griesemann and Dirk Adolf in their number 127 car that runs in the AT3 class. And Daniel Harper waiting for the legal time to overtake, and as he came out of that code 60 area, now gets back on the power. 72 BMW running in 3rd position for BMW M Team RMG. And how far in front is the next car? About 26 seconds he needs to find on Arjun Maini in the number 3 Bilstein Mercedes.
Well, you have to keep an eye on Arjun Maini because he's entered, like several other drivers, in 2 entries. He's in the number 3 and number 4, so the driver from Bangalore really hedging his bets. Other drivers who are sharing cars across a team include Ricardo Feller, who's driving both the 15 Audi and the 16, so he's sharing with a host of other drivers, and I think there are a couple of other drivers who are down. Adam Christodoulou, of course, I think was a late entry to become a double runner here. In the darkness, lap pace really falling away. We do have 1 slow zone, 2 yellow flags. One's at the approach to Exmüller and the other is the exit. And the slow zone is at Exmüller. With the code 60, 4 of those, 4 code 60 zones, Bergwerk, Kesselchen and others. Now, the 175 Aston Martin running in the SP10 class, that seems to have been in not too long ago. Tyres coming off, tyres being changed. Did they also guess wrongly on what rubber to put on their car? That's the car that was started by Jasmin Preissig, sharing with the Chilean racer Benja Ites, Christoph Breuer and Reinhold Renger. Couldn't see what was taken off in terms of rubber, but we've got a fresh set of Goodyears going on. It looks like those could be slicks. So can only see the sidewalls at the moment. But
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, not cut slicks, slicks.
Interesting. So they feel that the track may get a little quicker. There may be some areas of the circuit that they lose time, but as long as it's not too treacherous, running the risk of rattling the barrier, and the barriers are so close in certain quarters around this track, it's so easy to do. Daniel Harper with Armco probably about a metre off the white line to his left and a metre away, maybe 2 metres of grass before you reach the Armco barrier on his right, and he's just jinking out. I thought we were on the Dottinger Höhe then, but no, it's earlier on in the lap than that. But this is also the tricky thing. You want to be as close as possible to the car in front when you're restricted to 60 kilometres per hour, but then you also need to see the next flag and to assess whether it's green or not. The beauty, I suppose, in this scenario is that the line of cars is long away into the distance. They're still dealing with this problem is this the Adenauer Forst situation? Just trying to work out precisely where Daniel Harper is. We're now going to fire our way further down the road. It's not Adenauer Forst, it's too fast for that.
There were 2 cars off against the barriers, and I'm just trying to pick them up by squeezing and focusing on the 25.378 kilometres on a moving circuit map.
This has got to be Kesselchen, surely, and Klostertal. Yeah, it's the change down to the slightly tighter left-hander at Klostertal itself. So was that one of your 4 places that's affected by code 60?
Yeah, Kesselchen won.
Kesselchen, that's where it was. And you're quite right, 2 cars in the barrier as Dan Harper puts a lap on the Chrome green Porsche. Now that is a brand new car for this weekend. Their intended car for this weekend was too badly damaged when there was an incident between it, when Nick Johnson was at the wheel, and Raffaele Marciello in his BMW from Rover Racing, the 98 car, and they sourced a replacement. I'm impressed with how much green they put on that car, because it was plain silver when I checked it out on Friday.
Okay, one car that appears stationary on our screen is number 488, which is the VT2 front engine class, Kevin Sports and Racing Renault Megane. But there was definitely a second car, unless my eyes have really gone west at this early stage in the race. But that's on the entrance to Kesselchen, and that is why that's one of the 2 slow zones on the circuit. Bergwerk all the way down to the next corner, which is Kesselchen, while they clear that up.
It's a lengthy process to replace all 4 tyres on a car like the 177 Aston Martin, because there are 5 studs to loosen and then tighten, rather than the central wheel nut that the SP9s have. Johan Guven again through just a little bit of mist here and there. It's not quite fog at this point of the circuit as he zigzags his way through some of the slower speed corners. And this is late on in the lap. Stefan Beloff not too far away, but he's got at least some slower cars to remind him of where the track goes next. It's actually the approach to that's Flatsgarten, where he had to get off the throttle there and turn right. Yeah, so that was normally a place where the track would leave the road surface, but he had to get fully out of the throttle and on the brakes because the BMW in front hadn't quite seen him.
Yeah, these moments with the descending mist certainly catching out some of the drivers, but that was a very close moment for Johan Guven. He tried to go to the right of that production class BMW and suddenly realised there was no right, and left was the only option. So off the power, a jink to one side, got it done. Now the track is clear, but the visibility, Johnny, is getting very weak indeed. And it's interesting, though, Pro Sport putting 2 of their Aston Martin GT4s that run in the SP10 class, first 175 and now 177, onto what looks like slick rubber. And in fact, as we look with the illumination from the Manthey Grello Porsche, the track is properly dry, but the visibility is not their friend. Lap times, of course, with these slow zones has dropped, and we're now, even the fastest cars, lapping in over 10 minutes.
Not for the first time. I completely misidentified where Guven was. He eventually did go through Brunchen and Flansgarten, but that was on the higher part of the circuit, so slight bit of confusion, possibly into Wipperman as he got off the throttle, then needed to go through Eschbach with a clear road in front of him. He's just done the Schwabenschwanz. This is Galgenkopf now, the double right-hander onto the Dottinger Hohe. And a straight road, but it's not clear, far from it. Slower car to the left, one that he's catching at great speed is the Supra, and he can make short work of that to the left-hand side as into pit road has arrived the number 27, Kelvin van der Linde car. And this is the Lamborghini in from 3rd position, and that'll give Christopher Mies a place back in the number 16 Audi.
And that was after a 6-lap stint, so we're not getting the traditional 7, not the 8s. And certainly right now, I think a lot of teams are having a big think about what rubber to do next, hoping they don't do what Manthey EMA did, but didn't do them too badly, because of course the 911 is still in the mix, down in 5th place at the moment, but you know, you can't afford to make 2 mistakes in this race. And for Manthey EMI, not so long ago we had Jochen from Frozen Speed in, and we were just running through the incredible success from 2006 with 5 wins in the space of 6 years for Manthey with their Grello Porsches. Will there be another one today? They've had 1 step backwards, they can't afford another, but the car that really is delivering is this Abt entered Lamborghini, car number 27, the great big Red Bull livery on the side. And again, fresh set of Michelin rubber. That looks to me, I can't see the tread, but it doesn't look as it has any, so therefore one feels it's a slick. That surely has to be the way to go. Yeah,
it's very tricky to tell in a dark pit lane already, and then you're peering into a wheel arch. The Lamborghini gets the signal to go, and it's literally a split-second thing. They've timed it superbly. Well, they're going to hope they've timed it superbly well. because the clock should stop in terms of the minimum pit stop time as it crosses the line, as the speed limiter is released from the 60 kph down pit road and down into the Yokohama S to begin another stint. Interestingly, the Mercedes that now leads is on to lap 7 of the current stint, so they maybe are getting closer to the full 8 laps. Arjun Maini will return to the start-finish line in about 8 minutes' time, and we'll find out whether he can go beyond the 7-lap marker.
Well, I would suggest that's because he was probably on the correct tyres to start with. After this stint, went onto the slicks, and we saw Frank Stippler coming in inexplicably early, but maybe he was on, you know, cut slicks and they were just starting to get too hot, the performance going away. He still seemed to lap very well, but he was caught by a Hansen Guven who tried to go past. He used his track craft to make sure that he Frank Stippler kept the Audi in front, but then by the time they went along the Dottingher, close enough to get it in the slipstream, Hansen Guven gained, and then as soon as he got right onto the tail, Stippler dived into the pits, change of rubber, back out onto the track for the number 16 Audi, albeit with a different driver because Christopher Mies was inserted into the car that's now in 3rd position overall.
And they're right together now, Harper and Mies. I mean, they made that split in less than a second, so Mies is completely on the tail of the 72 BMW. They've just gone through that very short Sector 4 part of the lap, so that's Flugplatz to Schwedenkreuz, and it might even be that Mies can get in front of the BMW at Arenberg.
Yeah, but we've got the top 3 cars covered by 0.2 of a second.
Okay, yes.
So right at the front, hard to pick out because the mist is really descending, not just on the higher parts of the circuit, but it's Arjun Maini leading in that number 3 Mercedes from the Hout Racing team. That's in the Team Bilstein livery. Tucked in under his tail is Dan Harper, the driver from Hillsborough, Northern Ireland, in the number 72 BMW Team RMG M4 GT3, and under his tail in turn is Christopher Mies in the blue and white Shearer Sport Audi, car number 16.
But there's nobody in front of Mies right now. So has he cleared both Harper and Maini on the run into Arenberg? There is well, that's not one of them because it's a Cayman that he's catching at great speed.
Yeah, he has definitely taken the lead because his splits in the Sector 2, Sector 3, he's gained about 4 seconds, so he's not just caught them, he's passed them. So whatever rubber he's got, I want that on my car.
Too right. How did this happen? Maini, Harper, and behind Harper there it is this number 16 Audi that bridges the gap briefly. This was Schwedenkreuz, and then the run into Arenberg, and around the outside to take the lead of the 52nd edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours goes Chris Mies, superb, and leaves Maini and Harper in his wake, and they are completely helpless.
When any of you happen to see Christopher Mies again, give him a pat on the back and a drink of his choice, because nobody clearly told him it was dark out there. Around the outside against another arrival, admittedly there was a slower car up in front, and I think Arjun Maini, just as they went into that right-hander, thought, oh, let's just be a little bit careful, but he was not thinking he'd be attacked and passed around the outside.
So down through the gears he overtook Daniel Harper, and then Arjun Maini just couldn't get the rotation required because he's got to be on, well, you would think, fairly warm tyres because he's on his 7th lap, whereas Mies is only now on to lap 3 of this stint and of the correct tyres as well. Very fresh Michelin rubber for the number 16 Audi, but I'm glad that the guys in our truck were able to dig that out, and for us to describe it to you, you could hear the V10 screaming through Schwedenkreuz, and then the gearbox working so hard to slow down Chris Mies as he hit the sequential gearbox down to, what is that, 2nd gear at Arenberg, and it was kind of like, well, it was a different league of car, really, that number 16, to jet off into the distance. And actually Harper got ahead of Maini as well after we described all of that. So the new order is 16 Audi ahead of 72 BMW, which stayed in 2nd effectively throughout that, and then the Arjun Maini driven Mercedes car number 3.
Yeah, Arjun's car has lost about 7 seconds on that battle, having been passed. You know what, though? Christopher Mies has done probably thousands of laps around here. The visibility is getting worse and worse, so just the confidence, even in daylight, that would have been a scary move around the outside. Total confidence and visibility.
Hang on, Harper's back in front of Mies now at the end of Sector 6. So what happened there? Was there some confusion? Enjoying again the sounds of the overtake of the 16 car of Mies around the outside of Arjun Maini. Maini would eventually fall behind Daniel Harper as well. So Harper, perhaps he got ahead at Adenauer Force, but the BMW comes fighting back. through the really fast stuff. This is up the hill, wasn't it? Yeah, just before that left-hander at Klostertal. And the number 72 BMW, with 2 wheels on the grass, by the way, on the exit, is now in front again. How good is this?
In half a lap, I've seen 2 of the best moves I've seen in many, many years, the Nürburgring 24 hours. The very best moves stand out. You think of Kevin Estre on the grass through Antonius Bucher, you know, a handful of years ago, but 2 moves. First, Christian Mies around the outside at Schradenkreuz, and then, obviously, not saying die at all, not backing off. Dan Harper just pulling alongside and going past. That was just astonishing. But the fact he then took the next corner with his right-hand wheels on the grass just shows how right out the edge he is. But that BMW M-Team RMG entry, car number 72 with a Shell livery, has just been in tip-top form in every single session. Yes, his teammate Max Hesse took the pole, but the driver who really they've turned to thus far in this meeting has been the Northern Irish racer, Dan Harper, a champion in Porsches and just moving up another level these past 3. This actually is the start of his 4th season as a BMW team junior. I accuse him of only having started his 3rd season, but I did the adding up, and he is showing precisely why they want him on board. He's now starting to edge clear, but only about a second clear of Christopher Mies. It's small margins, but again, both these drivers know this circuit. The fabulous Nordschleife so well. Patches of fog of mist, not just at Herach, the higher point in the circuit, not just on the start-finish straight, another of the high points on the circuit, but now starting to descend to the lower reaches around this magical stretch of 25 kilometres of black stuff.
Very long sector 7 is where Dan Harper now leads the race. Onto the second concreted portion, which is Schwabenschwanz, or the Kleine Carousel. And the BMW gets a good launch off the corner there, but Christopher Mies in the number 16 Audi is definitely staying with the big BMW M4. And they tuck to the inside at Galgenkopf. Did have to clear a back marker in the mid phase of that double right-hander, but there's a clear exit underneath the Audi Sport banner for the Scherer Sport PHX R8, and this might be Chris Mies's real opportunity now to lead across the line if he can pick up the toe of the BMW. It's getting marginally closer, but is he going to be able to get there before Antonius Bucher? This might be a stretch.
Yeah, Antonius Bucher is the very, very fast left kink, but it's such a long straight, the Dottinger Her, he hasn't managed to quite get, but the toe comes and you get that moment when they suddenly catch it, and then they really accelerate onto the tail. There's a course vehicle just on a flatbed, just almost at the very end of the lap. They go through the right, now the left, the right, now over the curbs, the BMW for RMG. Dan Harper accelerates hard under the bridge, the Ravenol bridge, down the start-finish straight, and look how thick the mist is there as they flash past our commentary position.
It's very thick as well if you're not enjoying this in sound and vision, and why on earth are you not? So you may be taking us for company if you're on a drive somewhere. It depends where you are around the world, I suppose, but I really hope that it's the dead of night where you are, just as it is, not quite the dead of night, but we're, 6 minutes to 11 now, and the pace of this race is yet to relent, despite visibility being at a real premium for the 2 race leaders. Arjun Maini in the background has now pitted at the end of, what did we say that was? Going to be a 7-lap stint. Yes, 7 laps just ticked off, so he nearly made the 8, but he was losing so much time to these 2 cars that the number 3 car had to come in.
Whenever I start seeing fog become or mist, whatever you want to call it, becoming as thick as this, I start to think of the famous moment of the Spa 24 hours long ago when Manfred Winkelhock and James Weaver were about 25 seconds faster than any other driver in thick fog. They went up the Kemmel Straight, and James Weaver was giving chase and suddenly lost sight of Manfred, who'd missed the turning point for the chicane at the top, and suddenly, having bounced over the curbing, possibly almost over a barrier, he landed back in front, and they carried on their way. And he said, I wouldn't have been that fast, I was just following the lights, and if Manfred braked, I braked. But just, afterwards the drivers both probably thought, what were we doing?
It's a great system until the guy in front of you crashes.
Or disappears,
and then lands back in front of you. But the big danger is you're just going to follow suit and end up in the scenery somewhere. So it's a decent yardstick until it all goes wrong. Anchin Guvin back up to 3rd because the Mercedes ahead of him has pitted, and Lucas Stoltz is now the leading 3-pointed start in the other Bilstein car. That's the dark blue, or the sort of sky blue car, navy blue, which looks very attractive. It's been in the wars already this year, but car 4 now running 4th.
Yeah, car number 3, the sister car, having a little bit of front corner repairs. The front right-hand corner, nothing serious, just a little bit of black tape. Should have yellow, guys, but for the front of that. But maybe that wasn't exactly exactly helping Arjun Maini, but it got very, very tight indeed. But of course, Arjun, if he feels the number 4 car is still going better than his, he could always move across. He's one of those drivers down to enter the 2. But the Indian race, a very popular driver in the series, really clearly enjoying his meeting, but just didn't have the pace to match the flying Dan Harper and Christopher Mies, who was just astonishing, literally straight out of the pit, straight into the heat of that battle. We suddenly noticed it had closed up because Arjun Maini was sitting on quite a tidy lead, and he suddenly had the Audi closing onto his tail, and Dan Harper in the BMW, number 72, doing likewise. The top 3 cars covered by, what did we say, Johnny? A 1/5 of a second, and then we had that sort out at Schradenkreuz where, frankly, Christopher Mies wasn't waiting for anyone round the outside. Brilliant, brilliant move, and almost one of the greatest. I do love onboard footage, particularly around a circuit like this, but particularly more in the dark. And when you see how much curb they dare to use on the outside of the circuit, I was talking about this with John Hindhoff earlier, and you at previous races here, Johnny. There's no uniformity of curb angle, because you get some that could pitch you straight to the other side of the circuit. They seem to be at about 30 degrees, and others you can almost roll over the top. But that's where the experience of this circuit is so important.
Sometimes you end up on a curb and you didn't quite expect it because you're having to dodge slower cars. At Adenauer Force, that's very easily done as well. Just a little kiss of the curb through the right-hander, and as Lucas Stoltz will testify, there is some runoff there. Unfortunately, he made it across the very saturated grass early on in the piece and damaged the right-hand side of the blue Mercedes that is now back up to 4th position. Ferrari not out of this either. There's only one 296 in this motor race, but it's running in 5th in the hands of Felipe Fernandez-Larza, last year's winners, and Larza is the only driver that has retained in the lineup year to year. So a defending champion of the Nürburgring 24 hours, and he is 1 minute and 15 seconds down on this leading duo. Now down towards Verstappen for Dan Harper and Chris Mies. Guven about 3/4 of a minute back as we're going by all sorts of intervention vehicles now, including 3 flatbeds, absolutely flying by them in one gulp.
The drivers almost have a little I Spy book of course vehicles. Typical. I only wanted one, and 3 come along at the same time. 3 yellow flatbeds standing out in the darkness, but only for a flash of an eye.
At least that's that chapter completed, though, now. And, yeah, they managed to get the ADAC collection. So there's a couple of SUVs, then a Transit. It wasn't a Transit, but you know what I mean.
VW Combi van. There's 1, 2, 3 yellow flatbeds. That was the section of the track where I thought I saw 2 cars off. The only one I could see mentioned was the little Renault Megane. Was it number 488, I believe, at the side of the track a few laps ago. But just checking, we've still got ex-Müller exit slow zone at Bergwerk and Kesselsen. So that's where those course vehicles are. Just as you're starting to climb a little bit and get that wonderful run through down towards Klostertal and then up to the carousel. But again, it's the reaction speed of these top drivers. They go as deep as they can to not transgress as they go into a slow zone. But it's like trying to get the ultimate entry into the pit lane, isn't it?
Yes.
Take it to the final 1/10 of a second. Go beyond and you shall be punished.
But the problem is the pit lane entry in that situation is almost constantly changing, and it's in a different place the next time you come around the lap. 800 is a TCR car in the gravel trap. It's a VW Golf, to be precise. 36 laps completed for this car, but it's going to go no further, at least for the time being, because Mike Uch has had a moment. Now, it's on the Grand Prix track, as we've ticked off another race hour, by the way. It's exactly 11 o'clock in the Eifel, and we have therefore completed 7 hours of the 24, as the Dacia Logan is in from the SP3T category. A car that I think it's fair to say is not running a lot of standard Dacia Logan parts. It boasts 280 brake horsepower, actually runs with a Renault-derived turbocharged engine. The organisers wanted to make sure that at least somewhere in the world the Dacia is sold with a Renault engine. I think they found one in Brazil, ultimately, and the guys that are running that Dacia this year went to the organisers and say, look, you can buy it with this engine in it, we promise, and they got the go-ahead.
Well, when the front 2 runners got out of the slow zone, it was a far better restart from Dan Harper. He's put about 2 seconds of an advantage over Christopher Mies. Chris going through the mist, chasing in that number 16 Shearer Sport PHX Audi. And luckily for the pair of them, not too much traffic up ahead. In fact, I can't see any, but let's face it, there are large sections of this circuit at the speed they're going. You've only got a line of sight of about 3 seconds.
Just glorious to hear the 5.2 litre V10, normally aspirated, being strained to its very limit. Very different engine that powers the BMW. That's the straight six and does have the turbocharger. And the M4, it's been interesting to track the introduction of this car into this event. They had a horrible first year, I remember, but gradually it's been getting closer and closer. BMW's previous win in this race, 2020 for Rover, where Nicky Katzberg, Alexander Sims and Nick Yellerly were able to win on the Michelin tyre. Slower car again to negotiate, but that was just going at the right speed for it, I think. It wasn't in trouble, necessarily.
No, absolutely so. And obviously, Nicky Katzberg enjoyed that win so much he came back and did it again last year, albeit in a Ferrari. But as with Earl Bamber and David Pittard, they went, thanks very much, Felipe Fernandez. We'll leave you to do the job next year. We're off to race for other manufacturers. And for David Pittard, of course, the man who came here and decided he could put modesty aside and called himself the king of the ring rather than just the regular pit bull for his fantastic starts. Did have another fantastic start today, gained many positions in his walk and horse Aston Martin, but alas, there was contact with the Mercedes and that dropped him way down the order. Scuppered his race, spiked it super early on.
Dottinger, Chris Meese is closer to Daniel Harper this time around, so he will be able to create the draft or get on the tail of it. It's a big hole that's being punched in the air by the BMW as well, but which side of the road is he going to go? Harper's decided the left. That is the ideal route into Antonius Bucher, so Christopher Meese is going to have to do it the hard way around the outside. He might have even cleared the BMW by now, in fact, because I don't think Harper's going to break in time. No, he's not. So we have a lead change just before they get to Tiergarten, and Audi are back in front of the 2024 edition of the Ravenol Nürburgring 24.
The most interesting thing for me there, Johnny, was the fact as they were going along the Dottinger, I was waiting to get sight of the bridge before Antonius Bucher, waiting, and it suddenly came out of the mist. So that was with full illumination from two cars as we were looking forward up the track. So first and second have swapped over. Chris Meese into the lead for Shearer Sport PHX, but we're talking by a quarter of a second. The mist still very thick indeed as they turn sharp to the right and then sharply to the left. That's the first corner sequence, and the BMW gets the power down better. These two aren't finished, are they?
Certainly not. No, this is going to continue on way beyond their stints as well. I don't know whether Chris Meese and Dan Harper know each other away from the racetrack, but they're certainly becoming well introduced throughout the course of this stint. We're 4 laps in for the Audi, 6 laps completed for the BMW, so Harper's going to be pitting earlier than the car with the 4 rings. Hanschen Guven further adrift this time. I'd noticed it was 45 seconds back. Hasn't actually crossed the line to complete lap 44 and does so now. Actually, it's about the same, 48 seconds away from the leading 2 that have just switched positions. There looked to be quite a lot of moisture over on the right-hand side of Antonius Bucher that was flicked up by the right side Michelin tyres of the Audi as it turned in.
There was, and in fact, the move was completed as they went under the bridge. It was that late. As I said, when you had the sight looking forward from the Audi of Christopher Meese, of course, we couldn't tell exactly how much alongside or whether he got his nose in front of Dan Harper's car, but he was brave. Not only was he on the outside line, he was probably on the slightly damper line, but he still did it. So though these drivers are sort of like half a generation apart, there's an 11 years difference between their years of birth, they clearly have the respect for each other, and that's good to see. But right now, these are the drivers really lighting the night sky here. So Christopher Meese in the lead of the race for Audi, and Dan Harper giving chase in the number 72 BMW for Team RMG. This is a battle. It is nip and tuck, and clearly at certain points, the Audi is the better tool to have around this lengthy 25.4-kilometre circuit, and at other points, particularly in a straight line, until the last time around, where he was the leader in the BMW. That seems the tool in the straights. Around the tighter corners, it's the Audi. But then that showed the power of a fabulous slipstream along the Dottinger, and that's why the Audi got the toe and got past into the lead. But the BMW is fighting back, bouncing over the curbs at Hatzenbach.
Oh, down a gear there. The BMW lost a bit of time because it was having to put a lap on one of the other BMWs in the division. I wondered whether that might have been a Racing Cup car that they were looking to get by, but it was carrying good speed through Hatzenbach. But all of a sudden, the engine note significantly dropped. I think that was just Harper deciding, actually, this isn't a good gear to be leaving this tight bit of the Hatzenbach in. So he dropped a gear. Yeah, maybe a bit of lack of grip as well. The Audi has just extended its gap very slightly, but that can be caught up again by the time they get onto the Dottinger Höhe, I would suggest.
You'd think so, but I think simply Dan Harper got pushed just a little bit too far to the right, and he realised that he may be going up on the curbs, and just thought that the other gear was going to haul back a few of those revs. But they are picking themselves very well through the back marker. But going up to Flugplatz, they sort of go back up into the mist. Schwedenkreuz is still not so good. Then once they drop out of the Foxruhe, they can maybe get a little bit more clear air. You were talking of the Krohn RPM, Tracy Krohn's RPM Racing Porsche. That was really in the walls and the wars in practice, but the replacement silver car, well, the sides, the top is silver, but the blue and green, the traditional colours of RPM Racing for Tracy Krohn, have adorned the sides, so the mechanics not just built up a car, but they got the stickers out as well.
I wonder whether the door on this side, the right side of the car, is actually from the old damaged car, because it's got the Krohn lettering on it, but it's then not continued into the hindquarters, so a little bit of rat that doesn't carry all of the sponsorship, because it's not quite a cut and shut car, but it's certainly one has been cannibalized for the other as they introduce the brand new machine, because the chassis leg was too badly damaged on the original 107 car after there was side-to-side contact, which ended in far worse of a collision at Eschbach between the 98 Rover Racing BMW of Raffaele Marciello and Nick Johnson, who was at the time at the wheel of that car. That happened on Thursday evening. We had a 3.5-hour qualifying 2 session, which served as night practice. It started in daylight, it headed into the evening hours. I remember 9:30 was an official sunset that evening. Wasn't that far away from the time of tonight's light disappearing either. And we ran all the way through till 11:30 that evening, Thursday night. And unfortunately, that didn't mean the end of the night for a lot of the teams, because they had to stay up throughout the evening for the 775 Audi, which turned into a barbecue on Thursday. And amazingly, they got the car back into the race. We thought that was toast in all different manners, but they didn't need to source a new car, thankfully. They had lots of spares, including a new engine. And the Rover crew now down to just one car in the race after significant damage for Sheldon van der Linde's number 99. Well, they had to fix the 98 car as a result of that collision, and they're pleased they did, because they're running in 7th place.
Yeah, and Augusto Farfus, of course, I've just reminded myself, is another of the drivers doing double time. So he's hopped from 99 to 98, but really the BMW we're looking at most at the moment is the one in the hands of the reigning British GT champion Dan Harper. Shared the title for Century Motorsport with Darren Lung last year. But he does have previous here, because back in 2020, actually, Dan Harper was a class winner here, SP8T.
Oh, yes.
That was, who was that for? Let me see. That was a Walkenhorst BMW back then. So he was already, that was the year after he'd won the British Porsche Championship title. So, you know, when you gather titles, that's a good thing on your CV. But he's having a fabulous scrap here. Track, unfortunately for him, is getting clear ahead of him, because the gap is opening out to in the favour of Chris Meese, who's starting to escape in the 16 Shearer Sports Audi. Difference is, of course, is Dan Harper's 2 laps further into his stint. He's completed 6 laps, and then there's suddenly a melee of traffic. There's a course car with yellow flashing lights on the roof, and slowed everyone right down, and Dan Harper may be able to gain a second or 2 as they go past a gaggle of Porsche Caymans, and still in the mix, just 2 cars ahead of him, is the race-leading Audi, and Christopher Meese has had to sort of bite his tongue, bide his time, and Dan Harper is now picking off a couple of those back markers, so he definitely gained at that point, maybe close enough to start getting a tow when they get to the Dottinger Höhe.
So tricky to work out what speed some of these cars are likely to be doing as well. It's all very well thinking, well, you're not on the same lap as me, but how easy am I going to be able to get by you? Because some will be doing significantly less speed. Others, if it's a Cup 2 Porsche on the straight, it's possibly going to be even faster than an SP9 car. So you're having to judge who you're catching, at what sort of speed, and where you are on the track in terms of where you can overtake. Audi, though, is now in front of Daniel Harper, and that's the only car in front of the Ulsterman as they head through the right-hander on the approach to Brunchen once again. Bright white light from the campsite at Brunchen will provide a distraction all night long. You can bet that I would imagine a lot of people on that bank to drivers left have forgotten they even had a motor race. They've just disappeared into a stupor after probably drinking all day, and then they'll wake up with a headache thinking, oh, there's still cars going round. That's because we've not reached 4 o'clock yet in the afternoon.
And then they go and look for their friend who's just lying somewhere else around the corner. And don't forget, this isn't just a day and night event for them. They have to come here and build these fantastic edifices. Some of them have been at it for 4 days. They'd have been at the drift show last night down on the Grand Prix loop. They'll have been having their barbecues. I think all of them and all of their friends were on the grid. It was unbelievably packed before the head of the race. And that's something that the ADAC really enjoy doing. The Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, you can't see the cars until finally the people go away. But spectator involvement, very, very much the fun of the fair. Now, hasn't been the dream event so far for Walkenhorst Motorsport with their trio of SP9 Aston Martins. Great looking cars, brilliant liveries. Car 35 is in the pits at the moment, just trying to locate where they are in the overall running. They may look good, but they'd rather have those advantages back out on the track.
19th position, I reckon Patrick Assenheimer brought that Vantage AMR in from. And also the 227 Supra has had to go into the garage. The way you generally do that is to put it up on the internal jacks and then roll the dolly jacks underneath. And unfortunately, car number 227 that is down in 50th position, running in the AT3 class with 38 laps completed. That car's going to have to spend a bit more time in the garage for extended work. And it is Yves Volter who just brought that in.
He was the driver who kicked off in that. And I was just noticing as they pushed the car back in the garage, they're pushing other things out of the way so they could get the space to work on the car. 5 cars per garage, so luckily they're not all in the garage at the same time. But once they get pushed back from the pit lane, more mechanics can work on the cars, but not good news. Those 3 flatbed trucks that we saw are not there so they can pick up cars. They're actually the longer ones that bring the sections of new railing to go in place, new barrier sections which will be put in, and there will be a slow zone there until those are cleared. That's between Bergwerk and Kesselchen. And we certainly saw among the cars that possibly ended their race there, that number 488. Little Renault Megane. There's a car off on the left-hand side of the circuit, just as Martin Ragginger, riding on board with him at the moment, accelerated away from Kesselchen. So someone else has maybe had a problem. Time to stretch the screen on a little iPad. Of course, you don't do it when 30 cars are coming past, because you just have to wait until they've gone past and you can see which image is stationary.
Very good speed trap speed for Dan Harper as he hit the Grand Prix Strecke that time around. 221 kilometers per hour as he went through sector 1. So that is just at the braking point, just before the braking point for the Goodyear Carer. So that tells me that grip levels are pretty good again now on the Grand Prix part of the lap. It's the visibility that we're really struggling for. Ferrari from 5th position for Felipe Fernandez-Laza is into pit lane. Now, he has done the 8 laps on the stint, and that's the first time that's been achieved for a fair while, it feels like. Frank Stippler in the now race-leading Audi. He switched to Christopher Mies, but he came in after only 4 laps to hand over to Mies. And we are beyond that marker, though, now. So clearly they weren't happy with something. I can't imagine it was drive time, necessarily. But Stippler got out, Mies got in, and we're now on to lap 6 for the number 16 Audi that still cannot shake the attentions of Dan Harper. As I say, the Fricadelli run Ferrari 296 has come in, and they're going to put slick Michelin tyres onto this car.
Yeah, just had a little look. The leader in Cup 2, Moritz Oberheim, has brought number 121 in. That's the K. Kramer Racing example. And Gabriele Piana, who just seems to win everything he gets his hands on, and everything he gets his hand on, is now leading the class for Back Falcon. So the number 103 entry, white with red flashes. He's sharing with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, one of the actually increasing number of Turkish racers who compete in this. Of course, we've got Ayhan Şengüven still doing great things in 3rd place in Grello. Also in that 103 Black Falcon Porsche is Mike Stursberg and Tim Scheerbarth, who's such a staunch supporter of all things Nürburgring. So maybe it's going their way, but hey, hold on a minute. We've still got 16 3/4 hours to go.
Yeah, let's not count any chickens just yet. Arenberg for the race leaders, heading back down into the Fuchsrohre, and it's a busy foxhole as well, having to dart from the right to the left, and then there's a car a little further down the order which is carrying good speed, though, down into the dip and approaching Adenauer Force. That's one of the Hyundai Elantras, 3 of them in the entry. That stayed well right to give a clear road to the race leader, Chris Mies.
Yeah, but every time when you're one of the front-running cars, and particularly in these misty conditions, you just want to be sure that the car you're about to overtake is going to be true to the direction they seem to be travelling. There was a slight hesitation there from Chris Mees, and may I suggest it was the wise thing to do, and that has certainly allowed about half a second to be gained by Dan Harper. Lights flashing now from Chris Mees. He's going, I absolutely want to be sure the back marker up ahead of me has seen me. It looks like it's a Cup 2 Porsche, and that will have lots of punch in a straight line, but through the twisty parts you expect the SP9 front runner, and he's now been blocked, and Chris Mees almost clipping the back of the Porsche in front of him, but in turn Dan Harper is trying to go around the outside. Sorry, it's not a Porsche, it's an Aston Martin up in front of him, one of the advantages, and that's catching the tail of I thought it was Subaru. In fact, it's a BMW M4 GT4. It's so hard to pick them out. You get these blazes of lights, and when the lights on these cars, and they're so much brighter than they were a decade ago, when they get up close to the car in front and they flash them, the light that bounces back just makes a wall of white. But Chris Mees is being positive, and Dan Harper even more so. But sometimes, Johnny, when you're the chaser, the driver in front has sort of scattered the pigeons, the chickens, the whatever, and you can go through the same gap.
Well, that interesting scenario was an Aston Martin having to overtake a slower BMW, and then the Audi wanting to do both of them on the run into Verstappen, and there just wasn't the track width available. So it had to be that Chris Mees needed to allow the Aston Martin to get in front of the BMW. Then the Aston, who was fully aware that there was an SP9 car behind, was able to tuck across the nose of the overtaken BMW, and then the road was clear. But you have to have this understanding, and Chris Mees will know precisely about the different speeds on offer from the other classes. Many of these SP9 drivers have come up through the slower categories, after all, to get their ring license. So they know what it's like to be in the seat of those cars that are trying to fight and maintain their own position, and they will clear the way eventually. It's a bit like being at the wheel of a police car, for instance, and you're trying to get through rush hour traffic. Sometimes you do have to be patient as the police driver, because eventually, as we get going again now, that way will be clear.
Yeah, just had to wait for the waved greens. There was a lot of quick dry material down on the circuit out towards Kesselsen, where you have that slow zone. So clearly it may well be that was from the accident, or maybe that's what caused the accident. But anyhow, about 2/3 of the track width was covered in quick dry material. The mist is getting heavier and heavier, thicker and thicker. Looking to see other drivers around the top 10. It hasn't been the race of dreams as yet for Falcon Motorsports. This was the group, they had a new rain tyre for this year. We haven't had that much rain as yet, but they'd had literally no running on those tyres before, so they thought if it rains, we could be in trouble. We might not, but they just haven't hit the sweet spot. And number 33 is the better place of their cars. That's Klaus Bachler in 8th position, and not too far behind in 9th is Martin Ragginger. We were riding around with the Austrian just a few moments ago, and it's very, very useful having the onboard cameras. The long shots of any of the high-up cameras just get little spots of light. Those could be spotlights in the car park, they could be spotlights in the track, they could be the headlights of the car. It's very, very hard to see in the higher parts of the circuit. The fog is definitely much, much thicker now.
Yeah, and that will be being reported back to the crews on pit lane. Actually, it's the Grand Prix track that's probably the worst. So those on the Pratt purchase will be saying, yeah, we know entirely how bad the Grand Prix stretcher is. Just wait until Hatzenbach, where amazingly it will become easier then. Normally it's the reverse. But as Martin Ragginger turns left through Sabine Schmidt's curve, it does start to clear a touch. Now, Hatzenbach flicks back again to run parallel with the Grand Prix track, at least for the first bit of it, and then it turns right through a couple of dog legs and heads towards Hocheichen and Kiddelbacher Hoor, and that's where the mist clears.
Yeah, but one of the things, once you drop in between the trees, it does help keep the mist away from the track. You go into the wide open expanses, the pit straight, though even wider open expanses as you go down towards the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom, the far end of the Grand Prix loop, and there's not much to keep the mist from the circuit at all. But again, these areas are still the higher sectors of the track. Right, weaving left, weaving right. Christopher Mees still leading the race, chased by Dan Harper. Half a second between them. It's super, super tight, and almost another lap under their belt, one would suggest. But no, not quite yet. Still got to get to the Dottinger Her. They're going through the Kleiner Carousel, up over the exit of the corner there. I tell you what, Chris Mees is not hanging around. That was not where he wanted to put that Audi, but he didn't want to lift. No, sir, because the last thing he wants, and he's being blocked a little bit by, is that a Hyundai? Can't quite tell. Yes. The blaze of lights up in front, and when he wanted to put the power down, and then suddenly, is that a slow zone? There's something, there's a warning light flashing up ahead of them, and he couldn't go past the Hyundai. And we've got slow-moving, well, the flatbeds bringing a couple of cars back along the Dottinger Her. I said last time around it took them forever to pick out the bridge just at the Antonius Bucher fast left kink. Now it's clear. The Hyundai is picked off to the left-hand side of the circuit. Very well driven. Thank you indeed, as our race-leading duo, and it very much is a duo, flashes past. Here they go, under the bridge at Antonius Bucher. I love the message across the track there. It says, way ahead. Press on.
Always good to roughly know where you have to go next.
Dan Harper will be coming in this time around. That will be, let's see, that will be the end of 8 laps for him. And Christopher Mees pitted 2 laps later, or more to the point, he took over 2 laps later. And yes, gosh, it's so difficult even to pick out the end of the entrance to the pit lane as they burst through the fog out of that final corner. Fog, mist, it's both of them at the same time.
Yeah, and if you get that wrong, it's probably about 10 years or so ago now when a BMW that had actually got its bonnet flicked up across the windscreen, and at very, very low speed, thankfully, the driver trying to get it back to the pit lane just ran clean into the end of the Armco barrier. Thankfully, tyre protected. It was one of those real comedic moments in the history of the Nürburgring 24 hours, but you do not want to be doing that in the mist at the front of the entry into pit road, and you'll have to make sure that you're even more over to the right to avoid disaster like that. But this few minutes of serene, just quiet, frankly, and oh, red flag. We're hearing that there has been a red flag all the way around the racetrack, and that has to be related to the visibility. It comes out then, write this down, Bruce, at 23:23 on the nosy, and I did wonder whether we might not be too far away from that. So reds all the way around the racetrack. That could be another reason why it's gone very, very quiet. I was just mentioning how busy you were on the racetrack in the seat of Daniel Harper, and then the quiet, well, it's going to descend all the way around the Eiffel now and the complete Nordschleife. And weirdly, it's not the adverse weather conditions on the Northern Loop itself, it's actually what's going on the Grand Prix lap and also that first bit of Hatzenbach, as you've described, where it's not as much tree-lined.
Right, and what we're noticing is the fact that Chris Mees went on to another lap. The red flag wasn't out then. Dan Harper dived in right off his tail in second place, and the other cars are now following him into the pits, because the next car in line was Eihanchen Guven, the Grello Porsche from Manthey EMI. That's 911. The red flag, they would have picked that out somehow in the mist, and they've all followed in. But for Chris Mees, he's going to have to go around saying, where's everyone gone? Yes. What am I doing on my own? But the red flag, you know, the mist started about 45 minutes ago. At first we thought it might be just smoke from barbecues. I joked it could be that or it could be mist, but it has really, really fallen. All the high points fully encased in mist. And in fact, looking out across the pit lane, you can see the pit garages, but mainly you can see the lights shining through the mist from above each of those garage doors. So red flag for how long we do not know. It's no stranger to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And no stranger to the commentary box is Davey Uemo. We had a race on when you were approaching, and now we haven't.
Oh, this must be this is an award for the worst timing to get onto the booth.
No, it's the best timing because we have to stay on air. Yeah, exactly. We're going to keep talking, and I'd sooner do that with 3 voices in the box than 2. But you're the one who's just come from the outside into the Global Broadcast Centre. Yeah. I noticed you were cleaning the spec.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moisture in the air.
Yes, absolutely. As soon as I came in from the outside, it just fogged up and I was basically blind. You know, the thing is, I walked out of the press room and I looked outside and I thought, ooh, this fog is quite bad. And as I walked across the bridge, I could just see the lights on the gantry bright red, and I was like, oh no.
Yes. I mean, we've had this before. It's been a few years, in actual fact, because near-perfect conditions in 2023, and that was just run at a relentless pace. It's almost time to go back into the annals of the history of this race and find out the year that we had that minimum distance, because, well, certainly during one of the COVID years, we had something like 9 hours of red flag.
2021?
Well, that was one of the COVID years, so yeah, that would fit.
I think it was that one.
I think you're right. OK, what I'll do just now, it's a 5 minutes shorter when I should be doing this. I'll just run down who was leading the classes when we came to this cessation. 18th place overall, Gabriele Piana, entry 103 in the Porsche Cup 2 class. That's for the 911 GT3 Cup cars. So Gabriele, car number 103 for Team Black Falcon, leading that class. The next class, as I scroll on down, is Cup 3. That's for the Porsche 718 Caymans, and that's Eichenberg for the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, entry number 959. And most of these cars will, well, I'd say we've still got probably 5 minutes for other cars to come up, having seen the red flag, and report to the pit lane. But when it came to a halt, it was Heiko Eichenberg leading Cup 3. SP11, it's car number 55, the one and only GT2 car in the race, the KTM Crossbow, and that's in the hands of Fabian Vettel. As I said, that's 29th position. Scroll down a few more positions. Yannick Fubrich leading SP10. That's the class for GT4s, and it's a BMW GT4 leading that class, and one coming second, also from the same team, FK Performance Motorsport, with Wustenhagen just in behind. Peter Kate still in the lead of SP8T. That's 35th overall in another M4 GT4 BMW, but that is, I say, running in a different class. That's the turbocharged SP8 class. In a handful of positions further back, Tim Schrick still leading in the pits. He goes for SP4T in the Subaru WRX. One position further back is Bryson Morris, who was a sort of late entry, if you will, to that crew. That's car number 831 for Hyundai Elantra NTCR. That's been going very well indeed. I think we saw that just going through the fog just with about 30 seconds before the flag became red. Heiko Hammel, Max Cruz Racing via VW Golf GTI Club Sport, leads AT3. That's the better placed of the alternative fuel classes. Next one down is the AT2 class, and that's 4Motors GmbH with their 911 GT3 Cup car, but with the alternative fuels. That's car number 320. Yeah, we have a lot of cars in this race, 127 in all started. So that is leading that class, and the driver on board at the moment is Henrik Bolosev. And we'll slide on down the order to the car that's leading the BMW M240i class, very popular in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, that class, particularly, again, the championship promoted by BMW. It's car 650 leading the way in that class, which is Nick Deisler. Move on down a few more positions to Class V6. These are the far more standard production cars, 416. It's a team that's a group of friends racing a Porsche 911 Carrera, and they don't actually have a team name. Maybe we should invent one. Maybe you should invent one. But car 416 is being driven at the moment as the darkness fell, the mist fell, Andreas Schnafitzel. And we'll go a little bit further back down to car number 80, still leading the SP7 class. It's a Porsche 718 Cayman, entered by Plus Line Racing Team, and it's still Fabio Sacchi leading the class as he was an hour ago. Let's scroll down. SPX, Glickenhaus still leading that, but of course they have had quite a long time stopped in their garage. So I think almost all the others have probably stopped, not because of the red flag, but because they've had mechanical reliability issues. But it's been a cracking race, Johnny, at the very front of the field between Christopher Mies and Dan Harper. In the space of one lap, they gave us the two best moves of the race. And of course, they did it with not just darkness, but decreasing visibility.
Yeah, and in the lack of visibility, you then really don't know where the grip is on the racetrack. Arjun Maini was clearly struggling, but for Dan Harper to steer clear of the number 3 Mercedes, and then Chris Mies around the outside at Arenberg to take the race lead was just ridiculous, Davey.
Stunning move. Absolutely sensational. I thought have we mentioned SP9 Pro-Am?
No, because we were saving that up until you...
I see. You left that for me. No, that's currently over in 12th position. We haven't really mentioned about that car very often, but it's the number 24 Lion Speed GP Porsche.
With a fellow Dutchman on board?
Yes, indeed. Who was in the car. He still is in the car, according to the ticket. He's still 3 minutes and 40 seconds away from making it back to the pit lane since we're on the red flag. Indy Donche, like you said, Shago, with Antares Al, Patrick Niederhauser and Patrick Kolb, who's team co-owner/founder. The interesting thing about that car is this is this team's first Nürburgring 24 as an independent operating entry.
Okay.
In previous years, we've seen the Lion Speed name before at the Nürburgring in the last couple of years.
People like Car Collection were
Car Collection ran it for the last few years. Last year they had a very strong entry with Matt Campbell and Matthew Jaminet in it, which unfortunately went out of the race very early. Car Collection has run pro Audis for them, and they've also in other races worked together with Herberth Motorsport and Huber Motorsport. But this year they've ventured out on their own. And they're doing basically everything all at once. I'm sure you're familiar with Johnny. They're in the 24-hour series at the Creventic with a GT4 car.
Yes.
They're in the GT World Challenge Endurance Cup with GT3 Porsche. But this is their first N24 as a standalone entry. And so far, you're quietly going about their business. In 12th overall as the best Pro-Am car. Now, something that was on the screens in the press room, but basically I've got two feeds at once because I've got the TV screens and on the background I've got your audio on because you pick up things that you wouldn't otherwise. And what I couldn't spot on this feed was that the number 8 Mercedes, I don't know if you've noticed this, has gone off. There was a shot at one point of an onboard from another car where we saw a car parked against the barriers nose first somewhere out on the Nordschleife, and I, in the vagueness, seemed to indicate that was a Get-Speed car. And then, not much later, we saw a big front damage to that car in the pits. Adam Christodoulou was at the wheel, and it's sort of fallen away. As you can see, he's not anywhere near the top 10 at the moment.
No. OK, well, I'm beginning to wonder if that had contact with the Renault Megane 488, because I saw two cars off at the side of the circuit.
I believe that was a separate... the guy in the front with the Renault was some sort of Porsche, I believe.
Was that the Kesselchen incident that you're talking about, Bruce?
Yes.
Yes.
But then when I went and opened out the tracker map, I could only see the 488 was stationary, so maybe the other one got going. But there was a query about someone having a moment off at Flugplatz.
I couldn't
about 40 minutes
see
ago.
where the incident for the Get-Speed car had taken place, but basically my suspicions were confirmed when we saw the car in the pit lane with some fairly significant damage to the front end. And
former
also,
race leader of the race, which
yes,
as well, because at the end of an 8-lap stint, which we were all shocked about.
Very impressive.
Yeah. But so by the sounds of things, that's too badly damaged to continue.
We don't. Well, I don't know. It has been in the garage for quite some time, I believe, and I'm not sure if it rejoined before the red flag.
Right.
But it definitely, has had an incident somewhere. By the way, the 34, the Walkenhorst Aston Martin that David Pittard started so brilliantly, fought his way up to third before he got contact on the opening lap. I believe that very same Mercedes, if I'm not mistaken.
It was Christodoulou.
Has been confirmed as having been officially retired and parked from this race. And one final bit, when I left you and John, we had just had the incident for Sheldon van der Linde, and there was a 1 Series from one of the Gitti tyre cars. One of my colleagues in the press room pointed me towards an amateur video, and we didn't quite get to see it on the broadcast, but that BMW 1 Series, after it made contact with van der Linde's car, hit the guardrail and did what was launched and did what I can only describe as a full barrel roll in mid-air across the track before landing against the guardrail on the other side. That's why it was so badly damaged.
Because John and I were just commenting, now how did that get that badly damaged? We saw the driver get out, not get out, but then walking along the verge.
Yeah.
It was launched and basically a complete barrel roll. Not like nose
not
down,
nose,
but like
nose over nose, but sideways.
Yeah, basically
like
a proper roll.
Yes.
And all in mid-air, landed across on the other side of the track against the guardrail.
Well, thank goodness the circuit contained a rolling car, because sometimes, of course, it can go high enough to actually vault the Armco barrier, and then you really are in the lap of the gods. So it went from one side of the barrier, or one side of the track and barrier on one side to the other, and I'm not surprised that car is surely out of the race. Very, very badly damaged.
Yeah.
Wow.
Glad that the driver, I think, I saw the driver out of the car, and I'm assuming that we have, you're never sure until you're sure, but I believe all was good on that.
The initial news is good.
Yes.
Okay.
That was a massive one.
Yeah, we couldn't work out why it's so heavily damaged, and it was Fabian Pironi who got out of that car, and the driver of the other car in the mix was the Porsche 718 came in with Alessia Kreutzpoint.
Indeed, it was.
Who I think, it's very hard to tell, because when you get the aftermath and you hadn't seen the going in, you've got an onboard camera but not looking from the cars from behind, going around the outside. Sheldon van der Linde was carrying that, but it did seem as though Alessia tried to go around the 1 Series BMW, and just clipped Sheldon van der Linde, who had nowhere to go other than the barriers.
I believe there's some penalties have come in according to your
yes, actually a whole group. They thought, oh, we've got spare time. Right, the 152 has got a 40-second stop time penalty. That's for failing to comply with the minimal pit stop time. And I'll tell you who 152 is if I can flip one other page. Over here, it was a team that has no name. It's a BMW 325ci running SP4. Car number 495, 45-second penalty. Slightly worse, you see. That's for not respecting flag signals and exceeding the speed limit. So 495, as Johnny could tell you, but I've just thrown at him. I'll tell you instead. It's an Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport. It's a Cupra Leon. But hold on, there's more. 112, not respecting track signals, exceeding speed limit at a code 60. That's a 80-second, 1 minute 20-second penalty for the entry 112, which is a K Kramer Racing Porsche Cup 2 class car. And 123, also from the Cup 2 class. This was one of the cars that was running very well in class early on for Mullner Motorsport. And actually, good news for Alex Brundle. He's entered in 2 of the Cup 3 Mullner Motorsport cars, but that's 122 or 124, so he's dodged the bullet on that one. Yeah. And it's his teammates in 123 who are going to have that 32-second penalty for not respecting flag signals.
Well, we're on the topic of Cup 2. I was not too long ago looking at the timing screens, and for the Scherer Sport car that's entered in Cup 2, I had noticed that Larry ten Voorde has started his driving time and has therefore officially sort of started this second leg of what I'm going to describe as quite possibly the most insane double in the history of the Nürburgring 24. For those that don't know, Larry, who's a very, very accomplished Porsche single-make racer, as we all know.
Leads Porsche Super Cup at the moment,
yes, I believe, and he has decided that doing one race in one country isn't enough for the weekend, because he is pulling double duty and is also competing and defending his championship lead in that one as well, in the Porsche Carrera Cup Italia round at Imola.
Okay.
So what he is doing is he is pendling back and forth between Imola and the Nürburgring.
Using commercial airliners? Is he going to Bologna?
From what I saw from a picture on his Instagram, he is not flying commercial, which probably makes the journey a little bit easier. But he's actually, I believe he actually won the opening race of the Carrera Cup Italia weekend at Imola this morning. Then travelled back to here, and I was actually waiting, because when I was on earlier, he was about to sort of land in Cologne, and I was waiting for the moment where I could say Larry ten Voorde has arrived at the Nürburgring. Thankfully, unfortunately, it didn't come quite quickly enough, but has now started his driving time in this car. Obviously, that's now sort of been paused, but then the idea is that he's going to do that, well, he was going to do that, depending on how long this lasts, this evening and tonight, and then tomorrow morning he's going to go back to Imola to do the second race there.
Right, so just bear in mind, this was... they qualified in Carrera Cup Italia this morning at Emilia-Romagna, Imola circuit, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right, so he would have been in quali, because he was on pole. He then did a race that started at 3:20 local time, and you're right, he won it. And then Sunday's race at Imola is a midday start.
Yeah, so I believe the idea is, because Dutch drivers, Dutch people, we get along very well. I think the idea,
all know each other.
Yes, we all know each other. We're all friends. We're all very good friends. I believe the idea was, like I said, to do all of his drive time sort of in the nighttime hours, and I believe the original idea was then sort of head back towards Imola at around 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh my word!
That's by the way, today's race, Saturday's race in the Carrera Cup Imola had 33 cars in it around Imola as well. So you're going to have to be pretty awake.
Yeah.
And you can imagine that everyone he's going to be in the race with tomorrow will have probably slept quite well. Larry, doesn't need sleep. No. Sleep when you're dead. That's what he told me.
Oh, there's quite an important update that just popped on the screen, gentlemen. Next update will come at 7. I said 7H, which to me
in 7 hours. Which
is that 7 hours or
7 in the morning? Or
7 in the morning.
Well, either way. I mean, we were only at 20 to midnight anyway.
It's a little bit too late for me to fully.
Yeah, but that's an alternative of 7 hours from now, or 7 hours and 20 minutes. Exactly. It really doesn't make any difference.
Fair enough.
So that looks like that's about it, folks, for the next 7 hours or so. You were quite right, Davey, that the shortest distance we've ever run here was in 2021 when we only did 59 laps, and that was 10 hours of racing due to heavy rain and overnight fog. Actually, last year's race set a new distance record, which was the victory for the Fricadelli Ferrari. But, yeah, now hearing that it could be 7 hours from now or at 7 a.m. in the morning. Next information from race control will come at 7 in the morning. In the morning. That's 7 a.m., isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So at 20 to midnight, all of the cars, sadly, are going to have to be parked for just less than 1/3 of the designated race distance. We're going to be lucky if we get 16 hours of running in, I would suggest.
Well, we will. I mean, the driver who had to continue, he just crossed the start-finish line was Christian Mies, and looking at his car as he was coming back, the onboard footage just shows the mist is unbelievably thick. It was the correct call from those in race control, and they have the experience of knowledge of the weather patterns around here, and this ain't going to be a blow-through. So just remember, 23:23 was the time of the evening here when Christian Mies set off onto his, what would lap be? That'd be lap 46, and he's now only just now entering the pit lane. So that's how long it took him to come round at a bated pace. I mean, Dan Harper's probably going to have had a two-course meal in the interim because he just happened to dive into the pit lane, and all those behind, they saw the red flag had been thrown. But the 72, Dan Harper's car was due in that lap. The pit crew were ready for him at Team RMG, so that was inspired.
The order, when we get going again, somewhere in the vicinity of 7 o'clock, will be re-given, you know, because that's the difficulty when you throw a red flag. One car may already be onto its next lap, whilst those behind are waved straight into the pit lane. And surely Chris Mies will get all that fuel back that he's just burned on 25 kilometres, at a slower speed, admittedly, but they'll have to try and work out how much fuel he gets back now, because that was a red flag lap.
Yeah.
And thankfully, we don't have to worry about that, but there will be something in the regulations that means that they all start at roughly the point that they were at when the reds came out.
And what we need to remember is that Dan Harper was right under the rear wing of Chris Mies when he decided he was called into the pits. He's listed as having crossed the line 7.6 seconds behind, but that's having decelerated to enter the pit lane. Everyone else is back in the pit lane as far as we understand, and if you just happen to nip away and you're coming back to find out what's going on, nothing's going on. The next announcement will be 7 o'clock, 0700 hours, tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, here, when we hope to have a crisp blue sky greeting us at the start of the day. We feel that will not be the case, but we're done with running for now. The race is on the spike until Sunday.
And now, just over 14 hours on, we might be about to restart, because in 5 minutes' time, there are going to be 5 formation laps behind the safety cars. This happened at 9:30 this morning, though. The pit lane exit was opened to allow cars onto the grid into their 3 separate groups. And at 1:20 the engine restart procedure began to make sure that these SP9 cars can be started in the most genteel way possible. And here we are, Bruce Jones. I'm Johnny Palmer, by the way, and this is our little segment where we really hoped to be continuing to call an incredible battle that was interrupted and hasn't yet restarted. A real shame. So many people have been saying on social media it was turning into a classic.
So many people just walking around the media centre, wasn't it brilliant? You had that jeopardy about what sort of tyres to go on. We saw Manthey with the Grello, the car on 911, such a famous car here. They guessed wrong. They lost about 30 seconds. However, they have driven brilliantly since, but the star of the meeting so far in so many ways has been Dan Harper, the number 72 RMG BMW M4 GT3. He's back on board to take the restart, but last night, just the fight he was having with Chris Mies. They worked their way to the front, and some of those moves we'll remember a long time. Chris Mies going around the outside to take the lead, not of Dan Harper. He was going past, at that stage, it was one of the Mercedes at Arenberg. Just quite astonishing. But it was only 1.2 seconds between them at the end of lap 45. They just went on to 46. Actually, more to the point, it was Chris Mies just started lap 46, and Dan Harper had just dived in the pits. The red flag was thrown, and that then led to the countback. They declared the results at the stopping results at the end of lap 45. And I tell you who gained there. the number 1 Ferrari, last year's winning car, the Fricadelli Racing Team car. It was in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position, but had just dived into the pits at the end of lap 45. So instead of being listed at 10th after lap 46 after the red flag, it's gained position back. But we did have one question, Johnny. It was what happens to the extra fuel that was used, consumed by Chris Meese. He was the only one of the front runners to have to go around for that extra lap. It took a very long time. It was very, very slow behind that stage in the thickening fog. But that car is still in the mix, and sometimes you have to take a gift.
Well, to answer your question, there are no parc fermé rules under a red flag. So what it has meant during this compulsory break is that the teams could get a full tank of fuel. Everyone will be starting on full fuel, I'm sure, a change of tyres, and get any damaged vehicles back on the road. So if we were looking at some cars that we thought were too badly damaged and might have to be retired, are we going to see some of those coming back from the ashes?
Well, well, gosh, that's the prescient word to choose. Isn't because the number 510 Audi, we saw it catch fire yesterday. A fuel line went pop, and that car was burning away. But they got the car back under cover of darkness and through the thickness of the fog, and the car looks remarkable. And in fact, the driver who was being interviewed, who was on board at the time, Christophe Dupre, he wasn't singed, but clearly he'll still be a little frazzled from that whole thing. But back in the race, and another car that's sort of back out there on the grid as far as actually I can't see from the window because the visibility is so poor. Just want to double check about the SCG, because the Glickenhaus, because that had all sorts of engine troubles.
I don't know what Rover are going to do. I mean, I assume if they can't win the race, they can't be anywhere close to it in the number 99, then they probably will have scrapped that, the Sheldon van der Linde BMW. I know it was carrying a lot of damage. There have been enough hours in order to fix it, but I'd be very surprised because there'll be so many laps down. The number 16 Audi had gone on to a 48th lap, but we've actually wound things back a couple, so we will restart at the end of lap 45. Therefore, the first of the 5 formation laps will be 46, and it'll get to the first of it will get to the 50 laps completed, and then a decision will be made. Do we continue or do we stop? I'd love to carry on, of course.
Well, there was massive joking down on the grid. Sometimes you do that, sort of gallows humour, but a lot of the drivers are going, slicks? When they were waiting to know. This track is going to be very, very greasy, but I tell you what, this is one of the highest points of the circuit, the start-finish straight. Her act is the very highest, but a lot of the lower parts of the circuit are not in the cloud at all. It's a little grey cap, a very thick grey cap, sitting on top of the hill here, but literally go down to where the Sudschleifer, old part of the circuit, starts, and you're dropping beneath the clouds. So the drivers who've been up here all day waiting for the restart will be very surprised when they get out. The worst part is really start, finish straight, the Grand Prix loop, and her act. The lower parts of the circuit, apparently, I'll say apparently, have clear vision. We've sent scouts out, they've taken a look. So drivers going around looking, first of all, for visibility. And you've been talking, Johnny, about, of course, they have to be able to see the marshal's post. The marshals need to see from post to post as well. So huge safety elements. But as the drivers go down the slope on the Grand Prix loop, the visibility becomes a little more clear. You can see it to the side of the circuit, some of the rescue vehicles. You can see a few fans sitting in the grandstand, probably slightly damp, but it is improving there. 5 laps we have behind the safety car, and then a decision will be made. So for a lot of the drivers, they'll be sitting there thinking, go on, oh no, don't. Go on, oh no, don't, as they go around the lap.
One thing that has confused me, and I thought it was just down to the order that they'd been gridded up, but they're now heading round in the same order. That Porsche, the Grello car, is second on the road, and yet according to our timing screen, after 45 laps, it should be Dan Harper behind Christopher Meese, or behind the 16 car at least. So has there been a tweak to the
Has there been a penalty?
Well, indeed.
There were quite a lot of penalties that came in last night after it stopped. Eventually the decision was made at 23:23, and then there was like a backlog of material coming out from the race steward. So maybe I'll quickly scroll down through that. But yes, in position. Yeah, I don't think the 911 was close enough to have overtaken Harper as he came into the pit. So the first 2 were suitably clear. So I'll look for any particular penalty I can find for that. But, oh gosh, we can scroll back a very long way. Here we go, the ones last night. Nothing I can see as yet. That was the point at which they said the next information will come at 7 o'clock in the morning. And that was taken, that was at 10 to midnight last night. Well, we'll get to the foot of that, but For now, it's running around behind a safety car, and for the camera crews, they're just trying to find the cars. That just shows how thick this fog is.
The view to the Bilstein curve, which is the second of the left and right sweepers, but the slower speed ones. You've got the Michael Schumacher S, which is probably still pulling for gears and accelerating up through the left and the right, but then there's a much more meaningful stop into the Ravenol curve and the Bilstein curve, the left and the right. Add Van Bogen, the rapid right-hand kink, and then get the car over to the right-hand side of the track in time for the Vidal chicane, or chicana, if you prefer. The timing screen still displays the drivers towards the end of last night's action. We know for a fact that Kevin Estre is at the wheel of the 911 car. Dan Harper in the 72. Sorry, Bruce, who did you say was in the 16 Audi to restart the race?
The 16 Audi, by my reckoning, is Ricardo Feller.
Feller's got on board again. OK, so he was on, or is still being on double duty, sharing between the 16 and the 15. As I say, the timing screen's yet to update with today's drivers, and there remains that mystery as to why the Grello Porsche has been put back to second position, because that was not the order after 45 laps last night, but it definitely runs second on the road at the moment, and that was the order they were gridded up as well. The 4 Mercedes in 4th, the Ferrari returning to 5th position after it had dropped to 10th place because of its pit stop on lap 46, but we now have to imagine that lap 46 has not happened yet. I mean, it's actually taking place right now, in fact, and the Ferrari will not have to pit because they'll all be back on full fuel again. But we've got Audi, BMW, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini. That is 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 places.
Well, that is absolutely the essence of this race meeting, and in fact of GT racing, different balance of performances accordingly, but they all go about the lap in very different ways, and that's why some of the battling, particularly around this circuit, is just so magnificent. You know, the Audi might be slightly more nimble through the corners, others are a little more grunt when they go onto the straights, but that is an absolute accolade. Brilliant to see some of the fans, the hardy souls out there. They can hardly see their hands in front of their faces. That's why they're holding flares, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, just to remind them where their hands are at any one point. And full marks for those that have stayed, because it is the traditional thing on a Sunday morning that you start to de-rig something that might have taken you about 7 days to put up, in fairness. And the majority of the fans do want to stay till the end. But this year particularly, there's a big question mark as to when the end might occur, so you can forgive those who have a long journey home and need to be back for Monday morning work, that they may well have already departed or are thinking about doing so in the next 60 minutes. They'll want a decision, I'm sure, by the end of these 5 formation laps, because if they start to hear the revs rise onto lap 51, a heck of a lot of them will stick around to find the ultimate result.
Clearly, well, not clearly, in the fog, nothing is clear, but for all the drivers going around the circuit, the one thing they do not want to do, they know from standing on the grid that it's a little bit sort of, there's a lot of moisture in the air, but those curbs are going to be very slippery, because, of course, they won't be driven over by the cars until the fool who just runs a little wide, and then we might see cars going around. Be interested, Johnny, to see how long the lap takes behind the safety car, what sort of pace, because if they're talking 5 laps and they're lapping at, well, looking at the pace they're doing, it's probably about 15 to 20 minutes per lap. So that's an awful lot of time they'll be running behind the safety car. Awful lot of time, you might think, for this fog to burn off. There have been points where the sky has sort of flared. You think, great, the sun is getting closer to burning through this grey mantle, this cap over the circuit. And then moments later, you look out the window and it's changed all over again. More mist has blown in. Right, the starting group 3 is now getting away. That's leaving the grid from in front of our commentary position. That does include the barbecue Audi number 510 that has been touched up, made better again, and I think Christophe Dupre, the driver who was on board, is possibly even the driver who might be restarting in that car, and indeed he is. He's running 7th in class. That's a VT2 rear-wheel drive class, but the fact he's still going is a real accolade to the team, because we were just going, well, that's that for that one. But of course they've had no further running through the night, and they've had, as you pointed out, Johnny, at least double-digit number of hours to get that car sorted. So
if we assume that, let's say a safety car lap takes 15 minutes, then you're looking at an hour and 15 to do that. We started at 1:30, that's 2:30, 2:45. We're not going to be that far away from what was originally planned to be the final hour of the race. It might even be that we get to 3 p.m. and then the decision is made at that point. it's just the fact that we've had now just over 14 hours of red flag, so only just over the 7-hour marker of actual racing.
Okay, I mean, analysis of fog, you do any event or different weather patterns, you do any event at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, that'll be part of it. But when you're at home in late spring, as it is in Northern Europe, I would have thought that fog, if it hasn't burnt off by 11 in the morning, is probably fairly unlikely to do so. It is warm here. It was about 14 degrees this morning when we were coming in. There was a bit of breeze, but ironically not at the high point in the circuit where all this is all hanging.
We went to do a bit of logistics work, Snowy and I, while the break was on, i.e. fill the cars up with fuel, and rather than go to the fuel on the Dottinger, which I thought would be very busy. Guess what? There was a queue about half a mile long. We dodged through the inner roads that are inside the track and headed to the petrol station at ADAC, actually. And it's bizarre. As soon as you come down, even just 100 feet or so, it clears right off, and you can see the low-hanging fog and low cloud. So fill the cars up with fuel and then come back up again. So where the cars are now, actually exactly where we were, going down the bridge to ADAC. So the petrol station is just to the left, beyond Breitscheid. So we go under the bridge there, and it's on the right-hand side off the road, just in front of the Aldi and the Lidl, and perfectly clear. And that was like that. It's 11 o'clock this morning, and that hasn't changed. And as we came back up the other side, trying to miss the traffic, and doubled back around to the end of the Grand Prix circuit, where the ADAC building is, where we normally turn left and go down the south end of the circuit, it was like flicking a switch, and it was back to being this again. And you could see it just hanging, and it just hasn't moved.
It's quite extraordinary. Imagine if you'd spent 3 or 4 days camping down around ADAC to look at vantage points there. You'd be thinking, come on, guys and girls, what's happening?
Yeah. What is happening, yeah.
Well, it's entirely relative, isn't it? If you can see racetrack for miles in the distance, then you're going to be scratching your head. But then you round the corner, and that's typical Nürburgring. You know, it can be raining on a couple of kilometres of the racetrack and completely dry on the rest of it. And it can be dense fog, strangely, on the Grand Prix track and utterly clear on the lower portions. But I tell you can't really see much at Arenberg either right now. So Schwedenkreuz, Arenberg, where you definitely, even if you're on your own, you need some reference point as to where to brake into Arenberg.
One of the things last night, because the mist was patchy to start with, and it gradually was on the high points of the circuit, and it was thickening. We were commenting on, at one point, I think we both thought there was a car facing the wrong way. This brilliant white light. Was it headlights? No, it was a spectator area with their rigs around their tents. But of course, with the flare you get from the fog, and it was fog by that point, you know, the drivers have to be just completely on their toes.
It completely disappears the light, doesn't it?
Yes, a ball of light, and it goes. So really unsettling. But I think what we did see last night with Christopher Mies and Dan Harper, Audi and BMW drivers respectively, their knowledge of this, they were turning in on muscle memory. It was just enthralling. And I can't tell you how many people, you know, commenting on Twitter and Facebook and all other means, how exciting people were finding the racing, because at that stage you had 3 of the top guns really going for it, 3 different makes of cars. As you commented, we've restarted this race with 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 positions. But again, there was the jeopardy of which tyres to go on, endless choices, and it happened from before the very start of the race. Dan Harper starting on pole, got to peel, straight into the pits to put on some different tyres. He'd gone for slicks, and I think the next 4 cars had gone for treaded tyres.
The excitement levels have been utterly concentrated into the first 7 hours and 20 minutes. That's the problem. And then, you know, we had kind of nowhere to go after that. It may well have been an anticlimax, even if the weather had been good. But I have a feeling that a lot of those that were involved in the lead fight were keen to continue that all the way through till 4 o'clock this afternoon. We're down to 2 hours and 18 minutes to go. So, yes, that's bang on schedule for the 4 o'clock finish.
The run-up to Caracciolo Carousel, which is where the safety car is now. Notice none of the drivers are dropping onto the concrete. They're staying on the top because they're going slowly. There's a camera that shows the curve going up the hill. That picture has not changed one iota since 7 o'clock this morning when I first came in. That locked off shot. The fog has been in exactly the same place at various times. There's been a little bit more sunshine, and I thought around about 9:30, I thought, oh, sun's coming up, here we go, it's getting a bit of heat in it, it's gonna, and we've been sitting in the Dorrant in our excellent crew catering, watching the fog literally going backwards and forwards. We can see the cars on the track right outside the window. I can see, well, now I can only see the cars that are closest, and now I can't see the track. And it was the same here this morning. We could see the tower in front of the Global Broadcast Centre. Then it was a bit sort of like a fuzzy watercolour. Then it was gone.
Yeah, just completely invisible.
But again, looking out from the Dorrant, which is 100 metres back to the right, when we're looking from our commentary position across the thing, you couldn't see that tower at all. I got quite excited when we had a bolted lunch, because we suddenly, the visibility is improving. I saw 2 marshals beyond the barriers on the other side of the track, so we could see the whole way across. But moments later, by the time I discovered there was no cheese board and was back at the table, alas, we couldn't see the far side of the track.
Just the 4 breakfasts for me, by the way, at crew catering. Yeah,
excellent.
I thought I did quite well there, because I sat at a different table for each one, so they didn't suss me.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Glasses on, glasses off.
That's right.
Jacket on, jacket off.
That's right. Blue shirt or a black jacket.
Yeah,
yes,
very good.
Yeah, come in, no problem. Breakfasts are being served.
Yeah.
I know. I've already had 3. Now, the Falcon Porsches have rather flat to deceive so far this year, haven't they? They've
almost been invisible.
Yeah.
They've never been at the top of the charts, and this is a team that normally absolutely shines because they do so much running and do almost every single round of the NLS. They have a sort of rotation of drivers that they put through to make sure they've got enough who are ready for this season in their cars. They're running around in 8th and 9th positions in the running. No, 9th and 10th positions. I tell the fly.
Is it part of the deal that they have to be running 33.44 and almost line astern, because it seems that that's what it's been like. They even got drawn out of the hat for qualifying.
Yes.
33.34 in 9th and 10th or 10th and 11th, whatever they were. They do seem to have been together. Maybe that Falcon coloured teal and darker blue is somehow attracts to each other.
The racing gods clearly don't like them running in the opposite order, because Nico Menzel actually overtook Alessio Picariello on the run through Schwedenkreuz and then immediately outbraked himself and off into the gravel. And that put the 33 back in front of the 44.
Well, yes, very good.
Yeah, it's obviously something written in the stars, but yeah, 9th and 10th is not. When you consider the equivalent car, the Grello Porsche running second, I still don't quite know why it's second, because it finished last night on third.
Anything on the Race Control channel. I've scrolled back. There wasn't a penalty. There wasn't anything. But by the same token, I've not seen on the ticker or the Race Control channel confirmation of which lap they've actually restarted the results from.
Okay, yes. Well, 45 laps completed by the 16 car, so this should be lap 46.
Yes, you're right. So then that would have been... I wonder at which point on the completion of lap 45 then was that the start-finish line. Who pulled into the pits right at the end?
The Ferrari had a pit stop.
No, Ferrari were in the pits. Dan Harper had just pulled in from second place. He was 1.2 seconds down when they went back a lap after just being passed. And this could be crucial, John. He was overtaken into Antonius Bucher in a drag race by Christopher Mies. That put the Audi in front, and next time around they were almost side by side again, but Dan Harper then dived into the pits. Christopher Mies went off on his own, and he hadn't probably got much further than the first corner before the red flag was thrown. So some win and some lose, but the team that really seemed to gain was the Fricadelli Racing team, the Ferrari team, coming around in 6th place, where they had just dived into the pits and would have, at the end of lap 46, they'd fallen down to 10th place, but then of course we counted back.
Yeah, okay, got you.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're thinking about. It may be the complication of a car pitting at the end of lap 45, because the loop in the pit lane is in a different position from the finish line. The start-finish loop is much further down. So, but it was a 1.2 second gap separating the Audi and the BMW last night, and then there was a much larger gap back to Ayhancan Guven it was at the time in the 911 Porsche. So they've squeezed that down and then put the BMW back behind. But they might have assessed the precise order they would have crossed the line had the BMW not pitted. I don't know.
So the 72 car pitted at the end of lap 45, did it?
Yes.
Right.
So it crossed the start-finish line because it was on our screens as having done 46 laps, and the others then all came in because they saw the red flag and because they were some seconds back. It was that lead duo, the number 16 Shearer Sport PHX Audi versus the RMG BMW M4 GT3.
So that car crossing the line in the pit lane would have slowed down considerably. Enough for the 911, number 911 to get through?
I don't think the 911 was quite close enough. And in fact, when it was declared after 46, I wrote it down, and the gap was 7.6 seconds for the 72. Harper's car having slowed to go
even
into
to go into the
pit.
pits.
It cost him 6 seconds, but he was at a standstill. Or actually, at that point, he was probably crossing the start finish line.
Yeah, in the pit lane.
In the pits,
but still scored a second.
Yeah, and they went through a second. So
it's interesting.
I keep looking for.
I wonder in that case then if they've taken it at the first intermediate point. No, but then that wouldn't have worked for the Ferrari, would it? Because the Ferrari would have been further down. I was thinking they might have taken it at the first intermediate point on microsector after the start line. I'm not sure why you would do that, but here and indeed ho. Another endurance race, JP, where we're scratching our heads about starting, restarting, stopping, adding time, etc.
It is the way it was written in the bulletin last night when the red flag came out is that there was almost a virtual checkered flag.
Yes.
So the class leader crosses the line as the overnight leader.
Oh, yes.
And then the cars behind finish in the order. Now, do they consider that Dan Harper doesn't actually finish the last night's portion of the race until he re-emerges from the pit lane?
Pit lane.
So possibly. Is it pit lane exit line, which is his finish line, and by that point the Guven Porsche had gone through to be in second?
Isn't there something also about when you cross the start line at the start of the race is where your time starts?
Cross the start line at the start of the race, yes.
So where did the but then
they were on the same group though.
Yeah, but then and the 911 effectively crossed the start line first, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not.
While we're just doing that, I just wanted to keep an eye on how long that parade lap took. Well, not formation lap, the lap behind the safety car, just under 22 minutes. So it's going to be quite a while if they're biding their time. Maybe they'll feel they could start to pick up the pace a little bit, but certainly there is no clearing of the fog over the circuit. So John Hindhoff now in the driving seat. He can see plenty, you see. He's inside. And we'll keep on the coverage as hopefully this cloud is burning off. I don't hold great faith, but then again, looking across the track to the pit buildings opposite, John, they are a little bit more standing outy, but only a micro degree.
I love your boyish enthusiasm, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much indeed. Given that there's no race action to talk about, we're going to change out our commentators much more frequently, so about every 30 minutes, which is just over a lap as it stands. What I'm going to do while we're on our second of potentially 5 Cupra-led safety car laps with the 3 groups of cars. Let's bring you up to date. You know what's happening at the front with Shearer Sport, with Manthey, with BMW, 16, 911, 72, 4 Mercedes, 27 Red Bull team, Abt, Lamborghini, Frickadelli in 6th place with the number 1. Then it's the number 3 Mercedes Bilstein car in 7th. 8th is the 98th Rover Racing BMW. 9th is the Falcon Motorsport 33, and 10th is the 44. Here are your class leaders as it stands. And Black Falcon leads the Cup 2 Porsche 992 Carrera Cup class in 20th position. That's number 103 car. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are all in line behind the safety car. So if we do go back to green, there's a class, by the way, that is going to absolutely explode with anticipation, I am sure. SP11 is in 32nd position, as it has been pretty much all the race. That is still the KTM Crossport GT2, the Doe Motorsport car. They've got one place behind them, the Cup 3 leaders, the SRS team Zorg Rennsport 911 Cayman GT. And behind them is FK Performance Motorsport in the G82 M4 GT4. That's the SP10 leader, the 188 and 34th. Next class leader, SP8T Czerny Motorsport. Timo Glock is out in that car at the moment. That's Peter Cate's car. And that car's been well fettled, as most of them have overnight. So that's the 145 leading there. From next in line, Manuel Metzger for Team Bilstein by Black Falcon. That is the Jimmy Broadbent car. And those two locked in battle pretty much all the way through this race. TCR leader is in 43rd position, the Hyundai Elantra, number 831. It's been the 830 as well in that race. So that's the Canadian car that is going around in the TCR lead. In 82, Four Motors GmbH, the 911 GT3 Cup car on the alternative fuels. That's the 320 and 52nd position. Subaru Technica International with the WRX, 88th position. 88 in 54th position. Then it's the SP7 leader in 61st position. That's the number 80 cars of Plus Line Racing Team in their Cayman. V6 is the Porsche 911 number 416. And they have the Adrenaline Motorsport team right behind them in line, the 3896. So they're battling as well if we go back to green. Frank Meyer leads SPX for Glickenhaus. They'll be disappointed down in 67th position after all that problem and the overnight engine change earlier in the week. Bulldog Racing have the Mini John Cooper Works at the lead of the SP3T category, the 317 car in 72nd position, leading a little gaggle of class leaders. Behind them by one position, the 504 SPS team Zorg Rennsport of VT12 rear. That's a 330i. VT2 front is the Cupra Leon KL Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport. That's got to the front of the VT2 front at some stage through the 7 hours and 23 minutes yesterday. And I've just seen a position change there across the line, very bizarrely. The 444 leads V5. That's another Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman, the CM12 in 76th position. The BMW 325i number 711 leads V4. VT3, 91st position for the 599. Kievan Sports and Racing 325i. SP6, Mulnez, excuse me, driving the Hoffa Racing BMW 3-litre CSL, the E46 car. Beautiful turned out car, that actually, the number 207. Then it's SP4, the 152 in 103rd position, the 325 CI. Then we move down to SP3, the BMW 318 Ti. That's the E36, the little stubby, 275 in 108th position. And that, yeah, those are your leaders. Davy Oema has joined us from Sports Car 365. Did you stay or did you go back?
No, I had some sleep. Yeah, I just wanted to very quickly, I literally ran over because there's some confusion about the restart order here with cars 16, 911 and 72. And what I have here is a bulletin that was issued in the press room, and we're all confused as to why the 911 is ahead of the 72. The key is pit stops. So we look at the timing screen, we can see that 16 and the 911 have both done 8 stops. 72 has only done 7. Now I'm going to point to a particular sentence in the bulletin here. Obviously, what we all know is the order is based on the position of the race on the lap in which the respective class leader crossed the finish line for the penultimate time before the red flag. Now, this is key. The minimum pit stops time accumulated at this point, including any time penalties, are included in the result, because a certain minimum time for the next completed pit stop is due for each completed race lap in the individual classes. Now, I'll go on to list a quite relevant example. An SP9 car that's just been in the pits, for example, would have to observe a pit time of 56 seconds after one lap and 197 seconds seconds after 8 laps. So what they've done is, because the 72 has done one less stop than the 911, they've added that to the time that they took after the 45 laps, and that's dropped it behind car number 911.
So basically, they've evened up the amount of stops that everybody's had.
Essentially, yes.
Ultimately, and given them a nominal time as per the sliding scale that is out there. Right.
I have to do a quick shout out to my colleague Mike in the press room, because he was a fun that first quick him up on this, and if I don't mention him, he's going to chop my head off as soon as I get back to the press room.
I think you're fine. Disappointing, particularly always disappointing to have the break and only have that 7 hours 23 minutes at the start of the race. Made even more frustrating because of the quality of the racing we had when we were going.
Really good race. I mean, that overtook around the outside that the Audi did
for the lead.
For the lead was just. But then again, Dan Harper as well. I think was at Gloucester Tower he came around the outside.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, my goodness, they were going for it properly, and I just hope we can restart.
It's the irony. I said this on one of the updates to the over 30,000 people who at 7 o'clock this morning were sitting waiting on the stream to see what was going to happen, and I'm sure that's grown again now. So thank you to you all for your endurance and persistence and your enthusiasm. The irony is that it's not necessarily all down to the Nordschleife. There are parts of the Nordschleife that are foggy, but they're in true Nordschleife style. There are plenty of parts where, in fact, where the TCR cars are going through right now, heading up the hill towards.
Yeah, that looks quite good.
Schwedenkreuz, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. Peter Snowden's joined us as well. Hello, Snowy. We went for a little ride out and filled the cars up with fuel for the run back to the UK tomorrow. Our Mazda CX-60 and Genesis GV70. I've got to tell you, it was very localised. Thanks to Davey Oema, by the way, for bringing that over. It was fairly. The weather was bizarrely localised. I mean, within hundreds of metres of each other.
Yeah, and it's very strange, because I'd have thought it'd be the other way around, that the GP circuit would be clearer and the Nordschleife would be the one that's the issue, i.e. much more of it, much more heavily treed, so fog hangs in the trees, etc. I'd have thought that's where it would stay. It's completely the opposite way around, that the vast majority of the Nordschleife is actually quite clear. It's a GP circuit where it hasn't moved since we arrived here at, what, 6:30 this morning? Yeah. Hasn't really changed. I mean, the first lap behind the safety car, which was what, 22 minutes, I think Bruce just said, there's lots of sections of the track that are really clear and totally raceable. And I did wonder, just being a driver, or having been a driver in the days, I'm going to put it on the line now. Could you not just, rather than have a safety car, could you not run the race and have code 60s rather than a safety car? Is it manageable? I don't know. I'll tell you a person who's good to ask, though, who's just going to jump into our middle jump seat, John, is it's one of the Brundles.
It's not one of the Brundles.
Don't big him up too much, John. It's okay. Brundle younger. Welcome, Alex.
He is the Brundle racing driver.
His dad may disagree on that one. Welcome.
Come to Norfolk, there are loads of us. We're all over the place.
You see, that's Martin's voice. That's just Martin's voice.
Mulder Motorsports, Alex Brundle. Did you speak to your dad yesterday? It was his birthday yesterday, his dad, wasn't it?
It was. I sent him a text, but happy birthday to the old man for yesterday. It was good to,
I said yesterday when we were doing the old-timer race, the young-timer race rather, when we were doing that for the first time on the English language stream, that is absolutely built for you and your dad in one of your cars. Why aren't you out there doing it?
Yeah, well, he had a little bit of an ankle tweak over the winter from somewhat of a bump.
Spike, did he?
No, back in the 80s, he fell off the track in Dallas. So he had that sorted out. So still working on that. But yeah, there's definitely a historic car in Brundle Senior's future. Maybe round here. He loves it round here.
Yeah, he does.
And we had a couple of NLSs around here together. So yeah, that would be great fun.
Tell us about the conditions, Alex. You've been right up the sharp end of the field with the Milner Motorsport Porsche all the way through. You were honest enough to say I might have picked the wrong tyres at one stage. I have a suspicion you weren't the only people that did that, including the pole sitter, of course. How did the first 7 and a bit hours go for you and the team?
Yeah, I mean, the tyre call's on me. I had to commit to it in the final sector, and I don't know, saw dry on the ground, didn't have rain falling from the sky. What I'd missed is it was raining out in Brideside, and the team we came to the agreement we were going to continue on slicks. It was the wrong call, but you know, that's the reality of racing here.
You didn't fall off though.
No, which is positive, and it's always positive here, and that's what put us, I guess, in the position for my teammates to. Well, I started the recovery, and then awesome drives from Ben Bunnagle and Maurice Krantz to put us back into the action, and we did actually at the red flag just snatch third position in class, but I can see that now with the way that the cars have been reordered on the restart, we've just dropped back into the mid-grid, which is a real shame, but as always here, brilliant to come racing around the Nordschleife and a great experience.
Right, it is typical Eiffel, typical Nordschleife. Fog, worst here actually, by far the worst on the Grand Prix circuit. 1 or 2 patches out there. It's daylight. Should we be racing?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? And first of all,
by the way, I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with the decision that's been made. This is a point of conversation.
Well, the main point is sort of an apology, really, isn't it, to everybody who's given time and around the circuit. It's such a shame to see weather conditions intervene when so many fans want to see great racing and have travelled and set up and sorted out. You really feel for them around the racetrack. You've got 2 difficulties, haven't you? The first being, can you see marshal post to marshal post here? Because obviously, as you well know, John, they're not centrally controlled here, so they rely on the marshal post before and after to dictate the next flagged signal. So that has to be available all the way around the track. And then there's the medevac situation, of course. Can the heli fly? They're pretty good. I mean, I've seen them flying in relatively low cloud here. Yeah, there is a discussion as to whether you then code 60 those foggy areas and then race around the rest of the circuit. Do I have enough information to make that call? Probably not from the pit lane. And there are people who've been watching a lot more Nordschleife racing than I have making those decisions.
Alex, you're young enough at the moment to have dual careers of a great commentary career and a great contemporary car racing career. But you've also been very lucky earlier this year to drive a GT1 car. I've got to do this because they always keep asking me about this car. Not only a GT1 car of 20 years ago, but not just one I drove, but the actual car I used to drive in, period. Would you like to drive that round here?
I definitely would, with one of your teammates from the period, I believe,
Bobby Verdenroe.
Mr. Verdenroe, and hello to Mr. Verdenroe if he's watching.
Well, he and I were the first 2 teammates at creation, as the car was, the Lister Storm.
The Lister Storm GT1, fabulous bit of kit. Yeah, it's a V12 E-type engine, isn't it? At its base, the core block.
Yeah.
And yeah, great thing. Love a push-pull stick shift. I would love to drive it around here. Wish they still did GT1 racing around here, but it would look pretty seriously fast.
Can you imagine them on contemporary tyres? Even with that would be the AJ6 engine, isn't it? That goes all the way back to Le Mans and the Le Mans winning car.
How did you find, though, driving a car of 20 years ago that was, I remember you bouncing up to me at Goodwood one morning and just going, I drove your old car, but I'm not going to spoil you telling the story, but no traction control, no ABS, that kind of stuff. How did you find as a contemporary driver going back 20 years?
Well, I drove a fair amount of old stuff these days, so I kind of jump in this and jump in that.
Old.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, middle-aged stuff.
But thanks.
Do you know what? I think that's even worse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is that you reaching over to push the off-air button there, Snow?
Yeah.
And I absolutely loved it. Super quick, really quick for the tyres that we were on. Great to come here and drive the stuff with the driver aids, which I think, you know, characterise the modern GT3 kind of environment. Working with them is as much a driver's skill as working without them in many ways. And then, of course, sort of the old GT40s and all the E-types I'm jumping around in now. It's art in those things. It's not science, which is fabulous has to do as well. But you know what's amazing specifically about this race is the quality of driving all throughout the field. You know, jumping in a Cup 2 car, which sort of, you know, when you watch these races and commentate on them and are part of the spectatorship of them, there's so much focus on the upper classes naturally, as that overall lead is so easy to follow, and the overall race is, of course, the focus. But the quality and ability of some of the amateur drivers and some of sort of the young professional drivers in those GT4 and Cup classes is just outstanding, and the circuit knowledge is really second to none as well.
And I think that's down to the organisation as well as to the licence procedure and how you do it, how you get your permits to go and drive at the ring. We quite often say, quite rightly, during an NLS race or the N24, we tend to focus on SP9 GT3 cars, yes, because they're the ones at the front, but we always admire these drivers getting past other cars, left, right, making a decision. But it has to have two of them work together, and I think that's one that you quite often saw last night. We saw indicators come on, some of the road-based cars, 330 BMWs and VT2s and further classes down. They'd put the indicator on to let the car behind know, I've seen you, I'm staying here, and that all helps. But it all works together. I often think the slower cars don't get as much of the credit as they probably should do for working so hard, keeping out of the way of the other stuff.
I think it's a factor of how glaring it is when it does go wrong, when you do jump on board with one of the works cars, one of the SP9 cars, and it almost becomes so apparent that somebody hasn't been as aware. It then makes you realise how aware everybody else is. But yeah, of course there are tricky moments. We all have 2 or 3 tricky moments every lap where there's an opportunity to have a shunt. It's amazing. It's amazing how little it happens, and it's a testament to the quality of driving in general.
The class that you're driving in, the Porsche class that you're driving in, supremely competitive, Alex, in a car that ultimately was built as I think the longest Carrera Cup race is a 50-minute race. A testament to the cars, were they not ever thus, but quite a lot of work by the team as well, Merlin Motorsport, and you have one of our collective working with you as well, Marcel Duke.
I do, calling our strategy for the race this weekend. Great to be working with Marcel, but also all of the guys and girls down at Mulner Motorsport, because yeah, as you correctly say, it's built as a sprint car, really. You know, I was on comms actually for the last two, well, for the Super Cup race back in Monaco. Yeah. It was quite interesting because Larry Tenforda won that race at a canter, and then I happened to stroll past his car as he lined up next to us.
Having already put his sprint version of that car on pole position in Carrera Cup Italia and then flown back.
Quite so. He's been putting in some lovely laps throughout the weekend, as well as many others. But yeah, I mean, to keep these cars going is quite something over 24 hours. They've got a little ABS system in them, which works beautifully. A kind of basic traction control system, and then it's a bit of a different damper package here, right, to deal with the Nordschleife. But apart from that, it's a Super Cup car with the limitations, of course, on what you can change. So, you know, springs are springs as far as Super Cup cars are concerned. You can have a roll bar tweak, bit of rear wing, or a bit of, yeah, that's PC, isn't it? But yeah, a roll bar tweak or a bit of rake, and that's it. And that's why I think you see it so competitive, because there's really not much to draw between them.
It used to be said that if you could drive a Super Cup car and race a Super Cup car, you could pretty much race anything, because they are a particular beast. There is the option, as you've said, Alex, of ABS now on these cars. In fact, the North American series have ticked that box for the options, because they feel that people coming through that will be stepping up into probably GT3, and they should get to understand how to rotate the car on ABS. User friendly, or did it take you a little while to get used to it? You hadn't driven the previous version of the Super Cup car, had you?
No, I hadn't. I mean, I've done a fair amount in cars with ABS. Obviously, a bit of GT3 stuff and that kind of thing.
Carrera Cup car, you hadn't driven?
Carrera Cup car, no.
Oh,
I actually did a Porsche Junior test in 2012, which would have been, goodness me, I'm not sure which iteration. It was the last Carrera Cup car with the push-pull, manual sequential. So I did, but that was a very long time ago, and that definitely didn't have ABS. I can promise you that. I was very young and feisty back in those days.
Leipzig.
Porsche's
Porsche's
test track. Yeah. But yeah, great thing, very user friendly, and around here I reckon it saves you twice a stint. Just that last moment where someone ducks out in front of you and you'd have to give maybe 10 metres, 5 metres in every braking zone with traffic if you didn't have it. When you do have it, all of a sudden it just gives you that bit of control and steer in the braking zone. Does it take away some of the challenge? Yes, it does. Does it take away a lot of potential contact between cars? Yes, it does.
Absolutely. Alex Brundle with us for the moment here in the Global Broadcast Centre. We are on lap number 40, or we've completed lap number 47, and we started on lap number 45. The edict from race control was 5 laps behind the safety car, and let's have another look at the weather. If that hasn't improved, the result could be declared at lap 50, so let's keep an eye on what's going on. It's taken about 20 minutes now. We've speeded up a good couple of minutes since the standing start lap for these safety car controlled laps, and we'll keep you abreast of what's going on there. Just a quick final point from me, Alex. You've been a class winner here before with Peter Kate and Jamie Chadwick. She's racing later on today in Indy Next on the streets of Detroit. Peter Kate leading his class at the moment in the BMW, the SP8T. How is it jumping between one class and another, one car and another, when you've got the knowledge of this circuit? Is it more important to have the knowledge of the circuit, more important to have the knowledge of the car?
I think it's more important to have the knowledge of the racetrack here.
Yeah.
The depth of this place. I mean, I'm still learning things. I did a couple of NLS races at the beginning of this year in the Cup car, jumped in very last minute for Mulner Motorsport last year for the 24 hours. And every so often you just catch a curb right and think, oh, wow, I'll do that every lap then. And you fast forward yourself another several years of being here, of going through that learning process, and you realise how drivers like Stippler are just so capable around the racetrack, because there's so much experience to be gained around the venue. But I love attacking the racetrack here. I mean, in Quali 2, when you had the sun setting early on in the weekend, track dry conditions, it's such a joy to come and race it. It's just such a shame we've got such tricky conditions for the end of the race.
Alex, obviously N24 this weekend should end in a few hours, whatever happens. Yes, pending on that one. But rest of the season, what have you got lined up for the rest of the season, whether it be historic or contemporary?
So I'm back for a couple of NLS races. Firstly, on this calendar with Mulner Motorsport in the Cup 2 class through to the end of the year, and then Silverstone Classic. We're running cars with my little historic team, Brundle Motorsport, there.
What cars are you running there?
Running a Ford Mustang, running an E-Type Jag, and some other bits and bobs just for show. So that'll be great. Very excited, of course, to go back to the Goodwood Revival as I always am, and then the Spa 6 hours back closer to this part of the world with the GT40 as well. So yeah, lots of racing, and of course I'm in the box for F2 and F3 and a bit of F1 TV stuff. Be at Le Mans, very excited with all of that. So busy. Lots of trains, planes, and automobiles.
Do you know what home looks like? Can you remember what the colours of the walls are?
Yeah, Heathrow Terminal 5 is my address, and I need a post box there.
Well, you said hi to your mum and dad for us.
Will do.
I haven't seen either of them for. Has your dad still got his K1600 BMW?
Might do. Still in the garage somewhere. That might have gone by now.
I think
maybe there's a cheap one. Maybe there's a cheap one going.
No, it's about the only thing that he and I have got in common, that we both have owned one of those, and that we're both bronzes now as well. Alex, thanks for being with us. Good luck for the rest of the season. Keep entertaining us, won't you, with what you're doing on the telly as well.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks everyone for watching.
We're going to swap some commentators out for in a few moments' time, but we've got Joe Bradley going to jump in with Peter Mackay in about 5 minutes. Welcome to the booth. How are you?
Pretty good. Could be under better circumstances maybe, but yeah, happy to be here and not too seriously injured from yesterday.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was in the 77 Black Falcon GT4 BMW that had the big wreck at Flugplatz yesterday, and
sorry, I just said Mike Skane here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike, I didn't. Because I know you. That was a bizarre incident. First of all, we should say. I'm not sure how it happened, who gets the blame for it, if anybody gets the blame, was it a racing incident or whatever. But from your point of view, you describe.
So it actually starts nearly half a lap earlier. Before the Audi bridge in the Döttinger Höhe, there had been some fluid down, and I radioed into my team and reported that, and then I got to Tiergarten, and there's more fluid down, and continued that way a little bit throughout the GP circuit. There would be little sections where there was some fluid, and then I passed a little disabled hatchback that I assumed was probably the source of that fluid right before leaving the GP circuit, and then there was nothing down through Hotzenbach or any of those first couple of corners, that first sector, and so I figured that was it. That was clear, and I arrived at Flugplatz. There was no flags or anything, came over the hill, turned in. As soon as I was getting towards that first apex, I saw a stream of fluid through the middle of the corner. Nothing I could do at that point. Got on the brakes more and slowed it a bit. But, you know, there's about 10 meters of grass before you hit a tire barrier. And so, you know, I was immediately into the tire barrier, and your driver door was torn off the car. And so I was sitting there perpendicular to the road, right on the edge of the racetrack, knowing there was fluid down, knowing more was coming. So I was just sitting there, arms across my chest, waiting for the next hit and hoping it wouldn't be through the door. Or lack thereof, and yeah, so pretty unfortunate. Then obviously you guys have seen the video from that point where the Cayman comes in, hits the tire barrier, hits me. Fortunately, fortunately that hit was more to the front of the car, not directly where I was. Yeah. And I, you know, got a pretty good impact on the side of my leg from that second hit, but more or less okay. And yeah, just happy that it wasn't a much more major incident for me.
That's why we have door bars, isn't it?
Yeah.
When people complain, I said in the commentary yesterday, when people complain about how difficult it is to get in and out of GT3 and GT4 cars because of door bars, that's why they're there.
Yeah, well, honestly, from my perspective, having gotten in and out of NASCARs, I would say they're not enough. But yeah, I'd be happy to crawl through a much smaller hole to have some more protection. But yeah, but you know, everything served its purpose in this case, and you know, happy to be walking around with a minor limp today, but pretty good.
Just bruising though.
Yeah, just bruising.
Pleased to hear that, mate. Yeah. I was very pleased to see you get out of that car. When I mean, you know, we're not allowed to have favourites, of course we're not. But when it's somebody that we've known you for quite a long time and talked about your racing, and when I realised what car it was, because I couldn't see to start with, and when I realised what car it was and I saw it was you in the car, I was like, oh, come on, Mike, get out of the car, get out of the car. And then when I saw you at the side of the track. Just a racing incident. I mean, Harley got on the same bit of oil you did. I maybe thought he'd come in a bit fast, but maybe I judged him. I know him as well, young lad. Maybe I judged him a little bit harshly. There were single yellows out when you went in, and the double yellows came out when he went in.
Yeah, I mean, it's all, you know, hindsight's 20/20, right?
Sure is.
Yeah, you know, there were a couple other cars that did make it through there safely after my incident before he did, and so, you know, maybe he could have slowed more, and you know, whatever. But yeah, there was a single yellow. It would have been nice, I think, if there had been a double yellow immediately, you know, to really slow it down and get people's attention. Because I think around here, when you have kind of 3 stages of slowing down from single yellow to double yellow to code 60, that everybody's mindset is, okay, a single yellow is not a big deal. I'm not slowing down. And
you drivers,
yeah, and so, you know, I think too much, you know, people are leaving that amount of risk out there, and to be honest, I don't know what the procedure is from the marshal point of view, if they have to throw a single before they can throw a double to back up the process.
Got you.
And so I, you know, would love to have that conversation and learn more and see if we can improve the standard here, you know, about how quickly things can you know, an escalation to, you know, notify the drivers. But also I think especially about fluid in particular, because it's so hard with so many blind corners and fast, high commitment corners around here. If there's fluid on the track, there has to be something immediately notifying the drivers. And, you know, when there had been several minutes of notification, from me to the team and then the team to the organizers that there was fluid on track. I think there needs to be some sort of special signal given to all marshals, like an alert to say, hey, look for fluid. Somebody is putting it down. We don't know where it's from, so pay attention to cars that might be losing fluid.
Good point. Good point. Joe Bradley's joined us in the booth. Joe.
Thank you, guys. Mike, I think coming here, drivers have to lose their imagination in some way. That shouldn't have nothing whatsoever to do with you. Has that changed your attitude to coming here for this race?
No, yeah, I mean,
that's a driver for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if the conditions were all good and there was an opportunity to race today, I might get in the car if you asked me to be honest. Yeah, I'm a little sore, but I might still do it. But yeah, I think that's kind of always the case, no matter the track, but especially a place like this where you have to be fully committed to what you're doing, and not really take into account the risk.
He didn't surprise me at all with that answer. No,
they're wired differently, Joe.
Yeah, I know they are. Yeah,
the drivers are just wired differently. What's next for you? Off to Mid-Ohio next weekend?
No, next week I'll be at Montreal doing some coaching for the Porsche Carrera Cup Series.
Right, yeah, I've got to call that as well. Yeah.
Next race for me will be Watkins Glen in the GTD car,
and we'll see you there.
Yep.
We'll see you there. Did you see anything of Detroit last night?
I saw a few minutes of the highlights. I didn't get to watch the end of the race yet, but.
Interesting.
Yeah, I saw
the two pro classes on the streets.
I saw a few incidents that looked a little interesting, as you say.
There were one or two optimistic lunges, I think.
Yeah, of course, a short, tight track like that with kind of limited passing zones, you have to take anything that's a whisper of an opportunity, but yeah.
Mike's Game with us in the Global Broadcast Centre. Mike, we'll see you at Watkins Glen for the sale in 6 hours in the GTD car. Good to see you, mate.
Sounds good.
Get well soon. Travel well.
Thank you.
Joe Bradley has just joined us. Good opportunity while we're still on behind the safety car. Just if you are just joining us, safety car laps at the moment to see if the conditions improve. Nothing should have changed behind the safety car. There was a few adjustments. If you are just joining us, we had Devia Wehrmer in here a little while ago. Pit stops have been taken into account. The number of pit stops have been taken into account to reorder the field. That's why Alex Brundle's car, which was in third when it finished last night, now dropped down a little bit. Brad, if you wouldn't mind just running through the class leaders behind the safety car as they are going round, and we'll get Pete into the seat as well.
We'll get that up, John. We'll get the class leaders up on that screen. I just want to mention, has anybody mentioned the eclectic mix of every manufacturer in that order? I mean,
absolutely.
All right, I think we've been robbed this year, and the bandit is the weather this year at the Nürburgring. We were robbed from what I think was shaping up to be a classic. I mean, the start of the race was just absolutely phenomenal, and it was going to be that way, I think, all the way through the night. The weather was going to keep changing, and we were going to see, I think, one of the Nürburgring classics. And considering the weather was going to play a massive part in that, I still feel robbed Saturday this morning. Let's have a look at the class leaders then, and that them there, Peter.
Yeah, it is. We've got a bit of a glitch here with my. This is. I think I'm due a new laptop. John's got the solution here.
Right,
we're working on our timing screen here because there are so many classes here. 23 classes to go through, including the top SP9 class. So kicking off, well, take us through, Joe.
So disregard the SP9, which is our overall leader, which is of course the Audi of the Shearer Sport Audi number 16. So Cup 2, 20th place overall. It's the number 103 Black Falcon entry. 32nd place overall is the Cup 3 leader. That's the number 959, the SRS Team Rennsport car. At 33rd place, SP10 is class leader. There is 188, the FK Performance Motorsport entry. 34th place, just behind them, is the SP11 leader, and that's the number 55 Door Motorsport entry. Cherney Motorsports car 145, they're leading SP8T, and they're in 37th place overall. 42nd place overall, SP4T's leader. That's the Subaru WRX, the Subaru Technica International team, their car number 88. First of the TCRs, they're in 43rd place overall, and that's the number 831, the Hyundai Kia Elantra. 46th place overall is the AT3 leader. That's the number 50, the Max Cruise Racing entry. 53rd overall, it's the AT2 entry. That's the number 320, the Ford Motors car. The first of the BMW M240i class entries is the number 650 Adrenaline Motorsports BMW. They're 55th overall in that one. 57th overall is the V6 leader. That's car 416. If I just say the car number, it means we haven't got any team names. That's just a band of mates getting together and putting a car into this race. It's quite a common thing, that. 63rd
team name, though, wouldn't you?
You know what? Every time I've said that over the course of this race, I've said, why didn't they just think of a name? You know? There's so many things. I mean, what? Right, hang on. After I've done this rundown, let's talk about what our team name would be.
All right.
This three-driver lineup, Hindhoff.
Yeah.
He's a superstar, obviously. Then we've got Mackay. He's good on the muddy bits.
Yeah.
And then there's me. I'm the smooth one. Anyways, in more ways than
team
one.
Manager.
63rd overall is SP7. That's the number 80, the Plus Line Racing team. SPX is all the way down in 68th. That's the Glickenhaus 706. 71st. SP3T's
George
class
is going to
leader.
interrupt you
Yeah,
here,
go ahead.
because we've got cars coming into the pit lane, including the Rover Racing BMW. This is the number 98 car, and that's down the field a little bit. We've also got the Scherer Sport car coming in. Now, this suggests to me, Peter, that with a new set of tyres going on the number 15 car, and we fortunately didn't quite see what they were.
I think they're
brand new slicks going on.
They're back timing to the end of the race. So if this does go green, this will be the last stop.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely spot on. That means they must think it's going to go green because they're giving up positions here.
Well, if you're not winning...
yeah, if you're not winning, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. This is an all-or-nothing race. It's not part of a championship. It is a one-off event. So, and winning this prize is so important to all these teams, drivers, manufacturers, the lot. So you've got to roll the dice. I think this makes a lot of sense for the 98 Rover BMW, which came into there. One of the will be the 15 Scherer Sport Audi, also pitted there too. And that Fricadelli Ferrari came in, did it? No, they were preparing to. Nico Veroni had his helmet on. The line speed number 24 Porsche also came in. Klaus Abelin walking around the Fricadelli garage. There's a lot of decision to make. A shake of the head from Klaus Abelin. And Nico Veroni ready to go. So the decision hasn't been made to bring the Fricadelli car in yet.
Let's have a quickly finish off the class leaders. 72nd overall, the VT2T Hecker class is being led by the 504 SRS team Sorg Rennsport. VT2 front, that's the 73rd place overall, 495 numbered Otto Thomas by Young Motorsport. Then we've got V5 there in 75th overall, that's the 444 numbered Adrenaline Motorsport entry. 84th overall is the V4 class leader, that's car 711. And then in VT3, then 90th overall, that's the 599, the Kevin Sports and Racing entry. Hover Racing's car 207's leading SP6 in 98th overall, and then the number 152, that's the SP4 leader in 105th overall.
Thank you, Joe. We've got a guest here, and we welcome back to the Global Broadcast Centre, Adam Cristoterno. How are you doing, mate?
Obviously disappointed. Our race really didn't go to plan, but I thought I'd come and pop in and speak to you guys because there's only so much safety car talk I think you can talk about.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. At least we didn't have to do the gap in between. He's been around this game long enough to know when we need help.
We do need to return some property, though,
really,
to Adam, because when Adam was in here, we were nice and relaxed, everything was great in between stints, and then we got a little bit of...
you got some rain.
We got some rain sparking.
Yeah, I heard that.
It was the BMW on the onboard footage, and Adam looked at his phone, hit the on-air button, off-air button, took the headset off and ran out the commentary box. You left this. A bottle of water. Untouched. If you won, we were going to get it signed and everything.
Yeah. It hasn't gone to plan, Adam, has it? Let's be honest. It didn't start very well.
No, not at all. Like, obviously, at the very start of the race, there's a bit of a gamble. We knew that basically you weren't allowed to refuel during the first 5 laps, and so...
How much did that change potential strategy? Because that was a rule that was introduced very, very late this year. That was it's not always been the case here.
No, and so that changed the strategy a lot, because if you could have pitted on lap 2 or 3, then I think everyone would have 100% gone wets. But you saw how fast it ended up drying up, and then at the end of basically the first stint, I was taking 20-30 seconds out of my own times, and so I guess compared to the wet tyres, I was probably taking even bigger chunks out. Sadly, we could have done with the 5-lap rule being 6 or 7 laps, because that would have really played into us. It just took 1 too many laps for it to dry out, so we just ended up losing a little bit too much time there. But it was a gamble that we took. I guess in hindsight, maybe we should have split the strategy between the 2 cars. But it is, I guess, we learned from it, and maybe next year that's what we'll do. So anyway, but like as you said, it hasn't gone to plan. Sadly, the Audi squeezed the 130 and ended up damaging all the front toe and everything, and the aero a little bit, and so that car ended up losing laps near the start of the race, and then I was in the dark at the end around 11:30, and I was motoring along feeling good, felt confident and comfortable in the car, and I got to Metzgersfeld 1, and sadly I think I just hit a wet patch or something on.
There's been a wet patch there which is not normally there. I can't remember it being there. There's been a little river running across the road down there.
So that was Metzgersfeld 2, which is the next corner, and so basically I think because of the amount of rainfall, there was a load of water build up in like the tyre barriers, and all the grass and everything was saturated. So basically on the first day of qualifying on Thursday, there was just a constant river running across there, across Adenauer Forest, and 1 or 2 other corners around the track, and it just wouldn't clear, and that caught a lot of people out during quali 1 and 2, and so just watching.
Still, it could be worse. You could be having to push your vehicle out of the campsites at the moment, which are absolutely...
That's the most action we've seen in the last hour.
Absolutely soaked they are. This is such a big race. How do you pick yourself up then when you haven't had a good race? Because you know it's not going to come around again for another 365 days. You just have to, literally just have to put it at the back of your mind and forget it and move on.
I wish it was that easy. Like, obviously...
I'm sort of pleased you've said that, Adam, to be honest.
Like, so I asked... obviously, I got the footage off the team to have a look, because in my head I was like, did I do something wrong, or... And so I've watched it a few times. We've looked at the data, and my speed wasn't really any different to the lap before. And so I've tried to have a look to figure out whether was there a wet patch there, but it's hard to see, obviously, at night time with the cameras and everything.
There is the 130 car being pushed into the pit lane, celebrating 130 years of Mercedes in motorsport, with the Daimler engine first representing the brand that has become so famous down through the years. Won its first race in a Peugeot chassis, believe it or not.
Really? I
looked it up.
There's been a great presence, as always, from Mercedes-AMG, both on and off track. I couldn't help but notice walking through the fan area, Adam, the Sauber Group C Mercedes car. Yeah, I guess that's part of the heritage collection of Mercedes.
Yeah, so...
which begs the question, can they give you a go in it?
Oh, I'd absolutely love to have a go in something like that.
Really?
So, like, if just when you look around at it, like, and you can see the turbo almost hanging out the back of the car, like near the exhaust. The exhaust is like, I don't know, 10 inches long and twice the size of a cola can, and it's just yeah, it just looks cool. Like, I'd love to have a go in something like that. Imagine that on like the old tyres as well that move around and stuff. So
yeah, you're braver than we are. I'll tell you that.
To be honest, like, so some of the historic cars, I've driven a few, and honestly, when you end up having to go in them, they are so much fun, and you can't help but smile because they move on the tyres.
Yeah.
It's very raw. There's no ABS, no electronics. It's it doesn't get any more raw than that, and so they are always a lot of fun to drive. Every car's got a completely different characteristic.
If we are going to talk about you putting the disappointment of this race behind you, the best way to do that is the next race. What is the next race for you?
Good question. So I'm doing selected GT World Challenge races, and so still working on trying to get something sorted for Spa, but it's getting a little close. So I think,
the 24?
Yeah.
Right.
So I did the first round of GT World Challenge with Boots and VDS, and then I'm doing one of the later rounds with Get Speed, and so just working on a few little things. I think maybe one or two of the Creventic races are going to be coming up, and then I'll be doing. I'm just trying to think. Next time I'm in the car. Actually, it might be Silverstone for the Pirelli Hot Laps for Mercedes AMG, scaring people, which is always entertaining.
News this week, and Gary Willems and some of the team were here actually in the paddock earlier this week, and I had a chat with them about this. News this week that Creventic are moving to Michelin tyres after about a decade with Hankook, starting at the Dubai 24 hours next year. You work with a lot of customer teams and a lot of non-pro drivers. Will that? Do you think that'll change some people's attitudes if they can get on the tyres that perhaps they are racing on in other series like IMSA and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. Like in the end, the Creventic 24 Hours Championship is, I think, bang for your buck, is one of the best, and so. Obviously, going on to the Michelin, I think if that's what's happening, then I think teams might end up using that for testing for some of their other championships. And so the Hankook, like every tyre's got its own characteristic, and Michelin's generally known as the tyre to be on. Like, it's why I think 17 out of the 25 cars in this race are on the Michelin, and so it's one of the tyres that's best in the wet and the dry, and I think so in the end it gives you the more complete package, because around here it's guaranteed to rain at some point, whereas some of the other brands might have a tyre that is fractionally quicker in the dry, but in the wet they're not able to keep up with the Michelin. And so I think if that it sounds like if that's happening, then I think more people will end up jumping on that, because again, like the testing that you do on the Hankook, you'll have a different setup, different camber, different toe settings and all of that, and so if they're able to do that championship on the Michelin, then of course you'll be able to test and get the setup.
So can we book you in for Dubai and Abu Dhabi at the start of next year straight away then, and then at least we get to talk to you there?
I'd love to. To be honest, I genuinely don't know what I'm doing next week, so it's a half a year away.
Well, listen, commiserations for this weekend. We know how much you love this race, and we know how good you are around here. It's been your second home for a little while, and you really know this place like the back. Oh, he has actually got it tattooed on the back of his hand. No, give our best to the team. It's always been entertainment, and they've down the years they've treated us very, very well. I had a long chat with Stefan Vendel actually earlier the week, and you'll hear that about AMG, about the 130, and about the near future as well, and what Mercedes are doing and AMG are doing to get back into the higher echelons of ACO competition, shall I say. I won't spoil that, but we'll be playing that in the lead up to Le Mans Test Day in Le Mans, which of course is next weekend, and the week end after, because you know
that's still one on my bucket list
for Le Mans.
Yeah, like
GT3 race now, Adam. Come on, it's a GT3 race.
So
why aren't you there?
Well, I guess right now the Mercedes isn't in it this year, but hopefully, like you said, maybe in the future. I don't know what the plans are, but I'm sure they'll be pushing to get on the grid. So yeah, obviously, if there's ever opportunity to drive around that place, it'll be pretty special to do that. So I think it's the only 24 I haven't done.
Yeah. Well, if you make it, I'll show you around. I promise.
Brilliant.
I'll scare you with a lap.
I'm sure
and I won't have to be going that quick, to be honest, because you know. Adam Christodoulou do. Always a pleasure to have you. Thanks very much for coming and talking to us when you were busy in the race, and particularly now when you're not busy, because you could have been away by now.
I'm happy to stay. Like, I've got another hour and a half.
Oh,
So.
really? All right, okay. I'll tell you what, then you stay there, and we'll plug in Bradders for the next 10 minutes or so if you want. Do you want to do that, Bradley? Yeah? Peter, ask away.
Coming back, you mentioned yesterday when you came in to see us, Adam, about Toro Racing, who are really making a name for themselves in their kind of, say, their home patch in Far East Asia, but also in Europe. We bumped into each other at Monza, I think it was. You were driving with them. Tell us about them and your involvement with them, how it started and how that could potentially spill over into more international stuff in future. What are their ambitions?
So, basically, I got, I don't know whether it was a lucky dip or what, but basically, I did my first race with Toro Racing in 2018 with Eric, and we raced with another team at the time, and then basically the year after we did the first race, and he was like, there was one or two things he wasn't happy about, and so suddenly at that point he was like, right, I'm going to start my own team. And in my head I was like, all right, that's a lot of work, because it's a huge amount of work to do that. You've got to get the right mechanics, engineers and all of that. But to be fair, we had a brilliant year and ended up getting the championship over there. And then suddenly the next year, sadly, COVID hit. But they went from running one car to suddenly running 4 or 5 in different championships. And it just exploded over there. And they did a brilliant job just putting everything together with a lot of success. And suddenly they were high in demand and one of the teams to be with over there. And so I was very fortunate to be a part of the start of that journey. And then obviously COVID hit, which made it difficult to get over there, but it was great last year being able to race with them again, and actually this time our side of the world. So we ended up doing the Spa 12 hours, which we ended up winning in class, and then we went to Monza, and sadly we had 1 or 2 little issues with tyre punctures there, and just because the temperature, and it seemed to be a challenge for a lot of the cars and teams during that race. But it's one of those. Then he invited me to go and do Macau with them last year in the Lotus, and so they've got a handful of different cars, different brands, and they're doing different championships. And so I got to experience my first Macau race with them last year, which was as brilliant as it was. It was absolutely terrifying. The middle sector 2 and 3 was to me, it's scarier than this place.
That was going to be my next question. How would you compare those two? Everyone talks about how narrow it is around the Nürburgring, but Macau, it's just something different.
Yeah, so like the thing is here, it's narrow here, but well, it's mad saying this. At least you've got a metre of grass on each side of the tarmac. Not that you ever want to use that.
I was going to say, you've got a bit of grass here, haven't you? You haven't got anything at Macau.
But the difference is, like, so, okay, and the grass does actually make a difference, because it means that the barrier's a little bit further away, and so the corner's a little less blind, whereas at Macau, the barrier is the height off the cars, and so almost every corner is blind, and there's 3 sections of the track which go left, right, and they all look a little too similar. and so it's something that you don't realise until you actually get there. And they've all got a slightly different ending, and so, of course, you don't want to, one, obviously you don't want to lose time, but 2, you don't want to try and gain too much time and obviously glance the barriers, and so...
Which is kind of in complete contrast to what you were telling us last night. You caused quite a stir, actually, Adam, with your insight, your magnificent insight as to just how hard you have to drive here. So discretion being the better part of valour is what you're saying at Macau, whereas this place, you can give it all the way to the, optimise every braking, every turn in it, etc.
Yeah, so, like, the thing is, like, I know this track inside out, and so... except where the wet patches are, unfortunately. And so, whereas obviously Macau was new to me, so I did my bit of sim work before in preparation for it, just to get my bearings of the direction of the circuit. But suddenly, obviously, you get to the track, and obviously fear factor becomes a part of it, and survival instinct. Whereas on the sim, obviously, if it goes wrong, you press reset and off you go again. And so
there's a massive difference, though, isn't it, when if you push a little bit too much, you put a wheel over a curb, you pick up a little bit of grass. Macau, the margin of error is 0, isn't it?
Yeah, there are no curbs there.
Yeah.
The curbs are, well, the track limits are the metal barriers, and so And again, going back to like the point of view, like you can't see around half of these corners just because of the barriers are in the way. So almost every corner is blind. And so my plan was in testing there, I ended up going second quickest. So during qualifying, my teammate got to go first, I got to go second, and my plan was, right, I'm just going to hang on to him for dear life, because he put it on pole position there the last 2 years and won the last 2 years racing round.
Was that Marcello?
No, so this is in GT4, so it's LKL,
okay.
A Chinese driver, and so that was basically my strategy anyway. Yeah, he just shot off straight away, and I wasn't able to stick with him, but it went red right on the last corner, so we both ended up peeling into the pit lane. And then I was like, right, okay, I get another shot at this. And so, but this time we had to start from the middle of the pit lane because that's where our pit box was. And so for the first lap, we were both trying to duck and dive to get through the traffic to try and get a clear gap, because that's the thing about Macau. You need obviously clear space, because if you get held up, it's almost impossible to overtake in the middle section, because some parts just aren't 2 cars wide.
A few pit callers coming in here now. This is at the end of the 4th safety car lap, so we have a maximum of 1 more before a decision has to be made. Yes, do we go racing or no? Fricadelli Ferrari are in. Luca Ludwig is going to hand over to Nico Verone. The number 6 Advan Mercedes is in as well. The number 3 Bilstein Mercedes in. What's the theory here, do you think, Adam, from a strategical point of view, given everything that's involved? What are they trying to play here, do you think?
So they've obviously realised that the track is a lot drier than earlier, and I guess they're looking at the weather forecast that it's not going to rain anymore. So they just basically, a bit like the first stint, they've got to be on the slick tyre, because as soon as it starts drying, that wet tyre is going to overheat. But this is going to be a massive advantage for the guys that pitted the lap before, because they'll be able to catch up the train of the safety car. But saying that, obviously, you're going to have potentially 100+ cars in between you, but they'll cut through, I guess, the smaller cars quite quick, and anyone that's pitted in now is going to be at the back of that train, so that's already a few positions gained. So it's, yeah, if it does go green, you're going to want to make sure you are on the correct tyre, which is probably the slick tyre right now.
And isn't this going to disadvantage massively the leader, who's got everything to lose?
Well, yeah.
We go green.
This is a little bit, I guess, like the Verstappen and Hamilton situation.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi.
A few years ago, where do you stay out and hope that it stays safety car all the way to the end and you've made the right decision, or yeah, do you take the risk? And the thing is, the guys that aren't on the podium, they may as well take the risk, because it's just a one-off race. And so
that's exactly what we're seeing, aren't we? It's worth doing if you're behind the leader. The only person who can't really do that is the leader.
I guess what they have to hope is that all the little cars decide to make the same decision and all peel in so that there's less cars in between them and the leaders, because it's one of those, let's say it goes green for the last 2 laps. If you're on wets, you stay on wets, and you just, I guess you scream in the car and try and pedal home as fast as you can. And then the guys on the slicks are obviously going to be trying to cut through the traffic, and it's going to be difficult for them to overtake during any wet patches of the circuit. But you should be able to power past the smaller cars on the straight.
Is there an element, Adam, because there's 1 or 2 cars, the 98 Rover car, the 15 Audi Scherer Sport car, that went from, they had dry tyres on already, they just put a new dry on and put in some fuel. Is there an element that they might be back timing to the race, end of the race, do you think?
Well, so when did the race restart? I guess it started...
They've done 4 laps under the safety car now.
So 4 laps behind safety car is probably 2 laps worth of fuel. So right now, with 1 hour and 10 to go, if it went green on the next lap, they've just got enough fuel to get to the end. Like, so with the safety car lap, generally, we can do 7 laps. Is it 7 laps?
Yeah,
no, we're 8, sorry, it's 8 laps. So yeah, so generally you can do 8 laps on a full tank of fuel. With the safety car, you can still only do 8 laps, but with the safety car, so a safety car, you use about half the amount of fuel. So if you get 2 laps, then that's an extra lap you get. So maybe the guys that came in the lap before are just gambling that if there's another lap of safety car or 2 laps of safety car, they've got enough fuel to get all the way to the end.
Ooh.
we might not be done.
There's a lot of strategy. If it goes green in the next 2 laps, the guys that pitted the lap before, it's going to be touch and go whether they'll make it. And it really depends on if you cross the line with a minute to go, then that's an extra lap, which some people might have to splash and dash.
So we're getting word now that there is going to be no restart. Scherer Sport, PHX, Audi, they're celebrating. We'll wait till we get final confirmation. But the number 16, Scherer Sport, PHX, Audi in the lead. The team are already celebrating. If that is confirmed, that will be tying the overall record. Manthey Racing 7 victories. Now Phoenix Racing, as they're under their new guys, Scherer Sport, PHX, 7 wins.
Adam, will say thank you to you.
Thank you so much.
Go back with your team. The 130 car going out to help assess the track conditions there, and also to check the repairs that were done. Adam Christodoulou kindly spending some time with us here. And the celebrations have started. This is effectively a lap of honour, and it seems appropriate that the voices that were on air for us last night at 23 minutes past 11, when the red flag came out, we've not gone back to green flag racing. And the irony is there's sunshine on the far side of the circuit. Last night it was Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer. Let's have them finish off this effectively lap of honour for Scherer Sport as they tie the overall win record with the legendary Manthey Racing from Moispath from round the corner. It'll be Bruce and Johnny to wrap up what we've seen here and take you through the formalities.
A strange old race for 2024, and it had promised so much in the opening 7 and a bit hours. We're just so disappointed that we couldn't have brought you more of that, but sometimes the very nature of the location of this place beats us, and we always say that the ring decides its winner. And amazingly, the Audi actually passed, we think, on that 45th lap. That was that incredible overtake on the Dottinger Hoor into Antonius Bucher. Really good slipstream on the BMW, and it was Christopher Mies who got the Audi into that position, as all of a sudden the acknowledgement from the RMG BMW drivers that a race that they could very, very well have won across the 24 hours. They had a pacey car. It had taken pole position. Yes, it's going to be a podium finish, but only 3rd.
Oh, yeah, really tricky. But for Frank Stipper and Chris Mies, that's their 3rd win each in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And at that one, they'll go, it was an odd one, but we'll take it. But it does come down so much to that move in the thickening fog last night at just after 11 o'clock when Mies just stuck the nose, the 16 Audi, into the front.
So I reckon then we had 7:23 last night. We've had an hour and 23 now, so that's 46, 8:46 as it stands, and coming to the line. So this will be the shortest 24-hour race. It was 9 hours, and in 2021 it was just over 9 hours, wasn't it? So I think we're going to be under that. The clock has run for the whole 24 hours. We should make that point, JP. Yes. But in terms of race time, there's quite a few people got rule books out down in the pit lane at the moment.
Well, I must confess, when Davey Uema came into the box and brought his box of tricks explaining the official explanation about why the cars were sort of juggled around in the order, I had to read it 3 times before it was entirely clear. Maybe that's my fading capabilities. But, yeah, there are so many ways you could look at this race. But, you know, sometimes the teams that have the most experience, and there we are, as Peter Mackay was saying, 7th win for Scherer Sport, well, the team that came from Phoenix. And that experience counts for so much. And you really feel for Team RMG losing what could have been victory for them.
And confirmation of the provisional race results then, as they are coming round for the final lap. Johnny Palmer, a disappointment in terms of what we had in that first 7 hours and 23 minutes, which was absolutely visually stunning. But ultimately, this time we can say there will be an asterisk next to this one, because it's only going to be a little over 8 hours. It'll be under 9 hours of racing, making it, as we said, the shortest race. But the four rings of Audi are back on top of the pile.
They are, and equaling the record that almost felt unstoppable at one point from Porsche. 59 laps we managed to complete in 2021. We're only going to get to 5-0 in 2024. So yes, the time is rapidly different, but also 9 fewer laps in total will be the new shortest record. That means of the last 4 races, the first broke the record, and then 3 races on we've gone even shorter, but it's for the same reasons, and the fog can so often be so vicious around here, so unforgiving, if you like, but not to Audi. And I noticed that the majority of the teams reading the rule books weren't on the Audi Pratt perch, because they're making sure that everything has been done correctly. Frustrating for the BMW guys as well, because had they not needed to pit at the time that they did last night, well, they were still owed us a pit stop, I suppose, but they were on course for, I think, you know, well rewarded for a second place finish, quite possibly the win, but it's now going to be the third step of the podium.
And I think massive frustration for the fans as well. Obviously they want to see the cars racing, but more than that, that battle at the front of the field was truly exquisite, and I think with each year we get a higher calibre of racer performing here.
We'll run through the class winners as well for you in a moment. The tradition is that people begin to drift away here at round about lunchtime, so the loss of the early morning, the dawn and the early morning running is actually the biggest disappointment for the fans. We quite often, as we're watching the final few laps, the campsites have cleared off beautifully tidily, by the way, it has to be said. There's never any debris or rubbish left around, so those early morning laps would be the ones that the spectators missed out on. So in the AT2 class, it's the 320, that's the Schmudo Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. In AT3, the 50 VW Golf Club Sport 24 hours. That was the Christopherson car as well in that one, so that's taken the victory. In M240i, it's the 650. The Stahlschmidt Deisler, the 240i Racing Cup 2, is the number 103. Actually, let me do those on the screen, because I can give the team their just rewards as well for that, which is seems only fair as we go through them. Team Zorg Vet Rennsport taking the Cup 3 category. SP11 is Door Motorsport, and the Crossbow Black Falcon win Cup 2, 20th position overall for that. SRS Rennsport in Cup 3, as we mentioned. FK Performance Motorsport have taken SP10. Czerny Motorsport, Peter Kate and his Racing Hell sponsored car takes SP80 with his illustrious teammates. That's another class victory and another finish for Peter Kate. Keeps his record going. TCR goes to the 831 Elantra. Their teammates, the 830, led for a long time. That's the guys that came from overseas to do that. And Brian Morris drafted into that car. Robert Wiggins will be watching on somewhere. Robert, we're sorry you couldn't make it here. I'm sure you'll still have a moment of celebration for your teammates. Max Kreisler Racing for the AT3 category, winning 44th position. The Four Masters GmbH pretty much led the whole way in the 320. That is the AT2 winner in 51st position. Subaru win SP40 again with the number 88. The 240i class was Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan, Wales. The Plus Line Racing Team SP7 number 80 car was in 61st overall. V6, the number 416 taking that. Glickenhaus down in 67th after their problems. A planned engine change didn't really go to plan, to be honest. They had problems, and that car was in the early part of the race and never recovered its positions. Yes, they've won SPS, they don't care about that. As Jim said, we want to be up there bothering the GT3s. Bulldog Racing brought the Works Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works car, rather, to 72nd position and win SP3T. VT2 rear SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, the BMW number 405. Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport with the front wheel drive winners in VT2 in 74th position. And completing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 winners in a line from 72nd to 75th. Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan win in their 4x4 car. The V4 was won by the number 711. Keevan Sports and Racing did get a class win with one of their group of cars they brought. It was the 599 in 91st position, and it brought home the VT3 trophy. Hoffa Racing in the 207 BMW win in SP6 in 96, and the 152 wins SP4. 275 taking SP3. More than halfway round the final lap here at the Nürburgring for the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring for 2024.
And it's a patient wait, isn't it, for Christopher Mies and for Frank Stippler, who's already been embracing a number of people. Can't quite believe it, but all that hard work that he put in, particularly when he was at the wheel of the car, not just in support of his fellow drivers, but he was getting stuck in, heading down towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg on several occasions in the darkness. Dennis Marshall in that number 16 car as well, but Ricardo Feller put in for what might have been just the next stint. It's turned out, though, that he has been in from the restart all the way through to this early finish. We are now inside the final planned racing hour, by the way, 1500 hours, 1 minute past 3, so 58 minutes and 45 seconds to go until the expected finish of 4 o'clock. But this has now been billed as the final tour because the fog is refusing to lift on the Grand Prix Strecke. Laurence Vantour looking pretty downbeat, and he was amongst the Manthey crew, peering through those very large textbooks which included the regulations, just to make sure that everything was being done literally by the book. But in this situation, Grello and all their fans here this weekend will have to be happy with a second place finish. But more frustratingly for them, they're not going to be the team with the most wins any longer, because Phoenix and now Share a Sport PHX will equal them on 7. In that very long final sector now, as the cars emerge out of the Stefan Bellof S and towards Schwabenschwanz. Audi leads Porsche, and BMW will make it a third different manufacturer on this year's podium.
I mean, almost more to the point, Johnny, is the fact we've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 positions. So that is quite remarkable. I mean, what this race could have gone towards had we had full running, nobody will know, but we know it was fantastic while it lasted until 23 last night. And
that would have been 6 had the number 1 Frickadelli car not pulled into the pits at the start of the final lap, as Nico Varrone realised that they weren't going to restart, and I think just pulled the car in. Actually, no, it's gone back out again. I lie. So maybe there was some confusion about whether they would be able to get that. In terms of the fastest lap of the race, I think that was Luca Ludwig's, wasn't it? At the 8:12.460 in the Frickadelli car. And was it Ludwig who did that lap? In the car was it Kyle Vitz. Did the 8:12, but it was certainly the Frickadelli did the fastest race lap. It also did the fastest qualifying lap in the...
It was Nico Varrone.
It was Nico. It was Nico Varrone. I think that's who... Was that not who was in the car now? I don't think... maybe it was Nico. No, maybe it was Nico.
I think it was Nico Varrone. Yes. I'm sure I've seen it up there. Obviously, nothing has been done on the Sunday in terms of race speed.
Yeah. And they put the fastest lap in the first qualifying, first of the top qualifyings as well, only by 3/1000ths of a second. So still plenty of performance from the 296. So the results provisional. The formalities will get underway. The checkered flag is in hand. Down at ground level, unusually here. I wonder if that's because they're worried that if they have to look up, they won't see it.
No, that's not a joke. I think that's absolutely the case.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, but it is, as soon as you start getting off the ground, the visibility is notably worse. So there is a checkered flag. Oh, and there's a bit of RG down there.
Firm instruction, I would wager.
Which one are we giving it to? The 33 car. The 33 car, that's the one that gets it first, isn't it? No, it's not.
Certainly not.
It's the 16.
I mean, it's almost akin to how a race at Le Mans, very spaced out, has been flagged. But then remember that we had that LMP2 fight to the line, which nearly cleaned out the flag waiver. So sensibly, it's still being done within the concrete wall overlap, but yes, at ground level. And that will make the photographs all the more evocative, I would say, as the 16 car comes across the line. They're at now Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, and will up the pace with rain in the air now as well, and this steady fog. But the checkered flag for the 7th time in the history of this race will go to Audi and to Scherer Sport PHX, following the 6 wins previously for Phoenix Racing. We now have a tie at the top of the shot for the most wins between Manthey and Phoenix Racing, and it is Frank Stippler, the 49-year-old from Bad Munster-Eifel, the 34-year-old Christopher Mies, Ricardo Feller, the 23-year-old from Switzerland, and Dennis Marshall in only his 3rd ever Nürburgring 24 hours. He's done them all for Audi to date, and it's 3rd time lucky then for the German driver. A terrific lineup. I'd love to go back to see precisely who's done most of the driving. It feels like Feller and Stippler principally, although Christopher Mies did some absolutely killer overtakes at about 10:30, 11 o'clock last night, Bruce Jones.
He did, and with all of that, I keep thinking, you know, Audi, of course, are now moving their attentions elsewhere, and Scherer Sport PHX, not even sure what manufacturer they'll be running with next year. So I think this makes it all the sweeter. Whether they can repeat it with another manufacturer, who knows. For the Grello crew, 2nd overall for Manthey EMA, but their shoulders are down rather than up. That was one they felt, of course, they had the moment where they went out, put the wrong set of tyres on, went out and lost about 30 seconds, put that back into the mix. And certainly Lawrence Vantor did a fantastic job trying to stay on the island, but he was losing time hand over fist. Ifs and buts and maybes. It's a 24-hour race, but that could have been a whole lot closer.
And the real look of disconsolation from the 4 drivers at Manthey. Of course, still Kevin Estre driving round, and we'll have to do the debrief fairly shortly. But Thomas Preining, I noticed, was just staring at the screens thinking, what more could we have done? Because they weren't in necessarily the phase of thinking about winning the race. Nobody was at that time of night.
That's a good point.
And you're planning for much further on in the future, and in the end it's called at barely 1/3 distance. So Lawrence Vantor, this will be the one that got away for him as well. Ayanchin Guvin, I've been massively impressed with, in actual fact, relatively inexperienced at this event, but he's found a home certainly with Manthey for the future.
The 2 drivers in the top class who have caught my eye, Chan Guvin, absolutely, and Nico Varron. Nico, let's not forget that this is his first time here, and we heard what our drivers were telling us earlier on. Alex Brundle it was, wasn't it, who said, you need to know this place. You can learn the car, but you need to know this place, and every time you drive, you find something different. This is... It's bittersweet for Audi, isn't it, this? Because Audi and Audi Sport becoming slightly less prominent for the 4 rings, and perhaps with slightly less resources being thrown at it, Bruce, and yet Chris Ranke and the rest of the team, who are still there for Audi Sport Customer Racing, still supporting their customers around the world, big in Asia, big here in Europe, and still winning the big races, but they and AMG can't get in the World Championship.
It's an oddity. You know, motor racing is a cyclical game, and when you have fast growth, and particularly the way the World Endurance Championship has been structured, if you're not playing in a prototype, we're not having you effectively running GT3 cars. But it seems weird, it seems extraordinary not to have Audi and Mercedes there, but maybe they can find a way around it. But for Scherer Sport PHX, the gang, the two teams combined, Shearer Sport and Phoenix Racing, with so much an illustrious history here. You know, I think they would have felt, well, we've got to give it one final lick, but what are we going to do next year? Now, at least they can celebrate for 12 months because they landed the big one. Possibly the last time of asking with this manufacturer, but you take what you can, and I'd say Chris Meese deserves an enormous pat on the back because he was the one that really propelled them to the front, just as the fog was starting to drop over the circuit. And for me, the memory of this race will be the battle between him and Dan Harper in the number 72 RMG BMW. That was fabulous. And don't forget, Johnny, that brilliant opening stint of the race between Kevin Estre in the Grello Porsche and Augusto Farfus, who just rolls back the years in one of the two BMWs. It was brilliant.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we wanted so much more of it. And for Audi, they won't mind at all, having won 4 of the last 8 races, in fact. So they've been the ones. I know Manthey had that long run where they could not be knocked off the perch, but Audi have spent a significant portion of the last few years catching them up. And it was one of those years where actually, given the right hand of cards, then we could have had one of 6 different manufacturers winning this race. There were plenty others that were yet to fully show what they could really display. And again, Mercedes might be mightily frustrated because although they hadn't got any cars particularly well placed in top qualifying coming into the weekend, they needed to do all the hard work on site across the 4 days, and it felt again like they might get one of their cars onto the podium, but just ran out of time. It didn't help, of course, with the damage of the 130 that got the sandwich on the Dottinger Hohe, and the number 3 car, whatever was going on with Arjun Maini, was swallowed up by the rest of the field. But the number 4 was certainly looking good as we reach the 1/3 distance. So many teams and drivers will be thinking, how on earth have we come away with a pretty average result, to be honest? And Audi, well, yes, bittersweet indeed, but they'll also be thinking we've been a bit lucky this weekend as well. We had a strong car, no doubt about it. In fact, 2 strong cars, but the 15 was involved in the hit as well when Fella was at the wheel, and those 3 cars were side by side under the bridge at Antonius Bucher. And car 16 just about in the right place at the right time. The rest of the subcategories now heading across the line. This phase of the race traditionally takes another 20-odd minutes to get everyone safely across the line.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. You think the cars must have been loaded back into the transporters by now, but such is the pace, or the lack of pace, as they circle around the circuit. And one car that still catches the eye, Dacia last year, atomised, back this year with a car that is a firm fan favourite with a Renault turbo engine on board at the front end, and that has is one that, you know, this race has to have a few peculiarities. That's it. It started the race, and hey presto, finished the race as well. About 14 hours of the race, of course, went missing. However, it's here, and I'm sure there will be another form of it again next year. But to the winner, the 2nd place and the 3rd place cars, well done. The luck went your way, all of you in turn. The Shearer Sport PHX, number 16 Audi, the number 911 Grello, the Manthey EMA Porsche, and the 72 BMW Team RMG BMW. They all showed race-winning pace. I also quite fancied the rise, you were touching on it there, about the best of the Mercedes, the number 4 entry that was going really well, particularly with Danny Juncadella on board last night. That could definitely have got in the mix come the end of the race had we had the racing all through the 24 hours.
Cup 2, they're occupying 20th position down to 26. That's the top 7 effectively together, but they were all grouped together to be reformed at the front of that 2nd group. But Black Falcon win from another Shearer Sport PHX car, so Shearer on another podium in the 2nd fastest class effectively for Porsche Carrera Cup cars. So Gabriele Piana brings the winning car number 103 for Black Falcon over the line, and sharing the victory with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, Tim Scheerpaert and Mike Stursberg, and the 116 in 2nd place for Dylan Pereira. Larry Ten Voorde, who's already been a winner this weekend in the Carrera Cup Italia around the very narrow confines of Imola. In fact, he pretty much topped every single session, including taking pole position and then the race win on Saturday. His 2nd race of the weekend was due to start, I think, at midday Central European summertime, so we may well even have a result for that now as well, assuming he got back in time for it. Thomas Kiefer and Krista Jørns will share the Shearer Sport PHX 2nd place in Cup 2, and car number 121 for Kay Kramer Racing completing the podium. Michele Di Martino, Christopher Brook, Fidel Leib and Moritz Oberheim, who brings that car across the line. The BMW trio from Team RMG offering their thoughts after a race again that they could, on paper, certainly have won. Was stand out in the top qualifying session, and Dan Harper even had the indecency to pit at the end of the formation lap to get a correct set of tyres, and then his run through the order was just stupendous. To be able to be running at such close quarters with fellow SB9 cars, absolutely no contact, and he got back up to something like 4th or maybe even 3rd after 4 or 5 laps.
And then moments later, it was extraordinary. He got out of the car and almost as if by magic, he was up in the commentary box with us, looking cool, calm, collected. You know, he's not one for the future, he's one for now. And again, Max Hesse, just a brilliant lap to take pole position. And the taller figure of Charles Weerts, not accustomed to racing with them, but obviously having moved across to racing BMWs, he put in a very impressive stint as well. See great things from him in the GT World Challenge in endurance. But again, mixing these young drivers around, and of course Neil Verhagen, who was with Hesse and Harper the last 3 seasons, he's now racing more in the States. It was, you know, it's a question of what could have been for them. Their car looked good, the conditions changed, they were good in the half wet, the half dry, but you know, the fog came down and the fog never lifted. That was quite extraordinary. And here we are, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. No, not 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Where are we? We're getting towards it. It's 3:15. The fog has actually, John was right. About 10 minutes ago, it did brighten up a bit. We can see the pit building, but that's no big claim because we're only on the other side of the track. But further around the upper area, it is still misty. Yeah, looking beyond the Rhineland Tower, I still can't see the entry onto Hatzenbach, which loops off the Grand Prix track just before the Hyundai hairpin, and that's sort of the key section. It's so fast along Hatzenbach, you don't get any time to react at all. They're blind bends as it is, so then you confine or shorten the range of visibility, and can only be one decision made there. So their third placed drivers from BMW number 72 now heading forward to embrace and have a photograph on the nose of the M4. Dan Harper, Max Hesse, Charles Weerts. They started the race from pole position, took the Glickenhaus Trophy for being top of the shop in top qualifying 2, and it's a 3rd place finish for that trio. They are forcing smiles just about. I think given a few days, given some time to reflect, this is another step forward for this programme, no longer known as the BMW Junior Team entry. But, you know, if it's going to be incremental steps, then they may well look back once they win this race to 2024 when they manage to finish 3rd. Yeah, I mean, I think BMW, with its lengthy history of BMW having a BMW junior team, they really do support the ones they like. And Charles Weerts maybe is edging his way in there. Actually, a rare occasion for him not running for the family team, Team WRT, which his father Yves Weerts formed long ago with Vincent Voss. But of course, they're running in other things too, called the World Endurance Championship. You probably fancy a crack at that as well at both levels. Yeah, two levels there. Yeah, absolutely right. Well, little delay was we're waiting for the formalities. We'll stay on out on the world feed. Thank you for being with us. I know it's been not the finish that we wanted, but not the competitive finish that we wanted. But just to confirm again that Scherer Sport PHX, the old Phoenix Audi team, have won with the venerable R8 LMS GT3 in its 2nd evolution now. A couple of hundred of those cars being built down through the years and put into customer hands. GT3 racing has worked, has undoubtedly built up a following around the world for endurance GT racing. Manthey coming up a little bit short this weekend. The Porsche was slowed down just a wee bit, as was the Ferrari at the very last knockings, and BMW making 3 different German manufacturers on the podium, with Mercedes-Benz completing the completing the quartet of the home manufacturers in 4th position. Just waiting for the
presentation party to come down. Hope you've enjoyed it. Our very great thanks to all of our camera operators, technical staff, to David and his team as well, who've once again made our job very, very easy indeed. Our 2 technicians 2 doors down from us, Jakob and Marcus, who've been absolutely brilliant. They've had to stay up as well, of course. And of course to the marshals and the officials and everyone here at the Nürburgring. Our London technical team, Tim, Hugh and Rob, and Kerry, of course, and the responsible adult who has been everywhere this weekend. That only now leaves us with the podium celebrations, which are about to get underway for the 2024 ADAC RAVENOL Nürburgring 24.
Share Sport make it a 7th victory, and the 4 drivers, Frank Stippler, Chris Mies, Ricardo Feller and Dennis Marshall, will surround the number 1 board, the floppy board that sits ahead of the Audi, that has done a little bit of hard work, but nowhere near as much as previous Phoenix Racing examples. Ravenol, the new major sponsor of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, adorning that marker board as well. The Grello boys just aren't talking to each other at all. They're just in their own moments of reflection, thinking, we kind of had this, given the full 24 hours to race, maybe even given a different lap for the red flag to have fallen. I have to track back through the laps led situation, but as recently as lap 40 or 41 was Grello in front. That might well have been the case, and maybe that's the big question mark. Why did it take so long for the red flag to have come out? If it came out at 11 o'clock bang on the dot, it might have been a very different result indeed. 3rd position to the BMW crew of Dan Harper, Max Hesse and Charles Wertz in their number 72 BMW from RMG.
Liebe Nordschleifen-Fans, Ladies and Gentlemen, Ihre Gesamtsieger der 52. Ausgabe, Scherer Sport PAX. 3 Gesamtsiege für Frank Stippler, 3 für Christopher Mies und neu auf dem Podium mit 1 Ricardo Feller und Dennis Marshall, die Gesamtsieger.
So it's 2nd place for Lawrence Vantor, Thomas Pryning, Kevin Estra and Hyanchin Guven, but the win will go to the Audi number 16 for Scherer Sport PHX, their R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, Frank Stippler, Chris Mies, Ricardo Feller and Dennis Marshall taking victory in the 52nd edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours. It's a 7th overall N24 victory for Audi. Audi. And actually, when you tally together all of the Phoenix victories, now share a Sport PHX, 19 overall victories in NLS, and they're the second most successful N24, well now equal first most successful team with Manthey. And it makes the 2025 edition all the more important because Manthey, or indeed Phoenix, want to go one ahead again. And the question is, in what form will Audi be here in actually over 12 months' time? Because next year it's a mid-June race. In fact, I think it's actually after Le Mans in 2025. The bank holiday is the 19th of June, so therefore we're racing on the 21st and the 22nd of June, the Saturday and the Sunday. So the overall podium, there will be a trophy for the one-off race itself, but now this race is part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, so there's also a separate podium to be awarded for that as well. I hope they've got some space in their luggage, is all I can say, Bruce.
Large trophies, and there'll be plenty of celebration, but I just... One thing that really stood out for me, Ricardo Feller must be thinking, I'm a lucky person. I had that moment coming down where 4 of us were abreast down Lossinger-Her. 3 of them clashed and car pitched backwards. His carried on. The car in the middle, which was the number 130 Mercedes, got high in the air. But also, he got through that. But he always had a spare car to go into. Yeah. He was one of several works drivers in 2. So Ricardo Feller, the other one actually fell as early as the first lap when he got a screw through its tyre, was always on the back foot. But Ricardo drove brilliantly, but, you know, double your chances.
That's true, and there were a number of drivers across different manufacturers actually who'd been allocated as a driver for 2 cars. By no means the first time that has happened. There are grins on the faces of Charles Weerts in the middle and Max Esser to his left, Dan Harper to his right, as the trophy, the bronze trophies, are lifted above their heads. Second place trophies about to be awarded to the 4 pilots in the number 911 Porsche, by far the best of the 911s. Some of the other cars within Porsche's ranks really did struggle a touch this year, although I noticed that the Pirelli shod 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche has finished in 7th place, well ahead of actually just in behind the first of the Falcon cars. So they actually got separated quite considerably. That's because the 44 car pitted fairly late on, maybe to roll the dice, and dropped to 11th position. Falcon do get one of their cars into the top 6 behind the Lamborghini, which ends up finishing 5th from Red Bull Team Abt.
Just a little rather random thought as the podium ceremony continues. Trophies presented by people involved with the Gran Turismo game. I wonder if they'll have a full fog setting for future generations of that for drivers at home and all around the world to experience the full Nürburgring entertainment in the darkness and fog. Or we can offer even daylight and fog.
It might be a future challenge mode. Start your race with 5 formation laps, so that at least kills an hour and a half before you can even start to go racing. Sadly, there wasn't any green flag running to be done the other side of that, but thank you for everybody who did stay patient in the faint hope that it might happen. So the very smart looking 2024 52nd edition Nürburgring 24-hour trophies are now being lifted by the 4 winning drivers of Frank Stippler, Chris Mies, Ricardo Feller and Dennis Marshall, equaling Grello and equaling Manthey's record. We now have Audi and Porsche on the same amount of wins, and BMW and BMW with some catching up to do. Mercedes even further back, which was the 4th and final big German manufacturer. Ferrari only began their tally 12 months ago, remember, but they had a quick car again this year, and let's hope that Fricadelli can come back for a 3rd offering with their Ferrari 296 in 2025. This is perhaps the most important trophy, though, with the instantly recognisable Nordschleife and Grand Prix Strecke lap all incorporated into a very smart cut glass trophy, and their engineer gets that to hold above his head, and the celebrations can now begin. Fair play to the Grello quartet. They are applauding just off to their right, and Yeah, very, very happy with that victory. I think, actually, the 4 drivers are still digesting precisely what's happened. The champagne may help with that, though.
It may help lubricate the moment, but long faces on the second step of the podium, delighted faces on the top step, and the young guns, the BMW runners on the right-hand side in 3rd position, their time will come. Great race, just alas, we didn't get as much of it as we wanted, but we'll always remember the days with the fog, the night with the fog, and the cars trying to work out what was happening, the teams trying to work out what was happening, but Shearer Sport, PHX and Audi, they come away with outright victory in the 52nd running.